Chapter 1. An additional 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts? 300,000. I only want 300,000 today. Qin Feng, I've got the household registration booklet today. As long as you give me the 300,000 yuan in the card, you and Shuer can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get your marriage certificate now. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, a 40-year-old middle-aged woman held a red household registration book in one hand and said with a firm expression. As she spoke, she unconsciously slapped the household registration booklet in her hand. In front of her, a very handsome young man lowered his head slightly, clenched his fists, and had a very ugly expression on his face. This person is Qin Feng. Looking at his aggressive mother-in-law Chen Yin in front of him, Qin Feng ignored her and turned to look at the girl next to her. Shuer, do you think this is okay? Qin Feng, I. Wang Shue's face also looked a little ugly. She hesitated for a moment and looked at her mother, looking very embarrassed. I think this is great. Before Wang Shui could answer, her mother pulled her behind her and said, Our Shuer is naturally beautiful. Her admirers are all lined up at the end of our alley. We absolutely cannot let her suffer any loss. In fact, Chen Yan had something else to say. They have twins, a boy and a girl. The elder sister is Wang Shui and the younger brother is Wang Lin. Because Wang Lin has graduated now, the house is too small, so Chen Yan found a buyer and wanted to sell the house and buy a bigger one in a better location. A few days ago, I estimated that there was a shortfall of 200,000. That's why I followed him today, intending to get 200,000 yuan from Qin Feng. As for the 300,000, she thought it would relieve the pressure when her son gets married. Auntie, you originally said that marrying Shuer would require owning a house and a car in Shanghai. I've done all of that. After that, you said you wanted to add Shuer's name to the house, so I did. As for the betrothal gift, you said your daughter was well off and had been raised like a princess since she was little. It wasn't easy. You asked for a betrothal gift of 200,000 yuan, and I gave it to you. But Qin Feng looked at the ferocious face of his mother-in-law Chen Yan, his eyes red. As the saying goes, a penny can make a hero fall. The money for the wedding plus the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift were nothing to him. The assets he had accumulated from years of hard work in the big city were enough for him to handle it with ease. But the house and car in Shanghai drained all his assets in an instant. The middle-aged woman in front of him demanded full payment, because she didn't want her daughter to help repay the loan. But even so, he could still raise enough money for the wedding. Just a gift. In order to raise the 200,000 yuan betrothal money, he begged everyone for help, and even borrowed money from his childhood friend Xiao Jin, who had just retired from the army. When the brother heard that he was getting married, he immediately took out his military pension, which was still hot, and lent it to him. Qin Feng knew very well that once Xiao Jin lost his severance pay, his pockets would be cleaner than his face. When the other brothers heard that he was getting married and urgently needed money, they all tried their best to lend him some. Finally, the 200,000 yuan betrothal money was collected. All the difficulties have been overcome. But just one final touch. Auntie, Shuer and I have already arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Because of your matter, we have been delayed for more than 20 minutes. We are just one step away from entering the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage certificate. Can you give me some time and let Shuer and I go in to get the marriage certificate? We can talk about the betrothal money later. After a long sigh, Qin Feng asked in a negotiating tone. Where is he going to get 300,000 now? The 200,000 yuan betrothal gift is almost gone, and you want to increase the price by 300,000 yuan? Where did he get 300,000? I can't even kill him with one sword. He is such a strong man, but now he feels so wrong that he wants to cry. He. A cold laugh interrupted his brewing emotions. The middle-aged woman looked indifferent and turned to ask her daughter, Shuer, what do you mean? Qin Feng looked at his girlfriend Wang Shui with a dimmed look in his eyes. He knew his girlfriend very well. She always listens to her mother's opinions, which is why her mother-in-law is so confident. However, Qin Feng still felt that she should be able to understand him. After all, he and she had been in love for 5 years. If it weren't for these 5 years of relationship, he probably wouldn't even be willing to pay the full amount for the house. Aye. Feeling Qin Feng's impatient look, Wang Shui felt confused and didn't know how to face Qin Feng. But the next moment, Wang Shui decided to obey her mother's decision. She looked at Qin Feng with an embarrassed look, hesitantly saying, Qin Feng, all your good friends are in the Magic City. Why don't you talk to them about it? Lend some more money? Holy crap, is this what you mean? Although Qin Feng was well educated, he couldn't help but swear when he heard his girlfriend's answer. He never expected that his girlfriend would say such a thing. 5 years of relationship, is this it? Maybe his mother-in-law didn't know how the wedding money and the betrothal money came from, but Wang Shui knew. Qin Feng shamelessly went to his relatives and friends one by one to borrow money. Of course, she also knew about Chao Jin's affairs. She married him, and now uses Huabei for her daily meals and transportation, and even has to ask the elderly at home for money from time to time. This good guy wants him to borrow? Wang Shui, I just want to ask you one question today. Are you going to get married or not? Qin Feng, who felt that his life was meaningless, looked at his girlfriend and blurted out these words helplessly. He really wants to find a place to cry his heart out. And these words also made Wang Shui's face pale. She was too familiar with Qin Feng. Qin Feng's reaction means that this matter has violated his bottom line. She also felt that her mother's request was a bit excessive. She opened her mouth, intending to persuade her mother. However, before I could even open my mouth, I was frightened by that look and swallowed the words I was about to say. What's the matter? From your tone, it seems like you're trying to be tough if soft tactics don't work. Qin Feng, I won't make it difficult for you. I don't want 300,000, but 200,000. Take 200,000, and you and Shuer will go in and get the marriage certificate. But without these 200,000, forget about our Shuer. Seeing that her daughter wanted to speak, Chen Yan pulled her hard, stood in front of her daughter, and shouted at Qin Feng. Mad, I don't want to get married anymore. Looking at the aggressive look of his mother-in-law and his girlfriend whom he had known for 5 years, Qin Feng was disappointed. This is also a hammer. Even if he sold everything he had, he couldn't raise 200,000 yuan. What's more, Wang Shui is no longer worth in doing all this, he just wants to be alone and quiet. If you don't want to get married, then don't get married. Who's afraid of who? Seeing that Qin Feng had given up, Chen Yan still maintained a firm attitude and fought back without any fear. Let's go home. If this guy doesn't get married, there are plenty of other people out there. Our daughter is so beautiful, are you afraid of not finding a partner if you want to get married? Having said that, she took Wang Shui's hand, turned around and left. Finally, we've completely broken up. Qin Feng sighed deeply and didn't want to stay here anymore. Unlucky. Excuse me, did you bring your household registration booklet? Just as he turned around, a very sweet voice suddenly came. Chapter 2, Leaving the Certificate. Lawyer's letter of warning? Of course I did. What? Qin Feng was slightly stunned and answered subconsciously. Turn around and look. He saw a tall, beautiful woman with long red hair holding a red household registration book and looking him up and down with a strange look. Since your marriage has fallen through, would you mind finding a new partner, like me? The girl scratched her cheek with her left hand embarrassedly and asked with a sweet smile. Black question mark. Qin Feng was stunned. He had never expected the other party to say such a thing. My goodness, is this a big reality show or a prank? What do you mean? A prank? Qin Feng was about to step forward to find out more when he was interrupted by a sharp voice. Hey, little girl, this guy is just a poor bastard. Don't do anything stupid just because he's handsome. Chen Yan, who was about to take her daughter away, saw a girl who was prettier than her own daughter chatting up Qin Feng, and immediately joined in. Qin Feng's family conditions are not bad. And he is really handsome. Otherwise, she would have stopped her daughter from dating him on the first day. No need, I have money. Chen Yan wanted to say something, but was blocked by the girl. The pretty girl looked at her with some disgust, turned around and pulled Qin Feng, who didn't know what was going on, into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Next. Medical examination report, photo taking, certificate collection, stamping. Done in one go. Qin Feng tried to speak several times, but was blocked by the girl. To be honest, he also wanted to marry a beautiful girl home, but it's like a dream. A few minutes later. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Qin Feng had a red book in his hand. And on his right hand, he was holding the hand of a very beautiful girl. This, rising straight from the bottom to the pinnacle of life? Am I married now? To be honest, Qin Feng is still confused. Although he had already prepared to get the certificate. But the results seem a little different. My significant other changed from the familiar Wang Shui to a strange beautiful girl? Good boy, I was shocked. Lang Ying? That's his wife's name. Qin Feng looked at the name and photo on the marriage certificate and said silently. You. Holding the red book in his hand, Qin Feng realized that he seemed to have never spoken a word to his wife. Okay, honey, it's time for us to go home. Without waiting for him to say anything, the girl took his arm and pulled him out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Qin Feng, did you really get the certificate? When the two of them walked outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, Qin Feng was surprised to find that Wang Shui and her mother Chen Yan had not left yet. When Chen Yan saw that he was holding a red book in his hand, she was a little confused. What's going on? Hello, my name is Ling Ying, and I'm Qin Feng's newlywed wife. At this moment, Lang Ying let go of Qin Feng's hand, walked in front of Wang Shui, quietly showed her marriage certificate, and smiled slightly. This seems like a demonstration. My name is Wang Shui. At this time, Wang Shui was already confused. My fiancé, whom I have been in love with for 5 years, is getting married to another woman? And the other person's newlywed wife is right in front of him, smiling and shaking hands with him? How did everything change? She believed that Qin Feng would definitely not refuse to marry her. This time I went back just to try my best to raise money, because I will come here to get the marriage certificate with her eventually. But now, everything has changed. It doesn't matter what your name is. I just came here to tell you that Qin Feng is my husband now. I don't care what happens between you two. But after that, I hope you will never have anything to do with Qin Feng again. Lang Ying retracted her outstretched hand, and her eyes suddenly turned cold. What do you mean? Feeling the temperature around her drop, Wang Shui felt as if Lang Ying's words were like an icy knife piercing her heart. Just half a step away from entering the palace of marriage, and that is it? A feeling of loss and grievance suddenly surged into her heart, and tears were about to flow out of her eyes. Hey, what do you mean? Seeing her daughter's aggrieved look, Chen Yan naturally stood up. It's nothing serious, just a warning to you. Seeing Wang Shui's mother stand up, Lang Ying immediately took a step back. It's not that she is afraid of Chen Yan, but she has no intention of confronting this shrew. It's really too cheap. Okay, I've said everything I need to say. You guys take care of yourselves. My husband and I need to find a place to hold our wedding party. As he said that, he pulled Qin Feng and prepared to leave. You. A tough woman like Chen Yan would naturally not tolerate this. She was just about to step forward, start cursing, or even hit him. But immediately a dark-colored Rolls-Royce drove over from not far away. It's nothing. Magic City. These two words alone are a symbol of prosperity. It wouldn't be surprising to see any vehicle here. But the strange thing was that the Rolls-Royce happened to be parked in front of Chen Yan, separating Lang Ying from her. Click. The car door was opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit walked out from the driver's seat. Miss, are you going home? The middle-aged man in the luxurious suit walked to Lang Ying's side, helped Lang Ying open the door very politely, and seemed very respectful to Qin Feng. What's even more exaggerated is, Lang Ying accepted all this very naturally. Lift your foot and step into it. Hubby, why are you still standing there? Let's go home. After reaching out and pulling Qin Feng into the car, Lang Ying glanced at Wang Shui and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and said coldly to Wang Shui's mother Chen Yan, "Oh, I almost forgot, you must return the betrothal gift that brother Qin Feng gave you in time. If I don't see it within 3 days." So what if I don't return it? That's what my daughter earned. When Chen Yan heard the word bride price, her face suddenly became panicked. He. Instead of rushing to confront the opponent, Lang Ying just smiled slightly. I've already warned you, if you don't give it to me, be careful of the lawyer's letter. I'm confident I have this connection. Click. The car door was closed. What kind of person is this? He drives such a nice car and still has the nerve to ask for the betrothal gift back? Chen Yan said viciously as she watched the Rolls-Royce driving away. She didn't know exactly how much the Rolls-Royce was worth. But all she knew was the car's logo. The symbol of the flying goddess. This car will cost at least several million or tens of millions of dollars to buy. Not to mention a person driving a car. The man driving the car had the temperament of a wealthy butler, and was definitely not someone they could afford to offend. What if I don't return it? You're still afraid of me, daughter, let's go. Chen Yan muttered, looking indignant. As she said this, she was about to pull her daughter Wang Shui. But at this time, Wang Shui looked dazed. She cried with some regret and asked, "Mom, did I completely miss Qin Feng?" When Shen Yen saw her daughter like this, she felt helpless. "If you miss it, you miss it. You are so beautiful. There will definitely be someone more handsome than that kid Qin Feng who will come to marry you." "No, I only want Qin Feng." Chapter 3: The Daughter of the Richest Man? The back seat of a Rolls Royce. If you have any questions or want to know, you can ask now. Lang Ying stretched out her hand and snapped her fingers. The driver in the front row immediately understood and quickly raised the partition between the front and rear rows. Because of this partition, the two of them have some private space. Qin Feng sat in the back, looking at the extremely luxurious interior of the car and the beautiful girl opposite him, and finally asked aloud, "What is going on?" "My name is Lang Ying, I'm 23 years old. My father is Lun Zian, and my mother is Lin Yanran." "No, wait a minute." Qin Feng was slightly startled when he heard Lang Ying say her father's name. "You said your father's name is Lun Zian?" "The richest man in the Lang Group, who specializes in cold chain, Lang Zian. He had some exposure to cold chain technology at his workplace. The highest authority on this matter remembers it very clearly. Lang Zian. The leader in cold chain, it occupies refrigeration infrastructure in all parties. More importantly, he seems to be the richest man in Shanghai? He is indeed a big shot in the cold chain industry, but he is the richest man. It's only been a matter of a few days. I'm not sure." Taking out a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses from the wine cabinet nearby, Lang Ying poured the wine by herself. She was very calm about Qin Feng's surprise, as if she had seen it before. "So you are the daughter of the richest man?" Lang Ying handed the poured red wine to Qin Feng, sipped her lips, and then said, "Do you like this name?" Boom. Although after seeing such a luxurious Rolls-Royce, Qin Feng had a vague idea of Lang Ying's identity. Which company chairman's daughter is worth a lot of money? But he really didn't expect that the other party was the daughter of the richest man in Shanghai? "I actually got married to the daughter of the richest man?" After taking the wine glass, Qin Feng unconsciously pinched the red notebook in his pocket, feeling that everything was unreal. His head is buzzing now. Lang Zian. This name is well known even in other provinces. And he. It's just because his cold chain technology and refrigeration infrastructure are so large that he almost monopolizes the entire refrigeration industry. He has also integrated many other industries. Although they are not as big as the cold chain, they are also very successful. Supermarkets, drug development, hotels, tourism, schools, hospitals. He has a hand in almost every industry. But now, Qin Feng, an ordinary person, actually married the daughter of the richest man? Is this okay? This is very bad. He no longer needs to struggle, he can just live a life of idleness and wait for death. Gulp. After swallowing his saliva, Qin Feng calmed down. "But why did you choose me?" He didn't think he was lucky enough to have such a pie falling from the sky. Not to mention, he seemed to have never seen Lang Ying before. This guy got the certificate directly? Impossible. Even if she takes over, she is the daughter of the richest man. If one word is spread out, at least tens of millions of people across the country will be willing to take this opportunity. Moreover, the woman in front of him, whether in figure or appearance, is top-notch. Hearing Qin Feng's question, Lang Ying's eyes suddenly became a little dim, and she said quietly, "Because we have known each other since childhood, and you even said you would marry me, but you just don't remember me yet." She was Qin Feng's childhood sweetheart. She lived with her mother since she was young, as her father was often away from home because of his business. Coincidentally, when she was 5 years old, the company grew bigger and bigger because of the improvement of the new cold chain technology invested by her father Lang Zian. And she also followed her mother and completely left the place where she had lived. Completely left Qin Feng. When she grew up, her father sent her abroad to study and changed her name. Just returned home in recent days. With sufficient resources, Lang Ying easily found Qin Feng's residence. Originally, after finding out that he had a girlfriend, she planned not to bother Qin Feng. But curiosity got the better of me. The more she didn't want to see him, the more she wanted to see in person which woman was so lucky to receive his love? Who knows? I saw that scene at the Civil Affairs Bureau. She was so angry that she impulsively got married to him. But she doesn't regret it now. After all, she has liked Qin Feng since she was a child. You've known each other since childhood? Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying, showing no intention of remembering her at all. He had never met such a beautiful girl before. 170 centimeters tall, fair skin, stunning looks, and a strong background. How could he possibly know a girl like this? Although his family background is pretty good, he was not well off when he was a child. His family was very poor at that time. He basically had no childhood. If it weren't for a little girl who looked like a porcelain doll who often played with him when he was in school, he probably. Wait, a porcelain doll? A little girl? Recalling this, Shin Feng was completely stunned. He looked at Lang Ying, who was sipping wine nearby, and asked blankly, "Are you the porcelain doll? The little girl who often came to play with me when I was a child? A small mirror? Yo ho! You finally remembered." As if a great burden had been lifted, Lang Ying heaved a sigh of relief and spoke softly. But now, her face showed an unconcealable joy. "But, your name is not Lang Ying?" "The name has been changed." "How did you change so much?" "Girls change a lot when they grow up." "They grow up?" "Oh." Qin Feng nodded slightly and stopped talking. Let me off at the next intersection." After chatting with Lang Ying for a while, Qin Feng looked out the window and suddenly said, "Ah? You won't come home with me?" Lang Ying was a little surprised. It was originally agreed that Qin Feng would meet his parents. Although it was a bit abrupt, Qin Feng was her childhood sweetheart. Her father had heard of and even seen Qin Feng a long time ago. Not to mention her mother, who often came to his house when she was a child and even had the intention of arranging a marriage for them. I'm sure her parents will accept it. But now, Qin Feng doesn't go home with her? I'm not ready yet. Give me some time to get into the role of husband. Alright, it's only a matter of time anyway. After listening to Qin Feng's explanation, Lang Ying understood. Most people would not be able to bear a sudden marriage. Besides, she also felt that the two of them were moving a little too fast. After thinking about it, she decided to respect Qin Feng's opinion. "Butler Lin, please stop at the intersection ahead." Sizzle. A black Rolls-Royce stopped at the intersection, attracting the attention of passers-by. "Rolls-Royce, this car is too stable, isn't it? You call this being steady? You call this being pretentious? This car must cost at least 300,000 or 400,000, right? Auntie, you're right." Click. The car door opened and Qin Feng walked down from the back seat in a daze. "Qin Feng, don't leave yet." And at this time, Lang Ying seemed to suddenly think of something, and followed Qin Feng out of the car the moment he got out. "Ah? Anything else?" Qin Feng was a little confused and stood in front of the car looking at Lang Ying. "Of course there is something. Take out your phone and turn on the camera." Lang Ying came up to Qin Feng with a smile and kissed him suddenly in front of the camera. Chapter 4. Not only is he marrying a beautiful, rich woman, but there is also a system? Click. An intimate photo was saved on the phone. "I'll give you a stamp, and then." As she spoke, Lang Ying lowered her head and fiddled with her phone. She opened WeChat and clicked on Moments. "Announce it to the world." Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the message that Lang Ying was about to post on her circle of friends. "Love you, love you, love you, love you," and attached are the photos they just took. The standard for announcing a relationship on WeChat Moments. "Can I send it now?" Lang Ying held the phone and looked at Qin Feng with a pleading look on her face. She respected Qin Feng's decision very much. If he didn't want her to, she would never send it. After all, husbands are meant to be pampered. "Sure." Nodding, Qin Feng said with a smile. Since they have already gotten the marriage certificate, there is no need for him to hide it anymore. It would seem very pretentious. "Oh yeah, long live Qin Feng." Lang Ying jumped for joy when she got permission. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful girl with a mature look would actually do such a cute action. Qin Feng was a little stunned by what he saw. "It's just an official announcement, no need to be so happy." After regaining consciousness a little, Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying jumping around and smiled helplessly. Looking at Lang Ying's appearance, he originally thought that she was a cold, domineering female CEO who was serious and stern. You know, when Lang Ying was facing off against Wang Shui and her mother Qinyan before, the expressions and momentum she displayed were very domineering, and she had an indescribable temperament. But I didn't expect that under the appearance of a mature woman is a cheerful and cute girl? The character collapsed in an instant. But that's okay. Qin Feng is not interested in cold and aloof older women, but he is very fond of lively and cute girls. After all, who doesn't want a girl who is both domineering and cute? It's official now, so I'm going home. With a slight smile, Qin Feng identified where he was, waved to Lang Ying, and planned to go home first. At this time, Lang Ying's mood also calmed down. Okay, Qin Feng, I just added you on WeChat, please check it out later. Also, you are not allowed to look at other girls when I'm not around, and you absolutely cannot talk to other girls. You are mine, I will pick you up tomorrow. Lang Ying smiled sweetly, waved vigorously towards Qin Feng, watched him walk away, and then got into the car reluctantly. As soon as she got in the car, her cell phone started buzzing non-stop. As the daughter of the richest man in Shanghai, Lang Ying lives abroad, but her circle of friends also includes a small number of Shanghai's rich second generation and young talents. What's more, she has a close friend, Su Yanran. Su Yanran has lived in Shanghai for many years and knows almost everyone in the aristocratic circle. These rich people can see the circle of friends she forwarded. The daughter of Shanghai's richest man officially announced her relationship? This news is undoubtedly as shocking as the dropping of an atomic bomb. Although Lang Ying is abroad, there are still photos of her. In addition, she is very mysterious, so most of the rich children are very interested in her. While returning to China, she was forced by Su Yanran to attend a party. Because of Lang Ying's stunning beauty. Just like that, the rich circle was in an uproar. And now she announced that she is in love. Everyone has a question. Who is the other party? How could he bypass these young talents and directly capture the heart of the goddess? Yang Xiaohua, congratulations to the beautiful Lang for ending her single life. Li Ran, is the man in the photo the boyfriend of the beautiful Lang? He's very handsome. Su Qing, indeed, he is good looking. When will the beautiful Lang take him out for a walk? Su Yanran, Su Qing, you can't speak, what do you mean by pull it out for a walk? Lang Ying, I'll take you to meet him later. Yang Xiaohua, Li Ran, Su Qing, okay. Tang Chenipin, Lu Jiazui, the Magic City. A man stood in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of red wine in one hand and a mobile phone in the other, looking at the photo of Lang Ying and Qin Feng, gritting his teeth secretly. And the other side. Qin Feng has returned home. After closing the door, he looked at the one-bedroom apartment he rented and shook his head slightly. Then he walked towards the bathroom. What happened today was so dreamy that he decided to wash his face and wake up. At this moment, a strange electronic synthesized female voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding, the life winner system is activated. Qin Feng suddenly looked up and stared at the mirror in surprise. I just married a beautiful, wealthy woman and now the system comes? What's wrong with him? Are you the best of the best? System? There was no sound for a long time. Qin Feng looked at himself in the mirror and asked tentatively. The system is in. What exactly can you do? Qin Feng asked the question he wanted to ask most. Replying to the host, this system can allow the host to master various skills, making the host the most perfect person in the world and the top winner in life. Master of all skills, the most perfect person? Listening to the system's answer, Qin Feng pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. He is thinking about his future. Although he has already gotten married with Lang Ying. But what can an ordinary marriage certificate prove? It proves nothing. The gap between his status and Lang Ying's is too big. His father was once the richest man in Shanghai. What kind of person is he? He is just a relatively successful market analyst. Although Lang Ying's father and mother had a good impression of her when she was a child, what about now? It is not necessarily that they would ignore the idea of being well matched and let Lang Ying be with them. Besides, he definitely couldn't afford to support Lang Ying. She is the daughter of the richest man, so it's almost enough for her to support him. Thinking about all these things, Qin Feng looked at himself in the mirror, frowned slightly, and clenched his fists secretly. The disparity between their identities was too great. If he really wanted to stay with Lang Ying for a long time, he had to develop quickly like Long Outyen. Freeloader? He. Qin Feng sneered. He will never eat free food. What's more, he now has a system, so it's not certain whether he can still live off the money. Just as Qin Feng was thinking, the voice that appeared in his mind once again made him see the light. Ding, the host is detected to be clenching his fist, activating the physical fitness skill. Currently, the host clenched his fist once and transformed his body once. System sound completed. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt as if his body was washed by the water. He felt very comfortable and his fists became stronger. So thoughtful? He was a little bit unconvinced and clenched his fist again, and at this time, the system's voice appeared again. Ding, host's fist detected, transformation point +1. Gurgle. Swallowed his saliva. He now realized that this was not a dream. This system is really cool. Make a fist. Enhance. Make a fist. Enhance. Qin realized the changes in his body and kept clenching his fists, as if he had a bug. 20 minutes later. At this time, the system no longer made any sound when he clenched his fist. And now his body has undergone a transformation. The body, which was originally in a sub-healthy state, now becomes stronger. Qin hurriedly took off his shirt, revealing his upper body. Just see. The belly that originally had some fat has now been replaced by abdominal muscles. The whole body has become very healthy. This made Qin a little happy. Good job. He loved the system of being able to have abdominal muscles that he couldn't have in a short period of time just by clenching his fists. If clenching my fist can trigger it, what about me reading a book? Do it when you think of it. Qin hurried out of the bathroom and found one of the few investment magazines in the house and started reading. Detected that the host is learning investment knowledge, unlocking the strongest investor skills. Currently, the host studies for 1 minute and gains +1 knowledge point. Sudden. Qin felt a surge of knowledge flooding into his mind. His eyes suddenly became clearer. Chapter 5 all in, 50 million. But, it doesn't seem to be any different? Qin pinched his brows and decided to try again. He had hardly read the investment book after he bought it. The bookstore owner had initially tricked him into thinking that this was the most comprehensive book on investors in the world. If you understand the secrets inside, you can go directly to Wall Street and become the Wolf King. Currently, the host has read for 2 hours and gained 120 knowledge points. I watched it until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin rubbed his red and swollen eyes and put the investment magazine on the bed. Then he turned on his phone and took a quick look at the stock market. His job in Shanghai is to be responsible for the company's market analysis, and he also has some research on the stock market. But usually Qin just looks at it and doesn't buy anything. Stock. It can make a person a millionaire overnight, or it can make a millionaire become a pauper overnight. This high-risk, high-return income model is obviously not suitable for a worker like him. But he still took a look as usual. Hiss, what happened? Did you damage your eyes by looking at your phone? Qin pinched his brows and held the phone, very surprised by the red line on the screen. Crane Technology? This stock is marked with a red line. At first he thought it was a problem with the phone, but once he returned to the home page, the red line disappeared. Once your eyes leave the phone, the red line will disappear. Is it the system? Suddenly enlightened, Qin turned to look at the investment magazine he had just read. He now finally understood what the knowledge point +1 the system was talking about. Emotions directly guide him to buy stocks. System, what does this red line mean? In order to prevent himself from losing money due to blind operations, Qin still kept an eye on the system and asked. If this red line means selling instead of investing, then he is doomed. Ding, the red line indicates that this stock will rise in the short term. Crane Technology recently developed the latest cold chain technology. This stock will rise rapidly after 3 a.m. today and reach its peak at 10 a.m. tomorrow. If the host uses all assets to buy before 3 o'clock today, and sells at 10 o'clock tomorrow after the stock market opens, he will make a profit of 50 million. 5,000, 10,000? With a loud shout, Qin was stunned. Wow, this is a direct profit of 50 million? This is an asset that most people cannot earn even if they work hard for half their entire lives. He can earn that much in one night? Wealth and honor are sought through risk, let alone a system. After slapping his face, Qin instantly woke up, hurriedly turned on the computer and entered the stock market. With the system giving the order, he felt confident. If it weren't for the limited funds he could mobilize, he would have mortgaged his house and car to buy this stock. All in. Take out all your bank cards and transfer all the borrowed money to the same bank card. Click. 15 minutes before the stock market closed, Qin clicked the buy button with his mouse. If this one fails, then you will die. After buying it, Qin felt like a stone had fallen from his heart. He got up and went to the bathroom. Look in the mirror. After a systematic transformation, his already handsome face became even more handsome and three-dimensional. The high-nose bridge, thin lips, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes reveal a sharpness and shrewdness that seems to see through everything. His cheeks are angular, and he looks very handsome whether from the side or the front. His body also became more upright. With a height of 185 centimeters and strong muscles, he was almost the dream lover of thousands of girls. Call. Sheen took a long breath and closed his eyes. Ding dong. At this time, his cell phone rang. I picked up the phone and saw that it was from Ling Ying. Sheen phone, my friends all want to meet you. I have a party here at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Would you like to come? Reunion? Sheen phone frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then replied, go. Okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Followed by a happy emoticon. Looking at Long Ying's reply, Sheen phone smiled helplessly. How could he not know what Lang Ying's friends were thinking? The daughter of the richest man got married suddenly? Maybe they wanted to see who he was, or take the opportunity to mock him at the party? He. How could he not guess such an obvious thing? He knew that Lang Ying was so beautiful that she would be coveted by the wealthy. Okay, whether you really want to see me or you are mocking me, I will fight back in one tea, embarrassed Lang Ying. Walking to the window and looking at the messy environment in the community, Sheen Fong decided to make a change. And after 10 o'clock tomorrow, that will be the time when he will be truly reborn. The next day, Sheen Fong left home early in the morning. Lang Ying told him last night that she would come to see him at 8 o'clock in the morning and take him to buy some clothes and other things. After all, she was meeting her friends, so there was nothing wrong with dressing her husband up handsomely. And Sheen Fong also readily agreed. There was nothing he could do even if he disagreed. He had invested all the assets he could mobilize into the stock market. His wallet is now cleaner than his face pocket. What to play with? A fiery red Lamborghini stopped at the entrance of Sakura Community. As soon as the car stopped, it attracted the attention of passers-by. There is no way. This car is really beautiful. The outstanding streamlined models and architecture always demonstrate Lamborghini's youth and passion. Wow, this car is so cool, I wish I had one. A young person's dream is to own a Lamborghini. This car must cost 5 or 6 million, right? Auntie is right. In the car, Lang Ying was sitting in the driver's seat, and her best friend Su Yenran was sitting in the passenger seat. My dear miss, you are really amazing. I didn't realize you could get married so quickly. When I saw you posting on WeChat Moments, I thought you were some young master from Shanghai. You actually said you were a small market analyst? Are you crazy? And the neighborhood he lives in is so bad? His annual salary might not be as much as you make in a day. Are you trying to support a gigolo? Su Yenran pointed at the phone in both hands and spoke to Lang Ying without turning her head. As early as last night when she talked to Lang Ying about the situation, she started to criticize Lang Ying non-stop. A market analyst for a company and the daughter of the richest man. Are these two people married? Bullshit. This can only be achieved in novels. So what? I have money, that's all. And Xiao Su, haven't you been punished by me for a long time? How dare you talk to me like this? Holding the steering wheel, Lang Ying narrowed her eyes and spoke in a slightly cold tone, looking like a queen. In front of Qin Feng, she is a little woman, but in front of others, she is the president of a listed company. And she had long regarded Qin Feng as her husband, and anyone who said that about her dear husband was provoking her. No, don't be angry. Noticing that the air around her was a bit cold, Su Yenran immediately put down her phone and spoke to Lang Ying in a gentle voice. Lang Ying knew her parents and they often chatted. If she complains to her parents, if things go wrong, her family might cut off her living expenses, which is equivalent to killing her with a sword. Su Yenran can't afford it. But what I said was also the truth. He is so ordinary, yet so confident. He is never a good match for you. And before anything happens, you start protecting your husband. He even showed no mercy to me, his best friend. Pouting, Su Yenran turned to face the front again. However, one person suddenly caught her attention. Wow, Lang Ying, look at that young man coming out of the neighborhood. He's so handsome. If your husband is as handsome as him, then I understand why you got married so quickly. He's really handsome. Lang Ying looked at Su Yenran with a crazy look, rolled her eyes helplessly, pulled her back, and then got out of the car and waved to Qin Feng. Husband, here. Chapter 6. I don't have a girlfriend, but I do have a wife. The young man, who was more handsome than Peng Yuyan and Hu Gu, smiled slightly when he saw Lang Ying and walked up to her quickly. Here I come. Qin Feng walked to the car door and smiled gently at Lang Ying. Who is this? Pointing at Su Yanran, who was lying on the car door with a confused look on her face, Qin Feng frowned slightly and looked at Lang Ying. He didn't know that there were other people following him today. Oh, I forgot to introduce her. Her name is Su Yanran, and she is my only best friend. Seeing Qin Feng's confusion, Lang Ying hurriedly introduced her best friend. Or maybe she was negligent and forgot to tell Qin Feng last night that there was someone else going with him. Su Yanran, this is my husband, Qin Feng. Husband? Gulu swallowed his saliva. Now Su Yanran finally understood why her best friend had a sudden marriage with a stranger. If she met such a handsome guy, she would get married quickly. Hello, brother Qin Feng. My name is Su Yanran. You are so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of me? No hesitation. Su Yanran looked at Qin Feng with an infatuated look, her eyes curved with smile. There is no way. Qin Feng's appearance was originally too good. After a systematic transformation last night, he became more handsome and angular. Not to mention Su Yanran, even Lang Ying seemed to be fascinated by it. Hello, Miss Su. My name is Qin Feng, and I don't have a girlfriend yet. Lang Ying was stunned. Although I don't have a girlfriend, I already have a wife, and you are right, I am indeed very handsome. Seeing Lang Ying's reaction, Qin Feng smiled secretly, then shook hands with Su Yanran very generously. Lang Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Qin Feng is really good at joking. While the three of them were chatting, passers-by around them were also discussing it. Fuck, this young man. That woman is so beautiful, and that man is also very good looking. Are they a male and female celebrity? That shouldn't be the case, right? I've never met these two people before. Are they a couple? Look at them, they're a perfect couple. Look at me, why doesn't my girlfriend look like this? The clown is actually me? We should go. Noticing that passers-by were about to gather, Qin Feng hurriedly pulled Lang Ying into the car, intending to leave first. No way. They both look so good. One is a queen, giving people a very cold feeling. One is a tough and upright talent, giving people an extraordinary feeling. As soon as the two of them stand on the street, there will be a lot of people watching. Lang Ying also felt embarrassed to be stared at by so many people, so she quickly started the car and left Sakura community. Only passers-by were left with confused faces. Where are we going now? Shopping for clothes? The vehicle drove for a while, and Qin Feng asked Lang Ying while looking at the time. It's already 8 o'clock. The system says to sell at 10 o'clock sharp. That's not the case. The people at the party are all friends I met in the Magic City. Any clothes are fine. Brother Qin Feng, you can wear whatever you want. Before Lang Ying could answer, Su Yanran turned to the back and smiled at Qin Feng enthusiastically. Qin Feng nodded and said nothing. What he is concerned about now is the stock market. Just after getting in the car, he took out his mobile phone and went into the stock market to check the trend of crane technology, which was rising steadily. The stock is rising slowly though. But fortunately, it has been rising all the time and has now become a bull stock. It is estimated that many people will follow suit after the stock market opens. During this period, Qin Feng slid the page on his mobile phone and wanted to check other stocks. But after looking for a long time, the stocks marked with red lines did not appear on his phone, which made him very depressed. But what Qin Feng didn't notice was Su Yanran, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had been secretly looking at him since he got in the car, and seemed to be very interested in him. She kept looking at Qin Feng through the reflection of her cell phone, with a gleam in her eyes. Okay. Lang Ying looks aloof and out of touch with the world. What are you talking about, childhood sweethearts? Are you angry? This girl must have been attracted by Qin Feng's handsome appearance. Thinking of this, Su Yanran turned to look at Lang Ying, who was concentrating on driving, revealing a playful smile. I didn't expect that. You, the beautiful Lang, who are so pure and innocent, and have the aura of a queen and a CEO, are still a vulgar person in essence. Just like me, I like good-looking handsome guys. Magic City, number 5, West Suburb. This is a high-end restaurant. Compared to other restaurants in Shanghai, the food here is very expensive. A serving of stone pot rice costs 998. Although the quality and ingredients are fresh and precious, the cost is really not affordable for ordinary people. Those who come here to eat are either rich or noble. Chin Fong had only seen the reviews of this restaurant on Douyin, and he never thought that he would be able to eat here in his lifetime. Is it really necessary to be so extravagant when having a dinner with friends? On the passenger seat, Su Yenran looked at the English letters on the restaurant sign, curled her lips, and got out of the car. Not many people said they wanted to come, but they all commented on it on WeChat Moments. It's a good place. Lang Ying got out of the car, walked naturally to Qin Bian, took his arm, and walked in. Su Yenran was stuffed with a mouthful of dog food. How shameless. Now that you have a husband, you don't want your best friend anymore. How can that be possible? Pouting, she saw Lang Ying and Qin Feng walking away, and hurriedly followed them. A meal here would cost her 2 days' pocket money, although 20 or 30,000 yuan is not very expensive. But in Su Yenran's value system, it would be better to spend the money in a nightclub. If Lang Ying hadn't invited her, she wouldn't have come. Hey, wait for me, you woman who values love over friendship. Enter the restaurant. The first thing that catches your eye is the decor. One wall was completely empty and turned into a starry sky wall dotted with diamonds. The other side is even more exaggerated, filled with exquisitely packaged red wines. The whole restaurant feels like a check-in destination for couples. Luxury. Qin Feng looked around and said silently. At this time, a dignified and beautiful waitress came towards them. Hello, do you have an appointment? Standard service with a smile. But what was strange was that the smile on the beautiful waitress's face was much more natural when she faced Qin Feng. Maybe he is really handsome. Room number 6, there should be someone inside. I felt very keenly that I was being treated differently. Lang Ying unconsciously tightened her grip on Qin Feng's arm, as if declaring her sovereignty. Okay, I'll take you there. The waitress looked up at Lang Ying, nodded, and led the way. Moment. In room number 6. The three were brought in by the waitress. And just as Lang Ying said, there were already several people sitting in the room. 4 men and 2 women, just an ordinary gathering of friends. However, after Qin Feng received the blessing of the system, his senses became very sharp. As soon as he entered the door, he could clearly feel that someone was looking at him with a very unfriendly look. Indeed, it's still targeted. Chapter 7, Get out of the way, I'm going to start dressing up. Oh, beautiful Lang is finally here. I've been waiting for a long time. Is this how you bypassed all the young talents in the Magic City and won the boyfriend of the beautiful Lang in one fell swoop? He looks pretty good, right? Hee, it's just skin. Shut up, look at how they look at how you look. You're just kidding. That's right. As soon as they entered the room, the men looked up at them, laughing and joking. After listening to a few words, Qin Feng noticed that one person didn't say anything at all. Let me introduce you again, Qin Feng, my husband. Still holding Qin Feng's arm, Lang Ying introduced them with a smile. At the same time, she was also helping Qin Feng introduce her friends. Sun Feifei, Zhang Shui, Yang Xiaohua, Su Qing, Li Ran, and Duan Kuan? Seeing the man on the sofa holding a glass of red wine and slowly shaking it, Lang Ying frowned openly, a little surprised by his appearance. At this time, Su Yenran also frowned slightly. Why is he here? Lang Ying asked Su Yenran in a low voice. I don't know. He didn't say he was coming, and I don't know. Su Yenran rarely spoke in a low voice, and answered quietly. For Duan Kuan. The two of them didn't get along. Is he annoying? At this time, Qin Feng turned his head and asked. Indeed, this man has been haunting me. Lang Ying answered somewhat awkwardly. After returning to China, Su Yenran took her to a large gathering of wealthy people. Get to know the rich second generation in Shanghai. These people are either rich or noble, and are definitely high-ranking officials. Their fathers are basically company directors and hold great power. And sooner or later, the company and other things will fall into their hands. It is better to get to know them early so that you can bring in some allies to help you when the business becomes serious, or to prevent the situation where no mercy is shown at all in the end. However, due to Lang Ying's stunning beauty, she was favored by many rich second generations as soon as she arrived at the party. The most shameless and disgraceful one among them is Duan Kuan. During the party, he kept asking for Lang Ying's WeChat like a headless fly. He even wanted to force Lang Ying into his car after the party. So when they saw him coming, Su Yanran and Lang Ying both frowned. He also has a very bad reputation in the industry. He looks okay, but he always likes to flirt with internet celebrities and throws them away after he gets them. Finally, Su Yanran quietly finished off the opponent. Understood. Listening to Lang Ying's explanation, Qin Feng nodded slightly. To sum up, it's just that a rich second generation wants to pursue Lang Ying. But he got it intercepted. Brother Qin Feng, you have to be careful. After giving Qin Feng a look that said, you know what I mean, Su Yanran sat directly next to her good friend Sun Feifei, quite far away from Duan Kuan. Nodding slightly, he also found a seat with Lang Ying. It's right opposite Duan Kuan. Qin Feng certainly understood the look in Su Yanran's eyes. This party was destined to be unhappy. Are you Lang Ying's husband? As soon as he sat down, Duan Kuan looked Qin Feng up and down with a look of disdain. Any questions? Qin Feng asked back despite being young and promising and not feeling inferior. Not really. Duan Kuan raised his eyebrows and shook his head slightly. But at this moment, he looked at Lang Ying, grinning, looking very obscene. I just didn't expect that the beautiful Lang, who seemed so pure and innocent, would end up supporting a gigolo. A market analyst for a small company, hee hee. I actually thought I had found true love and kept pursuing it. Now it seems that I was really blind. As he spoke, Duan Kuan took a sip of red wine, looking like a villain. He just lacked a sly laugh. Upon hearing this, Lang Ying's eyes suddenly turned cold. But she was not in a hurry. Instead, she bit her nails and looked like she was thinking. I remember your family seems to be in the seafood business. Do you need me to cut off your cold chain supply? Your business has been bad for years, so if it stops, it won't cause much damage to my company. This is very feasible, Qin Feng, what do you think? Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng with a smile in her eyes. She doesn't care about these little minions. I think so. Raising his eyebrows, Qin Feng said with a smirk in his heart. He was still thinking about how to taunt back, but he didn't expect his wife to be so helpful and taunted him back directly. He no longer feels like he exists. Lang Ying, are you serious? Duan Kuan became obviously panicked. If you continue to commit suicide, then I will be serious. Very patient, Lang Ying said softly. Duan Kuan only relies on his father. I don't have any assets. For this pure second-generation rich man, Lang Ying, a strong woman who returned to China and started her own company, crushed him unilaterally without any suspense. He's just a gigolo who lives in a senior citizen's apartment and doesn't even have a decent car. He's just garbage. 50 million. No, 5 million. I don't think he'll ever earn that in his lifetime. And you and him, will your dad accept it? Feeling a little angry and embarrassed, Duan Kuan stood up and spoke condescendingly to Lang Ying. Every word is looked down upon. Every sentence was filled with a tone of contempt for the poor. Lang Ying had no intention of getting up to confront them, but silently took out her cell phone from her Gucci bag, intending to call the company if she really wanted to cut off Duan Kuan's family's cold chain supply. But at this moment, Qin Feng held Lang Ying down. He just stood up silently. Get out of the way, he's starting to act smart. You said I was just a small clerk and a gigolo, so I'd let it go, but you said I can't make 5 million in my lifetime? Taking out his mobile phone from his pocket, Qin Feng entered the stock market in front of Duan Kuan. The stock market is in a frenzy at this time. Countless investors are investing in one stock. Crane Technology. The price per share is already as high as 2,000 yuan. The price is the highest in the entire stock market. It just so happened that Qin Feng held 250 lots, or 25,000 shares. Now, the share price of Crane Technology is as high as 2,000 yuan per share, which is unprecedented. If Qin Feng sells it now, he will get exactly 50 million. I don't like 5 million, I like 50 million, wait a minute. As he spoke, Qin Feng pointed at his phone and started selling stocks. This was the perfect time to buy more, and the stock he wanted to sell was traded successfully in less than a second. 25,000 shares disappeared in an instant. Instead, the amount is 50 million, minus the transaction fee of $5 per share. He also wants to make a net profit of more than 40 million. Sorry, 50 million, I made a profit. Qin Feng gave Duan Kuan his signature fake smile, then sat back down next to Lang Ying. His mysterious operation even stunned Lang Ying, who had done business worth hundreds of millions. No, who would buy more than 20,000 shares of a small stock? Duan Cohen was obviously a little unconvinced. But just now he did clearly see the trading volume of more than 20,000 shares. Just when he was about to speak, Lang Ying interrupted him. "Get out before I lose my temper." Duan Cohen's face gradually turned red. He finally realized that coming here today was a mistake. Lang Ying's CEO aura made him feel suffocated. Xin Feng's mysterious operation made his scalp tingle. 50 million? Wait a minute. I made a profit. That hateful upstart face made him sick. Lang Ying, don't regret it. I will come back sooner or later. After swallowing his saliva, Duan Cohen felt that he had made a great fool of himself today, like a clown, so he hurried out of room number 6. As soon as Duan Cohen left, the rest of the people became active. It seems that the guy's character is really bad among the rich circle. Brother Qin Feng, you were so funny just now. When you stood up, I felt like you were going to act silly. Su Yanran playfully gave Qin Feng a thumbs up. Over 20,000 shares, betting on a small stock. You're quite far-sighted. Suddenly, Sun Feifei, who was sitting next to Su Yanran, narrowed her eyes and looked at Qin Feng with admiration. Chapter 8: What is wrong with touching your own wife? Forehead. Qin Feng was a little confused when he saw the other person's admiring look. He buys stocks because of the system. Sun Feifei, my family is in finance. This kind of woman is not real, you should talk to her less. Lang Ying said quietly beside Qin Feng. No. Qin Feng answered awkwardly. My wife seems to be very worried about me. That's right. A man like him who is so handsome and talented is really eye-catching when he walks on the street. Even before Qin Feng got the system, many girls would come up to him every day to add him on WeChat. It's just that he never gave it to me. Alas, handsome guys are also troubled every day. Soon, 3 hours passed. The party did not end hastily because of any unpleasantness. On the contrary, the rest of the people all have genuine connections with Lang Ying. Moreover, they treated Qin Feng with courtesy, truly respected Lang Ying's decision, and regarded him as Lang Ying's husband. This made Qin Feng very comfortable. Not all rich second generations are brainless guys like Duan Cohen. After this party, Qin Feng also knew more or less about Lang Ying's current situation through Lang Ying's friends. A listed company that develops high-end luxury goods such as perfumes. Very well done. He is not the kind of rich second generation who can only rely on his father. Other friends also have their own assets under their names. It can be said that these people have experienced hardships and are not just useless rich second generations who just eat and wait to die and ask for money. The party didn't end until the afternoon. After coming out of the restaurant, Lang Ying turned around and said to Su Yanran, I'll transfer 300 yuan to you via WeChat. Take a taxi home. Qin Feng and I have other things to do. What? Hearing Lang Ying's words, Su Yanran's hand that was about to open the car door suddenly stopped. She looked at Lang Ying in surprise, as if she didn't recognize her. No, I've been your best friend for 8 years. Now that you have a husband, you don't want me anymore? Even if you value love over friendship, you can't. As Su Yanran was speaking, she suddenly felt a chill on her back. She found Lang Ying staring at her silently behind her. She was smart and changed her words immediately. It's just a taxi back home, no problem, Miss Lang, enjoy your time with brother Qin Feng, I'll take my leave, haha. Making an expression that said she understood everything, Su Yanran left with a wry smile. Her heart was broken at this moment. Not only did I come here to eat dog food today, but I was also abandoned. It's so miserable. Some people started crying while laughing. Where else are we going? After watching Su Yanran leave, Qin Feng opened the car door and got in while asking Lang Ying. Certainly. As she spoke, Lang Ying suddenly pulled Qin Feng to sit in the driver's seat, and she took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat. This action made Qin Feng a little confused. Let me drive? He looked at Lang Ying and asked. Lang Ying smiled sweetly and nodded. Duan Cohen is annoying, but he also reminded me, she said. Remind you of what? You guess. Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng with a smile and said in a mysterious way. You're going to give me 50 million? Qin Feng smiled helplessly. I don't have 50 million right now, but 5 million is about right. Duan Cohen's mockery of you reminds me that you really need a better car. Lang Ying said seriously. At the same time, she took out her mobile phone and looked at the nearest Lamborghini 4S store. Let's go buy a car and let that guy taunt you. Muttering, Lang Ying had already prepared the navigation. Qin Feng turned his head and looked at the cute girl with a pouting face and an angry expression, and the corners of his mouth rose. With a wife like this, what's wrong with being a gigolo? Yes, my dear wife. Holding the steering wheel, Qin Feng was about to shift gears when he found that the car's operating lever was a little different. How did it get so slippery? After a slight pause, Qin Feng looked down and found Lang Ying with a red face, looking at him with a gloomy look in her eyes. What are you doing? The voice was as thin as a mosquito, a little shy and a little angry. Qin Feng was stunned. It was only then that he realized that Lang Ying was wearing something different today. Lang Ying usually likes to wear loose clothes, such as long skirts. When they first met, Lang Ying was wearing a white floral dress, giving people a very fairy-like feeling. But today, she was wearing a professional black hip skirt, contrary to her usual style. The skirt fits tightly against her skin, and although there are some wrinkles, it shows off Lang Ying's perfect career line to the fullest. She wore a standard white women's shirt, which looked a bit professional. She has fair skin, a curvy figure, and is a peerless beauty. However, Qin Feng was sitting in the back in the morning and did not notice it. When I entered the restaurant, I was attracted by the decoration and didn't notice it. Now that I look at it carefully, it does seem like a bit of a benefit. It's a bit overwhelming. Qin Feng quickly moved his hand away from Lang Ying's leg and rubbed his nose awkwardly. Seeing Qin Feng's somewhat shy look, Lang Ying felt like laughing. It's true. Men like sexy women. Put gear here. As if she knew what Qin Feng wanted to do, Lang Ying retracted her legs and pointed at the joystick. Well. Looking at Lang Ying's attempt to suppress her laughter, Qin Feng realized that he had lost his composure and wanted to explain, so he said. I was slow to react just now because the steering wheel was too wide. No, the joystick was too long. No, that's not it. Qin Feng felt that his mouth was out of control. I accidentally said scoop. Lang Ying couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing while covering her mouth. Okay, I know what you mean. At the same time, her face flushed a little. Besides, we already have a marriage certificate, so touching is fine. There's no need to be so nervous. Okay. I don't know what to say. Qin Feng felt that he was neither good nor bad. I simply chose to shut up. It's never wrong to shut up. Just when he finally started the car, the system's voice appeared in his head. Ding, congratulations to the host for driving a Lamborghini Centenario for 1 second. The Okina Mountain God of Cars skill is activated. Currently, the host drives for 5 seconds, and gains +5 driving points, rewarding all car models with speeding skills and flexible driving knowledge. In an instant, countless knowledge flooded into Qin Feng's brain. He felt as if he had learned everything by himself. Looking at the Lamborghini, which he originally didn't know how to drive, he now felt a very familiar feeling. It feels like I've been racing for decades. Good boy, I'm sorry for showing off. Holding the steering wheel, Qin Feng stepped on the accelerator. The vehicle suddenly took off and rushed onto the road. The bus that was blocking the road and turning gave way in panic to let Qin Feng pass first. There is no way. The Lamborghini Centenario costs more than 6 million yuan. If he crashes it, he will have to pay for it himself. Qin Feng is a very efficient person. This is also reflected in his driving skills. The journey that would normally take 30 minutes was now completed in 10 minutes by him. It's really strange. Soon, near Qixin Road, Hangzhou Airport, Shanghai. A red Lamborghini stopped at the door of the 4S store. As soon as the car was parked, Lang Ying hurried out. She actually felt a little dizzy? Qin Feng, can you drive slower next time? Lang Ying took out some drinking water from her Gucci bag, took a sip, and said to Qin Feng with a bit of resentment. A little excited. Seeing that Lang Ying was really a little uncomfortable, Qin Feng hurried to her side and put his arm around her. It's okay to touch your own wife, so what's the big deal about holding her hand? Chapter 9 Lamborghini's Shortcomings? Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng extending his arm, Lang Ying hesitated whether to take it. Before this, except for her father, she had never had such intimate physical contact with a boy. Although Qin Feng was her husband, she was not prepared for the sudden incident. Her heart is beating fast now. What's wrong? Qin Feng looked concerned. It's okay. Lang Ying was not a shy person. After hesitating for a moment, she took the arm Qin Feng extended and put her arm around him. Feeling the warmth from her arm, Lang Ying's delicate face flushed slightly, and she felt a little shy. It doesn't matter as long as the other party is Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt his arm sink, and his nose was suddenly filled with a faint fragrance, making him feel refreshed instantly. Just such a beautiful woman hugging me. He was a little distracted. Let's go in. The two entered the 4S store. However, due to the outstanding looks of Qin Feng and Lang Ying, they attracted attention as soon as they entered the door. 4 or 5 salespeople in the store actually showed their intention to go forward and greet him at the same time. However, before they could even move their feet, a female salesperson in professional attire walked over quickly, fearing that someone would snatch the goods from her. "Hello, are you looking for a car?" the saleswoman asked with a smile while secretly looking at Qin Feng and Lang Ying. Both of them are extremely good-looking. Handsome guy with beautiful girl. Look at the Lamborghini Aventador. Instead of giving an ambiguous answer, Lang Ying directly reported the vehicle model. That car? When the female salesperson heard Lang Ying mention this car, her eyes suddenly lit up. Generally speaking, not many people come to see the car by name. But if these people say they want to watch something, they will most likely pay for it. You know. The Lamborghini Aventador has a landing price of over 6 million. If she sells this, the commission will be more than 100,000 yuan. Become rich. After a little excitement, the female salesperson quickly led the two to the exhibition hall next door. As the only 2 Lamborghini dealerships in the central area of Shanghai, they can supply stock. The vehicle is displayed in the exhibition hall not far away. If someone wants to buy it, they can basically drive it away on the same day. Silver? Before entering the exhibition hall, Qin Feng saw the real car through the special tempered glass. The exterior has a silver gradient coating and a streamlined shape with clever design strips. Makes the car look very domineering. Well, if you don't like it, our store can also communicate directly with the manufacturer and provide you with the same model in another color within 7 days. I heard Qin Feng say silver. The saleswoman thought he didn't like the color and quickly explained. That's not the case. I was just wondering if the silver gradient coating is a bit too much. Qin Feng gently took Lang Ying's arm, walked to the front of the car, and looked at her carefully. You are so young, I didn't expect you to like to keep a low profile. The saleswoman smiled sweetly. 2 years of experience. She has also met many rich second generations. They just complain about whether the car is cool enough. Will it be face-saving to drive it out? Who would find it exaggerated? They wish the vehicle design was extravagant. Shall I introduce you to the parameters of this car? As she spoke, the female salesperson handed Qin Feng a form with both hands, which detailed the various parameters of the vehicle in front of him. Equipped with a new V12 engine and a carbon fiber monocoque body, the Aventador's interior is also equipped with a luxurious interior crafted with high-end technology and superior materials. Its workmanship adheres to the Italian tradition of continuous improvement, and it has basically everything you need. Maximum power is 740 CV, 554 kilowatts. The maximum speed can reach 350 km/h, which can also be understood as acceleration from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.9 seconds. It is simply a performance monster. Almost impeccable. But this car has one biggest drawback. After introducing the parameters of the vehicle, the female salesperson giggled. What's the downside? Expensive? Qin Feng looked at the salesperson in confusion. He always ignores the disadvantage of being expensive. Being expensive is never a disadvantage of a manufacturer. It's your shortcoming. That's not the case. The saleswoman smiled at Lang Ying and said, the biggest drawback of this car is that it's too hot inside. Women always like to take off their clothes after getting in. Miss, you'd better keep a close eye on your boyfriend. He looks too dangerous. Of course, you don't have to tell me. With a hint of pride on her face, Lang Ying nodded slightly. Joke. Since her husband is so handsome, of course she has to take good care of him. Only. This mysterious sales operation made Qin Feng a little embarrassed. He was a little confused. The female salesperson asked this sensitive question. Will she still sell the car? Can I test drive this car? Rubbing his nose, Qin Feng tried to change the subject. Sir, it's possible, but... The female salesperson seemed a little embarrassed and was reluctant to speak. Can't you make the decision? You should call your manager. Qin Feng was quite capable of reading people's expressions. This kind of thing was obviously not something a salesperson could decide, so he asked immediately. But what he didn't expect was that the female salesperson actually shook her head. That's not the question. I'm the manager. You are the manager? Shin Fong understood why the other salespeople gave up immediately after this woman came forward. It turned out to be the manager. The current difficulty is that we only have this car in our store. A test drive is fine, but you see, this is on the second floor, and it's in the showroom. The salesperson scratched his face helplessly and explained, also, if you want to test drive it, you need to reserve a place. All this will take until tomorrow at the earliest. I see. Shin Fong nodded in response. Generally, a sports car test drive does require booking a venue and a test drive service. That's understandable. Before Shin Fong could finish his words, the saleswoman immediately spoke up. However, we do have another lower-end sports car in our store. It has all the same trims as the Lamborghini Aventador, but its power figures are lower, and it doesn't require an advance reservation. How about we test drive that one first? If you're satisfied, I'll arrange a test drive tomorrow. Is that okay with you? The saleswoman asked tentatively. Judging from the appearance of Shin Fong and Lang Ying, they definitely don't look like they are here to see the world. Booking a car and a venue would just waste her time. If she really sells the car, her performance will be good. That's fine, I'm not in a hurry. Shin Fong nodded in response. Suddenly, a slightly rough and hoarse voice appeared behind him. Miss Lin Lan, have you completed all the paperwork for my car? I want to pick it up today. Shin Fong looked back and saw a fat middle-aged man walking towards him with a woman with an internet celebrity face. Good afternoon, Mr. Lee. I have a customer here. Salesperson Lu in the store can also help you pick up the car. Please excuse me. With a standard smile, the saleswoman explained and then turned to look at Shin Fong and Lang Ying. Sales manager at Lamborghini. I will never look at people through tinted glasses. Even if someone comes to pick up a car, she needs to finish the task at hand before serving the next customer. Absolutely fair. Did I hear correctly? Lin Lan, you are actually going to give up serving Mr. Lee? The middle-aged man didn't react at all, but the internet celebrity-looking woman next to him was the first to exclaim. Just now I heard these two young men want to test drive the car. They are obviously trying to show off by taking photos under the pretext of buying a car. Maybe these two people can't even come up with 200 yuan. Manager Lin, can you continue to talk about this? Look at that man, are his clothes worth more than 2,000 yuan? I guess they don't even cost more than Mr. Lee's belt. What are you talking about? Come over and help Mr. Lee pick up the car. Chapter 10. Sorry, money really can do whatever you want. Watch your words, this is a high-class place. Hearing the words of the internet celebrity-faced woman, salesperson Lin Lan frowned slightly and spoke sternly. The slightly disgusted look in his eyes was not concealed at all. This momentum made the woman stunned for a moment. Why are you being so mean to her? I'm just saying that. Honey, look at her. The internet celebrity-looking woman was frightened by Lin Lan's aura, and quickly leaned against Mr. Lee, with a look of anger and a bit of disgust on her face. Don't be afraid, baby. Manager Lin is just joking with you. Mr. Lee's mind was obviously not on the baby beside him who was acting coquettishly. He put one hand in his pocket and touched the internet celebrity-looking woman with the other hand, while his eyes were looking at Lang Ying's thigh standing behind Shin Fong, and he was laughing. And his eyes became more greedy. Lang Ying felt uncomfortable instantly, frowned, and moved behind Shin Fong. Shin Fong also noticed the fanatical and greedy look in Mr. Lee's eyes. Needless to say, Lang Ying's appearance is fatal to any man. Even if he used his knees to think, he knew what evil things were in Mr. Lee's mind. Shin Fong is not a person who likes to cause trouble, nor does he want to confront disgusting people. However, if he encounters provocation, he will definitely not be a coward. And now the other party obviously has evil intentions towards Lang Ying, so he can't let things go rashly. Say something pretentiously. The dragon has a reverse scale, whoever touches it will die. Lang Ying's feelings for Shin Fong are unquestionable, but he actually had such thoughts about her in front of him? It's definitely seeking death. If you can't speak, you can just remove your mouth. Just because you have money, you can do whatever you want? With a somewhat cold look in his eyes, Shin Fong stepped forward and spoke very impolitely. This step just blocked Lang Ying's long, fair and delicate legs, and Mr. Lee's attention was immediately diverted to Shin Fong. He looked at the unruly Qin Feng, recalled what he had just said, was stunned for a moment, and then sneered disdainfully. He replied to Qin Feng very seriously, "I'm sorry, but money really can do whatever you want." After saying that, he started laughing. Young people don't always think about showing off. What you have will surely come to you in the future, and what you don't have will certainly never come to you in the future. As for that car, you can only test drive it. The Lamborghini Aventador has a price tag of over 6 million. It's painful for me to buy it, let alone you two young men. Mr. Li looked at Ling Ying with a smile, but the greed in his eyes was hard to conceal. Very disgusting. That's right, with Mr. Li's financial resources, he can only afford a Porsche 911 with a floor price of 2.8 million. I bet you two have never seen so much money in your lives. That's right. I guess taking some pictures and posting them on WeChat moments can satisfy your vanity. The internet celebrity-looking woman felt jealous when she saw that Mr. Li was always staring at Ling Ying. But she couldn't get angry at her rich father. He could only mock Qin Feng and Ling Ying in a sarcastic tone. How can there be such a disgusting person? Is this really going to never end? Qin Feng frowned, his mentality was in a very bad state. Even though he was well educated, he couldn't help but want to hit someone. What a shame to let such a beautiful girl suffer. She might as well follow me and let me take her to see what high society is like. Beauty, are you interested? Seeing that Qin Feng didn't say anything, Ling Ying just stood there. This guy actually thought there was a chance, and he really walked up and looked at Ling Ying with a smile on his face. It was as if it was a blessing from heaven that a pot-bellied, greasy middle-aged man like him fell in love with the beautiful and intelligent Ling Ying. You're really courting death. Qin Feng slapped away the hand extended by the greasy middle-aged man and looked at him coldly. Mr. Li shuddered suddenly. However, as a social tough guy, he immediately regained his composure. He is very strange. How could a young man, a young guy, show such a look? What are you doing? In a society ruled by law, do you still want to hit someone? This is a high-class place. Still feeling a little scared, Mr. Li didn't dare to get too close to Qin Feng. Don't be fooled by his big body, it's all fat and is actually useless. If a fight breaks out, he will definitely be the one who gets beaten. Hit you? You think too much. Qin Feng still disdains to confront such a disgusting person. He turned to look at Lin Lan and asked, "If we can't go out for a test drive, can we sit in the car and look at the interior?" Ah. Lin Lan obviously didn't expect Qin Feng to ask this question at this time, and quickly replied, "Of course, no problem at all. You can get in and look at the interior of any vehicle in their store. Even a car worth more than 6 million is the same." You said you drive a Porsche 911, worth 2.8 million? Looking at Mr. Li, Qin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and asked in a somewhat domineering tone. Yes, have you ever seen so much money? Although Mr. Li was a little afraid of Qin Feng, he still made some mockery. At least that's what he thought in his heart. Qin Feng must be a poor guy. Which rich person these days has clothes that cost no more than 2,000? With his years of experience in society, he could tell at a glance that the other party was poor. This is not a holy place for collecting rent. This is the Magic City. Haha, really? Without wasting any more words with Mr. Li, Qin Feng pulled Ling Ying into the Lamborghini Aventador, caressing the steering wheel. Specific information about this car suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's mind. There's even a racing video of the car. The sound and the speed attracted him. Moreover, this car seems to be much better than the one Ling Ying drove today. Want to buy it? Ling Ying's mentality is really strong, and she still stands silently behind Qin Feng. She ignored the ridicule from the greasy man and the internet celebrity-faced woman, which went in one ear and out the other, and her heart was as calm as water. Certainly. Smiling at Ling Ying, Qin Feng opened the car door and got out. Manager Lin, this car is great. I want it. Ah? You've decided to buy it now? When Lin Lan saw Qin Feng coming down, she wanted to persuade him not to be angry, saying that there are always some nouveau riche in society who look down on others. But I didn't expect him to actually say he wanted to buy the car? She was a little confused. However, her professionalism was very high, and she recovered in an instant and began to explain to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin Feng, this car is worth 6.25 million. If you pay in installments, the service fee for each installment is... Don't count it. I want the full amount. Qin Feng interrupted Lin Lan and spoke slowly. What? Full payment?
Lin Lan was stunned. She doesn't meet many people who buy cars with full payment. This is a car worth more than 6 million yuan.
6 million at a time? And he's still so young? Could he be the son of some business tycoon? Shake your head. Lin Lan can't think too much. Just pay the full amount, even though you'll earn less. But now she really wants to resolve all this quickly. Okay, Mr. Qin Feng, I'll draft a contract for you right away. Please show me your ID and bank card. I can enter the information and get you some discounts.
Quickly speaking the standardized sales terms, Lin Lan stretched out her hand, wanting to go back and print the contract.
Forehead.
Looking at Lin Lan's outstretched white and tender little hand, Qin Feng touched his pocket and frowned.
Good job. The incident happened suddenly. He thought he was just going out to have a meal today and didn't bring any bank cards with him. But how can there be any problem when pretending to be 13? Honey, you put the card in my bag.
Just when Qin Feng was feeling embarrassed, Lang Ying came out of the car and silently handed Qin Feng a dark black card.
Oh, I almost forgot.
Qin Feng took the bank card and handed it to Lin Lan. When Lin Lan took the bank card, her eyes suddenly lit up and she exclaimed.
Black card? Chapter 11. There are many people who look down on others with their dog eyes. Things are not that simple.
She knew the importance of the black card.
These days, there are only a handful of people who can produce a black card. Even in a prosperous city like Shanghai, it is rare.
You should know that banks have extremely strict requirements for black gold card holders.
To become an ICBC black card holder, one must be a member of the Varuan Wealth List or a member of the Longhua Harbor Jockey Club, and the annual spending must be at least 2 million yuan, which does not include large car and house purchases. And even if you meet all the above basic conditions, you may not necessarily become a black card holder. Because you cannot apply for a black card on your own initiative. It can only be approved if a letter of recommendation is written by the branch president or above, and it is highly confidential. Lin Lan has been working in Shanghai for 2 years, and has seen many rich second generations and business tycoons buying cars in the past 2 years. But this was also the first time she had seen a black card. Mr. Qin Feng is truly a young and promising man. With trembling hands, Lin Lan excitedly took the black card and bank card and hurried down to print the contract. This kind of young talent must not be offended. It's just a black card. Our CEO Li doesn't even care about it.
Seeing Lin Lan's resolute look, the internet celebrity-faced woman muttered something sourly and turned to look at the middle-aged greasy man next to her.
Mr. Li, take out your card. The CCB Platinum card isn't much worse than a black card. Just shut up. I don't know why.
Mr. Li suddenly shouted at the woman beside him, not daring to look at Lang Ying.
Mr. Li, why are you so mean to me?
Startled by the angry voice, the internet celebrity-looking woman lowered her voice and leaned against the man next to her, acting coquettishly. But strangely, she found that the other party had no reaction at all. Before, whenever she acted coquettishly, the other party couldn't stand it and his big hands began to wander all over her body involuntarily.
But now he is surprisingly honest. What's going on? Mr. Li?
The woman turned to look at Mr. Li in confusion, her expression suddenly startled. I saw that the man next to me looked very ugly, and there was a lot of sweat on his fat face. Moreover, the look in his eyes when he looked at Lang Ying changed from greed to fear and respect.
Mr. Li, it's just a black card, there's no need to be so nervous, right? What if it's not theirs? Besides, even if it is, so what?
The overdraft balance of your CCB Platinum card and black card is almost 50 million.
Don't be afraid. I told you to shut up.
Before the internet celebrity-looking woman could finish her words, Mr. Li interrupted her rudely.
He is in a panic now.
When Qin Feng showed him the black card, he saw it clearly. He had the good fortune to see Heike a few times. But there was something wrong with Qin Feng's black card. Generally, the entire black card is black with the bank's gold-plated logo printed on it. But the black card Qin Feng presented was bright ink in color, and although the words were also gold, it looked much more advanced than the gold-plated ones. He had only seen this kind of card once. At that time, he was attending a party with the director of his company with the purpose of finding a top billionaire to sign a contract. When it came time to pay the advance payment, the top billionaire had run out of checks. Moreover, the project amount is not very large and is an integer, so it is indeed easier for the company to settle the expenses after it is returned. So the rich man used his own card to pay first. At that time, he was using a black card like Qin Feng.
Shouldn't it be?
The figure of the rich man appeared in Mr. Li's mind. That rich man is the richest man in Shanghai.
Lang Xian. Gulu.
After swallowing a big mouthful of saliva, Mr. Li's fat body trembled a little. He had heard rumors before that the daughter of Shanghai's richest man, Lang Xian, was going to return to China to develop her career.
Could it be such a coincidence that we met here?
Then his ancestors' graves would be filled with black smoke, and he would definitely be dead. Mr. Qin Feng, this is a bit troublesome.
Please confirm your bank password first before I can enter your information.
At this time, Lin Lan came trotting over with a POS terminal card reader in one hand and a drafted contract in the other. It caused the cleavage to twitch constantly. She has been in the industry for 2 years and has never seen such a situation.
I actually have to enter my bank card password before the system can input the information. Damn it. It's fine if I lose. My husband doesn't like people handing him things.
Before Lin Lan handed the POS terminal to Qin Feng, Lang Ying stepped forward, took it away first, quickly entered the password, and then handed it back to Lin Lan.
Oh, that's all right now.
Seeing the successful verification page pop up on her phone, Lin Lan smiled slightly and handed the contract to Qin Feng for him to sign. This simple sentence actually made Mr. Li next to him even more frightened.
Good job. If verification is successful,
this means that the other party is really the holder of a top-level black card.
What was he doing just now? Mocking others. Taunting a top-tier black card holder? Why did I have to encounter such bad luck? Could she really be Lang Xian's daughter?
Mr. Li looked at Lang Ying with fear in his eyes.
He had heard about Lang Xian's daughter's personality.
She is pure and innocent, a queen type, and has strong working ability.
But look at the beauty in front of you.
Indeed, exactly the same, but with a more feminine attitude.
Etc. Mr. Li seemed to have thought of something and became even more nervous. If the other party is really the daughter of the richest man, then the man next to her. Isn't he the son-in-law of the richest man? Shit. After silently cursing, Mr. Li immediately planned to run away.
As long as you run fast enough, you can avoid any bad luck. But before he could even raise his foot, Qin Feng stopped him. Hey, Mr. Li, you just left after making such a mockery.
How can such an easy thing happen in this world? I was blind to the truth.
I didn't expect Mr. Qin to be so low-key. Gritting his teeth, Mr. Li said stubbornly, knowing that he was locked up.
And at this moment, he had already pushed away the internet celebrity-looking woman next to him.
After all, she said a lot of sarcastic words just now.
Mr. Li? What's wrong?
The woman looked at Mr. Li's respectful look, frowned, and was a little surprised.
What's going on?
Shut up, that guy is not someone you can afford to mess with. He said it in a low voice, and Mr. Li quickly smiled apologetically.
However, this series of operations surprised Qin Feng. He hasn't even started to act smart yet, and he's already giving in? This is too fast. Boss Li is truly a man of insight. He's already praising me?
Shaking his head, Qin Feng just finished signing the contract.
Lin Lan also handed the key to Qin Feng.
But the moment Qin Feng took the key, Lin Lan seemed to have thought of something and asked, Mr. Qin Feng, do you need a card delivery ceremony?
Card delivery ceremony?
Qin Feng's mind instantly flashed to that messy way of celebrating the car, and he immediately shook his head and said seriously, no need, that's too exaggerated, I'm a low-key person.
I see.
There aren't many people in this society who are as low-key as you. Lin Lan's eyes suddenly dimmed. The other person is so handsome, she really wants to spend more time with him. Oh, this is our store's official WeChat account. If there's any problem with your car, you can contact us at any time and we'll immediately send the appropriate equipment to resolve it.
Suddenly, I thought of something.
Lin Lan's eyes brightened, she took out her cell phone and asked Qin Feng to scan it.
After Qin Feng finished scanning, what was displayed was his personal account.
But he had no objection to this.
Never mind. Just add it.
He experiences this kind of thing every day, and it would be embarrassing to talk about it now.
Add.
Qin Feng said lightly.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Qin Feng. I will start the booth and let it descend to the first floor.
Seeing that her friend passed, Lin Lan was a little happy and immediately said, Seeing Lin Lan coming downstairs, Qin Feng looked at Mr. Li and the woman with the internet celebrity face. The opponent lowered his posture so much that he had no intention of fighting him.
There are many people in Shanghai who look down on others. He can't do this every time.
What's more, the other party is so disgusting that he really doesn't want to get entangled with him anymore.
Miss Long, shall we go?
Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying and asked.
Qin.
No, husband, you go to the car first.
Lang Ying replied.
Qin Feng immediately understood and quickly got into the car and waited. He knew very well that Mr. Li was in trouble. At most, he was just slapping others in the face.
Just have fun and that's it.
According to Lang Ying, things are not that simple.
Chapter 12. No one can bully my husband. May I have your name? Mr. Li.
The greasy middle-aged man's face was covered in cold sweat, and he answered in a trembling voice.
I'm not asking about your position.
Her eyes turned cold, and Lang Ying felt a little annoyed and irritated as she looked at the middle-aged man. In fact, the main reason was that this person bullied Qin Feng. Otherwise, she probably would never have a conversation with such a disgusting person like this in her entire life.
Don't be so harsh. Mr. Li's full name is Mr. Li.
Seeing that Mr. Li was so cowardly in front of Lang Ying, the internet celebrity-looking woman next to him also lost her confidence and answered weakly.
Just stop talking.
Mr. Li wiped the sweat off his face, put on a smile and looked at Lang Ying, explaining, my parents wanted me to be the general manager, so they gave me this name.
So?
Lang Ying was speechless.
This name is really an advantage.
This name will be used wherever you go or wherever you hold office. Whenever his full name is needed, everyone should call him Mr. Li. Moreover, this guy really lived up to his parents' hopes and actually made it to the position of general manager.
Where do you work? Tianhua Technology Company, Limited. Got it.
Take care of yourself, Mr. Li. When Lang Ying said these two words, her tone was deliberately much heavier.
After saying that, she went down the stairs from the second floor.
Well. Watching Lang Ying leave, Mr. Li seemed to have lost his soul.
He lost his energy in an instant, like an eggplant hit by frost.
Wilted.
My life might be over.
Sitting in the Lamborghini Aventador, Lang Ying stared at the phone in her hand with her beautiful eyes, clicked a few times, and then put it in her bag. Because Lang Ying did not hide her intentions from Qin Feng, who was sitting in the driver's seat, only needed to turn his head slightly to see Lang Ying playing with WeChat. And the tapping on the phone just now was actually typing. The content is, please help me check if there is a Mr. Li in Tianhua Technology Company, Limited.
Good job. Now you can guess what she wants to do even with your toes. That's not necessary.
Qin Feng reached out and tentatively patted Lang Ying's little head, saying helplessly.
If there is a need, no one can bully my husband.
Lang Ying did not resist Qin Feng's touch on her head. She turned around and answered stubbornly.
Maybe in her heart.
Qin Feng, whom she had only known for 2 days, had already become an indispensable part of her life. When Qin Feng heard Lang Ying's explanation, he was stunned. The hand that was stroking her little head also stopped. He really didn't expect Lang Ying to be so supportive of him that she wouldn't even let him suffer this little bit of grievance.
With such a beautiful woman in my arms, what else can I say? Lang Ying, has no one ever told you that you're cute when you're stubborn?
Lang Ying was stunned when she heard Qin Feng suddenly say this.
Seeing Qin Feng's smiling face, she immediately became alert. What do you mean?
Without waiting for Lang Ying to react, Qin Feng put his arms around her waist and hugged her tightly in his arms. And his lips had already reached her rosy lips. Lang Ying smelled the fragrance on Qin Feng's body, her eyes widened, and her heartbeat reached its peak at this moment. This is her first kiss. A blush suddenly appeared on her face.
I don't know what's going on. Ever since she met Qin Feng, the number of times she blushed has skyrocketed. I blushed more in just 2 days than in the previous year?
Although Lang Ying had never been kissed before, she gradually got used to it under Qin Feng's guidance. Very quickly, a sweet taste flowed into Qin Feng's mouth.
A long time passed.
Lang Ying's face turned red, and when she couldn't bear it anymore, Qin Feng let go. At this time, the bright red lip glaze on Lang Ying's lips had been eaten clean by Qin Feng. However, the corners of Qin Feng's mouth were a little pink. Lang Ying, who was trying hard to breathe and stay calm, couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw this scene. She took out a pack of tissues from her bag and wiped Qin Feng's mouth.
Idiot, lip gloss is also poisonous, okay? Eat it all.
Listening to Long Ying's doting voice and her royal face, Qin Feng felt like he was going to lose all his bones.
This is even more powerful than the bone-dissolving pong. Don't talk to me in that tone again.
Grabbed Long Ying's hand. Qin Feng said seriously, I'm afraid I can't bear it.
Phew.
Lang Ying covered her mouth and laughed.
My husband is so cute.
It seems I have to tease him well in the future.
Well, let's go to your house now. My home? Qin Feng was surprised. Now it was his turn to look at Lang Ying with a wary expression. What do you want to do? Stop it. This reaction made Lang Ying laugh even more. So funny. I just want to see where you live. If possible, how about I help you buy a house tomorrow? Oh, I see. Qin Feng was a little disappointed. To be honest, he is not really a virgin. If Lang Ying insisted, he could reluctantly cooperate. Just now I'm talking about buying a house. Isn't this a bit early?
He has lived in the community for so long that he has become familiar with all the neighbors.
The 50 million will be deposited tomorrow. We'll see then. Qin Feng replied.
Due to stock market rules, no matter how small or large the amount of money obtained from transactions on the same day is, it must be withdrawn the next day.
Avoid excessive trading. It also prevents stock instability. Okay, then I'll go to your house first today.
Taking a deep breath, Lang Ying adjusted her seat and turned to look forward.
You don't want the car anymore?
Qin Feng pointed in the direction of the parking lot. Lang Ying, however, didn't care and replied, come back tomorrow to open it, or ask Butler Wang to drive it back for me.
I just want to be with you right now.
Qin Feng was slightly stunned when he heard Lang Ying's reason.
Idiot, there's plenty of time.
After saying that, he took the steering wheel, started the car, engaged the clutch and stepped on the accelerator, all in one go. The car also started with a catapulting motion and shot forward.
Chapter 13, It's okay, there's still a long way to go.
Soon, Qin Feng's Lamborghini Aventador stopped at the entrance of Sakura Community.
This is the house Qin Feng rented after graduating from university.
A small apartment, about 50 square meters, with a living room, balcony, bathroom, kitchen, bedroom, etc. Although the Sparrow is small, it has all the organs. An apartment like this costs 3,000 yuan a month, which is relatively cheap in Shanghai.
And as a price, the environment here is not so good. The garbage is never picked up.
The vast majority of people living here are elderly. As soon as Qin Feng's car stopped, the eyes of the surrounding neighbors were all focused on him.
There is no way. This isn't some high-end neighborhood, and they've never seen anyone drive in such a cool car as a Lamborghini Aventador. Whose car is this? Why would anyone in our neighborhood drive this car? I don't know. Click.
After parking the car, Qin Feng pulled Lang Ying out of the car. When the neighbors saw that the person coming out of the car was Qin Feng, they were stunned. The people of Qin Feng are handsome, and they all look familiar and know each other. But they were very surprised. This young man's financial situation is obviously not very optimistic.
He was borrowing money from the streets a few days ago. Are you all driving sports cars?
When they saw Lang Ying, they were even more confused. The old man who was out walking his dog didn't even notice that the leash had fallen off.
Not only did Qin Feng drive back a sports car, he also brought back such a beautiful girl? And judging from her temperament, she looks like a star? Good job. Could this be some rich second generation from Shanghai who came here to experience life? No more pretending. The showdown is over, Qin Feng is a billionaire? But of course Qin Feng didn't know these thoughts.
He took Lang Ying's soft little hand very naturally, nodded to the neighbors who were watching, and went upstairs with Lang Ying. After seeing Qin Feng go upstairs, several neighbor aunties found the organization instantly and gathered together as if they were magnets.
I say, what's wrong with this kid Qin Feng? What else could it be? I didn't expect Qin Feng to be so rich. That car looks quite expensive. I've long seen that child is destined to be extraordinary.
As expected, he is a low-key rich second generation.
The main thing is that he's really handsome. The last time I saw him, he wanted to introduce my daughter to him. Come on, look at the girl next to him, she's so pretty and has the aura of a celebrity. Look at it this way, why is our guy so useless? He just lies in bed every day during the holidays, his limbs are almost degenerated. Look at other people, sigh.
Several aunts kept discussing it, their tone full of envy. He is really the other people's child. Upstairs. Open the door. Xin Feng bent down and made a gesture of invitation to Lang Ying.
Is this your home?
Lang Ying smiled, grabbed Xin Feng's hand, and walked into the room with a curious look on her face. A faint smell of negative oxygen ions rushed into her nose.
What a refreshing fragrance!
Lang Ying's eyes lit up and she was a little surprised. It is said that boys' homes are like pig pens. Dirty and messy is the basic condition.
It's normal not to wash your underwear for a week.
I'm too lazy to wash the clothes even though they're piled up like a mountain. She remembered it very clearly when she was young, and so did her father Lang Zian. Without his mother to take care of him, he could go 2 weeks without doing his laundry.
It's better now.
On the other hand, let us look at Qin Feng's residence. There was no peculiar smell, no dirty clothes, and the whole room was very clean.
The air is also unusually fresh. Is this the boy's residence? Lang Ying's own room couldn't be so tidy. Qin Feng, why is your house so tidy? There's even a nice fragrance. This doesn't look like the home of a man living alone at all.
He looked at the furniture around him curiously.
Lang Ying finally sat on the sofa in the small living room under Qin Feng's guidance. I usually clean it when I have nothing to do.
When I was a child, my mother didn't like the house to be dirty, so I was a little influenced by her. Qin Feng smiled and said casually. He still remembers the time when he went to the river as a child to play in the mud and got covered in dirt, and then got beaten on the buttocks by his mother when he got home.
That's no different from killing a pig.
That's a lot better than my dad, who has the cleaning staff do all the work.
Mumbling, Lang Ying answered helplessly. Your father is much better than me.
Qin Feng smiled bitterly.
That's Lang Zian, the richest man in Shanghai. There is a huge gap between him and Lang Zian. Oh, right. Do your parents know about our marriage? Will your father approve of me? Lang Ying thought about it. It shouldn't be difficult.
Come on, your father is the richest man in Shanghai, worth trillions, and you are his only daughter, how could it not be difficult? Qin Feng picked up the water cup on the table and took a sip, then shook his head and said.
This is also the reason why he didn't dare to see Lang Zian after he and Lang Ying got their marriage certificate. He needs to develop like crazy. Otherwise, he will definitely not be worthy of Lang Ying in the future. 2. Lang Ying lowered her head and frowned as she thought. Let me make it clear first, I don't like being a son-in-law or a live-in son-in-law. Qin Feng said quietly. However, upon hearing this, Lang Ying suddenly looked up and was stunned. Phew!
She almost burst out laughing.
Idiot, how is that possible?
Even if my dad lets you be one, I still don't agree with you being a live-in son-in-law. Besides, he hasn't taken care of me since I started junior high school, so his opinion isn't that important. Qin Feng felt warm in his heart when he heard Lang Ying's words.
This girl is always on his side. Holding Lang Ying's hand, Qin Feng's expression was somewhat serious.
Don't worry, I have the confidence to make my father-in-law accept me.
If nothing unexpected happens, you will be my love in this life. What if something unexpected happens? Lang Ying asked blankly.
It was you who was involved in the accident.
Qin Feng looked into Lang Ying's eyes and answered seriously. Good.
Seeing Qin Feng's serious expression, Lang Ying nodded seriously. She could see that Qin Feng's words were sincere.
Besides, how could the man that Lang Ying likes be unknown? And no surprises. She will always be Qin Feng in this life. Qin Feng, I believe you.
She believed what Qin Feng said. Then, to Qin Feng's surprise, Lang Ying came up and kissed Qin Feng on the lips.
This time take the initiative.
Just think of it as a reward for his sincere promise.
For a long time. After showing Lang Ying around his residence, Qin Feng sent her away. There is no way. If Lang Ying really stayed overnight at his house, he really couldn't bear it. And before getting Lang Zian's approval, Qin Feng didn't want to force Lang Ying.
I really plan to spend my whole life with Lang Ying. It doesn't matter, there is still a long way to go.
Chapter 14, My goodness, I am really a big son of the system. 7 o'clock in the evening.
If it were any other time, Qin Feng might be playing games, watching videos, or watching TV. But now he has Lang Ying. Life became about chatting with Lang Ying while studying the mysteries of the system. Since the system is to make yourself the most perfect person, then Qin Feng himself cannot be idle. The system allows him to learn whatever he touches. Of course, he had to cram in a lot of knowledge in a short period of time in order to be prepared for any emergency.
It is always good to be a person who plans ahead.
And just now, while we were eating, Shinfeng learned another skill through the system.
The strongest chef skill.
Now the food he makes ranges from all kinds of wonderful delicacies from Dragon Country to those from foreign Michelin chefs.
He can beat them all. If Qin Feng's family didn't have any complete ingredients, he could have cooked a full banquet. There is no way, the conditions are limited. Now his family can only make 4 dishes with the ingredients they have.
Looking at the 4 dishes on the glass table, Shinfeng frowned and started eating.
Soon, an hour passed. Oh.
Shinfeng took a long breath, held his head with both hands, and lay on the soft bed.
An inexplicable fragrance filled his nose.
Lang Ying had slept on this bed before, and there was still a hint of her scent on it. The richest man in Shanghai, a trillionaire. Squinting his eyes, Shinfeng was thinking about what he should do next.
He now has assets worth 50 million.
For ordinary people, his current assets have surpassed most people.
But this is the magic city.
50 million was invested, and not a single splash was made. He still needs primitive accumulation of capital.
50 million is just a small amount of money.
Running a company campaign takes no more than a month to burn out. What's more, he doesn't know what specific work to do now.
Finance?
Shinfeng frowned and pondered over this point. He has the strongest investor skills. With the support of the system, it should not be a problem to set up a financial company.
Okay, let's try.
Shinfeng suddenly sat up from the bed, walked to the computer desk and began to study financial knowledge. To hell with that crappy investment magazine.
Now he is going to study systematically. Time is urgent, and for Lang Ying, he has to study hard. A sleepless night.
Shinfeng was immersed in the world of system-accelerated learning and couldn't extricate himself. The originally obscure financial knowledge was enhanced by the system and turned into jumping bytes that madly poured into Qinfeng's brain and could not be stopped. It wasn't until the sky brightened a little that his alarm interrupted his thoughts.
Is it dawn already?
Rubbing his slightly red eyes, Shinfeng turned off the computer and got up to wash up.
He needs to wake up.
In one night, he learned a lot of financial knowledge. But these alone might have made him a top figure on Wall Street. However, to catch up with the richest man in Shanghai, some original capital accumulation is still needed.
To put it bluntly, you still need enough money.
After washing up, Shinfeng looked through the messages on his phone. At this time, the 50 million in stocks had already been credited to the account. Looking at his 50 square meter room, Shinfeng realized that it was time to move to a new house. But at this moment, the system, which had no presence until now, suddenly spoke. Ding, it's detected that the host has studied all night through the system, earning the title of extremely diligent and a reward of 2 independent villas in a special area of the Magic City Thompson first floor, totaling 230 million. Please note that the villa keys have been distributed under the villa doormat, and the property deeds and purchase contract have been distributed on the table in the lobby on the first floor of the villa.
Please pick them up as soon as possible.
The villa has been purchased under the host's name through legal channels, please rest assured. After hearing what the system said, Shinfeng's body suddenly shook and he was stunned for a few seconds.
Good job. This system is okay. I am like its own son. After studying all night, you get a house as a reward without any hesitation, and it's a luxury house? But I still have to get the property title and contract. This son is still not close enough to me.
Shinfeng said jokingly with a slight smile. At the same time, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and searched for the location of his house.
Thompson First Grade.
It is a real estate developed by Thompson Group Company, Limited, and is located next to Lujiazui Riverside Avenue in Shanghai. As soon as it was launched, Tangcheniping began pre-sale at a unit price of 110,000 yuan per square meter, creating the highest price for luxury homes in Longhua. Although it was eventually reduced to 50,000 yuan per square meter, it is still an extremely luxurious property.
Let's go and have a look.
After searching the location of his villa on his mobile phone, Shinfeng opened the door.
It's hard to imagine.
There are still people in this world who need to search to see their own house.
Moment.
Driving his newly bought Lamborghini Aventador, Shinfeng set off according to the instructions on the evil map.
20 minutes later, he came to the gate of the community.
Because the house purchase contract has been generated by the system, Xin Feng's personal information has already been entered into the door access control system. He can pass through the access control by just scanning his face. After entering Thompson first grade, Xin Feng was somewhat shocked. The entire community is highly green, with large private gardens. The apartment complex also provides leisure, fitness, swimming, sauna, SPA and private banquet services. What is surprising is that it took Xin Feng half a year just to decorate this villa. All the materials are precious materials. Of course, such terminology is introduced systematically. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? The more Xin Feng looked at it, the more surprised he was, but he really liked it in his heart. After parking the car, he went to 2 villas in a special area. Now Xin Feng can't wait to see what his house looks like. The outside is so luxurious, do I need to tell you what the inside is like? After a facial verification, Xin Feng walked for a while and found 2 villas. Under the footrest. In front of the villa. Xin Feng looked at the black footpad, bent down and touched it, and took out a golden card. He looked at the electronic door in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then he brushed it. The second floor of the villa. Standing on the protruding pavilion, Xin Feng looked outside. He has already seen the house. In one word, very good. But what satisfied him most was this pavilion. Comfortable bedrooms and magnificent living rooms may be found in other luxury homes, but the sense of superiority of standing on the balcony of Thompson 1 and looking down on the Magic City can only be felt in Thompson 1. The moment Xin Feng finished looking at the first floor and entered the second floor, his eyes were attracted by the protruding pavilion of the villa. And he finally understood why the house was sold at such a high price. Standing on a high place and looking down, he felt as if he owned the entire Bund and the Huangpu River. He believed that customers who purchased Tangshan Ipin were not just buying a luxury house, but a movie ticket that would allow them to see the past and future of Shanghai. Phew, luxury. Lying on the railing of the pavilion, Xin Feng narrowed his eyes and silently gazed at the entire Demon City. Next door is Special Area 1. It was also a very large apartment, only slightly bigger than his house. Xin Feng became interested and turned to look. He wanted to see what one looked like. At this moment, on the pavilion of Building 1, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was holding a newspaper and reading it seriously. Xin Feng suddenly laughed. Are there still people reading newspapers these days? It's incredible. Just search on Baidu on your mobile phone and it will show up. However, just as Xin Feng was about to leave, he was suddenly startled. That man looks like Lang Ying. Chapter 15 Lang Ying's father? I only know a little about stocks. No. To be more precise, the 2 people seem a bit like father and daughter. Gurgle. Gurgle. After swallowing twice, Xin Feng got goosebumps all over his body. I'm here to look at a house. I wonder if I'll run into Lang Ying's father. Thinking about. Xin Feng quickly took out his cell phone and opened Baidu. As the richest man in Shanghai, Lang Zian would of course be recorded on Baidu. There will definitely be pictures on it. No way? Really? Xin Feng opened Baidu Encyclopedia and secretly compared it with the middle-aged man reading a newspaper next to him. Good job. It cannot be said that they are exactly the same. They are simply carved from the same mold. Lang Zian, the richest man in the Magic City, my father-in-law, lives next door to me? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly and Xin Feng hurried to leave. Anyway, he had already finished observing his villa, so it was okay. It's extremely dangerous here. He had to leave quickly. He must not meet Lang Ying's father until he has made some achievements. Thinking. He opened the door and left. It was just a coincidence that he met Lang Zian as soon as he went out. Xin Feng was startled, took a quick look, and hurried towards the exit. When Lang Ying's father saw Xin Feng, he looked very interested in him. I guess this guy is the one who bought 2 buildings a few days ago? So young? What a promising young man. She is pretty and has a good temperament, a bit like me when I was young. But why does he seem so hurried? Following behind Xin Feng, Lang Zian looked him up and down, praising him silently. Being able to purchase Thompson's first-class medicine at the age of 20-something, all of this was achieved by Xin Feng alone and with his system. Little brother, you are the owner of Building 2, right? I am your neighbor, and you are not very old. When they reached the center of the courtyard, Lang Ying's father took the initiative to wave and greet Xin Feng. He is an old father.
concerned about my daughter's marriage.
Seeing that Qin Feng had a generous demeanor and extraordinary bearing, more importantly, he sought his younger self in Qin Feng.
Lang Ziyan couldn't help but feel a liking for him. Yes, are you okay?
Seeing Lung Ying's father greeting him, Qin Feng knew he couldn't avoid it, so he had to bite the bullet and go ahead.
Heroes truly emerge from youth.
You're so young and yet you're able to buy a house in Thompson first floor.
Which director in the Magic City are you the son of?
The moment Lung Ziyan saw Qin Feng face to face, his eyes suddenly lit up. It had been a long time since he had seen such an energetic young man with such sharp and bright eyes. Those who can afford the special area of Thompson Epine in Shanghai must be either rich or noble. It is definitely impossible to start from scratch.
So he asked directly who Qin Feng's father was.
This made Qin Feng very upset.
I'm not the son of any director. I'm just a young man. There is really no other way.
Qin Feng answered with gritted teeth.
How could his father be a director?
Oh, he started from scratch and achieved great success at a young age. Seeing that Qin Feng was unwilling to speak, Lang's father did not force him to ask and gave an ambiguous answer.
Are you looking at stocks?
I caught a glimpse of the newspaper in Lang's father's hand, and there was a red circle on it that was very eye-catching. And the circle shows the trend of a stock.
Oh.
Lang's father weighed the newspaper in his hand and said, I bought it for fun.
What? Do you understand this?
At this time, Qin Feng had also calmed down. Although Lang's father had seen him in the past, he had changed so much in the past few decades that he probably wouldn't be able to recognize him.
I only know a little bit about 100 million.
Qin Feng is the chosen one who possesses a system. He can predict in advance whether the stock price will rise or fall in the future. When Lang's father heard Qin Feng say this, he smiled slightly, a smile that showed that he saw through everything.
He's definitely being humble. Little brother, you are too modest. Since you know a little bit, can you help me take a look at Wangxing Pharmaceuticals stock? As he spoke, Lang Ziyan unfolded the newspaper in his hand without any hesitation and moved closer to Qin Feng.
Seeing Lang Ziyan's actions, Qin Feng was stunned.
The richest man in Shanghai, is he so approachable? Okay, let me take a look.
Qin Feng read the newspaper while taking out his mobile phone to search for stocks. At this time, his strongest investor skill was also activated.
I have to say that Lang Ziyan has a very unique business acumen.
The stock price of Wangxing Pharmaceutical has fluctuated during this period, but according to the system.
In the next week, the world's top pharmaceutical tycoon will take up the position of CEO of Wangxing Pharmaceutical Company, Limited.
By then, this stock will definitely soar.
But I think Wangxing Pharmaceuticals isn't very promising. It's going to experience a huge spike in price and a limit down in a week. It's very unstable, but it's worth a try. But if it were mine, I'd sell it as soon as possible. As for Enghui Pharmaceutical, you might want to invest a bit. This stock might skyrocket.
Watching Qin Feng pointing at two stocks,
Dad Lang blinked, looking a little dazed.
He looked at the stock for a long time and asked several people about its value, and no one said anything bad about it.
But the young man in front of me actually said it was not good?
Moreover, Enghui Pharmaceutical's flagship company is Enghui Technology Company, Limited, which is an old traditional industry in the industry.
Supported by special cold medicine, it has always been lukewarm. How could it possibly skyrocket? My opinions are for reference only. You can just listen to them for fun.
Looking at Lang Ziyan's expression, Qin Feng knew that he definitely didn't believe what he said.
But it doesn't matter. He couldn't just promise Lang Ziyan to sell the shares. This is obviously weird.
He didn't believe what he said, and there was nothing he could do. Even the richest man in Shanghai probably doesn't care about this little money.
If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Qin Feng didn't plan to stay long.
If Lang's father suddenly remembered him, he would be finished.
It's better to walk fast. Okay, bye. Looking at Qin Feng's leaving figure, Lang's father shook his head and was very appreciative.
Calm and generous, with elegant conversation. More importantly, he did not show any anger because he did not believe his vision.
It is very rare among young people.
But what surprised him was that he had never heard of this person in Shanghai. According to Qin Feng's economic strength, it is impossible for him to remain unknown.
Wangxing Pharmaceutical will fall, and Enghui Pharmaceutical will rise? Never mind. Dad Ling frowned and didn't take it seriously.
Whether it is right or not is another matter. He is now very curious about Qin Feng's identity.
Back home.
Dad Ling put the newspaper he had been reading for a long time on the sofa, took out his tablet and searched carefully, but he looked very happy. At this time, a beautiful woman with charm came into the living room carrying a plate of fruit.
This is Lang Ying's mother, Lin Yanran.
The only difference between her name and her best friend Su Yanran is the last name.
Seeing an inexplicable smile on her husband's face, she asked, "Is it because another little girl wants your prestige today that you are so happy?" "No, don't set me up."
Lang's father looked at his wife warily and shook his head, saying, "I just saw a very nice young man today, and he looked familiar."
Hearing this, Lin's mother chuckled. "I never thought you would praise someone like that. That guy must be pretty good. I think that young man is a good match for Ling Ying. Let me ask which director's son he is." Mother Lin looked at her husband's excitement and couldn't help shaking her head.
People are afraid that their daughters will get married too early. He was worried that his daughter would get married too late.
"I worry about this all day long. Come on."
After saying this silently, Lin's mother stood up and left, leaving the old father to enjoy himself.
Chapter 16, My company owns half of yours? Is Mr. Lung cold?
At the entrance of Thompson Epine community, Qin Feng drove out of the community under the envious gaze of the security guard, and then contacted Lang Ying immediately.
"I think I saw your dad today."
In the director's office of Lang's Fragrance Company, Limited, Lang Ying crossed her long legs and looked at her mobile phone with a confused look on her face.
"What?" "Qin Feng, I met your father at Thompson Epine."
"Lang Ying, my father does own a house in Thompson Epine, but he rarely lives there."
"What are you doing there? Buying a house? Good job."
Looking at the WeChat message, Qin Feng's mouth twitched.
"It seems that my father-in-law has more than one house. That's Tangchen Epine. He basically doesn't live in such a luxurious property? It's hard to imagine what Lung Zian's real residence looks like."
"I bought a villa in Thompson Epine.
"Can I take you there to see it in a few days?"
Qin Feng thought for a moment and sent it to Lang Ying.
"Good." Lang Ying replied.
"I have something to take care of.
Let's talk later."
After Qin Feng sent the message, he put his phone aside.
Lang Ying said this because she really had something to say.
However, just when Qin Feng wanted to go home to continue studying the system to make money, his cell phone rang again.
"If you have time, you can also come to visit my company. In the future, half of this place will belong to you."
Seeing this news, Qin Feng smiled slightly and started the car to head to Lang's fragrance industry.
And at this time,
after Lang Ying, who was far away in the company, sent this message, her face turned a little red. As a CEO, she is always the first to feel shy in front of her beloved Qin Feng. But when she saw the plan in front of her, a look of worry unconsciously began to appear on her face. There is a piece of land in Shanghai that is currently being tendered. It was not implemented last time. A piece of land on Shaohua Road, Zixing Avenue in Shanghai is a special economic development zone. According to relevant sources, there will be some changes on Zixing Avenue in the next 5 years, causing the land on Shaohua Road to become one of the most economically prosperous areas in the region.
Certainly. Since Lang Ying could find someone to figure it out, then other bigwigs in the Magic City could also know about it. Like Lang Ying, they are determined to get this piece of land. Although Lang Ying has hundreds of millions of dollars in her hands, it may not be enough to face these well-funded old guys. Lang Ying pinched her brows, feeling a little depressed. She knows. If Lang's fragrance industry acquires this piece of land, the company's stock will surely skyrocket after listing. On the contrary, it is not very optimistic. Unless someone in their company can come up with a hit perfume to reverse the situation. But how is that possible? We agreed to start our own business. Does that mean I can only rely on my father for all this? Shaking her head, Lang Ying immediately gave up the idea. She had promised her father Lang Zian before. She is in full control of the company's affairs and he cannot interfere. And now? How do you say you need help with every little difficulty? Forget it, if it doesn't work, just give up. Lang Ying sighed. Although she felt unwilling, she couldn't say anything. Let those big guys fight to the death. The other side. At the entrance of Lang's Fragrance Group, Qin Feng found a parking lot to park his car, and then came to the first floor of the building. "Hello sir, this is Lang's Incense Company. Non-company employees are not allowed to enter."
Before he could go in, he was stopped by the etiquette lady at the door. However, for a handsome guy like Qin Feng, even if she stopped him, the etiquette lady would explain in the most gentle tone.
Can I come in with an appointment?
Qin Feng also understood that it was too lame for anyone to be able to join such a large enterprise.
Do you have an appointment?
When the etiquette lady heard Qin Feng mention the appointment, she asked very politely.
Sorry, no.
Qin Feng answered honestly. Hearing this, Miss Etiquette couldn't help but sigh helplessly, and looked at Qin Feng dimly. Don't tease me, if anyone sees me, my salary will be deducted.
Okay, I'll ask her to come down and pick me up.
Without making things difficult for the etiquette lady, Qin Feng took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lang Ying. He is also a worker, so it is understandable not to let him in.
Everyone can understand. After a while, Lang Ying came down. The clothes Lang Ying wore today caught Qin Feng's eye. Maybe it's because of work.
Lang Ying was wearing a professional outfit today, a short skirt and black stockings, and her waterfall-like black hair was neatly tied up on her head.
Dressed like this, Lang Ying's queenly temperament is fully displayed. It's very nice. My wife is indeed the most beautiful. She looks good in whatever she wears.
The etiquette lady was a little surprised to see Lang Ying coming over, and quickly bowed her head to greet her.
Hello, Mr. Lang.
Lang Ying ignored him and walked towards Qin Feng with concentration.
Lang Ying, here she comes.
Qin Feng asked with a smile. I forgot to tell the front desk your name in advance.
I've been a little forgetful lately. I'm sorry, husband.
When she reached Qin Feng's front, Lang Ying naturally put her arm around his and leaned sweetly against him.
And saw this scene.
The etiquette lady suddenly began to doubt her life.
This is a good guy. Who was the aloof female director who just passed by her? President Lang, whose aura is so strong that even the senior executives dare not speak to him easily, is actually leaning on a man at this moment? And you call him husband? What a joke. When did Mr. Lang get married? And she looks like such a little woman. Is this still the President Lang she knows?
The etiquette lady was stunned and stood there at a loss as to what to do. Just watched Lang Ying and Qin Feng walk over.
Soon,
led by Lang Ying, Qin Feng came to the top floor of the building.
Entering the office, Qin Feng looked at the white papers on the desk, which looked like a mess. Sigh. The president's job is no easier than that of the employees. Sit here. I have a meeting later. Do you want to come with me?
Lang Ying pinched Qin Feng's shoulders and pressed him into her position as CEO, while she went to the water dispenser and poured a glass of water for Qin Feng.
That's fine. I'm relatively free now anyway.
Watching Lang Ying walking around, Qin Feng felt a little bored. Seeing a project plan on the table, he picked it up and started flipping through it casually.
Zixing Avenue Shaohua Road bidding proposal? Murmuring.
Suddenly, the system voice appeared. Ding, it's detected that the host is reading knowledge about real estate and has been awarded the title of the strongest businessman.
Detected that the host is learning real estate knowledge, knowledge point +1, rewarded with a business map. Chapter 17, Magic City Business Map? That land is rubbish. Business map?
Qin Feng was very surprised when he heard the voice of the system in his head.
But then, countless unfamiliar messages suddenly flooded into his mind, and he couldn't stop them. Buzz.
Qin Feng groaned, a little bit unbelieving. All the events of the next month in the Magic City flashed through his mind rapidly. House relocation, stocks, company transactions, auctions.
Each of these events could make an average person a millionaire. There are so many opportunities.
However, for Qin Feng, these opportunities take too long and the returns are too slow.
This is?
Frowning slightly, Qin Feng seemed to have found something special from a pile of useless information. In the next 3 days, the Shanghai municipal government will formulate new real estate policies and build a new subway line on the left side of Qixin Road in Shanghai.
Magic City. It is an extremely prosperous metropolis. Wherever the subway goes, development will occur.
According to the information just now, the Shanghai municipal government clearly intends to develop the Qixin Road area.
What if that piece of land happens to be acquired by someone? That's a windfall.
Qin Feng murmured for a moment, then put down the plan and took out his cell phone from his pocket to search.
Unethical map plus Baidu.
With the powerful information engine, the specific information of Qixin Road in Shanghai was immediately searched out.
What surprised Qin Feng was the new subway line actually runs through the old city of Shanghai? You know.
Although the Qixin Road area is relatively close to the downtown area of Shanghai. But the economy has always been poor, and the old city has complicated roads and poor transportation, so basically no one goes there.
It has been almost forgotten by young people in recent years. Why is this being planned again? That's strange.
Shaking his head, Xin Feng looked at the passing points along the new subway line. When he saw that the subway terminal was near the coast, he immediately understood the purpose of this trunk line.
Good job.
There are often large-scale comic exhibitions near the Mickey Mouse Park in Shanghai, and there is even an undeveloped real estate project not far away.
If this trunk line is open,
this place must be a feng shui treasure land. There is no trunk line in Shanghai that connects 3 or 4 large economic regions like this one. After the main line is open to traffic, this place will definitely become the area with the largest flow of people in Shanghai.
We must take this piece of land.
Xin Feng clenched his fists, determined to win. Just as he was lost in thought, Lang Ying waved her hand in front of him with a look of confusion on her face.
Xin Feng, what are you talking about? What must be taken down? Ha? Nothing.
Xin Feng came back to his senses instantly, looking at the exquisite and royal Lang Ying in front of him. He couldn't help but smile in answer. Lang Ying got the response and looked at Xin Feng helplessly.
He looked like an idiot just now. She was scared to death. I'm glad you're okay. I thought you were possessed.
As she spoke, Lang Ying took the land plan from the table and no longer had any hope for this project. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door.
Miss, I'm Linen. I have something to talk to you about. It's about the last bidding.
Hearing that it was Assistant Linen who was talking outside, Lang Ying didn't think twice and replied directly, "Okay, come in, the plan is here with me."
Hiss.
The door was pushed open and Linen walked in. Because Lang Ying's desk was facing the door, as soon as he came in, he saw Xin Feng sitting in the president's chair. After looking around, he saw his young lady Lang Ying sitting next to him with a business plan in her hand. "Miss, the bidding price for the Shaohua Road land has already exceeded 300 million.
Those bigwigs in Shanghai will definitely add more money. Should we still bid?"
Linen looked at Xin Feng, and although he was a little surprised, he didn't say anything.
As Lang Ying's assistant and housekeeper, he is very good at reading people's expressions.
Xin Feng sat in the main seat.
His young lady Lang Ying obviously had no reaction and looked as if it was natural. It should be someone I know or someone I get along well with. Just don't worry about it. Has it already exceeded 300 million? That's faster than I thought.
Handing the plan in her hand to Linen, Lang Ying frowned, looking very melancholy. Those local tycoons in Shanghai are really rich.
The area on Shaohua Road is obviously not worth 300 million yuan. To be honest, 300 million, a very dangerous price.
If the land is not developed within 2 years, the capital chain will be in short supply.
Of course, it's her company.
Those local bosses should have the strength to swallow this pit silently.
The risk outweighs the gain. I choose not to invest.
Although she felt somewhat unwilling, Lang Ying could not easily gamble on the future. She is fully responsible for Lang's incense business, so she must at least make it look good and show it to her father Lang Zian. However, all the preparations made for this land these days have been wasted.
It's a bit of a pity. Miss, wait for another opportunity.
Seeing Lang Ying's unwilling look, Linen also felt uncomfortable. He has seen how hard Lang Ying has worked these days.
It would be a shame to give up now. Why do you look so unwilling?
That piece of land is worth at most 200 million.
You made the right choice by giving it up.
Looking up at the unwilling expressions of Linen and his wife Lang Ying, Xin Feng suddenly broke the silence and spoke in a flat tone. Linen looked at Xin Feng and frowned slightly.
Xin Feng, my husband. Lang Ying introduced. Oh, Mr. Lang's son-in-law. Linen nodded and murmured as if he understood.
No wonder Lang Ying had no objection to sitting in the director's chair, it turned out to be her husband.
What? Husband? Miss, is this your husband? Sudden. Linen jumped up.
He was confused.
What's the meaning? Miss, when did you get married? I haven't heard Mr. Lang mention it, so how come I don't know?
Seeing Linen so surprised, Lang Ying was very calm. She had already simulated this scene in her mind. If her father Lang Zian knew about this at this time, he would probably be even more excited. We just got the marriage certificate, we didn't have a wedding, but you can't tell my dad now, otherwise you won't be my housekeeper anymore. Waiting for Linen to calm down, Lang Ying said in an unquestionable tone.
What? Your dad doesn't know you got the marriage certificate yet? Linen was confused again. Good job. Getting married with someone else without telling his father, shouldn't this be the impression he has of Lang Ying? Miss, you are a little too crazy. Linen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and reluctantly agreed to Lang Ying. But what if I don't agree? He has been working with Lang Xian for a long time and is considered a veteran.
When Lang Ying was a child, he often took time to take care of her. Because he had no children, he simply treated Lang Ying as his own daughter.
At the moment, he can only follow Lang Ying's wishes and hide it from Lang Xian.
Xin Feng looked at the elegant linen in front of him and felt that this middle-aged man was very accommodating to Lang Ying.
But he didn't expect it.
When Lang Ying threatened Linen, she actually had a cute and arrogant feeling.
I love this kind of daughter-in-law. Chapter 18. Can you trust Xin Feng forever?
You just said that the land on Xiaohua Road is worth at most 200 million, but if I lose it, I won't be able to find a good location in the Magic City. Feeling a little depressed, Lang Ying sat on tiptoe on the huge desk and asked Xin Feng casually.
How could she not know what Xin Feng said? But if there is a better option, why would she stick to one plan?
Land in Shanghai is so expensive that it's not easily developed. It will be hard to find a location as good as Xiaohua Road in the future. Linen looked at Xin Feng, his tone still filled with resentment.
I have a better plan.
Xin Feng spoke slowly, holding his hands together.
You're probably just pretty, what good plan can you have? Could it be that you have a better vision than 30 excellent market analysts plus me and the young lady?
Linen frowned, his tone hinting at disdain.
Hearing this, Lang Ying couldn't help but glare at Linen. Don't be so quick to deny it. Xin Feng didn't care about Lin An's hostility. That's right.
Seeing that the cabbages that had grown for so many years were suddenly picked secretly, he was lucky enough not to beat up the person who picked them. Xin Feng picked up his phone, stood up and walked to Lang Ying, pointing to the Xiaohua Road area and began to explain. Although the land on Xiaohua Road is close to the development zone, it is surrounded by a heavy industrial park. Although the pollution problem is not that serious, it does lead to a certain degree of sparse traffic in the surrounding area, and there is only one large commercial building.
You should know the nature of this land better than I do.
It will definitely not be developed within 2 years. I wouldn't pay 100 million to buy a development zone that won't be developed in the short term.
Listening to Qin Feng's explanation, Lang Ying nodded slightly.
She had considered these issues, but because they were too minor, she didn't think about them too much. After Qin Feng's analysis, it was indeed not worth it. Although it is an important piece of land, just wait for it to appreciate in value.
However, the price is unlikely to increase in the short term.
If the development cycle is too long, her company will lose 300 million yuan at once, and the subsequent business plans will be reduced.
If there is not enough funds, the company will have some problems in the future. So what do you think? After listening to Qin Feng's explanation, Lin An's anger subsided.
This guy who stole the cabbages that he had watched grow in his own home is really capable.
Hubby, if you say that, you must have already found another good location for the land, right?
Lang Ying also raised her head at this time and looked at Qin Feng with anticipation. She also got to know Qin Feng's personality through chatting over the past few days.
He would never do anything without certainty.
Qin Feng looked at the two people's expectant eyes, raised his eyebrows, and opened another page on his phone.
The Qixin Road area of Qihai Avenue in the Magic City. Here? Hearing this location, Lang Ying immediately frowned. Linen, on the other hand, was outspoken and questioned directly, here?
Please start your performance.
Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng, also wanting an explanation.
She had also analyzed the location of Qixin Road. On the contrary, this area has been thoroughly analyzed by all the bigwigs in Shanghai. The conclusions reached by all parties were surprisingly consistent.
A piece of rotten land. Backward transportation, backward housing, backward everything.
It is not far from the downtown area of Shanghai, but its economy is terrible.
Anyone who buys in this kind of area is a fool. Don't be impatient, listen to me slowly. Qin Feng answered calmly without any haste or impatience.
He pointed at Qixin Road.
This place, although it's terrible, but look at its location near a series of large commercial buildings. Even though the traffic is terrible, isn't there a lot of foot traffic through these narrow paths? The important thing is that it's cheap. Buying this area will also give Lang's incense industry enough funds to withstand unexpected accidents.
After listening to the explanation, Linen looked up at Qin Feng with a look as if he was looking at a fool.
Are you kidding me? Do you think this is a geography test asking you to explore geographical factors?
Everyone knows the factors that Qin Feng mentioned, but the old city is too bad. Although there is a lot of traffic and it is close to commercial buildings. But one communication is worth 1,000 words.
It really sucks.
The road can only support one-way traffic, in case another car comes from the opposite direction.
Sorry. You can only return the same way.
This place is obviously a waste, an area that is neither tasty nor worth throwing away.
I thought you were a discerning person, but I didn't expect you to be such a scumbag.
Linen said to Qin Feng with great dissatisfaction.
Why did his young lady choose this person?
It was really impulsive. He thought the other party was pointing out a good section of the road, but he didn't expect it to be a rotten old town area that had been analyzed as bad by the bigwigs from all sides in Shanghai. If this place was really useful, it would have been snatched away by bigwigs from all sides long ago.
Can it be left untouched for 2 or 3 years? Ridiculous.
Qin Feng was not angry when he heard Lin An's questioning tone. On the contrary, he walked to the computer with a smile, searched for the same information as on the mobile phone, and then rolled a piece of paper into a strip and placed it horizontally on the page.
What if a subway line is planned for Qixin Road in the near future? Do I look like a fool? Are you kidding me?
Linen was speechless.
He looked at Qin Feng and asked, "Do you think you're a prophet? A god descended from heaven? Can you just build a subway?"
Qin Feng threw the paper away, shrugged helplessly, and replied, "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do.
Anyway, I decided 3 days ago that I would never do anything without confidence." Linen felt helpless when he saw Qin Feng's asking for a beating look.
He was very confused. Why would the smart Ling Ying marry this guy?
What else does this guy have besides being handsome? I believe you, Qin Feng.
At this time, Lang Ying, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke and smiled at Qin Feng.
Miss? Lin An's forehead was covered with sweat. Good job. Is stupidity contagious? What's wrong with his lady?
Linen, stop talking.
I believe Qin Feng. Did you know that Qin Feng made 50 million in one day? Lang Ying turned and asked Linen. 50 million a day?
Linen was a little surprised.
Cray Technology's stock price surged 3 days ago.
Qin Feng bought it when it was only 10 yuan per share and sold it at the upper limit of 2003 per share. Lang Ying explained softly. After saying this, Linen was stunned.
What is this? Was it this young man who predicted the last stock market boom? What kind of eyesight is this?
He also plays stocks. I didn't pay attention to the stock of Crane Technology at that time.
The rise of this inconspicuous stock is purely due to human manipulation.
But after he learned about it, he found that it was a legitimate appreciation.
This kind of eyesight, is it possible for a human to have such ability? I'm speechless.
Linen looked at Qin Feng, and there was finally some admiration in his eyes.
Chapter 19, 150 million? In whole numbers?
Because the stock price increase of Crane Technology was the first in recent years. The value increased from $10 per share to $2,000 per share.
Not once in 3 years.
Logically, this kind of sharp vision should be deduced by a veteran with rich age and experience like the stock king Warren Buffett.
Unexpectedly, it was a young man in his 20s? What kind of eyesight is this?
With this kind of vision, his doubts are no longer of any reference value.
How about it, wife? Do you want this piece of land on Qixin Road?
Ignoring Lin An's admiring look, Qin Feng walked to Lang Ying and asked seriously.
Actually,
Qin Feng really wanted Lang Ying to take over the land on Qixin Road.
Because no matter what, he will find a way to get this land.
But now he only has 50 million yuan earned from stocks. He has already made a thorough analysis of the land on Qixin Road. The bigwigs in Shanghai don't know its value now, and this piece of land is still in a state of no one is interested in it.
But that piece of land is really too big.
It stretches out like a jet from the city center of Magic City to the coast. Even if no one is interested and the price has been falling year after year, it still costs at least around 200 million yuan to buy it. Qin Feng's 50 million is definitely not enough, he needs to find someone to raise funds. But he was unwilling to find someone else, it would be much better to have his own wife. She just needed this piece of land.
And how much land does it take to expand a company? There will definitely be some left over. Auction the excess land for the second time. His investment of 50 million will also increase exponentially.
The system said that the approval document from the Magic City government would be implemented in 3 days, so he still had time to gather funds and invest in Inghui Pharmaceutical.
A huge profit. Now let's see how much Lang Ying trusts me.
Thinking in his heart, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Lang Ying, who was making a decision.
Because 200 million is also a considerable amount for Lang's enterprise. If losses occur, Lang Ying Company may be in trouble. Anna sighed. Linen remains silent.
He was also waiting for Lang Ying to make a decision.
Making choices is something a president must learn. He can't help.
Hubby, I believe you. After confirming with the finance department that the company could directly take out 200 million, Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng and answered seriously.
Isn't it just 200 million? What is this?
For Qin Feng, she would even sell the company. What's more, she believed in Qin Feng and believed in him unconditionally. However, this decision made Linen very upset.
Miss, are you sure? He asked again. This is 200 million, not 200 yuan. No need to ask any more questions.
You will be responsible for acquiring this land from now on.
With 200 million yuan, you can take as much as you can. Lang Ying resumed her domineering demeanor as a queen-like CEO and gave direct orders to Linen. Yes, ma'am, I'll do it right away. Seeing Lang Ying gave the order, Linen said nothing more and nodded to get things done.
At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly called Linen.
Follow the investment, 50 million.
Hearing Qin Feng's casual words, Lang Ying and Linen were both stunned and looked at Qin Feng with some confusion. Lang Ying trusts me so much, so I also trust Lang Ying. This is Qin Feng's explanation. After saying that, he took out a green bank card from his pocket and handed it to Linen.
Transfer the money yourself. The password is the last 6 digits of Lang Ying's ID card. Qin Feng reminded him.
Linen took the bank card, looked at Qin Feng, and finally had a look of satisfaction. Although he talks a lot of nonsense, he is a nice person. Plus, he is a rare business genius, which makes him worthy of the lady.
Good.
Linen nodded, walked out of the office quickly, and went to the office hall of Moto Real Estate to purchase the land on Qixin Road.
After Linen left, Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng with a gloomy look. Qin Feng, you don't have to do this.
She knew that Qin Feng had lived a very difficult life before. It seems that he really only has 50 million left.
Now take it all out. If you make a profit, everyone will be happy. If you lose, it's all gone. More importantly, she didn't want to disappoint Qin Feng. Don't look at me like that, I can't stand it. Qin Feng didn't dare to look at Lang Ying's gloomy eyes. This is too destructive. The last time she used this look, I almost couldn't help myself. Isn't this a test? But these words made Lang Ying very happy.
She looked at Qin Feng with a smile and reached out to gently pinch the soft flesh on his waist.
You don't even want others to feel sorry for you, really. If you lose the 50 million, you'll be left with nothing.
Lang Ying said softly.
But you still have to support me, don't you? Qin Feng didn't tolerate Lang Ying.
He quickly grabbed her hand and hugged her in his arms. He pressed Lang Ying under him, leaned against the office table, and spoke very seriously. What's more, I won't compensate you, even if I did. Since I can earn 50 million, I have the ability to earn another 50 million, it doesn't matter. Lang Ying was mesmerized for a moment as she watched Qin Feng speak so confidently. Qin Feng is so handsome when he is so confident.
Now it was her turn to be unable to bear it. Qin Feng, has no one ever told you that you look good when you're serious and confident?
Taking advantage of Qin Feng's daze, Lang Ying put her arms around his neck.
He took the initiative to kiss her.
According to my speculation, the value of that piece of land will at least quadruple.
By then, it will be a huge profit. So, can you give me 150 million in pocket money? Don't talk while kissing. So you agree? Now.
If Linen, who was on his way to the office hall of Magic City Real Estate, heard the conversation between Qin Feng and Lang Ying, he would definitely be speechless. 150 million, with both decimals and whole numbers. How much pocket money does his wife give him? A huge sum of $100 a month. This good guy Qin Feng directly gave more than 100 million.
Did you listen to what others said?
And the other side. Because Lang Ying had already given up on taking over Xiaohua Road, she was too lazy to go to the bidding.
However, this situation has become a laughingstock in the eyes of those bigwigs in the Magic City. The office lobby of Moda Real Estate.
Bigwigs from all walks of life in Shanghai sat in the bidding hall and chatted. The bidding has not started yet.
And there are only 3 people who actually want to invest in buying the land. Others just came to watch the fun.
This group of people couldn't beat Ling Zian in the business world, but they could easily bully his daughter.
Oh, the bidding is about to start. Lang Ying hasn't arrived yet?
Among the 3 big guys, a well-mannered middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses asked. The price was raised by 400 million before, but it wasn't implemented.
This time it will only be higher. A small company like Lang's incense industry will definitely not be able to afford it.
Another obese man with a somewhat out-of-shape chuckled and casually analyzed.
A little girl is a little girl. She is too young.
The last man with Mediterranean hair was a little sarcastic.
But he didn't look at the 2 people next to him. After all, they are also enemies after the bidding begins. Chapter 20 Greedy and Cute Ling Ying. Ugh, Xin Feng, I can't breathe.
In the president's office, Lang Ying was kissed so uncomfortably that she begged for mercy. Xin Feng stood up immediately.
Why, you were the one who initiated the kiss just now, and you're done after only 10 minutes?
Looking at Lang Ying's disheveled hair and blushing face, Xin Feng couldn't help but tease her with a smile.
He was almost stunned by Lang Ying's initiative just now.
Fortunately, he was more skilled and kept the initiative firmly in his own hands.
You're the one who forced me to lie on the table.
Lang Ying rolled her eyes at Xin Feng and tidied up her clothes and hair. At this time, Xin Feng didn't tease her. Instead, he pulled his phone out of his pocket. The bank has already notified that 50 million has been transferred away, and only a little interest remains in his account.
But even the interest is enough for him to live on for the next few days. By the way, do you have Sun Feifei's prestige?
Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Xin Feng put his phone in his pocket and turned to ask Lang Ying.
That scumbag in finance?
Why do you need her prestige? Lang Ying was a little confused and looked at Xin Feng and asked. However, even though she asked this, her delicate hand had already reached for the cell phone in her Gucci bag. She didn't believe that Xin Feng would find another woman behind her back. I want to start a financial company, but I don't have a concrete idea yet.
I need a reference point.
Xin Feng explained truthfully without any intention of hiding anything from Lang Ying.
If he wants Lang Zian to approve of him, he must put on an act. At least it can't be too wasteful. Otherwise, why would they choose him, an ordinary person, over so many upstarts in Shanghai? For no reason. Financial company? Husband, you actually want to do this?
Lang Ying looked at Xin Feng with interest, took out her cell phone, found Sun Feifei's WeChat, and immediately sent it to him.
I just wanted to try it.
With a slight smile, Xin Feng explained to Lang Ying.
But Lang Ying didn't seem to care about it.
She held Xin Feng's arm, leaning against him, and said sweetly, I believe you.
No need to explain. I know what you're thinking. Just go for it. Hearing this,
Xin Feng was slightly startled, then suddenly laughed. He reached out and touched Lang Ying's waterfall-like black hair, his face full of doting.
By the way, do you want to see my company? Okay. Xin Feng readily agreed.
At this time, on the other side, in the office hall of Moda Real Estate, Linen has spent 250 million to buy all the land for sale on Qixin Road. He left with a large number of land purchase contracts.
Buying the land is not the end of the job.
He still needs to go to Qixin Road for a detailed inspection.
It's just, unfortunately.
Linen's back as he walked out of the real estate hall was seen by 3 bigwigs from Shanghai who had just finished bidding.
Is that Lang Ying's assistant?
Why is she here? The middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses frowned and asked the 2 people next to him with a sullen face.
Why don't you just ask and find out?
The Mediterranean man pointed at the office worker next to him, his face not looking very good.
I don't know why. Miss, may I ask what the man who just walked out of the door bought from you? Don't be fooled by his fat appearance.
The obese man with a big belly is a man of action. While the 2 people next to him were still chatting, he immediately walked to the front desk and asked the staff.
Because all real estate transactions are recorded.
And these transaction records are not confidential and can be found out by asking. So quickly, the staff member found Lin An's purchase records. The three of them quickly came over.
Moment.
Let out a burst of laughter. Ah, I say, Lang Zian really raised a good daughter.
That's right. I was wondering what her assistant was here for, but it turns out she's here to buy that piece of land?
The little girl is inexperienced and has no vision.
Lun Zian is not good at teaching her. Although the three spoke differently, their goals were surprisingly consistent. Too tender. Ling Ying is too young. She actually spent 250 million to buy Qixin Road? It's thanks to Ling Zian that we have the business we have today. If we really fight hard, who can beat us?
She's just a young girl, I want to see how she squandered these 200 million. Linen did not hear what the three people said. Because he has now arrived at Qixin Road. After getting out of the car, Linen looked at the environment around Qixin Road and began to believe what Qin Feng said. The environment here, coupled with sufficient traffic, is enough to develop a shopping mall.
Perhaps this area really only needs a convenient trunk line.
If this plan is really implemented, the value of this land will at least increase fivefold.
Linen murmured in a low voice with some admiration. Night.
Qin Feng had already returned home, and Lang Ying was sitting on the sofa in the living room, boredly looking at her phone.
She looked at Qin Feng, who was busy in the kitchen, and smiled. This kind of life is what she dreams of.
A small room for two people, living a sweet life together.
My husband shows off his skills from time to time. You really don't need my help?
Lang Ying shouted with some concern.
Need not. Qin Feng didn't even turn his head and process the ingredients carefully.
The decision was made the moment he learned cooking yesterday with the help of the system.
I must let Ling Ying eat the food I cooked tonight. And half an hour later.
Sure enough, there was a pot of twice-cooked pork still steaming on the table in the living room.
It smells so good, honey, are you such a good cook?
Lang Ying's eyes lit up, and she came over and sniffed with her nose. The unique fragrance of fresh meat filled her nostrils.
The fragrance is everywhere. Try it?
Hearing Lang Ying's praise, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile happily and handed Lang Ying a pair of chopsticks.
Good.
Lang Ying, who had been unable to wait any longer, immediately picked up a piece of meat from the pot and put it in her mouth.
Delicious, delicious. The hot air was blowing in a loud voice.
Lang Ying's eyes began to sparkle.
The meat is delicious and the taste is pure.
As soon as you take a bite, your whole mouth is filled with fresh and fragrant taste.
Fatty but not greasy, an absolute delicacy. You look so anxious, why don't you blow on it before putting it in your mouth?
Qin Feng was speechless when he saw Lang Ying's cute look, as if the meat in her mouth was burning but she didn't want to spit it out.
His wife? Why do you look a little dazed? It's delicious.
Lang Ying, who had completely lost her royal sister CEO demeanor, reluctantly swallowed the meat in her mouth and looked at Qin Feng with an innocent face.
And I want another one.
Okay. Qin Feng had no way to deal with Lang Ying, so he blew on her before handing it to her. But at this moment, Lang Ying's Gucci bag on the sofa suddenly vibrated.
Wait.
Lang Ying looked at the bag and then at the meat in front of her. He decisively chose to swallow the meat in one bite and then went to answer the phone. However, when she saw the caller ID on the mobile phone page, she was a little confused, but still picked up the phone.
Dad? Chapter 21. The child was conceived for half an hour, and the father is twice cooked pork? My dad beat me.
Lang Ying frowned slightly and showed Qin Feng the incoming call notification on her phone.
Could he have already known that we got our marriage certificate?
Not daring to answer, Lang Ying moved closer to Qin Feng and asked fearfully. She has a very bad relationship with her father Lang Zian.
Even at home, I don't talk much to him.
Apart from asking about business matters, there is really no other topic of conversation.
He's calling me so late now. Something must have happened. Probably not. Go ahead.
Looking at Lang Ying's frightened expression, Qin Feng felt fearless.
He patted Lang Ying on the back and motioned her to answer the phone. What a joke. Judging from Lang Ying's attitude towards him these days, what would it matter even if his father-in-law knew about it now? Good.
Nodding, Lang Ying hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call and turned on the speakerphone. But after the call was connected, there was no sound from the other end.
Boss Lang, what's the matter?
After waiting for a few seconds, Lang Ying took a deep breath and asked calmly. Her tone made Qin Feng a little confused.
This tone is clearly that of a subordinate to a superior. Is the relationship between father and daughter so bad? They always use the tone of king and subject when talking on the phone? I heard you spent 250 million to buy all the land for sale in the Qixin Road area of Shanghai?
On the other end of the phone, Leng Zian asked stumblingly.
Is there a problem?
Lang Ying put the phone on the table, her eyes dimmed a little, and she answered very calmly.
Sure enough, the call was about business.
I respect your decision, but I also want to tell you that Li Yunche has acquired the land on Shaohua Road.
I think Yunche is pretty good. Would you like to meet him?
Hearing her father say this, Lang Ying sighed deeply and didn't intend to continue the conversation.
I see. Mr. Lang, is there anything else?
When Lang Zian heard his daughter say this, he fell silent. Apart from business, he really has no topics to talk about.
Even if he asked Lang Ying about matters in life, she probably wouldn't answer. He knows. For a long time. Lang Zian on the other end of the phone sighed and said, "Let your mother talk to you. She misses you." Afterwards, a woman's voice appeared on the phone. After hearing the woman's voice, Lang Ying's aura suddenly relaxed.
Qin Feng just listened to the call quietly. The conversation between Lang Ying and her mother Lin Yanran was not as clear as Lang Zian's. They just chatted about family matters and asked about each other's well-being.
This is a normal mother-daughter conversation. It seems that the relationship between father-in-law and daughter is not very harmonious.
Stroking his chin, Qin Feng thought.
Maybe. Can I make him identify with me by improving this relationship? And at this time.
It is located in the Tangchen Yiping community on Binhai Avenue in Shanghai.
One special villa area.
A middle-aged man with neatly combed hair and wearing a white shirt looked at the beautiful woman next to him with anticipation.
How is it? What did Lang Ying say? How is she doing recently? 3 questions in a row. This made Lang's mother Lin Yanran speechless. She threw the phone in her hand to her husband Lang Zian and said unhappily, "Why didn't you ask just now?" Lang Zian was also very embarrassed and explained innocently, "I don't know how to tell her, and she won't answer me."
Lao Lang, your mouth is like an iron clamp to others, it will open with a single bite, but it is like a lock to your own daughter, and you will never open it no matter what. Lin Yanran interrupted her husband's explanation and said helplessly. The relationship between Lang Zian and Lang Ying has been at a stalemate for a long time.
My husband is not good at speaking and cannot express his feelings. He only cared about Lang Ying in the business field and didn't ask about anything else.
She was also confused.
Her husband was very good at talking to others, but he stuttered when talking to his own daughter?
Ying Er said she's doing fine recently.
Don't worry about the 200 million.
She said she has her own ideas.
Lin Yanran gave Lang Zian a cold look and got up to go back to the house, not wanting to see him.
Seeing that his wife was also blaming him, Lang Zian held his phone, feeling a little distraught.
What's a mere 250 million? If my daughter is willing, I can spend 2 billion or 20 billion at will. But the relationship between the two. Wouldn't it be great if someone came and helped me adjust my relationship with Lang Ying? Lying on the sofa, Lang Zian was also depressed.
It is hard to imagine that the richest man in Shanghai with trillions of assets would be so exhausted. On the other side, at Qin Feng's home, Lang Ying hung up the phone, threw it on the sofa and ignored it.
Okay, let's continue eating.
As if turning her depression into motivation to eat, Lang Ying ate an unusually large amount for dinner.
Half an hour later.
Under Qin Feng's worried gaze, Lang Ying stroked her slightly bulging belly and lay on the sofa very contentedly. He squinted his eyes and looked very comfortable.
It would be great if every day could be like this.
Lang Ying murmured with longing.
Don't, if you keep doing this every day, I don't think you can last even 3 weeks. You'll turn into a fat pig.
Pointing at the pot of twice-cooked pork that had been mostly eaten, Qin Feng said with a twitching mouth. He was very confused.
How could Lang Ying, who is obviously slim, eat so much food? Her belly is a bottomless pit? My goodness, even a landlord can't build his house like this?
Qin Feng said helplessly. Hearing this, Lang Ying blushed and chuckled.
No, I only ate a little bit, only about 80% full.
Standing up slightly, Lang Ying raised her jade hand, pinched her little finger and spoke carefully.
It looks very cute. In response to Lang Ying's sophistry, Qin Feng chose to provide physical evidence. He directly picked up the wok containing the twice-cooked pork and showed it to Lang Ying. Is this only 8/10 full?
Seeing that the meat in the pot was almost reaching the bottom, Lang Ying blushed immediately. She covered her face with her hands, not daring to look at Qin Feng, and said in a mosquito-like voice, "This is 8/10 full. You're not afraid of holding on." Shaking his head helplessly, Qin Feng reached out and rubbed Lang Ying's waterfall-like hair, then stood up, picked up the bowl and pot and went to the kitchen. What to do? What can I do? You should pamper your wife no matter what. Let's go for a walk before we take you home later. Qin Feng suggested. Lang Ying also felt that she had eaten a little too much, and nodded slightly in agreement. It was just ordinary twice-cooked pork, but for some reason, it was so delicious that she couldn't stop eating it. Maybe it's just because Qin Feng did it. This was what Lang Ying was thinking. Moment. After Qin Feng had put the pots and pans in order, he took Lang Ying's soft little hand and went downstairs for a walk. Because Lang Ying ate a lot, her belly was slightly bulging, and she looked like she was pregnant. Before the two of them left the community, someone who was more familiar with Qin Feng started asking Lang Ying how many months old the child was. Qin Feng could only sneer at this. The child was conceived just 1 day ago. Their father is twice-cooked pork. Chapter 22, he is the tallest one among the short ones? Downstairs in the community. Qin Feng took Lang Ying for a walk on the street. This was a place he used to go often, a must-go place on his way to work. But usually when I pass by, I am in a hurry, and I rest at home in my free time. It's rare that I have the mood to go for a walk today. Will you still eat so much in the future? Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying's blushing face and said helplessly. Although it's already night. But as a magical city, the nightlife has just begun. The flow of people on the sidewalks increased instead of decreased. Neither of them wore any decorations to cover their faces, so when they went out, their outstanding looks instantly attracted the attention of all passers-by around them. Look, that couple is so happy. That guy is so handsome, brother, I'm good with him. Don't look at him, he already has a girlfriend, and she seems to be pregnant. No way, that woman is so beautiful. The slightly bulging belly looks so beautiful. Listening to the envious voices of passers-by around her, Lang Ying's face turned red and she felt a little embarrassed. How did she get pregnant? She ate too much. If they knew they were pregnant with a baby made of twice-cooked pork. That scene. Lang Ying shook her head, not daring to imagine. Qin Feng turned around and looked at Lang Ying's shy look, smiled indulgently, and took her hand to lead her into a narrow path with less traffic. That's right. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer people around, Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he asked, Lang Ying, who is Li Yunche? He learned this name from listening to the conversation between Lang Ying and Leng Zian. Anyway, he had never heard of it. And what as important is? From what Leng Zian said, he wanted to bring Lang Ying and Li Yunche together. How can this be? My father-in-law actually tried to match his wife with another man? That guy Li Yunche? He. What Qin Feng didn't expect was that Lang Ying shook her head slightly after hearing the name, looking very disdainful. What? Is this person annoying? Qin Feng asked doubtfully. Li Yunche's father is called Li Nidian, and his net worth is second only to my father's as a wealthy businessman. He is also the president of a listed company and has a thorough understanding of stocks and futures. Lang Ying answered seriously. Qin Feng frowned slightly, feeling that this Li Yunche was a little unusual. At this time, Lang Ying did not notice Qin Feng's thoughts and continued to explain to herself. I was at a party before, and near the end, he was pushed out by someone and said he wanted to get to know me. He didn't seem to be pestering me, so I followed business etiquette and gave him my business card, and that was that. I'm not interested in him. No matter who he is, he's not as good as my husband. As she spoke, Lang Ying happily took Qin Feng's arms and snuggled into his arms, looking very sweet. Just at this moment, Qin Feng was a little absent-minded. But your dad likes him very much, doesn't he? He asked. My dad likes it? Lang Ying shook her head and said truthfully, he looked down on all the young men in the Magic City. He just picked the tallest one among the short ones. Hearing these words, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Good job. It turns out that my father-in-law has such high standards. He looked down upon anyone who was second only to him. However, Qin Feng was a little melancholy now, because he looked down upon the son of the second richest boss. Wouldn't that mean I have even less chance? Lang Ying, I will make your father recognize me. Looking at Lang Ying leaning in his arms with a sweet look on her face, Qin Feng murmured in his heart.
Moment.
After taking a walk, Xin Feng drove Lang Ying home just like he did yesterday.
It's still the same reason. He can't stand it.
If Lang Ying stayed at home, Xin Feng was afraid that Lang Ying would really get pregnant.
Night. The window was open and a cold breeze blew in. Lie on the soft bed.
Xin Feng narrowed his eyes and stared silently at the ceiling of his house, thinking about something. At this moment, the cell phone next to him suddenly vibrated. This means that Sun Feifei, the girl whose family is in finance, has agreed to his friend request. Xin Feng immediately stood up, picked up his phone and logged into WeChat.
Hello, Xin Gus Hen.
Looking at the message on WeChat, Xin Feng laughed at himself.
How can he be called a stock god? He is just an ordinary person who was chosen by the system.
Xin Feng thought for a moment, then replied immediately, Hello, Miss Sun, I want to know everything about finance and starting a financial company. After he asked this question, the message box on Sun Feifei's site immediately changed to Input in Progress.
This night is destined to be a sleepless night.
Xin Feng was not idle. He is studying like crazy and expanding his knowledge like crazy.
Because Lang Ying is Sun Feifei's good friend, she loves her and answers all of Qin Feng's questions.
Except for the real secrets in the business world, she was completely open with Xin Feng about other issues.
One night down.
Xin Feng has already mastered most of the financial knowledge and the current components of the Magic City market.
It's just a pity. Sun Feifei did not tell him most of the financial information about Wall Street.
After all, these materials contain Sun Feifei's vision, and this information alone is worth tens of millions. It is understandable that Sun Feifei kept her reservations.
Xin Feng didn't care about these.
This knowledge is actually enough for him to start a company, not to mention the support of the system.
If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. The knife is sharpened, all we have to do is slaughter the pig. It was not until 1 o'clock in the morning that Xin Feng lay down to rest.
But his mind was still working.
Only 1 o'clock in the evening.
At this time in Shanghai, the city that never sleeps, the carnival has just begun. At the same time, inside the Tenluan Hotel in Shanghai, a gathering of business tycoons from all walks of life was held here as scheduled. Although these people are not considered top companies in Shanghai, their net worth exceeds 10 billion, and some are even higher than that. In other words, if you are not worth 10 billion, you should be embarrassed to attend the party. If these people were to unite, it would not be impossible to intimidate the entire demon city. These bigwigs from various business districts were all looking at a white-haired old man.
Everyone, thank you for coming today to celebrate the birthday of an old man like me.
The position of the guest of honor.
The white-haired old man raised his glass and stood up. Although he was thin, he looked energetic.
As the old man stood up, all the business tycoons present also stood up and raised their glasses to congratulate him. Among this group of people, a young man stood out from the crowd. He is the youngest among all the big guys present.
Yun Che, you're very bold in bidding during the day. Even I was surprised.
When the white-haired old man was waiting for others to sit down, he saw Li Yunche and suddenly asked, I don't have any courage at all, it's just that my opponent is too weak. Li Yunche was very proud. He smiled slightly and answered in a calm tone.
This answer made the white-haired old man very happy. Good, young people are not arrogant and proud of their achievements. This character is rare. Unlike Long Xian's daughter.
I heard she spent 250 million to buy all the land for sale on Qixin Road.
She really has no vision.
As the daughter of the richest man in Shanghai and because of her beautiful appearance, Lang Ying attracted much attention as soon as she returned to China. The news that she gave up Shaohua Road and invested in Qixin Road also spread in the business circle. Even in the eyes of this old man who no longer manages his business, Qixin Road is a piece of garbage land.
Everyone here is a billionaire. Needless to say, the vision is excellent.
Qixin Road has been thoroughly studied long ago, if it is really valuable. They had already taken the lead in investing, so how could it be the turn of a little girl? Even though behind her is Leng Xian, the richest man in Shanghai.
Mr. Li, Lang Ying is just a little girl.
It's understandable that she would miscalculate.
Don't say it again to deliberately put her down.
Li Yunche raised his wine glass and spoke calmly without any sarcasm. There are winners and losers in business wars, which is basically the norm. Seeing Li Yunche say this, the white-haired old man known as Li Lao was slightly stunned, then he scolded with a smile, You kid, are you protecting her already? Everyone present knew that among the younger generation, only Lang Ying and Li Yunche had the most potential. The news that Li Yunche publicly expressed his interest in Lang Ying at the party also spread to the business circle. In their eyes, his behavior was simply protecting his own people.
Chapter 23 Overconfidence, Magic City Financial Association? Mr. Li, please stop teasing me. Li Yunche took a sip of red wine and shook his head slightly, looking to the upper left corner, obviously reminiscing.
I remember Miss Lang just gave me her business card. This is normal business practice and she probably had no interest in me. He stood very straight and answered in a calm tone, as if he didn't care.
But,
although he said that he was marrying above his station, his expression was very relaxed and contented, and a sense of arrogance that belonged to a young man arose involuntarily. All the big guys in Shanghai here are well aware of this momentum.
This is arrogance. He doesn't care at all.
But even the daughter of the richest man in Magic City didn't care, and they also felt that Li Yunche was a little too confident.
But young people, if they don't go crazy now, when will they go crazy?
Among all the young talents in the Demon City, only Yunche has the most potential.
How could Lang Ying actually look down on you? Lang Xian's daughter has such poor taste.
Shaking his head slightly, the white-haired old man called Mr. Li slowly turned around and went to the room next to the hall.
Take care, Mr. Li. Li Yunche bent down slightly and spoke calmly.
After that, he drank the red wine in his hand and went to negotiate with other big men in the Magic City. Large gatherings are never just gatherings.
But the bureau. A bureau that attracts investment and drives market strategies.
They are usually purposeful. As a veteran in the business world, Mr. Li naturally understood this, so he left early and left the opportunity for these young people to negotiate.
A night passed.
At this time, Xin Feng didn't know that Lang Ying was ridiculed by the entire business world for trusting his decision. He had just woken up and was brushing his teeth in the bathroom. Watching his face become more and more handsome and three-dimensional, Xin Feng felt more and more that the system was a good thing. Although it's not as perverted as other people's rebate systems, the feeling of being rewarded for one's efforts makes him feel good.
I'm so handsome.
Looking in the mirror, Xin Feng rubbed his face narcissistically. But at this time, his cell phone started vibrating. Xin Feng casually wiped his face with a towel, then took out his cell phone from his pocket and answered the call, without even checking the caller ID. As soon as he answered the call, a very majestic voice came from the other end.
Hey, Xin Feng, are you still going to work?
You haven't been to work for 3 days.
Don't you want to work anymore? What the hell? Xin Feng was bewildered as he listened to the voice on the phone. Is there anyone who dares to speak loudly to him these days? Now I have a system, I am the chosen one, and if I develop myself well, I will be invincible. Who is the other party? Who are you?
Xin Feng frowned, a little displeased. What he didn't expect was that the person on the other end of the phone was even more unhappy.
Who am I? I'm your boss, Li Nan. If you don't come to work today, you don't have to come anymore. Beep beep.
After saying this, the phone was hung up.
Xin Feng was completely confused. Why did it feel like a dream? Put your phone on the table. Only then did he remember.
I don't think I have resigned yet, and I haven't been to work for 3 days now.
Good job.
Xin Feng was shocked on the spot. He said he seemed to have heard the name Li Nan somewhere before, and it turned out that he was his boss.
Only.
He doesn't need to go to work now, why are you still trying to coerce him? Sitting on the sofa, Xin Feng thought about what Li Nan had just yelled at him, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became.
Mad? Am I still being mad at you?
Grabbing the phone on the table, Xin Feng found Li Nan's number and called back without hesitation. When he was working in the company before, he remembered how Li Nan made things difficult for him.
Because I am handsome, I am very popular among the girls in the company. This guy always makes him work overtime, and it's always in the afternoon when he's off work. Very hateful. Hello. Little fatty Li Nan, did I give you any face? You really think I'm easy to bully? Listen to me, I'm done.
I'm telling you, if you dare yell at me again, you'll be cheated on by your wife. After yelling, Xin Feng hung up the phone without hesitation, then blocked and deleted the message in one go.
Call.
Xin Feng let out a long sigh and lay on the sofa, his chest rising and falling slightly, feeling very relieved. In a venture capital company far away in downtown Shanghai, the chubby Li Nan held the phone in confusion, at a loss as to what to do. He really didn't expect that the employee who had been buying into his promises would actually yell at him? Well, maybe I ate too much cake. Next time, let's paint a smaller cake for new employees and say that the one with the best performance during the new year will get an additional bonus of 30,000.
Home.
After Qin Feng took a breath, his cell phone vibrated again.
Oh, you still want a curse back?
Qin Feng stood up, answered the call and started cursing. But as he was cursing, he realized that there was no sound from the other end of the phone.
That's strange. He remembered that Li Nan was also good at scolding people, so why was he silent? Has this guy changed his gender?
Qin Feng looked at the caller ID and saw that it was an unfamiliar number.
Qin Gushan, what's wrong with you? Why are you so grumpy when you wake up?
Suddenly, a very sweet girl's voice appeared on the phone. When Qin Feng heard this voice, he suddenly panicked and almost threw his phone away.
He recognized this voice. I was listening to it last night. Who else could it be but Sun Feifei? Ahem, no, Miss Sun, is there anything wrong?
Qin Feng asked sheepishly, feeling a little embarrassed.
What did it mean that Sun Feifei called him early in the morning? Nothing else, just asking you. I have an invitation from the Magic City Financial Association. Would you like to attend?
On the other end of the phone, Sun Feifei was lying on the Simmons bed, looking down at the two exquisite invitations in her right hand, her pair of white and delicate long legs shaking boredly. She was staying at home and dressed very casually. She was only wearing a small white vest on the upper body and hot pants on the lower body. Every move she makes is very tempting, but it's a pity that she is the only one at home.
Magic City Financial Association? Can I go? Can I go?
Qin Feng was a little confused after listening to Sun Feifei's words. He had seen relevant information about this association when he was studying before.
Magic City Financial Association. This term is very valuable. His prestige in Shanghai's financial circles is top tier.
Every once in a while, the association would invite many bigwigs from Shanghai's financial circles to a party, which was to set up a scheme. The minimum threshold for joining the Shanghai Financial Association is assets exceeding 100 million yuan.
Please note, the assets in liquid funds exceed 100 million.
This does not include business value or net worth.
The people who go there are not just rich or noble.
That basically means millions with just a wave of the hand.
Spend money like water.
Given the scale of this gathering, who knows what opportunities might arise?
Even if not, it's okay to make friends with some people. I'll go.
Without hesitation, Qin Feng answered immediately. After hearing Qin Feng's answer, Sun Feifei, who was bored just now, slowly stood up and planned to change into clothes suitable for attending the cocktail party. How about this, you come to the intersection on the left side of Pudong Bridge and wait for me.
I'll take you there. Good.
Qin Feng didn't care much and nodded, agreeing. Lung Ying's schedule is full today, and all the things will not be completed until tomorrow.
He has a very free day. Go out with Sun Feifei and see the world. Not bad.
After getting his clothes, Qin Feng set off. The Lamborghini Aventador rushed into the traffic flow, unscrupulously emitting charming sounds on the street.
Chapter 24, Seeing the Four Great Tomato Cars? Party? Morning, 10 o'clock. Qin Feng drove to the left side of Pudong Bridge and waited quietly for Sun Feifei to appear. Hey, Qin Gushan, here. Not far away, Sun Feifei's voice appeared. Because the Lamborghini Aventador has very good sound insulation both inside and outside, there will be no sound even if you have sex inside the car. As for the outside, you can't hear it at all unless the sound is too loud. Afraid that Sun Feifei was not clear about her location, Qin Feng deliberately opened a car window after parking. Hearing the very sweet voice, Qin Feng got out of the car and followed the sound. Just see.
Opposite him, a girl in a white miniskirt and milky white high heels was looking at him with a smile. But at this time, Qin Feng was stunned.
In his impression, Sun Feifei didn't seem to be that beautiful.
At the party, Sun Feifei's appearance was obviously above average.
How come you look so good today?
She jumped directly from a beauty with an 80-point score to a super beauty with a 95-point score.
Forget it, maybe I didn't dress up properly that day. Shaking his head, Qin Feng didn't think about it. Here I am, just stand there and don't move. After giving the instructions, Qin Feng walked over first.
Because there is no traffic light at this intersection, it is still a bit dangerous overall. Seeing that the traffic had lightened up a bit, he hurried to Sun Feifei's side and pulled her back.
Moment. The two got in the car.
Qin Feng also looked carefully at Sun Feifei's makeup at this time. She wore light makeup and had a nice hairstyle. She wore a white long skirt with light blue floral embellishments. Although the skirt was long, it did not cover her legs. Although she had the temperament of a girl next door, she always gave people a very eye-catching feeling.
This outfit is perfect even for a party. How is it? I look beautiful today, don't I?
Seeing Qin Feng looking at her all the time, Sun Feifei asked with a smile.
Indeed.
Qin Feng did not hide anything and told the truth. After all, Sun Feifei is really beautiful today.
I thought you'd be late, but you're so punctual? You're quite the contract maker.
She glanced at the time and saw that it was more than 20 minutes earlier than the time they had agreed on, which was very rare for a girl.
Where are we going next? Miss Sunday.
Qin Feng said casually. I'm not the type of woman who has to spend 2 or 3 hours in makeup. Sun Feifei took out 2 exquisite invitations from her bag, handed one to Qin Feng, and then pointed at the invitation and said, "Of course, we will go directly to the destination." Qin Feng took the invitation and opened it to take a look. It was an ordinary invitation, but the font was hot stamped with gold.
He is indeed someone from the financial circle. Getting an invitation is like getting a luxury item. The Bund, the gilded building.
Qin Feng silently muttered in his mind, climbed onto the steering wheel with both hands, and began to catch shrimps.
Gilded building.
It is a newly built commercial office building on the Bund.
But the strange thing is,
at the top is a top-notch revolving restaurant, and the interior structure is like a huge exhibition hall with a lot of space, which is not very comfortable to use for gatherings. It is said that if you stand at the window of this restaurant, you can see the iconic building of Shanghai, the Pearl Tower, in the distance.
20 minutes later, Qin Feng and Sun Feifei came to the parking lot downstairs of the Lu Jin building.
After getting out of the car, Qin Feng looked around and was suddenly a little surprised. The small parking lot is filled with all kinds of luxury cars. He even saw tomatoes for magical cars. He really didn't expect that an association would have such great power.
Not only did it invite most of the people in the financial circle, but it could also invite real bigwigs? There are special security guards at the entrance of the parking lot. Anyone without an invitation must park in the open-air parking lot outside or turn left to park on the upper floor. After coming out of the parking lot, Qin Feng was taken by Sun Feifei into the gilded building. Direct elevator access. The top-level revolving restaurant on the 104th floor. Shouldn't there be very few places for a party like this? How could you have two?
Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one in the elevator, Qin Feng asked Sun Feifei.
Well, very little.
Originally, my dad and I were supposed to come to this party together, but my dad had something urgent to do, so I had to come alone.
I didn't want to be alone, so I asked you to come. Sun Feifei explained lightly.
But when she spoke, she didn't look at Qin Feng, but kept looking up at the floor numbers.
All right.
Qin Feng nodded and believed this explanation.
People brought him to such a high-end party to broaden his horizons, what else could he say?
Seeing that Qin Feng believed her, Sun Feifei stood on tiptoe and smiled slightly.
Actually,
this was Lang Ying's request to her, asking her to help Qin Feng more.
After dozens of seconds, the elevator reached the 104th floor.
As soon as the elevator door opened, Qin Feng felt a lively atmosphere. Before he even reached the restaurant, he could hear someone playing the Moonlight Sonata outside.
High taste.
There were waiters walking around inside, and there were also many socialites and wealthy people talking in low voices and laughing softly.
Good job. Is this high society? It's a bit contrived.
After handing the invitation to the security guard at the door, Qin Feng muttered something and followed Sun Feifei in.
As soon as the two of them entered the restaurant, they attracted some people's attention. Sun Feifei is so beautiful today. It feels different to these wealthy people.
Although Qin Feng wasn't wearing any branded clothes, he was still a handsome guy. A suit that costs less than 10,000 yuan can look good on him. What is important is that he is confident. He is 1.85 meters tall, has a handsome face, a calm demeanor, and is surrounded by beautiful women. No matter how you look at him, he is tall, rich, and handsome.
Not to mention, looking around, the youngest man in front of him seems to be him? But that's what I think. Those who can come to the party today are all people who can easily spend 100 million.
These characters are basically elderly. Those who are a little younger are all in their 30s and show obvious signs of weight gain. There were also many young people at the party who had grown up relying on their parents, but they were too pretentious, full of arrogance and sharp, and didn't allow anyone to get close to them.
Qin Feng is much better now.
Her confident and composed demeanor almost made the eyes of the wealthy ladies and celebrities in the entire restaurant shine.
Everyone's eyes are almost green with envy. There are too many wolves and too little meat, and the meat is not tasty.
They finally found one that smelled good, so of course they were jealous.
And those wealthy people are all smart people.
He could clearly feel the gaze of the female companion next to him on Qin Feng, and felt a little unhappy. All the attention was focused on Qin Feng.
You're being targeted, young man. Patting Qin Feng on the back, Sun Feifei reminded him while suppressing a laugh.
As the daughter of a financial tycoon, she has a very sharp eye and can see through the little thoughts of these wealthy socialites at a glance.
Keep a low profile and go get something to eat.
The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as Qin Feng suggested in a low voice.
Sun Feifei nodded in agreement.
Anyway, the party officially starts at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
It's okay to fill your stomach before that.
As Sun Feifei turned around, Qin Feng walked to the side, picked up the wine glass and started chatting with her.
In fact, it is basically knowledge about the financial circle.
While Qin Feng was listening, he suddenly heard a noise in his ears, and the name of one person among them caught his attention. Yun Che, you are truly a man of great courage.
Yeah, that piece of land was acquired directly and successfully, and this time they want another 100 million? You're too kind. 100 million is nothing. Chapter 25, seems like he was seduced by a socialite? Yun Che? Li Yun Che?
Without thinking too much, Qin Feng immediately listened to the sound and determined the location, intending to find the place where the voices came from. He wanted to see what kind of son-in-law his father-in-law would accept.
By seeing the real person, he will have a chance to develop. What are you doing? Looking for someone?
When Sun Feifei saw Qin Feng turning around repeatedly as if he was looking for something, she couldn't help but blink and asked in confusion.
Do you know Li Yun Che?
Looking around, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and asked casually.
However, what he didn't expect was that Sun Feifei seemed very familiar with the name after hearing it. Of course I know him. He's one of the most powerful second-generation rich in Shanghai these days.
He runs a listed company himself.
He's quite impressive.
As she spoke, Sun Feifei extended her delicate hand and quietly pointed to the innermost part of the restaurant. Then she said, I saw him talking to someone just now.
It seems he went inside. No.
Taking a step back, Qin Feng also walked towards the inside of the restaurant.
No, why are you going? There are only big guys in there.
Seeing Qin Feng leave quickly, Sun Feifei held the red wine with a confused look on her face, and began to feel at a loss. Seeing Qin Feng walking further and further away without paying any attention to her, she stomped her feet in anger and hurriedly chased after Qin Feng. Just at this time, a business tycoon her father knew recognized her and greeted her happily. You have to say hello, otherwise there will be big problems. Gritting her teeth, Sun Feifei looked towards Qin Feng's position with some concern, then bravely chased after him, ignoring the big boss.
Sorry, Uncle Yang, I'm looking for a friend.
I'll chat with you later. Seeing that Sun Feifei was so anxious, the big man who spoke to her smiled helplessly and nodded.
Young people. Maybe something really happened. Inside the restaurant.
Qin Feng gently pushed through the crowd, and the sound of the moonlight music in his ears became louder and louder. But at this time he had already stopped. He suddenly realized that he had never seen Li Yun Che before.
There were so many people at the party that he couldn't find him at all.
Thinking about it, Qin Feng decisively chose to go back to find Sun Feifei.
Since Sun Feifei knew Li Yun Che, of course she could recognize him. Only.
Before he turned around, a woman in a red evening dress came towards him. The woman held a red wine glass in one hand and walked with graceful and light steps, looking very much like a precious cat.
Hello, I'm Liu from IKEA Real Estate in Shanghai. Can I get to know you?
The woman approached with a smile on her face, took out her business card from her bag and handed it out.
Magic City IKEA Real Estate Company, Limited. Qin Feng took the business card, looked down at it, then extended his hand and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Qin Feng. IKEA Real Estate in Shanghai. It is also a listed company. Qin Feng had also bought their stocks, but the room for appreciation was very small. Qin Feng only invested a little and then decisively withdrew his investment. I just didn't expect to meet people from this company here. So it's Mr. Qin. Are you alone? Can you have a drink with me? 3 questions in a row.
With a slight smile, Lu Yu took the initiative to raise the red wine glass in her hand and carefully clinked it with the glass in Qin Feng's hand.
Clang.
There was a sound of glass colliding. Qin Feng did not resist.
He quietly looked at the woman in front of him.
She was obviously about 30 years old. But she has a great figure and well-maintained looks.
She still has some charm and a look of nobility. There is another friend, but he just left. But it's still okay to have a drink with you.
Qin Feng returned a signature smile and also raised his glass to clink it with Lu Yu's. Anyway, he couldn't find Li Yunche now, so it would be nice to chat with the woman in front of him.
Oh? Is that the woman you came in with just now?
Taking a small step forward, Lu Yu leaned forward slightly, showing off her figure without hesitation. At the same time, she took a sip of red wine.
It's nothing.
But this guy deliberately slid his tongue across the edge of the wineglass, and then looked at Qin Feng with a smile.
Qin Feng immediately understood. Good job. The woman's teasing intentions were already very obvious.
It's just that the scent of Lu Yu's perfume was a bit strong, which made Qin Feng feel a little uncomfortable.
TMD, this woman is so slutty. Certainly.
He said this silently in his heart, but on the surface, Qin Feng still kept smiling and slowly drank the red wine in the glass.
He just wants to leave now. This woman might be lusting after his body. It's sexy as it is.
Compared to Lang Ying, it is no exaggeration to say that she is not even worthy of carrying her shoes.
Boss Qin really has a good alcohol tolerance.
Lu Yu covered her mouth and chuckled, and was about to take another step forward.
Qin Feng frowned slightly and took a step back. At this time, Sun Feifei's voice appeared. Qin Feng, why are you walking so fast? I almost couldn't catch up with you. Call.
Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Sun Feifei's extremely sweet voice.
Finally, I have an excuse to leave this woman.
The fragrance on her body is really strong. Besides, this woman is so coquettish, Qin Feng is really afraid that something might go wrong.
Miss Lu, my friend is here. Goodbye.
Qin Feng remained calm and composed.
After talking to Lu Yu calmly, he pulled Sun Feifei away.
Watching Qin Feng leave, Lu Yu smiled playfully and did not chase after him. After all, the party lasts a long time. Holding Sun Feifei, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief.
Thanks for saving the day.
But when he looked at Sun Feifei, he found that she was looking at him with contempt.
That's strange. What's wrong?
Qin Feng asked puzzledly. I really didn't expect that you have such a wide range of tastes.
You can even talk about Lu Yu.
Sun Feifei's tone was a little angry, but she did not break free from Qin Feng's hand.
Ah? Do you know that woman? Is Lu Yu annoying?
Feeling a little strange, Qin Feng asked Sun Feifei in a low voice.
Upon hearing this, Sun Feifei decisively broke free from Qin Feng's hand and said angrily, she's a socialite, don't you find it disgusting?
With a look of contempt, Sun Feifei took a step to the left and chose to keep a distance from Qin Feng. It was her best friend Lang Ying who asked her for help.
Why does this guy look like a scumbag? Only. Sun Feifei's behavior left Qin Feng speechless. I don't know her. She came here on her own, okay? I just wanted to find Li Yunche.
Qin Feng touched his nose and explained innocently.
He didn't have a good impression of Lu Yu.
The fragrance on her body was too strong and it started to choke my nose after I smelled it for too long.
And that woman is so sexy.
As a shrewd man, Qin Feng more or less guessed what kind of woman this was, so when he saw Sun Feifei coming to him, he quickly found an excuse to leave.
Tisk, I'll trust you for now. Listening to Qin Feng's explanation, Sun Feifei felt that it made some sense. After all, ignorance is not a crime. She had talked to Lu Yu before she knew her.
Taking a step to the right, Sun Feifei followed Qin Feng again.
You just said you wanted to find Li Yunche?
Suddenly, Sun Feifei asked. Yes, but I've never seen him before, so I plan to wait for you to recognize him. Qin Feng answered truthfully.
Ha, really?
Sun Feifei smiled helplessly, looked at Qin Feng like a fool, and then signaled him to look forward. At this time, Qin Feng discovered that the two of them had arrived at the place where the piano was played.
In front of the piano at this time,
a young man who looked to be in his 20s put the red wine on the piano and sat on the chair.
It looked like he was planning to play a song. Chapter 26, Can't you really endure a little bit of grievance and stun the whole audience? That person is Li Yunche?
Xin Feng tilted his head slightly and asked Sun Feifei.
Yes, the most powerful one among the younger class. Sun Feifei praised generously and gave a very concise answer.
Xin Feng nodded and observed silently.
Sun Feifei also tacitly kept silent at this time.
At this time, Xin Feng found that more and more people were gathering around him. The eyes of many celebrities and wealthy people were focused on Li Yunche.
It seems this rich second generation really has something.
The fact that he has attracted so many people's attention shows that he is indeed capable.
Xin Feng was very clear about this. The rich second generation is not as arrogant and domineering as they are in novels. Rich people pay the most attention to education. After 3 generations, if the sun goes out, he will shout, "Who is my father? Who is my father?" and mock others madly. Not to mention that his father would be pissed to death. Even his ancestral graves might be emitting smoke from anger. While Xin Feng was thinking, Li Yunche had already made preparations and started playing. After listening for a few seconds, Xin Feng realized that he was playing Chopin's Winter Wind Etude, one of the internationally famous virtuoso piano pieces. This piece of music is very difficult to play.
Basically, only piano masters at the performance level can play it in its entirety. There are also many art students studying music theory on the internet who are complaining about whether they have a grudge against Chopin, because it would take 100 million days just to learn the score of this piano piece. Let alone the fact that Li Yunche is playing without any score now. After listening for a while, Xin Feng also discovered that Li Yunche's playing was mixed with some emotions.
This is real ability.
I didn't expect Li Yunche to be so good. He could even play a piece as difficult as Chopin's Winter Wind Etude. Halfway through the performance, Sun Feifei nodded slightly and murmured softly. Hearing Sun Feifei's praise, Xin Feng was about to speak, but he heard a rich man speaking in his ears. The young master of the Li family is not only promising in business, but also a master in music theory.
Really?
In comparison, Lang Xian's daughter is a bit inferior. I heard she bought the land in that shabby place on Xixin Road.
That's crazy. She just relies on her good looks. I don't think Lang Ying is worthy of Li Yunche. The last sentence was recognized by many wealthy people.
They nodded frequently in a small circle, but their voices were so quiet that they didn't disturb others. But Xin Feng heard it clearly.
Haha, a bunch of idiots.
Xin Feng sneered and ignored him. This group of mocking people will know tomorrow that Lang Ying's decision is absolutely correct.
But now he was feeling very unhappy.
At this moment, the system's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding, someone has been detected who is even more pretentious than the host, making the host unhappy. The system has added a special task: surpass Li Yunche and become the focus of the audience. The mission was successful and the reward was 31% of the shares of Longguan Mili Film Company, Limited. After hearing this, Xin Feng was stunned.
Good job.
He is really a good kid of the system, and he won't be allowed to suffer even the slightest bit of grievance. He had been planning to come back tomorrow to give these wealthy people a slap in the face.
The system can't stand it anymore, it wants it now. He likes this temper.
Without any hesitation, Xin Feng walked out of the crowd and went straight to the piano in front of Sun Feifei's confused gaze. At this time, Li Yunche had finished playing a piano piece, and the people around him were applauding. As soon as Xin Feng walked out, someone noticed him.
Who is this person? What is he doing at Li Yunche's place? Don't tell me you want to show off your skills too?
Ha, looking at his body shape and arms, he doesn't look like a pianist.
It's not like that. Don't try to act cool and then come back in disgrace. That's embarrassing.
Sun Feifei's face darkened when she heard Zhou Ren's words, and she just wanted Xin Feng to come back. She didn't think Xin Feng could play better than Li Yunche. She had also studied music theory before, and Li Yunche's playing skills were completely capable of catching up with piano masters at the same level. Xin Feng would only make a fool of himself if he went. What made her helpless was that Xin Feng had already arrived in front of Li Yunche. There was no way she could call him back with so many people around.
Brother Li, can you let me play a song?
Ignoring the discussions of the people around him, Xin Feng came to the piano, spoke in a calm tone, looked composed, and asked in a very steady manner. A kind of steady temperament that is not typical of a young man now appeared in him.
What?
Oh, of course. Li Yunche was stunned when he saw a man who looked more handsome than himself suddenly walking towards him, and then nodded.
He originally just wanted to play a piano piece. Since someone wants to take over, he has no objection.
Li Yunche stood up from his chair and left, standing among the crowd. At this time, Qin Feng slowly sat down. He was a little surprised to find that the piano in front of him was the world-famous Steinway. How could this restaurant be so rich? Interesting. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, Qin Feng climbed onto the piano with both hands, but did not start playing. He turned around and looked at Li Yunche, saying directly, "There's something wrong with the technique and rhythm of the Winter Wind Etude you just played. Pay attention to me and learn well." Li Yunche was stunned and looked at Qin Feng with a frown. No one dared to question him like this. With a disdainful sneer, Li Yunche crossed his arms and made a gesture of invitation. Qin Feng smiled slightly, took a deep breath and focused his attention. His fingers slowly fell on the piano. Then, his fingertips began to dance on the piano. It's really flying. Qin Feng's hand was so fast that it left an afterimage. The elegant, rhythmic, and emotional sounds of nature rang out, surrounding everyone. All the wealthy people in the audience were stunned, and many of them exclaimed in surprise. "What the hell? What kind of hand speed is this?" The wealthy people present were all amazed. Li Yunche, who was standing next to Qin Feng, became serious and shocked when he heard the voice. "Lists? The bells?" He murmured softly, squinting his eyes as he watched Qin Feng's technique and listened to the rhythm, trying to spot any mistakes. "But it's a pity. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. This playing level is way better than his." The difficulty of the bells and Winter Wind Etude is similar, because they are both ceiling virtuoso piano pieces, but the difficulty of the bells lies in the extremely high requirements for rhythm and accuracy. Li Yunche immediately understood. No wonder this person turned around and asked him to watch and learn carefully. His face was a little dark and he felt very uncomfortable. He was taught a lesson. "I don't believe you didn't make any mistakes." Li Yunche, who didn't believe in evil, stared at Qin Feng closely, trying to find any mistakes. "But it's a pity." "No. Some famous pianists have their own special habits to a greater or lesser extent. Some like to shake their legs, some like to shake their heads. When performed live, this action is very entertaining. But Qin Feng didn't. The feeling he exudes is stable, well-behaved, but extremely smooth. There is no wrong rhythm. Not a single note is wrong. A stable group. And the voice is very well controlled, elegant, but not without pride. A true master." The experts present who really understood music theory calmed down from their exclamations and began to enjoy it. Enjoying the sounds of nature. Her fingers danced lightly on the piano like a free butterfly. Apart from the word beautiful, I can't think of any other adjectives. Chapter 27, Ignorance? Cute girl? Meet two more beautiful girls? Sun Feifei, who had not been optimistic about Qin Feng before, was also particularly amazed at this moment. She originally thought that Qin Feng was only knowledgeable about the stock market. Better than ordinary people, but not big enough to achieve anything significant. She had stayed up late to explain financial knowledge to Qin Feng only because the usually noble and indifferent Liang Ying suddenly lowered her status to ask her for help. She agreed reluctantly. It would be marrying above your station for a man like this to marry Liang Ying. But now it seems neither of them is out of their league, and the two of them are surprisingly well matched. Sun Feifei believed that based on Qin Feng's current playing level, there would definitely be countless wealthy women willing to accept Qin Feng, not to mention that he was really handsome. What rich people lack the least is money, what they lack is the temperament that matches their status. What if their husband or son-in-law is a world-class piano master? It's a matter of face. Qin Feng, you are so surprising. Sun Feifei said this silently in her heart and was also immersed in the wonderful music. Soon, when the piano piece reaches the end, the rhythm of this stage is particularly important, and the sound of the piano here has a lot to do with the quality of the piano itself. But the piano in front of him is the world-famous Steinway. The tone and rhythm are both tuned to the highest level, allowing Qin Feng to freely operate them. The fingers are light and the keystroke force is just right. Enjoy. It is really a pleasure to listen to Qin Feng playing the piano. The rich man who had seen Qin Feng playing the piano before couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Such a talented pianist, and they just mocked him? It's really unbecoming of a rich person. It's really embarrassing. However, even though they felt a little guilty, they were unwilling to leave at this time. Instead, they stood still. No way. The music played by Qin Feng was so steady that it gave people an amazing feeling. They didn't want to miss this performance by a world-class master. After all, if you want to hear such performances in other places, money alone is not enough.
The entire piece of the bell is only about 4 minutes long.
Happy times are always short, and as Qin Feng concentrated on playing, time seemed to be accelerated.
The song ends.
Qin Feng had a little sweat on his forehead, which was the result of his high concentration. Looking around, he stood up from his chair and bowed to the wealthy people.
This is basic etiquette.
But when he raised his head and looked at them again, Qin Feng found that this group of people were all stunned.
Everyone, the performance is over. Qin Feng couldn't help but remind him. At this time, the wealthy people present came to their senses.
Then there was loud applause. Beautiful, so beautiful.
Master, could you please teach my child piano? The fee is not a problem, 3,000 an hour. Are you interested in participating in a commercial performance?
All you need is to play one piece per show.
Master, my daughter is 12 years old and is extremely beautiful. She is a perfect match.
Before Qin Feng could react, some wealthy and famous people in the crowd had already rushed up and kept asking questions. These questions are nothing more than asking Qin Feng to teach them how to play the piano, or to give commercial performances. I'm sorry, I just noticed some issues with Brother Li's playing and wanted to correct him. I don't teach or perform commercially, and I don't like Lolita.
Qin Feng was very cunning and pointed the point of conflict towards Li Yunqie.
Although this guy has no grudge against him. But he focused his attention on Ling Ying, and that was the biggest grudge. This gentleman is teaching me that there are indeed some issues with my rhythm and technique just now.
Thank you for correcting me. Seeing Qin Feng mentioned him, Li Yunqie couldn't help but answer quickly.
Although he was extremely unhappy in his heart, he pretended to be nonchalant on the surface and smiled at Qin Feng.
No way.
If he looks unhappy at this time, he will be directly regarded as having no magnanimity.
Too small. The pattern is small. The biggest taboo for a businessman is to lack magnanimity.
I'll hand it over to Brother Li again.
I have something else to do here. Qin Feng returned Li Yunqi's smile and walked to Sun Feifei's side with a hint of laughter in his heart.
He has such a sharp eye.
How distorted was the smile on Li Yunqi's face when he was talking to him.
But Qin Feng didn't care. He was happy that Li Yunqie was in pain, and it was fine if he was called a chicken-hearted person.
Okay, no problem.
Li Yunqie saw Qin Feng walk into the crowd, gritted his teeth, and sat down in front of the piano again. At this time, the eyes of the wealthy people around him were no longer on him. When he started playing, he didn't feel like the center of attention as he did just now.
This feeling made him very uncomfortable.
And Qin Feng felt it very keenly. He just smiled and decided not to watch, so he and Sun Feifei left the crowd. After all, his goal has been achieved. When the two of them arrived at a less conspicuous location, Sun Feifei finally couldn't hold back her doubts anymore and turned her head to ask Qin Feng, when did you start learning piano?
And you're so good at it?
I worked at a music store during my college summer vacation, and I learned the music by just listening. Qin Feng found a nice dessert on the table, picked it up and casually answered Sun Feifei.
You can achieve world-class piano skills in just one summer vacation? Who are you trying to fool? Seeing Qin Feng's casual look, Sun Feifei said with some dissatisfaction. I'm a genius, so forget it if you don't believe me.
Qin Feng put the dessert into his mouth and answered nonchalantly.
TSK, what a genius.
Sun Feifei puffed up her lips and muttered, obviously not believing Qin Feng's nonsense.
And in fact,
Qin Feng is indeed a genius. His world-class piano playing skills were indeed achieved through his own practice, and it only took him 5 hours. In fact, with the help of the system, he had learned most of the songs in just 1 hour. But adhering to the working philosophy of thinking about a matter thoroughly, Qin Feng studied for 4 more hours with the help of the system and achieved a world-class level of piano playing.
If you don't say it, forget it.
Seeing that Qin Feng kept using eating as an excuse to avoid her questions, Sun Feifei gave up the idea of asking further questions. Anyway, as long as Ling Ying likes the man in front of her, that is fine. It didn't matter what she did. Stop eating. A party is never just a party. Don't be blinded by the food. Seeing Qin Feng's puffy mouth, Sun Feifei rolled her eyes at him and said helplessly. Qin Feng misheard and quickly swallowed the food in his mouth.
He looked around and asked, "Cute girl? Where is the cute girl?" Sun Feifei was suddenly stunned and then speechless. This guy is really good at playing dumb. I won't ask anymore. Sun Feifei compromised. But in fact, there were really two cute girls walking towards this side.
Passing through the crowd, two women whose temperament and figure could barely catch up with Lang Ying walked quickly and came to Qin Feng and Sun Feifei.
Miss Sun, you're here too. Is that your boyfriend next to you? Isn't your uncle here? Chapter 28 The Three Biggest Illusions in Life, She Likes Me?
Hearing the voice, Sun Feifei looked back and immediately showed a puzzled look when she saw the person coming.
Why are you here? You don't even belong to the same circle.
At this time, Qin Feng also followed the sound. These two girls are different from the socialite Lu Yu just now. Although their temperament is a little bit inferior to Lang Ying's, they are much better than ordinary socialites. If Lang Ying is 10 points, then these two women are 8 or 9 points.
It just lacks some flavor. Just because you're not in the same circle, you can't come to the party?
A woman with burgundy medium-length curly hair and wearing an elegant black evening dress raised her eyebrows and spoke to Sun Feifei with a smile.
That's right. My company is also planning to get involved in finance next year. Wouldn't it be nice to come and get some information? But, who's that person next to you? Can you introduce them?
Another woman with long, smooth black hair and a bright red slim skirt asked softly. However, when this woman was speaking, her attention was obviously not on Sun Feifei. Instead, she was looking at Qin Feng with her eyes narrowed in admiration.
What a pair of vixens. Sun Feifei muttered something, shook her head and looked at Qin Feng.
She found that Qin Feng was quite popular with women, and no matter where he went, beautiful women would come up to talk to him.
Sun Feifei is now looking around.
You will find that for some reason there are many more socialites and wealthy women around the four of them, and they observe them from time to time with regretful eyes.
Actually, this is easy to understand.
The men who are invited to such gatherings are either tycoons with a net worth of over 100 million or the sons of these tycoons. And it is better for them to talk to a handsome and elegant man than to those pretentious young men, middle-aged greasy men and old men. But they only discovered this when they wanted to come over and talk to Qin Feng. Qin Feng already has 3 very beautiful women around him, and they are famous women in the circle of wealthy people in Shanghai.
Her status is not lower than most of them.
I had no choice but to stand nearby and pretend to get food awkwardly.
So many people gathered around the 4 of them.
There's no way around it, handsome guys are always so eye-catching. My friend's friend, named Qin Feng, just came here to meet a big shot in the financial circle.
Sun Feifei looked at the 2 women in front of her and answered helplessly.
The woman with burgundy curly hair is Mo Shuang, the vice president of Will Venture Capital.
The woman in long black straight hair and pink miniskirt is Lin Shuhan, the daughter of the director of Lin's Real Estate Technology Company, Limited.
These 2 guys are of similar status to her. Moreover, she has some business dealings with her father, and she can't just turn her back on him.
Hello, my name is Qin Feng.
Qin Feng, who had a sharp eye, naturally noticed Sun Feifei's displeasure. But he simply ignored it and shook hands with the 2 beauties in front of him. While Venture Capital, Mo Shuang.
Lin's Real Estate, Lin Shuhan.
The 2 women held Qin Feng's strong hands and introduced themselves with the same smile. However, when Mo Shuang heard Qin Feng's name, she frowned, as if she remembered something.
Your name is Qin Feng?
Mo Shuang looked at Qin Feng seriously.
Are you the Qin Feng who bought Crane Technology shares earlier?
An idea suddenly flashed in Mo Shuang's mind, and she suddenly remembered the information she had compiled before. She snapped her fingers and looked at Qin Feng with her eyes lighting up.
How do you know?
Qin Feng was a little confused about how Mo Shuang knew his name, but he didn't deny it. When he said this, the somewhat aloof Mo Shuang exclaimed.
Sure enough, you are the boss.
She looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. Mo Shuang originally thought that Qin Feng was just Sun Feifei's boyfriend, an ordinary rich second-generation guy from Shanghai, who was just a little better looking. If Lin Shuhan, who had been chatting with her, had not become interested and kept pulling her over, she would definitely not have had any interest in actively chatting with such a young man.
But I didn't expect it.
Is this young man the stock god who made more than 50 million from stocks?
The key point is that this person is so young? It was just a coincidence. I bought the stock and it started to go up. I can't do anything about it. But how did you know my name?
Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Mo Shuang.
It shouldn't be possible for anyone to find out the information when you just buy a stock, right? Shuang, why are you reacting so strongly?
Lin Shuhan looked at Mo Shuang with curiosity.
She knew her best friend's personality very well. She was always calm and composed. Why was she shouting and a little excited today?
Shohan, since you're not in finance, you might not know that Mr. Chin Fong has a very sharp eye. He invested in Crane Technology stocks and made a net profit of over 50 million yuan. Even I admired this kind of venomous vision. Mo Shuang also felt that she had lost her composure just now, so she adjusted her mood and began to explain to Lin Shohan. After the explanation, Lin Shohan realized Qin Feng's strength, and the admiration in his eyes became more and more intense.
Handsome, elegant, and with unique vision. Isn't this a definitely tall, rich, and handsome guy? This is the ideal person she has always dreamed of.
It just so happened that her father was urging her to find a partner recently, otherwise he would force her to go on a blind date with the son of another company's boss.
Are you kidding me? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? And now Qin Feng appears in front of her, is he really the chosen one?
Thinking of this, Lin Shohan's eyes began to shine as he looked at Qin Feng.
Lin Shohan, what do you want to do? Only. In Sun Feifei's eyes, this look became a real seduction.
She unconsciously took a step closer to Qin Feng, pretending nothing had happened.
Hee, I'm just happy that I found the treasure boy.
Laughing, Lin Shohan looked at Sun Feifei, who was almost clinging to Qin Feng's arm, and immediately expressed dissatisfaction.
She then said, "What are you doing? Don't you know that you shouldn't bully your friend's husband? It's none of your business."
Seeing that she and Qin Feng were really close, Sun Feifei blushed and quickly took a small step to the left so that they were not so close.
Good job. If today's ambiguity were to get out, she could imagine Lang Ying's extremely cold eyes.
But Qin Feng didn't care.
The innocent are innocent, he didn't have any feelings for Sun Feifei. The three major illusions in life are included here. My phone vibrates, I can fight back, and she likes me.
Qin Feng was not so narcissistic as to think that a woman he had known for less than a day liked him.
Is this a joke?
Although the former has already obtained a marriage certificate with him.
Don't joke, that was just a coincidence.
Qin Feng saw that the situation was a bit like Shura, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. At this time, Lin Shohan was obviously a little too enthusiastic. She extended her delicate hand again, shook Qin Feng's strong hand, and said, "Let me introduce myself again.
I'm Lin Shohan, the daughter of the chairman of Lin's Real Estate Technology Company, Limited.
I'm single, 21 years old, and my measurements."
Sun Feifei, what are you doing? Chapter 29: A Woman Blinded by Love. You're on a blind date here? Why are you going into so much detail?
Seeing that Lin Shohan's words were getting more and more outrageous, Sun Feifei suddenly pounced over and covered her mouth.
Seeing this, Mo Shuang quickly dodged and let these two clowns make a fuss. Qin Feng also didn't care. It's not time for him to speak yet. Sun Feifei and Lin Shohan are very well mannered.
Although they may quarrel a little in such occasions, they will never go too far.
This is a question of quality. Okay, stop making trouble. You've already attracted attention.
Qin Feng keenly noticed that many eyes were looking at them, and quickly spoke out to stop them.
And he finished. Sun Feifei and Lin Shohan were very obedient and stopped. Sun Feifei, I didn't expect that a quiet woman like you would also fight.
Lin Shohan's face flushed, she pinched her waist and breathed softly.
Who told you to keep talking nonsense, even mentioning my measurements?
Muttering with great dissatisfaction, Sun Feifei tidied her messy hair and skirt, covering her belly with one hand.
When they were playing just now, Lin Shohan's elbow accidentally hit her stomach. Now I feel a little pain. If you want me to take care of it, I'm willing to do it.
Lin Shohan curled his lips and looked at Sun Feifei, with an unhappy look on his face.
Stop bickering.
Seeing that the two were bickering and about to fight, Qin Feng was speechless.
He quickly stepped forward and pulled Sun Feifei back.
Who started the fight with her? She was the one who was mocking me, and I can't fight back.
Sun Feifei muttered softly, somewhat dissatisfied.
But the more she did this, the more her stomach hurt.
Hiss. Sun Feifei frowned slightly, took a deep breath and stopped talking.
It wasn't a big deal just now, but now she really feels a little pain.
What's wrong with you?
Seeing Sun Feifei's face twisted a little, with one hand tightly covering her stomach, Qin Feng frowned slightly, a little worried, and asked doubtfully, "Did you touch your stomach just now?"
Sun Feifei didn't try to be stubborn even though she was just a tiny mosquito or fly, and nodded obediently.
Because of her physical condition, she has been very afraid of pain since she was a child. The days when I have my period every month are worse than death, and the pain is so severe that I even go to my grandma's house. When she went to see a doctor, he just attributed the cause to her physical condition and told her to exercise more. But after so much time, there is still no result. The pain is unbearable and the only way to relieve it is to take painkillers.
Then let me help you sit over there.
With one step, Jin Feng quickly took Sun Feifei's arm, supported her up, and slowly helped her walk to the rest area next to her.
And watched the two of them walk towards the rest area next to them.
Lin Shuhan was also afraid that there was something wrong with Sun Feifei and wanted to follow her. But unexpectedly, her hand was suddenly grabbed by her best friend Imo Shuang.
Why are you pulling me? Don't tell me Sun Feifei is really in trouble. You know her physical condition. Lin Shuhan asked doubtfully. It's very unfortunate.
After Sun Feifei was knocked down at a party and almost taken away by an ambulance, everyone in the wealthy circle in Shanghai knew that she was weak.
My dear sister, are you sure you really want to see Sun Feifei?
Holding a glass of red wine, Imo Shuang smiled and hooked her arm around Lin Shuhan's neck, then put her arm on her shoulder. And he looked at her with eyes that had seen through everything.
What do you mean?
A blush appeared on her face, and Lin Shuhan didn't dare to look directly into Imo Shuang's eyes.
You went there just to chat with brother Qin Feng, didn't you? How could you hide this from me?
With her eyebrows raised and an anti-smile on her face, Imo Shuang let go of Lin Shuhan and casually picked up a dessert from the table next to her and put it in her mouth.
You know, and you still hold me back, fake sisterhood.
Lin Shuhan puffed up his lips and muttered somewhat unhappily. When Imo Shuang saw her cute look, she laughed helplessly. Oh, my little cutie is angry?
Shuhan is really angry.
Tell her something that will make her happy, or she will ignore you. Lin Shuhan demonstrated in detail what it means to go down the slope and climb the tree by borrowing a pole. Following what Imo Shuang said, she really pouted and looked at her with an unhappy expression.
Hey, that's too much.
If you continue like this, I won't help you.
Imo Shuang said seriously. As soon as these words came out, Lin Shuhan immediately became intimidated.
She quickly grabbed Imo Shuang's arm and looked at him pleadingly. I'm just kidding.
Tell me, how can you help me? I really like Qin Feng. TSK, a woman blinded by love.
Putting the wine glass in Lin Shuhan's hand, Imo Shuang immediately came over to analyze it for her. I mentioned it when I introduced myself just now. Brother Qin Feng was brought here by Sun Feifei. And to be able to bring him to this kind of party, I don't need to tell you how much brother Qin Feng means to Sun Feifei, right? Besides, you were confused by the situation just now. You didn't see the look on Sun Feifei's face when she saw Qin Feng shaking your hand.
That sour and pitiful look makes me want to hold it in my arms and comfort it.
Smacking her lips constantly, Imo Shuang patted her best friend Lin Shuhan on the back as if to comfort her.
The intention couldn't be clearer. No way, you said that Sun Feifei likes Qin Feng? After listening to Imo Shuang's analysis, Lin Shuhan couldn't help feeling a little depressed. What the hell? The man you like has actually been liked by other women for a long time? Did I accidentally become the third party? And looking at the emotional foundation of the two, I, the mistress, have no chance. But she doesn't look like it. Sun Feifei didn't have a sour look on her face. Instead, she really wanted to help and protect others, and she looked aggrieved. Good sister, would you like to have a bite? Taking a small piece of fruit from the dining table, Imo Shuang smiled and put it to Lin Shuhan's mouth. No, I'm heartbroken and not in the mood. Pushing Imo Shuang's jade hand away, Lin Shuhan grabbed his hair, a little dazed. Imo Shuang was speechless when she saw her best friend's aho hair standing up and her confused expression. Good job. She hasn't even started dating yet and she's already heartbroken. But she didn't care about that. Putting the fruit into his mouth and chewing it, Imo Shuang pulled Lin Shuhan over and whispered, as long as the hoe is wielded well, there is no corner that cannot be dug down. You're no worse than Sun Feifei, why are you so scared? I don't think Sun Feifei and Qin Feng look like a couple. Maybe they haven't confirmed their relationship yet. Besides, you are the eldest daughter of Lin's real estate company. If they are together, won't you compete for her? After listening to Imo Shuang's analysis, Lin Shuhan's eyes suddenly lit up, as if hope was rekindled. One word from you is worth 10 years of reading. Lin Shuhan chuckled, nudged Imo Shuang lightly with his elbow, and said with a smile, I didn't expect that you, who have never been in a relationship before, can analyze things so clearly and professionally. As he spoke, a thumb appeared in front of Imo Shuang. Mo Shuang rolled her eyes speechlessly and then dismissed it.
She said impatiently, "Well, today's gathering is also a game.
How about I have the relevant personnel transfer your position to Brother Qin Feng's position during the investment negotiation meeting later?" You really are my best friend.
Hearing this, Lin Shuhan looked at Mo Shuang with shining eyes. He threw himself into her arms affectionately and rubbed his head against her continuously.
But Mo Shuang looked disgusted. A woman blinded by love, how can men be as interesting as her stocks?
She calmly took a sip of red wine and looked towards the rest area. However, because the chairs in the restaurant's lounge area were all high-seat sofas, it was impossible to see what Qin Feng and Sun Feifei were doing. Chapter 30, Being handsome is also a trouble.
Is he being targeted? The other side. The restaurant's lounge area. Still hurting?
Qin Feng half knelt in front of Sun Feifei on the soft sofa. Seeing the sweat on his forehead, he knew that he had said something nonsense.
It must be painful. I'm sweating. It doesn't hurt that much anymore.
Sun Feifei said in a low voice, forcing a smile.
Okay, I'll get you some hot water. Nodding, Qin Feng stood up and went to ask the waiter for some hot water. He certainly didn't believe this.
When Sun Feifei said it didn't hurt, her expression looked more painful than if her father had died.
It would be strange if it didn't hurt. No need.
Sun Feifei was about to say no, but Qin Feng had already left. She quietly watched Qin Feng's receding figure and shook her head. This kind of meticulous care, yet knowing what you need just by looking at your actions and expressions.
Is it just boyfriend power? She was a little intoxicated. Moment. Qin Feng walked over quickly with a cup of warm water in one hand and a transparent glass bottle in the other. The water temperature is just right. I've tried it. There's hot water in this glass. Hold your stomach.
As he spoke, he placed the transparent glass bottle on Sun Feifei's legs and handed her the warm water with one hand. Nodding softly, Sun Feifei took the cup hesitantly, took a few sips, and then handed it to Qin Feng.
Tried it. I just drank it in advance. So did she kiss Qin Feng indirectly?
A few blushes appeared on her face. Sun Feifei held the not very hot glass bottle in both hands, thinking wildly.
What's going on? Why did her heart feel warm? Qin Feng, are you so warm to everyone?
Blinking her eyes, Sun Feifei looked up at the handsome man in front of her.
Everyone? No.
Qin Feng smiled and waved his hand, then said seriously, I am only warm to people who are important to me.
Hearing this, Sun Feifei was stunned. Are you only warm to people who feel important to you? Then am I important to him? Sun Feifei started to have wild thoughts again. The water is a little cold. I'll get some warm water.
After accompanying Sun Feifei to rest for a while, Qin Feng felt that the warm water in his hand had almost cooled down, so he stood up to leave.
It's okay, my stomach doesn't hurt much anymore.
Seeing Qin Feng was about to leave, Sun Feifei hurriedly grabbed his hand and spoke quickly.
It doesn't hurt anymore? Qin Feng turned around and stared at Sun Feifei's face.
Seeing that her expression had indeed eased a lot, he nodded and sat down again.
And saw Qin Feng sitting down. For some reason, Sun Feifei felt much more at ease.
It seemed that her stomach didn't hurt as much as Qin Feng was around. And so, the two of them sat for a while. During this time, Sun Feifei took the cup from Qin Feng's hand and drank up the warm water in it. At this time, the piano music at the party had stopped.
Sun Feifei looked down at the time and found that it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Business people's gatherings are never just gatherings. What's more, this is a special gathering invited by the Magic City Financial Association to people in the circle. She knew exactly the purpose of this party. In fact, it is about making friends, getting to know friends, and then holding an investment negotiation meeting. Participate if there is profit, leave if there is no profit. However, such business meetings are generally very popular. But this has nothing to do with her anymore. She brought Qin Feng to this party just to see the world and get familiar with the bigwigs in the financial circle. Qin Feng, let's go back. Feeling that she was in good condition, Sun Feifei stood up and made a suggestion to Qin Feng. Good. Qin Feng nodded very concisely. They had indeed been sitting for a long time. The two walked out of the lounge area and came to the meeting hall, only to find that the investment negotiation meeting had already begun. Investment negotiation meeting.
They are entrepreneurs recommended by some new small and medium-sized enterprises in the financial circle or other business associations.
Bring along a prepared business plan and investment proposal. Let us give a detailed explanation. It's like a public bidding. If any of the big guys here are interested, you can choose to invest.
Of course, we will exchange business cards after the meeting and then discuss other matters in detail.
This approach is very friendly to both entrepreneurs and business development. To attract investment.
Since this gathering was not very formal, its main purpose was to make the financial leaders feel comfortable, so it was very casual. Even when the negotiation meeting started, the president of the association had already started speaking with the microphone, and there were still people milling around below.
Among them are Qin Feng and Sun Feifei. That's not right, Qin Feng, why are you here?
In the middle, Sun Feifei was scratching her hair, looking a little confused.
The seats for the party were arranged by the association.
In order to make the boss comfortable, people of high status are basically in the front row.
Qin Feng's invitation was originally from Sun Feifei's father. Her father was one of the top figures in the financial circle and should have been in the front row. But why now in the middle?
Forget it, let's just stay here.
The middle is not bad either. Qin Feng didn't care about this.
He came just to watch the show.
All right.
Sun Feifei nodded, and after settling Qin Feng, she walked forward to find her own seat.
Only. What a coincidence.
As soon as Sun Feifei left and Qin Feng sat down, he smelled a fragrance. Looking to the left, he saw Lin Shuhan, wearing a pink miniskirt, sitting next to him very generously.
Qin Feng, what a coincidence, we are sitting together. Yeah, what a coincidence.
Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Feng smiled helplessly. He was a little confused at first.
By letting the bigwigs in the financial circle sit in the middle and back seats, isn't this financial association afraid of offending people?
But when he saw Lin Shuhan and Qin Feng, he understood.
Good job. This must be the position she asked someone to move to. Lin Shuhan is the daughter of the chairman of Lin's Real Estate Technology Company, Limited, and her status is similar to that of Sun Feifei.
Sun Feifei is now sitting in the third row in the front, and she should at least be sitting in the fourth row. Although this is in the middle, it is a bit far back. This was clearly not the place she was supposed to be.
Being handsome is also a kind of trouble.
Qin Feng said this silently in his heart, looked at Lin Shuhan, and then shook his head.
This woman must have some feelings for me. I took a quick look at it. She has a nice figure, looks okay, and I'm not that annoying. Anyway, it's nice to make friends with this person. Maybe it will be useful in the future?
Just as Qin Feng was thinking about this, Li Yunqie actually sat down next to him.
Any comments?
Seeing Qin Feng's strange look, Li Yunqie frowned and asked.
Chapter 31 Forced Marriage, Bickering with Li Yunqie.
No, it's just very strange. Given Brother Li's worth, how could he end up in such a bad position? Showing a standard smile, Qin Feng asked calmly.
Oh, I'm not that qualified. Li Yunqie didn't care much about this embarrassing question and answered it very easily.
His net worth is enough to move his seat to the front rows. But the financial circle does require some qualifications. Although he is the most promising and capable young talent of the younger generation, he is too young and lacks experience, so it is acceptable for him to sit in this position.
Brother Li is generous.
Seeing Li Yun's nonchalant attitude, Qin Feng was a little surprised.
He nodded slightly and answered immediately.
This guy is very arrogant, but he doesn't care about such very reasonable things.
She's a nice person, but who made you fall for Lang Ying?
Shaking his head, Qin Feng thought helplessly in his heart. At this time, on the table that was hastily set up in front, an entrepreneurial college student was already presenting his prepared business plan in detail. Qin Feng listened to a few words at first, but then he started playing with his phone and didn't want to care anymore. He has a lot of financial knowledge in his head and he was an excellent market analyst before he got the system. The above college student's explanation clearly shows that the project has no development prospects and the profits cannot be recovered in the short term.
Other people may be interested in this kind of project and try to invest in it.
But Qin Feng would never vote. With this time, he might as well play the stock market.
However, this kind of behavior made Li Yunqie very disdainful. He glanced at Qin Feng sideways, then said slowly, "It's basic etiquette to listen silently when others are talking. You play the piano very well, but your etiquette is very poor." Hearing this, Qin Feng immediately smiled, tilted his head towards Li Yunqie and replied, "Oh, could it be that Brother Li also likes to listen to people talking nonsense?"
After saying this, he still held his phone in his hand and looked at the stock market, not paying much attention to what Li Yunche said.
Why is it just nonsense? I think that project is pretty good.
After hearing the conversation between the two, Lin Shuhan, who had been looking for an opportunity to chat with Qin Feng, finally couldn't help it and leaned over to ask with great interest.
The project is good, but the cycle is too long and the profit is too low. I don't like this investment method.
Shaking his head, Qin Feng moved closer to Lin Shuhan and explained. Compared to Li Yunche, he would prefer talking to Lin Shuhan.
I don't like this kind of investment either. I thought it was pretty good just now.
Resting his chin on his right hand, Lin Shuhan squinted his eyes and thought with his little head, referring to Qin Feng's statement.
She definitely didn't do this to agree with Qin Feng. But I really think that the project has some problems and it is not worth over-investing in it. Then, sir, what kind of project do you consider good? Li Yunche was very annoyed and asked unhappily.
The reason why he listened to this project carefully was actually because he wanted to invest in it. But after Qin Feng said this, he also felt that this project still needed to be observed. If you are not careful, you may lose money. And for some reason, Qin Feng made him very uncomfortable.
He always feels like he's being targeted.
I feel that in recent months, no project has been as good as purchasing the land on Xixin Road. Qin Feng said subconsciously without raising his head while staring at the stock market on the mobile phone page.
Xixin Road? Ha ha ha.
When Li Yunche heard these three words, he actually laughed out loud. He looked at Qin Feng, decisively extended his hand and asked, I've talked to you for a long time, but I still don't know your name.
Qin Feng.
Ignoring the laughter, Qin Feng looked away from the phone interface, grabbed Li Yunche's hand and said his name lightly.
So it's Boss Qin. Your vision is decades ahead of the other bigwigs in Magic City.
Shaking his head, Li Yunche said with a stifled laugh. He originally thought that Lang Ying was the only one in the entire Magic City who would buy that piece of rotten land. Who would have thought there would be a second Twitch who had the same idea as her?
It's so ridiculous.
At this time, Lin Shuhan did not refute Li Yunche's words.
Of course she had heard about Lang Ying buying Xixin Road.
Like other bigwigs in Shanghai, she also thought that the land was garbage. We've been ahead of the big guys in Modu for decades, so we can still have 2 or 3 days. Looking at Li Yunche, Qin Feng replied calmly.
Is there any other project that can rake in at least 300 million in 2 days? Absolutely not.
Others laughed at him for being too crazy, he laughed at others for not seeing through him.
By tomorrow, those who are watching the joke won't be able to laugh anymore. A while later,
several university entrepreneurs came up to the stage one after another and left after giving their presentations. During this period, Li Yunche became much more honest and stopped making excuses. After watching the stock market, Qin Feng felt bored and chatted with Lin Shuhan.
Only.
While he was replying to a WeChat message on the way, the woman beside him disappeared. When Qin Feng looked towards the stage, he found that Lin Shuhan, wearing a pink miniskirt, was already standing on the stage in front, and the screen behind her had turned into a dilapidated, unfinished building. She took the microphone, smiled and began to explain in great detail.
What you're seeing now is a project that Lin's real estate technology took over a few years ago, the unfinished Hongqiao Zhongshan development. Due to construction downtime and some force majeure factors, these half-developed buildings have been shelved until now. That's all for now.
Lin Shuhan bit her lip, took a deep breath, and continued to speak to the crowd. Now our Lin's real estate technology company wants to sell this property.
Does anyone have this interest? After asking, there was silence. And a few seconds later,
there was a lot of discussion below, but it was mostly laughter, and none of the bigwigs from various parties sitting there expressed any interest in this project. Only Qin Feng frowned and thought. The location of that unfinished building seems familiar.
And on the stage, when Lin Shuhan heard the occasional laughter from below, he thought of Lang Ying.
With an embarrassed expression on her face, she seemed to have made up her mind. She pointed the laser pen at the unfinished building area on the screen and continued explaining. In fact, this piece of land still has a lot of room for development, but Lin's real estate technology doesn't have enough energy to manage it now. We now have a new development direction, so we are thinking of selling this piece of land.
I know what everyone is thinking.
We paid 150 million for this land.
If you're interested, we can sell it for 100 million. Although the investment time will be longer, the profit will definitely double if the development is successful.
After she said all this, the occasional laughter from below stopped.
But it's embarrassing. As the laughter died away, so did the chatter.
The entire venue suddenly became quiet. This is very strange. In the past, after the college students explained their projects, at least some wealthy people would discuss them, but now they are completely silent.
Seeing this scene, Lin Shuhan's face turned pale and he was at a loss.
She promised her father.
If she could sell this unfinished building, she wouldn't have to go on blind dates.
Otherwise, her father would definitely force her to marry the son of another company. Lin Shuhan felt scared at the thought of marrying someone she didn't like.
But this situation. Danger. That's a nice thing to say, but the situation at that location is exactly the same as that at Shishin Road. In the audience, Li Yunche listened quietly to Lin Shuhan's explanation and came to this conclusion. Brother Li, why do you say that?
At this time, Qin Feng turned his head and asked with great interest.
Li Yunche glanced at Qin Feng and then smiled disdainfully. If a company as big as Lin's real estate can't get this piece of land, how can other companies do it? Chapter 32, I invested in this project?
How do you say that? Qin Feng frowned in thought, wanting to hear Li Yunche's analysis. While developing a property is very profitable once it's completed, it requires a lot of complicated procedures and sufficient funds to develop it. Li Yunche was also very generous and began to explain to Qin Feng, Lin's is a real estate tycoon, it's not like they don't have the funds, but they have owned this piece of land for at least 2 years, and there's no news of any development yet. Crossing his legs, Li Yunche thought quickly and continued, besides, if this project is really that good, there's no need to bring it out at the party.
Others won't be able to grab it in time. Oh, so that's how it is.
Qin Feng listened to Li Yunche's explanation silently, then took out his mobile phone from his pocket to look up the location of the unfinished building.
And just as he was checking,
Li Yunche beside him suddenly raised his eyebrows, a smile playing on his lips. But if I buy this unfinished building and give Lin's daughter a bonus, it would be a very cost-effective deal.
What? Mr. Qin is moved?
He saw Qin Feng searching on his phone and immediately became interested, so he came over and asked.
A little.
After looking at the page on his phone, Qin Feng also raised his eyebrows and answered. It suddenly occurred to him. The business map of Shanghai that the system provided previously included information about the Hongqiao Zhongshan community area.
There will be a major development in this area in 2.5 weeks.
The specific development matter is to build a key high school in this area. At that time, because he didn't know that there would be an unfinished building at this location, the commercial map provided by the system was only a plan map, without any other prompts, so he had to rely entirely on his own vision. He only saw the land on Shishin Road at that time.
But now look at it this way. Hoarding unfinished buildings is a sure-win business. Good fellow.
Licking his lips, Qin Feng looked up at Lin Shuhan on the stage.
At this time,
because Lin Shuhan was the last person to come out to solicit investment, the bigwigs from all parties below had already taken out their mobile phones to play and prepare for the next game.
Joke. 100 million yuan was invested in an unfinished building with no hope of success. No one will vote. What's more, the real estate industry is extremely competitive now. If it fails, the 100 million will be wasted. Rich people are definitely not stupid, they are already very smart. This kind of project is an insult to one's intelligence. Moreover, at this time, the big guys in the front row of Shanghai seem to be about to leave. This project definitely cannot be invested in. Is there nothing else to do? On stage,
Lin Shuhan smiled bitterly when he saw the reaction below.
There is really no way.
Just as she was about to unplug the USB drive and download it, a very attractive and youthful voice suddenly appeared.
I've invested in this project. In the audience,
Qin Feng suddenly stood up in front of Li Yunche's confused eyes and spoke loudly.
And at this time, almost everyone was attracted by this voice. At the same time,
the bigwigs from all sides of the magic city below all looked towards Qin Feng's position.
1 second.
The originally silent gathering place suddenly became lively. The whole place was filled with the sound of talking. The wealthy people were all talking at once, and the whole place was buzzing.
Isn't this the young man who was playing the piano just now? I don't understand. Is this unfinished building hiding something mysterious? I don't know. Young man, you've gotten yourself into finance, right? Real estate and finance are different. Don't you count development funds and procedures? I really don't understand this time. Are the young people this year so good? They dare to invest like this? I think, how does it look like to? Could it be that this young man likes the daughter of the Lin family and is willing to spend 100 million to win a beautiful woman's smile?
Everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Feng. Beside him, Li Yunche looked confused. He just saw Qin Feng looking up the unfinished building and just wanted to know where it was.
When I heard him say he was a little interested, I just took it as a joke.
My goodness, the guy had just analyzed to him that this unfinished building could not be sold, and he immediately got up to invest.
There's no need to go against him like this. Hey, Mr. Qin, are you crazy?
Suddenly, Li Yunche froze as if he had thought of something.
He quickly asked, "No way, you don't really like the Lin family's daughter and think you should buy her a house as a gift, do you?" Damn it, I was just kidding, sit down now.
Although Li Yunche is proud of his achievements, he has a good upbringing and rarely swears. However, he had never seen such a scene before, and he couldn't help but swear. He spent 100 million to buy an unfinished building just to make a beautiful woman smile.
This is a move.
It is similar to King Yu of Zhou lighting beacons to trick the princes in order to win the smile of a beauty.
Front row.
The bigwigs from all parties who were sitting there looked at Qin Feng in confusion.
They didn't know what Qin Feng was going to do. This project is obviously not feasible.
The fact that they didn't say anything at that time said it all. Among them, Sun Feifei narrowed her eyes and focused, and was stunned when she saw that it was Qin Feng who stood up. She hurried towards the back row.
Ms. Lin, if I give you 100 million now, will you give me the unfinished building?
It was as if the surprise of the people around him was not big enough.
Qin Feng asked loudly again. And at this time, on stage,
Lin Shuhan, who was originally distraught and somewhat afraid of future blind dates, just stood there and was forced to freeze. She looked at Qin Feng with her eyes blinking.
I feel that things are a little unbelievable. She didn't think anyone would buy this unfinished building. After all, this piece of land was really, as others said, with a long development cycle, and it would be a waste of money if you were not careful. She was just giving it a try, otherwise she would be dragged out on a blind date. Might as well give it a try. But now,
the whole place was silent, as everyone felt that she was treating others like fools.
Qin Feng stood up.
Dark Horse,
Prince.
With her mouth slightly opened, Lin Shuhan spoke softly. In her eyes, Qin Feng now really looks like the Dark Horse Prince who saved her. That handsome and unconventional face, calm temperament, and standard figure.
It's amazing.
She looked at Qin Feng, speechless for a moment.
Chapter 33 Sun Feifei, draw a curse on you. Hey, is Yunche sitting next to that young man? What did he say just now?
It seems like he's talking about buying a house for his wife. Although these two sentences were spoken in a low voice, they were heard in the conference hall the moment they were finished.
Boss is also human.
They also like to listen to this kind of gossip, but they usually don't have much time.
After hearing this explanation, most people in the meeting hall understood. Fuck, this young man.
He spent 100 million to pick up girls.
He's really talented.
What a love-struck man, spending 100 million to win a beautiful woman's smile.
Ha, this young man has the style of me back then. 100 million is nothing.
I'm willing to spend 200 million to marry the daughter of the Lin family.
It's a pity that I already have a family. The love saint in the financial world, what's the name of that young man? I've never seen him before. He must be a newly emerged young talent, otherwise he wouldn't have made such a big move. Investment negotiation meeting. The discussions that followed were even louder than before.
The gossip hearts of the big guys are burning, even more so than in Boruto. For a moment, the entire party venue was filled with all kinds of sounds. Their eyes also moved back and forth between Qin Feng and Lin Shuhan. Qin Feng is handsome and calm, while Lin Shuhan is beautiful and attractive.
Most people think that if these two people were to be together, they would be a perfect match. And at this time,
Lin Shuhan, standing at the projector position on the stage, looked at the chaotic scene below and listened to the sounds that came into his ears from time to time.
He was easily led down. She had always liked Qin Feng. After hearing what the people below said, she became even more convinced.
Looking at Qin Feng's determined eyes, there was a faint smile on his face.
She is sinking.
A blush quietly crept up her pretty face, and Lin Shuhan finally walked down from the stage and walked towards Qin Feng's seat.
Excited, shy, happy? These feelings don't matter anymore.
She only wants Qin Feng now. I dare not say anything else, But Qin Feng is definitely the dark horse prince sent by God to save her.
That look, that temperament. Who can withstand this?
At this time, Qin Feng saw Lin Shohan coming down and wanted to pick her up.
But suddenly, Sun Feifei pushed through the crowd and walked to his side, grabbed him, and then said while panting, "What's wrong with your brain? That piece of land is just a big piece of rotten land. Do you have a serious illness?"
Sun Feifei looked at Qin Feng with a look of disappointment on her face, her cheeks flushed, and she blurted out all the words in the magic city. There was anger in his eyes, but more of it was disappointment. When she came here, she took the shortest route, which required her to pass by many people.
Of course she heard the 100 million they talked about. Of course she doesn't care if some people say so. But since everyone said so, she got carried away and was easily led astray. "Qin Feng, I stayed up late to tutor you on financial knowledge. You have such a good eye. Do you really want to marry into the Lin family? Do you still have Lang Ying in your heart?"
Sun Feifei narrowed her eyes and trembled with anger.
And in an instant, she thought of it again. What right did she have to be angry?
Qin Feng is just her friend's husband. Even if the 100 million is lost, it will not affect her.
What's wrong with me? A little helpless. Sun Feifei quickly pushed Qin Feng away and walked quickly towards the restaurant entrance.
If she stayed any longer, she was afraid she would lose control.
Oh my God. Why are you so excited? What about marrying into the family? When did I ever say that?
Qin Feng looked back and saw Sun Feifei angrily rushing out of the restaurant, his face bewildered.
But he recovered instantly.
Looking at the noisy party scene, Qin Feng reached out and slapped his forehead.
His size 13 is a bit big. Being misunderstood. Sun Feifei, wait for me.
Not intending to care about the party, Qin Feng picked up the clothes on the chair and hurried to chase Sun Feifei.
Although I don't know what she meant.
But Qin Feng almost felt that this girl seemed to be jealous.
Could it be that my wife's best friend has a crush on me? Just kidding. Moment.
When Sun Feifei was about to enter the elevator, Qin Feng grabbed her hand and pulled her out.
Why are you so excited? It's not what you think. Everything I do is for profit, definitely not for Lin Shohan. Don't tell lying nonsense.
Trying his best to regulate his breathing, Qin Feng spoke very quickly.
Don't get excited, calm down.
Qin Feng swirled his right hand back and forth across his chest to comfort Sun Feifei, then explained, the unfinished building does have investment value.
I have inside information.
Wait for me to sign the land purchase contract with Lin Shohan first, and then I'll explain it to you in detail.
You must be seriously ill. Don't touch me. I'll scream if you do. Sun Feifei didn't want to pay any attention to Qin Feng at all.
She kept shaking her arms, trying to break free and leave. But Qin Feng's body had been transformed by the system, and his grip strength was surprisingly strong, so Sun Feifei's slender arms couldn't break free at all.
Let me go, I'm calling security.
Sun Feifei stared at Qin Feng, her face flushed and a little angry.
Ta-da-day.
At this time, Qin Feng keenly heard footsteps not far away.
Are security guards really coming?
Qin Feng muttered to himself and let go of Sun Feifei's hand.
But the funny thing is,
after he let go, Sun Feifei did not leave, but pouting and looking at Qin Feng with a resentful look on her face.
Aren't you leaving? Please.
Feeling a little funny, Qin Feng leaned against the elevator button and looked at her with a smile.
There are also advantages to having a high floor. There are only 2 elevators in this building that go to the top floor.
But the elevator next to it is under maintenance now, and the running elevator has just gone down.
Sun Feifei couldn't leave at all.
Qin Feng had just realized that this girl didn't really want to go down. She just wanted to vent her anger on herself.
What do you care?
Rubbing her red wrist, Sun Feifei looked at Qin Feng and said proudly, I don't want to leave again.
Whatever. Holding back his smile, Qin Feng was also waiting for the elevator. Son of a bitch. Seeing Qin Feng's fearless look, Sun Feifei looked at him dimly and muttered silently.
Within 3 seconds, this little girl had cursed Qin Feng more than 30 times. It shows how much she hates him.
Da.
Suddenly, footsteps were heard.
Qin Feng, you are here indeed. On the left side of the corridor, Lin Shohan, who was wearing a pink miniskirt, looked around.
Seeing Qin Feng at the elevator entrance, she was slightly delighted and hurried up. When Qin Feng saw Lin Shuhan coming over, he also showed a happy expression. He thought Lin Shuhan wouldn't catch up with him, and he planned to find her to sign the contract tomorrow.
Every day longer you sign the contract, the more risk you will face.
Although the plan to build a key high school in Hangqiao Zhongshan district was not announced until more than 10 days later, various procedures are still required after the land purchase contract is signed before the property can be truly in hand. This takes time, and Qin Feng doesn't want it to be too slow.
Only. Sun Feifei became unhappy when she saw Qin Feng smile.
She began to mutter again, cursing Qin Feng more than 40 times.
Ms. Lin, do you have the land purchase contract for Hangqiao Zhongshan community? I think I can sign the contract with you right now.
Without paying attention to Sun Feifei, Qin Feng asked Lin Shuhan directly.
What? Hearing this, Lin Shuhan was stunned, and then became shy.
She said shyly, Qin Feng, you don't have to do this for me.
It's not necessary. What's unnecessary?
Qin Feng was a little helpless, he just wanted to sign the contract quickly. What she didn't expect was that Lin Shuhan curled her lips and directly refused.
I don't want it. Chapter 34. Have you thought of a name for your child? Why? Qin Feng was bewildered.
I know you have feelings for me, but it's really difficult to develop that unfinished building. I don't want your 100 million yuan to go to waste. Lin Shuhan looked at Qin Feng and answered very firmly. Even if the land cannot be sold, her father will take her to a blind date. But she still couldn't bear to let Qin Feng be the scapegoat. It was enough for her to know his feelings.
Just hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't breathe. Damn. Why is it so difficult to make money? Of course, he heard what the wealthy people at the party were speculating about. $100 million to win a beautiful woman's smile. Are you kidding? He is smarter than a monkey, how could he do such a thing? But unfortunately, he couldn't tell the specific reason now. Qin Feng lowered his head and looked at Lin Shuhan's shy face. He immediately knew that this stupid girl had misunderstood. Forget it, let it be a misunderstanding. I won't suffer any loss anyway.
Qin Feng muttered to himself, frowned and thought for a moment, then explained to Lin Shuhan very seriously, Ms. Lin, I'm going to buy this unfinished building. You don't have to worry about whether it makes money or not. If you bring the land purchase contract, we can sign it quickly. However, I need 3 days to deposit the funds into your account. Is that okay? I brought the land purchase contract, but... Lin Shuhan half bit her rosy lips with her little canine teeth, raised her head and looked at Qin Feng, looking very embarrassed. That look of someone working seriously. That face. It's amazing. Well, 100 million isn't a small amount, but it's not a large amount either. I need time to transfer the funds, but they will definitely arrive within 3 days. Don't worry, Ms. Lin. Seeing Lin Shuhan's hesitation and embarrassment, Qin Feng thought she was troubled by financial issues. After all, he signed the contract without even putting up the funds, which does seem like he was trying to get something for nothing, so it's normal to feel embarrassed. No, there's no problem with the funds being credited to the account within 3 days. Lin Shuhan quickly waved her hands and explained, it's just that I don't have the land purchase contract. It's in my assistant's bag. We have to get it from her first. Unable to resist Qin Feng, Lin Shuhan decided to accept his love first and then decide on other things. Although this will definitely cause the other party to lose 100 million. But at worst, she and Qin Feng will work hard together. Although she is not strong, fortunately she also runs a women's shoe company. If Qin Feng didn't mind, she could let Qin Feng take over her company directly. No problem. Bite. The elevator came up again. Qin Feng looked at Sun Feifei, took out the key to his Lamborghini Aventador from his pocket, threw it to her, and then said, wait for me in the car first. I'll go down after I sign the contract. The car key drew a graceful arc in the air. Sun Feifei quickly grabbed it. Son of a bitch. Muttering something, she hesitated for a moment, then walked into the elevator and went down. Watching the elevator go down, Qin Feng looked at Lin Shuhan and smiled. Okay, now let's go sign the contract. Yeah, okay. Lin Shu blushed shyly, sent a message to her assistant, and then took Qin Feng back to the party venue. Moment. In the lounge area on the left side of the restaurant. Qin Feng took a large stack of A4 papers and looked at them carefully, intending to finalize the contract after reading it. I have to say, he is really foresight. About contract terms. Qin Feng is professional. 2 nights ago, he spent 3 hours cramming and transformed himself from a legal illiterate into a professional lawyer. Although it is a bit difficult to sue, after all, I have no experience. But it is more than enough to read a contract.
It's very well prepared.
Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and turned the page.
This was the last page of regulations. Always ready. On the opposite side, Lin Shuhan's female assistant answered with a smile. The contract prepared by Lin was very standardized and detailed, including Party A's signature, the company's seal, authorization instructions, etc. These troublesome procedures were all completed in advance. After eliminating the hidden traps and ambiguous regulations in contracts, Qin Feng asked for a pen and signed his name in the lower right corner of the last page of the authorization form. It's a pleasure to work with you.
Qin Feng smiled as he handed the thick contract back to Lin Shuhan's assistant.
It's a pleasure to work with you. The female assistant gave the same answer and handed a copy of the contract to Qin Feng.
Thus, the contract comes into effect.
And at this time, Lin Shuhan looked at Qin Feng blankly, wiped his saliva, and asked, "Are you done reading this? You won't read it again? What if there are loopholes in the contract?" Ah. Hearing Lin Shuhan's words, Qin Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He patted Lin Shuhan on the head with a copy of the contract and said, "Why do I find Miss Lin a bit naive? What were you thinking just now? How can Party A ask Party B to carefully check the contract?"
As he spoke, Qin Feng looked at Lin Shuhan. He suddenly discovered.
This Lin Shuhan looked dazed, just like Lang Ying before. What's going on? Do all senior executives stay like this? How to manage the company? I'm not stupid. I run a company. I'm smart.
Lin Shuhan said this unconvincingly, but his eyes were a little evasive. She was looking at Qin Feng just now, wondering what their child would be named, whether it would be a boy or a girl, etc. Qin Feng stood up so suddenly that she didn't react.
Just said that kind of words. Woo.
Lin Shuhan felt her face getting hot. Qin Feng saw Lin Shuhan's expression and shook his head slightly. He then took out his phone from his pocket and said, "Give me the company account on WeChat.
We'll contact each other later." Oh. Lin Shuhan nodded, then asked, "Do you need me to send the property ownership certificate and land purchase transaction records to your company?" Moment.
Qin Feng stopped walking out.
After hesitating for a moment, he replied, "Send it to Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited. Ms. Lin, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first."
After saying that, he walked out of the restaurant. We spent 100 million today, and in a dozen days, this 100 million will double.
Don't be impatient. Tomorrow is also a bombshell.
Xixin Road, it's time to rise. Thinking this inwardly, he had already walked out of the restaurant.
Chapter 35, Sun Feifei, the two-faced person, why don't you use the 100 million first? And in the rest area.
Blinking his eyes constantly, Lin Shuhan looked at Qin Feng's receding back with a bit of reluctance. When she thought about what Qin Feng had done for her today, she couldn't help but feel excited.
Qin Feng. Qin Feng.
Lin Shuhan muttered, his chin resting on the soft sofa. Next to her, her female assistant had already sorted out the land purchase contract. She looked at her eldest daughter's distraught look, then looked up at Qin Feng's departing back and smiled helplessly.
It seems that I have to report today's events to the chairman. Miss, we have to leave too. All right. Just as she stood up, she found her best friend Mo Shuang coming over. After leaving the restaurant, Qin Feng walked towards the elevator. Soon, he left the gilded building and headed towards the parking lot. And at this time, there is no security guard stationed in the parking lot.
And because the big boss of the party had already left, his silver Lamborghini Aventador was now parked in the large space on the right side of the parking lot.
Found it.
Qin Feng sought his car easily and walked over. But just as he approached, he saw Sun Feifei sitting in the passenger seat, grabbing the car headrest with both hands and pounding it, and seemed to be mumbling something. Judging from the shape of his mouth, he seems to be cursing a bastard.
It seems that he is still angry.
Qin Feng said with a wry smile, holding his forehead. He walked around from the rear of the car to the driver's seat, opened the door, and sat down. At this moment, Sun Feifei suddenly shut up. She just turned her little face away and didn't look at Qin Feng. The land purchase contract has been finalized, and the other formalities will probably be completed the day after tomorrow. Putting the land purchase contract in his hand on the side of the car, Qin Feng spoke to himself in a calm tone. Tisk, it's just a bunch of garbage. Muttering disdainfully, Sun Feifei grabbed the land purchase contract, sorted it out, and placed it obediently in front of the passenger seat. But after she was done, she still crossed her arms and ignored Qin Feng. Qin Feng just smiled at this. The girl said she hated it, but her body was extremely honest.
She knew that the contract was very important to him and didn't dare to throw it away. It's quite cute. Qin Feng was trying to suppress his laughter. Immediately,
he turned to look at the angry Sun Feifei, and then explained to her seriously. My eyesight is definitely better than those big guys in the Magic City in half a month. Wait half a month, and you will see the true value of that unfinished building.
TSK, a piece of unfinished building has no value no matter how long it is stored.
Sun Feifei secretly watched Qin Feng from the corner of her eye. Seeing his confident and detached look, she felt a little moved. But even though she thought so in her heart, she still said it with disdain.
Sundara. If you don't believe it, forget it.
Raising his eyebrows, Qin Feng answered indifferently. As long as she doesn't say anything nonsense to her wife, he doesn't care about anything else. After finding the key, Qin Feng started the car and drove towards his neighborhood. He had just merged into the traffic flow when Sun Feifei spoke.
Qin Feng, you bastard, you don't even have 100 million now, how are you going to pay Lin?
She asked softly, looking at the right rearview mirror.
Ah?
Hearing Sun Feifei's mumbling, Qin Feng scratched his ears, almost thinking he had misheard, and asked tentatively, how do you know I have no money? Her face wasn't looking towards him, and Qin Feng thought that this girl was talking to the air. TSK, Lang Ying told me that you spent your only 50 million to buy land for her. Only after he said this did Sun Feifei turn around and look at him. She looked puzzled and asked, with your eyesight, you can definitely tell that the land on Xixin Road is bad land.
Why did you still invest in it? Why didn't you drag Lang Ying along? Black question mark. Qin Feng turned the car into a slower traffic lane and asked, didn't Lang Ying tell you that I was the one who asked her to buy Xixin Road? The 50 million was just my follow-up investment. What?
After hearing this, it was Sun Feifei's turn to be puzzled. She originally thought that purchasing the land on Xixin Road was Lang Ying's own decision, and Qin Feng just believed in her and respected her decision, so he invested 50 million.
But goodness.
It turned out that Qin Feng asked Lang Ying to buy Xixin Road. She said Lang Ying would never be so stupid as to buy a piece of junk land.
No wonder she was so hesitant when I asked her about the land yesterday. So it was you?
Looking at Qin Feng, Sun Feifei was speechless.
She gritted her teeth and asked, are you seriously ill? I have my own decisions. Lang Ying believes in me. I won't be wrong.
Ignoring Sun Feifei, Qin Feng drove slowly with both hands. When Sun Feifei saw Qin Feng's indifferent look, she was so angry that she lost her temper. She turned her head and looked out the window, feeling angrily. After a while, she suddenly turned to look at Qin Feng and said coldly, go to Tiandi Bank.
What are you going to do at Tiandi Bank?
Qin Feng looked at Sun Feifei strangely, not knowing what she wanted to do.
What are you talking about? Do you have 100 million in funds to pay Lin?
I didn't bring a card with such a large amount of money when I came out. I'll go directly to the bank to transfer the money to you, and you pay it to Lin's. Sun Feifei said unhappily. She knew very well that Lang Ying did not have much funds to mobilize at this time. Because her company had just gone public, taking out 200 million yuan to buy land was already a trade-off, and she definitely couldn't come up with an extra 100 million yuan.
No way. Now only she, Sun Feifei, can save people. 100 million, let Qin Feng use it first. Let me make it clear first, I'm helping Lang Ying, not you. Xixin Road is also a bad place, you won't be able to make back your money. Sun Feifei lowered her head and sent a message to the bank, saying to Qin Feng without even looking up. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, I laugh at them for not seeing through me.
Looking at the girl next to him, Qin Feng felt a warm feeling in his heart. She said this as if she was trying to cover up the truth.
But unfortunately, he doesn't need this kind of help now.
Because tomorrow, countless people in real estate, entertainment, internet and other industries about developing industries on Xixin Road will contact Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited.
Until then, Sun Feifei's 100 million is just a drop in the ocean.
He has no shortage.
Still can't you see through it? I think you have a serious illness.
Pouting, Sun Feifei raised her fist and hit Qin Feng's shoulder hard.
What are you doing?
Be careful or I'll sue you for personal attack. Rubbing his shoulder, Qin Feng pretended to be in pain and said,
Don't talk to me, Shay. Sun Feifei turned her head again and didn't look at Qin Feng. Just keep quiet.
Qin Feng answered indifferently, with a bit of a rogue air.
However, he still turned around and headed for the Magic City Tiandi Bank. At this moment, that statement is really a bit crazy. After all, the planning provisions of the Magic City government have not yet come down.
No one could have imagined that the land on Qixin Road needed to be planned. Sun Feifei, consider this 100 million as your investment in Qixin Road.
When we make money, I'll give you triple leverage, okay? You actually want to cheat me out of my money? No way. This 100 million is just a loan to you. You have to pay it back later. It's all the same. Just consider it as your investment. Fuck you, you bastard, you even cheated your wife's best friend out of her money? Chapter 36 The Fallen Lin Shohan, the Ruthless Father Lin Tian? Now. The location of the rest area in the Gilded Building.
Lin Shohan was holding his cell phone, absent-mindedly checking the WeChat messages from time to time. Opposite her, her best friend Mo Shuang was looking at her with ill intentions.
TSK, look at our Lin family's daughter, why is she so distracted?
Holding up the red wine on the table, Mo Shuang looked at Lin Shohan with a smile and began to smile like an ant.
She knew Lin Shohan's current situation very well. Isn't this the state of waiting for news from your loved one? What do you mean by absent-minded? How could I?
Lin Shohan held the phone in his hand. Although he was talking to Mo Shuang, his mind was completely on the phone.
She really wanted to send a message to Qin Feng. But then I thought, wouldn't this be too reserved? What should I do?
Feeling very depressed, Lin Shohan grabbed another glass of red wine on the table, tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Then came this moment of confusion.
She decisively took out her phone and sent a message to Qin Feng, are you there? It's very much like a young man's first greeting to his secret crush.
After sending the message, she immediately put her phone into her bag without looking at it. This action made Mo Shuang on the opposite side at a loss as to what to do.
Were you chatting with brother Qin Feng just now? No.
A blush crept up on her pretty face, and Lin Shohan shook her head to deny it. However, this poor acting skill naturally could not escape Mo Shuang's eyes. But her focus now is not prestige. She stood up calmly, took the wine glass from Lin Shohan's hand, and then pressed her graceful body against Lin Shohan.
Tell me the truth, when did you hook up with brother Qin Feng? I didn't even know.
As she spoke, she gently tapped Lin Shohan's eyebrows with her finger and showed a playful smile.
I don't have any.
Lin Shohan looked at Mo Shuang, who was so close to her, and her face turned red for a moment, and she felt a little shy.
You're still saying no? They've already spent 100 million to buy you, what else do you want?
Mo Shuang held Lin Shuwan tightly, preventing her from twisting her body, with a sly smile on his face.
I don't know either. Qin Feng and I didn't know each other before. It was.
Qin Feng suddenly said.
Lin Shohan blushed and didn't know what to say. Hey, you're calling me Qin Feng? You should call me husband, right? Or maybe baby?
Seeing Lin Shohan's face flushed like a Fuji apple, Mo Shuang immediately teased, looking at how horny you are, I guess you can't wait to enter the bridal chamber with brother Qin Feng right now, right? And as soon as these words came out,
Lin Shohan then cried out helplessly. It's so embarrassing. You Mo Shuang.
She quickly reached out and touched Mo Shuang's ribs. Most people's sensitive area is under the armpit, but Mo Shuang is a little special. Hers is in the middle of the right ribs.
I can't stand being touched by others.
When she was suddenly attacked by Lin Shohan, she couldn't help but scream and quickly stood up.
Stop it, let's talk it out.
With her hands crossed to protect her chest, Mo Shuang's pretty face turned red and she became timid.
Let you tease me. Lin Shohan had the advantage, so how could she let Mo Shuang go?
She pounced on her and kept tickling her sensitive parts. Mo Shuang was caught in a weak spot and was no match for Lin Shohan, so he could only raise his hands to surrender.
Okay, I'm afraid of you. I shouldn't have told you where my sensitive spots are before. Panting and exhausted, the two finally stopped for a while.
Lin Shohan sat up and touched her bag. Mo Shuang looked at Lin Shohan, whose face was full of happiness and who was grinning foolishly from time to time, and was speechless.
This situation really happened to Qin Feng. Seriously, is Qin Feng crazy? Why did he buy your unfinished building? Isn't this just giving money to your heartless father? I don't know either.
He said he was attracted by the development prospects of this land. Lin Shohan tilted his head and looked at Mo Shuang in confusion, then lowered his head to look at his phone.
You actually believe this? Mo Shuang shook her head.
After Lin purchased the unfinished building in Hangzhou Zhongshan district at a low price, people outside thought that a high-end development zone or commercial building was about to be built, and they all wanted to invest.
But months passed.
There was no movement at all, not even a trace of the surveyors. Those who followed the investment immediately withdrew their funds when they saw that things were not going well. A year later, there was still no movement.
This area fell into the hands of the Lin family.
Fortunately, 150 million was nothing to the huge Lin family, and it only needed to be managed internally. The land was shelved. This one was shelved for 3 years.
When the outside world generally recognized that the land was not good, Qin Feng actually spent money to buy it? Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. Is there some value that we can't see?
Mo Shuang stroked his chin in thought. But at this moment, her thoughts were immediately interrupted.
Ah, Qin Feng replied to my message. He's in the bank.
It's really hard for him. It seems that it's a bit difficult to mobilize 100 million funds. I should have lowered the price earlier.
Holding the phone, Lin Shohan's face was full of regret.
Mo Shuang rolled her eyes and expressed her speechlessness when she saw her best friend falling in love before they even started dating. If her heartless father knew that his daughter wanted to lower the price of the unfinished buildings, he would probably be furious.
TSK, what a foolish woman blinded by love.
Mo Shuang smacked his lips repeatedly, checked the time, then stood up from the sofa and explained to Lin Shohan, I have a meeting this afternoon, so I'll be leaving first.
You should hurry home too. She patted Lin Shohan's little head gently and left. Okay, after I get home, Qin Feng will probably be home too. Lin Shohan immediately stood up and planned to leave. What a fool. Mo Shuang shook his head. My best friend fell so quickly, and I don't even know what her heartless father is like. She had seen the methods of Lin Shohan's ruthless father, Lin Tian.
The wind swept away everything, leaving nothing behind.
A senior veteran. And at this time, Tiandi Bank.
Sun Feifei was so angry that she kept hitting Qin Feng and came out of the bank with him. Just now, Qin Feng cheated her out of 100 million yuan. He refused to lend me the money I had agreed to lend him, but ended up investing instead.
You're satisfied with my money, right?
Sun Feifei mercilessly hammered Qin Feng on the chest with her iron hand and said unhappily.
Comfortable.
Qin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and rubbed his chest.
Sun Feifei's punches had no power at all.
It felt more like a massage than a hammer.
Son of a bitch.
Seeing Qin Feng's robe look, Sun Feifei immediately started muttering and cursing again.
But she wasn't very angry. To put it bluntly, this 100 million is given to Qin Feng. She didn't care what he did. Just treat it as a serious investment in Qixin Road. Okay, I'll take you home. It's almost 5 o'clock. Qin Feng asked after checking the time. All right. Sun Feifei also felt that it was getting late and wanted to go home. But in her heart she didn't want to be separated from Qin Feng. It's a very strange feeling. Just as the two of them walked down the stairs, a voice suddenly rang out. Qin Feng, is that you? Chapter 37, School Beauty Zhang is not suitable for me either, sister-in-law? Hearing someone calling his name, Qin Feng quickly looked back. He saw a young man in black security uniform standing upright, looking him up and down with an uncertain look. Ciao, Jean? The young man was wearing a black hat, and Qin Feng couldn't tell for sure. However, the feeling between them as childhood friends for many years made him still speak with doubt. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man opposite him grinned and suddenly hugged him excitedly. Oh my god, it's really Qin Feng, you're so handsome that I can't even recognize you. You look a lot more handsome in your security uniform. Suddenly, Qin Feng was hugged by the other party as if to strangle him. Instead of being angry, he was happy and hugged the other party with great joy. The two are childhood friends. But because of life direction issues, Chao Jin went to the military after graduating from university, while Qin Feng went on to study for a master's degree. This separation lasted for 3 years. Aren't you in Lepanchui? Why are you suddenly in Shanghai?
Qin Feng was a little breathless while being held by Chao Jin, so he quickly pulled him away and asked. He remembered that when he asked Chao Jin to borrow money a few days ago, this guy said that he was working in Lepanchui, Guizhou.
Why is he suddenly in Shanghai now?
I'm retired from the army and have no money, so my uncle asked me to come to Shanghai and found me this job.
He then told me to prepare for a few months and take the military exam.
With a smug look on his face, Chao Jin grinned and did not hesitate to hide his feelings.
That expression seems to be saying, is my life awesome? Worship me to your heart's content.
When Qin Feng saw Chao Jin's expression, he knew that this guy's personality had not changed and was exactly the same as when he was in college. He starts showing off as soon as he achieves a little success. He doesn't show off to others, but to himself. Qin Feng smiled helplessly and punched Chao Jin on the shoulder. He said with a smile, "You are good at this.
I remember you told me a few days ago that you were poor. Is this what you mean by poor? Hey, stop talking nonsense. I'm not awesome now, but I'll definitely be awesome in the future. If there's anything I can help you with, just let me know." Chao Jin gave a thumbs up and answered confidently. Okay. Qin Feng nodded slightly.
To be honest, Chao Jin may really have this ability in the future. He remembered that Chao Jin's uncle seemed to be an officer in the military camp, and his position seemed to be quite high. And since this guy was able to get a security job at Tiandi Bank after retiring from the army, he must be quite capable. If this development continues, the future will be limitless.
Maybe he will really need Chao Jin's help in the future. Only. Just as Qin Feng was thinking, Chao Jin suddenly pulled him aside and asked quietly, "Didn't you borrow 150,000 yuan from me and pay it back the next day? Wang Shui, have you given up?"
Hearing Chao Jin's words, Qin Feng's mind immediately began to replay what happened in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Wang Shui has no opinion of her own and her ex-mother-in-law is very aggressive. If he really married into such a family, he would be marrying a living treasure and there would be no peace in his family.
"Give up, she's not right for me."
Shaking his head, Qin Feng sighed and was about to feel sad. But before he could even begin, he was interrupted by Chao Jin. When the guy heard that he and Wang Shui had broken up, he was extremely happy and said excitedly, "I said Wang Shui is not good enough.
Isn't the pretty girl next to you more attractive? With your looks, I don't think even the beauty from our Magic City transportation school is worthy of you. Didn't Beauty Zhang confess her love to you back then?"
Patting Qin Feng on the chest, Chao Jin began to recall his past deeds. "When I was in college, Qin Feng was so handsome. Even in a big city like Shanghai, there are many girls chasing after him.
What is strange is that among them is the campus beauty of their Shanghai Jiaotong University.
It's just that Qin Feng was planning to take the postgraduate entrance examination at that time, and he was obsessed with studying and couldn't extricate himself.
He had also established a relationship with Wang Shui. This opportunity is gone. Close Uranus. School beauty Zhang is not suitable for me."
Qin Feng waved his hand and interrupted Chao Jin from continuing to talk nonsense. But at this moment, Sun Feifei suddenly came over quietly, frowned and asked, "Who is Zhang Xiaohua?"
"Nothing, just a friend."
Seeing that Chao Jin wanted to explain, Qin Feng quickly pinched him and answered first.
"My girlfriend's friend, Sun Feifei."
Turning around and walking to Sun Feifei, Qin Feng introduced her to his childhood friend Chao Jin.
"Ah? No, isn't this my sister-in-law?"
Scratching his head, Chao Jin was very confused. The two of them looked so intimate after they came out of the bank, it would be strange if they were not a couple.
Good job. Could it be that his childhood friend is a sea king? Not my sister-in-law.
Qin Feng and I are just ordinary friends. When Sun Feifei heard the word sister-in-law, her face turned red and she hurriedly explained.
Ah.
Chao Jin nodded and looked at Qin Feng meaningfully.
My good brother is really good at it. Being handsome is just showing off. Ahem, sister-in-law, I'm leaving first. My subordinate called me. I wish you two a long and happy life together. Chao Jin smiled evilly, waved at the two of them, and hurried into the bank.
And there was actually someone calling him at the bank entrance.
I already said she's not my sister-in-law.
Looking at Chao Jin, who left without saying anything, Sun Feifei turned her head and glanced at Qin Feng, her cheeks slowly turning red.
She obviously didn't like blushing before. It's happening more and more frequently now. Chao Jin, he's my childhood friend. He's just like that. He doesn't mean any harm. If you tell him you don't like it, he'll remember it. Qin Feng explained calmly. Chao Jin has a gentle personality and loves to joke. But if you don't like the way he calls you or the way he speaks to you, he will change it immediately. It is this kind of personality that has allowed Qin Feng and him to play together since childhood without any conflicts. I'm just afraid that Lang Ying will misunderstand me. I don't dare compete with her for a man. Besides, you're not my type. Muttering, Sun Feifei hit Qin Feng on the shoulder and hurried away. Qin Feng? After sending Sun Feifei off, Qin Feng had nothing to do. Bored, he drove to the nearest supermarket, bought some vegetables and beef, and prepared to go home and make a Wellington steak for Lang Ying. His cooking skills are not yet perfect, but a simple beef Wellington is still so easy. By the time I got home after buying groceries, it was already 6 o'clock. As soon as he entered the door, a fresh fragrance filled his nostrils. Then, a very soft body hung on him. Needless to say, it must be Lang Ying. Beautiful Lady Lang, didn't anyone tell you that you are heavy? Qin Feng barely picked up Lang Ying by the waist and walked step by step to the sofa in the living room. How am I heavy? I'm very light, okay? Living room. Lang Ying happily pecked Qin Feng on the face, then helped him take his hand off the dish. I bought some fresh steak. Do you want to eat steak tonight? Tilting her head, she looked at the ingredients. Seeing meat, Lang Ying's eyes lit up and she looked at Qin Feng. Ever since she ate the food Qin Feng cooked, she no longer enjoyed the takeout spicy hot pot. Show off your skills and make beef Wellington. After putting some of the ingredients into the refrigerator, Qin Feng carried the other part into the kitchen. Joke. If you want to capture a beautiful woman's heart, you must first capture her stomach. Besides, while cooking for Lang Ying, he can also upgrade his skills, which is a win-win situation. Ah! Qin Feng, you are so perfect. Fortunately, I married you. If you were snatched away by someone else, I would regret it for the rest of my life. With a sweet look on her face, Lang Ying completely lost her CEO demeanor and jumped around Qin Feng, looking very happy. A mature face with a light and mature style. But her personality is that of a girl next door? This girlfriend, I love her so much. And an hour later, Qin Feng brought out 2 servings of Wellington steaks from the kitchen and placed them on the table. It looks good. Raising her eyebrows, Lang Ying put her phone on the table, picked up her chopsticks and started tasting it impatiently. The moment she put the steak in her mouth, her eyes lit up. Delicious, delicious. Lang Ying chewed, swallowed slowly, and then immediately started the next one. When Qin Feng saw Lang Ying's greedy look, he suddenly felt helpless. He had a feeling that this girl would probably eat too much again. Fortunately, he controlled the quantity of ingredients today. Ding ding ding. Just as Qin Feng was about to pick up his chopsticks to eat, Lang Ying's phone suddenly vibrated several times. But Lang Ying acted as if she didn't hear it and continued to eat with her head down. Why aren't you checking the news? Qin Feng asked doubtfully. TSK, I know what they're talking about without even reading. Those directors must be complaining about the company going bankrupt and buying a piece of wasteland. I still need them to have a say in my decision-making? What bad luck! Lang Ying rolled her eyes and ate in silence without touching her phone. Seeing Lang Ying like this, Qin Feng also smiled bitterly. My girlfriend is really tough. Can I go to the company with you tomorrow? You want to go? Of course you can. What's mine is yours. Chapter 38, My husband finally knows how to spend money? Why do I feel like a gigolo? What's mine is yours? Listening to Lang Ying's words, Qin Feng smiled helplessly. Lang Ying's company does indeed belong to him half. The woman in front of him trusted him so much that she married him without even getting proof of her property before marriage. What else can I say? By the way, husband, who did you learn your cooking skills from? The food you make is even more tempting than spicy hot pot? Still chewing the beef in her mouth, Lang Ying raised her head and looked at Qin Feng, asking with a satisfied look on her face. I don't know why. She particularly likes anything made by Qin Feng. She had eaten this beef Wellington many times before, and it was always made by the head chef of a Michelin 3-star restaurant. But the steaks they made were not as delicious as the one Qin Feng made now. Very strange. I learned this from a book. Eat slowly. It's not like I won't make it for you in the future. Seeing Lang Ying's greedy look, Qin Feng was speechless.
He stood up slightly, used his hand to lift the excess hair dripping from Lung Ying's forehead, put it behind her ears, and then said, "Continue to eat your meal." "Good." Lang Ying smiled slightly, and then she ate in a much more elegant manner.
After dinner,
Lang Ying walked slowly in the living room, digesting the beef in her stomach, while holding her cell phone and replying to WeChat messages. Qin Feng sat on the sofa and checked today's stock market. Suddenly, Lang Ying saw some news and started to chuckle halfway through her walk, covering her mouth with her hands.
"What's wrong?" Qin Feng was attracted and looked up and asked.
"Oh, the Lin Group made a big move today. A young man unexpectedly spent 100 million to buy the unfinished building they had been hoarding for 3 years. Although he knew that Qin Feng might not understand even if he told him, after all, it was all business matters. But Lang Ying still came over and showed Qin Feng the message compiled by her assistant Linen on the phone.
"TSK, TSK, TSK.
Smacking her lips, she explained, young and impetuous, spending 100 million to buy a piece of rotten land. The more I look at it, the more I think they're going after that silly, innocent Lin Shuhan." Having said that, Lang Ying had walked enough and sat on the sofa with Qin Feng. "I think this young man is good."
Qin Feng looked at the information on his phone, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and then he spoke.
"This young and energetic man is myself." He didn't expect the news to spread so quickly, and it had already reached Lang Ying's hands. Logically speaking, this shouldn't happen.
Some idiot must have taken a photo and posted it on WeChat Moments or something. Very good, isn't it? A bit simple-minded.
Lang Ying pointed to her head, then lay down on the sofa and closed her eyes to rest. Qin Feng was immediately ashamed, and then said, "This young man is me."
"Oh."
Lang Ying said oh and continued to close her eyes to rest. Suddenly, she sat up and looked at Qin Feng.
"Is that young man you?"
His eyes were full of confusion. Lang Ying took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and then asked, "No, why did you spend 100 million to buy that unfinished building?" "The Lin family has been hoarding that land for a long time, and it's very difficult to develop it. I saw its potential."
Qin Feng answered calmly.
He picked up the water glass on the table and explained, "Besides, this piece of land doesn't require any investment to develop.
There will definitely be other real estate companies willing to invest in it." "But..." Listening to Qin Feng's explanation, Lang Ying looked at his confident eyes. "Have no choice." She gave up.
Lying on the sofa again, Lang Ying began to send messages to Linen.
"Angry?"
Seeing that Lang Ying ignored him, Qin Feng put down the water cup and asked softly. "Spend 100 million to buy a piece of land that is generally recognized as bad. It's almost enough that Lang Ying doesn't lose her temper so often now." What Qin Feng didn't expect was that. Lang Ying twisted her body and lay in his arms, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and then she explained, "Of course not, I was just sighing that my husband knows how to spend money." As she spoke, she showed the WeChat message to Qin Feng, and then said, "I just sent a message to Linen, asking him to transfer 100 million yuan from the company for you to use."
"Ahem, no, I've already paid."
Qin Feng reached out to take Lang Ying's phone and put it on the table, feeling a little uneasy.
His daughter-in-law. Are you pampering yourself a little too much?
It makes him seem like a gigolo.
Does he look like a gigolo? Obviously not. Ah? You've already paid?
Lang Ying looked incredulous. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "I remember you invested 50 million in me.
Where did you get the money?" "Sun Feifei borrowed it." "Sun Feifei, that woman actually lent you 100 million?
Lang Ying narrowed her eyes and thought.
Maybe Sun Feifei helped Qin Feng because he was her husband. 100 million in funds. This is a favor from a great man. But it doesn't matter.
Linen is estimated to be able to transfer 100 million yuan of funds tonight and then return it to Sun Feifei.
Playing with finance. 100 million is not much difference. Hubby, if you need money from now on, just tell me. You don't have to borrow money from others."
Lang Ying enjoyed herself very much while snuggling in Qin Feng's arms.
Joke. What is $100 million worth to her?
Before she met Qin Feng, she started a company to prove to Lang Xian that she was strong. But after meeting Qin Feng, she simply earned money to spend on Qin Feng.
Husbands are meant to be pampered. All right.
Qin Feng stroked Lang Ying's little head and kissed her forehead.
"My wife is so nice to me." He was a little confused. If 100 million is transferred out, what will happen to your company? Won't it be unable to operate?" It's just a matter of giving up some turnover. My goal for my company is to double its annual turnover. 100 million is just a little less, it doesn't really make a difference. Oh. Qin Feng was a little confused. It seemed that his wife was quite rich. 12 o'clock midnight. In a high-end residential complex in Shanghai, Mo Shuang was sitting in front of her notebook, carefully checking the information about Hongqiao Zhongshan district. She didn't think anyone would spend 100 million yuan to play around. And the other party is the stock god who made 50 million by buying stocks before. These 50 million may not be worth mentioning to the wealthy people in Shanghai, but the way he earned it is enough to make the entire financial circle recognize this person. All factors are included, only construction and educational resources are lacking. Murmuring softly, Mo Shuang sighed. However, rebuilding a school is never a man-made event, and none of the bigwigs in Shanghai received the news. Everything is random. Qin Feng, what allows you to take out 100 million yuan to play? Mo Shuang looked at the huge floor-to-ceiling window, unable to figure it out for a moment. At the same time, Hongqiao Airport. Li Yunche was sitting on the plane, browsing his circle of friends and chuckling from time to time. Now, the rich circle is talking about how they spend 100 million to win a beautiful woman's smile. Who would have thought that a guy with the highest piano skills would actually spend 100 million to buy a piece of wasteland? But he just took a look for fun. After playing for a while, he put down his phone and picked up the documents on the business desk in front of him to start looking through them. The document clearly stated the Kyoto Meili Film Cooperation Plan. Chapter 39, Leng overpowers all the heroes, no one dares to go against the Leng family. The next day, 10 o'clock in the morning. Madu Lingshire Fragrance Technology Company, Limited. A very cool silver Lamborghini Aventador arrived as expected. Qin Feng pulled Leng out of the car and then entered the company. Moment. The two held hands and came to the boardroom of Leng's fragrance industry. But before they could walk over, Qin Feng saw from a distance his assistant Lin holding a project plan in his right hand, pacing back and forth with a worried look on his face. When he saw Leng coming over, he hurried to greet her and said quickly, "Miss, you are finally here. The 17 directors of the company have jointly requested to see you and have been waiting for an hour." "Then let them wait another hour," Lang Ying said indifferently. Don't. When Lin heard this, he quickly waved his hands, feeling a little embarrassed. He handed Lang Ying the proposal for the Qixin Road land and advised, "The 17 directors are all concerned about the issue of the Qixin Road land. They believe that this directly damages their interests and are all very angry." "New." Lang Ying nodded slightly, lowered her head to browse the project plan, still looking indifferent. Her decisions never require objections from others. You know. Before she took over Leng's fragrance industry, the company's monthly turnover was declining and it was often in a loss-making state. But since she took over, the company's monthly turnover has always been huge. January's sales were even comparable to the sales of the previous 6 months. The ones who have the least say are the useless directors. I'll go in and take a look. Honey, you wait outside first, okay? After roughly reading the plan, Lang Ying asked Qin Feng in a coquettish manner. Good. Qin Feng couldn't resist Lang Ying's coquettishness and nodded helplessly. Today Lang Ying was wearing a professional suit, a black hip skirt on the bottom, a white shirt on the top, and her hair was tied up high, which gave her an inexplicable air of coolness. When she acts coquettishly, she is pure and domineering. Of course he couldn't hold on. Hubby, you're the best. After giving Qin Feng a light kiss on the face, Lang Ying was about to open the door of the conference room with the project plan in hand. But at this time, suddenly, an unpleasant sound came from inside. She paused instantly. Inside the conference room, 17 directors dressed in expensive suits and ties sat at the rectangular conference table. The director who was closest to the main seat was slamming the table with an angry look on his face. That piece of land on Qixin Road is known to everyone as a piece of rotten land, yet Mr. Leng actually bought it? Are you kidding me? And we only found out about it now. How stupid. At this time, a director nearby also shook his head. Director Leng is now semi-retired, and CEO Leng is still so young and anxious to prove himself. As soon as these words were spoken, many directors immediately refuted them. You can't play with the interests of us shareholders and not even give us a chance to discuss it? Do you know? I sent Mr. Leng more than 30 messages last night, but he didn't reply to any of them. Me too, I just rely on my last name being Lung. What's so great about that? Outside.
Lang Ying listened silently to the director's complaints, then sneered, "How dare these useless directors comment on my decision? Qin Feng's body has been systematically transformed, and his hearing is better than that of ordinary people."
He could clearly hear the constant complaining inside. No wonder Lang Ying didn't want to check WeChat messages last night. It's not worth getting angry with them, it's cold.
Qin Feng took Lang Ying's hand and was about to say something to comfort her.
But at this time,
Lang Ying suddenly pushed the door open and he grabbed nothing.
Qin Feng was confused. The surname Lang is indeed remarkable.
Lang Ying pushed the door open and walked in, holding a business plan in one hand.
Her peach blossom eyes glanced indifferently at the 17 directors in the room, and then continued, "But it takes skill to sit in this position."
As she spoke, she walked towards the main seat as if no one was around. "I don't have any tips to share with you in this regard.
After all, your last name is not Lang. But I can give you a small suggestion here. Less talking and more doing."
Walking to the main seat, Lang Ying threw the plan in her hand onto the table, folded her hands, and looked solemn and domineering.
As soon as these words were spoken, the directors below became a little intimidated and immediately fell silent. However, the look of defiance on their faces only grew stronger. Seeing this scene, Lang Ying's mouth curled up slightly. She put her hands on the table, propped up her body, and looked down at the directors below. "Secondly, please ask the director who just spoke to go back and take a good look at the Lang's incense industry's turnover for the past 3 months. The profit rate has tripled since your time in management. To be exact, it's 356.67%. That's all for now." The group of directors below didn't dare to say anything anymore, and their unwillingness disappeared without a trace. Seeing the director's shameful reaction of lowering his head, Lang Ying snorted softly, very satisfied. She said again, "Everyone, I, Lang Ying, don't need to prove that I am a member of the Lung family. I can live in the Lung family and wait for death for 3 lifetimes." Lang Ying glanced at the 17 directors and said domineeringly, "But if you want to double your income next year, now is the best time." However, after she finished speaking, several directors below could not help but start talking. "Huh, doubling the income? It's a question whether we can make it through this year." "That's right, Mr. Lang, why did you buy that piece of rotten land on Qixin Road?
No one has asked about that piece of land for several years.
It would be a waste of money if you bought it. Lang's incense industry is developing steadily under our leadership. Mr. Lang, there's no need to rush for success."
Looking at the noisy discussions below, Lang Ying breathed a long sigh of relief, raised her eyebrows, and her eyes immediately turned cold.
"I'm not targeting any one person here, I'm talking about everyone here. Do you really have the ability to run a good company? Or, can you surpass the Lang family?"
He spoke these words one by one, and then silence fell.
No one dared to speak anymore. Joke. Lang family. Just 2 words are enough to describe success. Lang Group is involved in many fields.
In the Magic City, anyone who dares to go against the Lang family will destroy their own future.
They can only bully Lang Ying.
As for Lang Zian, even if he sold the company, these directors wouldn't dare to say a word.
Holding equity means nothing. They don't hold the shares of Lang Zian's head office.
Even if it was, no one would dare to speak to Lang Zian like that.
Call.
Seeing the silence in the boardroom below, Lang Ying breathed a sigh of relief and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Everyone, I'll come back to criticize you next time. For now, please take your concerns for the Lang family out of your minds and take a look at the first-hand plan for the Qixin Road plan."
Finished.
Lang Ying handed out the plan and began to explain and ask questions. The 17 shareholding directors below listened silently, completely lacking the momentum they had just shown.
Outside the door,
Qin Feng stared at Lang Ying's domineering look in amazement and swallowed involuntarily.
Oh my goodness. He didn't even know Lang Ying could be so cool?
In Qin Feng's impression, although Lang Ying looks like a queen and has a sexy body, in front of him, she has a lively personality and behaves like a cute girl next door.
But just now, that kind of cool female CEO aura that comes from the inside out, and the domineering aura that overwhelms everyone else at the negotiation table. Is this still his wife? He can just live off her. Good boy, I was so good right there. Gurgle.
Qin Feng swallowed again.
Isn't my wife a little too strong?
At this time, he looked at Linen and found that Linen seemed very calm, as if he was not surprised at all.
Butler Lin, has Lang Ying always been like this in the company?
Qin Feng asked with some confusion.
Yes, otherwise, how could the young lady manage such a large company in such an orderly manner? Linen answered casually. No, why are those directors so cowardly?
Qin Feng peeked through the crack in the window and was very surprised.
Logically speaking,
the power of a company's directors is quite significant. However, the 17 directors inside were suppressed by Lang Ying alone, and now they dared not speak loudly.
Who would believe this if I told them?
Oh, because President Long alone holds 51% of the shares, and the remaining 49% is diluted by the 17 shareholders.
Linen explained in detail. Then this gives you a lot of say. Qin Feng retorted. He really couldn't understand why those directors were so cowardly? It's quite funny. Mr. Lang is the eldest daughter's father. No one dares to confront the Long family head-on, unless they are financial companies.
Linen explained again with a faint smile on his face, feeling very proud.
He discovered Lang's identity bit by bit. TSK, Lang Zian, is really awesome.
Listening to Lin An's explanation silently, Qin Feng smacked his lips and smiled helplessly. If he didn't know he had a system. Just based on the capital Lang Zian has created, he is definitely the incredible male protagonist in a novel about a wealthy urban tycoon. He started from scratch and became the richest man in Shanghai in his 40s.
Unbelievable. Ding dong.
Just as Qin Feng was sighing, his cell phone vibrated. Qin Feng took it out and took a look, and the corners of his mouth immediately rose.
On the mobile phone interface.
It turned out to be the latest route policy plan by the Shanghai government.
Chapter 40, Like a Clown? Lang Ying is a filial daughter? Mr. Qin, what are you laughing at? Linen frowned when he saw Qin Feng holding the phone and grinning foolishly at the interface. Looking at my phone, the latest document from the Magic City government seems to be expedited?
Qin Feng kept smiling as he flipped through the documents.
What documents?
Linen took out Fruit 13 and started looking through it. And after a few seconds, his whole body froze.
Really, are they really saying it's been developed?
Shanghai Metro Line 14 runs across the Qixin Road area, directly to the coast, and connects to Binhai Boulevard.
Mickey Mouse Paradise? Sunning Plaza? Comic Con? 3 large entertainment venues?
With trembling hands, Linen carefully flipped through the documents with an expression of disbelief, and was so excited that he was at a loss. Ever since Lang Ying decided to buy the rotten land on Qixin Road, he has been extremely nervous every day. I check the latest news from the Shanghai government almost every morning at 9 o'clock. But they were all extremely disappointed. But now, it's really developed. Linen quickly sent this news to Lang Ying. And in the conference room, Lang Ying has finished explaining the planning proposal for Qixin Road. Although the group of directors below were not interested in this, they did not dare to say anything and just listened quietly. She was about to finish when her cell phone rang. What? Lang Ying picked up the phone and took a look. Generally speaking, Lang Ying would never touch her cell phone during a meeting. Even if she really had something to say, she would wait until it was over. But this time it's different. It was Qin Feng calling. Of course I have to reply to my husband's message as soon as possible. Magic City planning document? Lang Ying slid the screen with her slender fingers and saw the important characters among the many official words. Qixin Road. Metro Line 14. He. With a slight smile, Lang Ying put down her phone and looked at the directors below. No more. She picked up the project plan and pointed to her phone, saying, "Please check out the latest news from the Magic City." After saying that, she immediately left quickly. Looking at Lang Ying, who left in a hurry, the 17 directors below were all confused. After Lang Ying left, they immediately took out their phones to check. Then, surprised voices came from the conference room. At the same time, on the plane to Kyoto, Li Yunche was resting with his eyes closed. At this time, his female secretary shook him gently. Talk about something. Although he didn't open his eyes, Li Yunche spoke very clearly. He only threatened calmly, "If it's not important news, you don't have to come tomorrow." Gurgle. The secretary was startled and quickly handed the tablet to him. Then he quickly explained, Mr. Li sent a message saying there is the latest news, let you take a look." Mr. Li? Li Yunche frowned, opened his eyes slightly, picked up the tablet and took a look. Line 14? Qixin Road, Heping District?
Seeing this, Li Yunche was stunned and all sleepiness disappeared. Opening a new subway line can at least boost the surrounding economy.
If he could buy the land next to the subway line first, he could make some money easily.
But why does the term Qixin Road sound so familiar? He had just woken up and was still a little confused. Heping District, Qixin Road? Suddenly, an idea struck me. Li Yunche thought of it.
Then, he quickly slid the tablet to check the passing points of the 14th main line and the location of Qixin Road.
Qixin Road, the land Lang Ying previously purchased, is a laughingstock in the Magic City business community.
Cold sweat kept coming out on my forehead due to nervousness. He remembered that Lang Ying had spent a large sum of money to buy all the land for sale on Qixin Road. If the newly planned Metro Line 14 in Shanghai passes through Qixin Road, it will definitely make the Qixin Road area soar.
Of course, Lang Ying and Lang's fragrance industry also followed suit. Wouldn't it be worth double the money if you resell the land? No. It's possible to increase fivefold.
Thinking of this, Li Yunche's face turned pale.
And a moment.
He was depressed when he found out that the Shinkansen did indeed cross Qixin Road.
With a bang.
Li Yunche slammed his head hard against the seat behind him. I originally spent 300 million to buy Xiaohua Road, and I can only make 80 million at most from that piece of land. But Lang Ying invested 250 million yuan, and without doing anything, she could make at least 800 million yuan by reselling it.
Good job. He was about to vomit. I regret it so much. What did he say in front of Mr. Li at the beginning? He said she was a little girl and that she was marrying above her station. Now it seems like I'm trying to get ahead of myself. The most important thing is that he said it in front of many wealthy people in Shanghai. Damn. He looks like a clown now.
As time goes by, more and more people in the Shanghai business circle know that the Shanghai government is planning other areas. After they discovered that the development location was Qixin Road, they reacted the same way as Li Yunche.
Regret, surprise, confusion, and feeling like a clown.
Because Lang Zian ruthlessly crushed them in business more than 10 years ago, most of them took advantage of Lang Ying's wrong decision and ridiculed her.
But now, they made at least 800 million yuan. No need to do anything yet.
The originally garbage land suddenly became a hot commodity.
Not to mention 800 million, even if it is 1 billion. As long as Lang's incense industry wants to sell it, it can be sold in minutes. This is business. This is profit. This makes more money than those people working in finance. It's so scary. And at this time, Lu Jiazui, a special villa area of Thompson 1. In a special villa, Lang Zian crossed his legs, enjoying the sunshine while reading the latest news. You won the bet? My dear daughter, how did you know that?
Looking at the vast Huangpu River, Lang's father inexplicably thought of the young man he had met before, Qin Feng. He also had a unique vision at that time.
No, which stock did that guy recommend?
Father Lang hesitated for a moment, then stood up from his stool and went to look for the newspaper he was reading.
But if that's the case, then I don't know how to spend the 2 billion I just earned from abroad. 2 billion, can't you spend it all in a lifetime? Shaking his head, Lang Zian went to find a newspaper. 200 million is a rare sum for the Lang family. Making money or not making money. Making 2 billion or losing 200 million is just a small matter. The pocket money he gave Lang Ying was more than this amount. The most important thing is that his daughter makes him proud and happy, that's all. He is not good at speaking, and it was his cold mother Lin Yanran who pursued him at the beginning. Making my daughter happy is more important than anything else. However, the happiest people at this time were the 17 directors of Lang's fragrance industry. After realizing the huge benefits, they hurried to Lang Ying's office and bowed to admit their mistakes. That attitude is just short of kneeling down. But Lang Ying was calm and simply dismissed it. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Losing money earns ridicule, earning money earns respect. This is normal. Inside the office, Lin now takes over Lang Ying's personal and company phones. No way. Business leaders from all walks of life in Shanghai knew that calling the public phone at Lang's fragrance company was useless, and they had to call Lang Ying's personal cell phone and the company's exclusive phone. This is high efficiency. Coincidentally, other wealthy people think the same way. So within a few minutes after the planning document was released, all of Lang Ying's phones were flooded with calls. Merchant. No gain, no early rise. Now is the best time to fight for your interests. Hello, this is Leng's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited.
Sorry, someone else has already invested 80 million yuan in the Xiaoguan land on the far right side of Qixin Road in Heping District.
The whole lot? 1 billion is not enough for the entire piece of land.
Someone has already invested up to 1.1 billion.
Hello? You want to offer 1.105 billion? Okay, I'll think about it. What the hell? No waiting after the expiration date? If I consider it, the price won't be this high? Hee, I'm sorry, Lang's incense industry has no shortage of buyers. Bye. After hanging up the phone, Linen breathed a sigh of relief. It's really cool.
When Langing first asked for the land on Qixin Road, she was ridiculed endlessly by wealthy people from all sides.
Now what?
Those guys would call me and beg me to sell them the land.
But I'm sorry. I sell the land based on my mood. If I'm not happy with you, I won't sell it to you. I have no shortage of buyers anyway. If you don't buy it, there are plenty of people who will. Even if you don't sell it, you can still make a lot of money by developing it yourself. And he hasn't done this kind of thing in a long time. When Linen was with Lang Zian, he would do this kind of thing every month. Now Qin Feng made him find the feeling of following his father Lang. Butler Lin, please stop being so overbearing. You're making us seem unreasonable. Next to Long Ying's desk.
Qin Feng crossed his legs, watching the stock market on his phone while going to get the water Ling Ying poured for him.
Son-in-law Qin, I'm not being overbearing. I'm very reasonable, okay?
With a righteous look on his face, Linen acted like a good person. Then, he became curious again and looked at Qin Feng and asked, but speaking of which, son-in-law Qin, how did you know that Qixin Road would be developed?
Those wealthy people haven't heard of it yet.
I admit that I gambled a lot, but I gambled right. Qin Feng smiled slightly, then said, don't sell this land unless you have 1.5 billion.
Otherwise, it won't be worth it.
Son-in-law Qin, you are truly a crouching dragon in Phoenix chick a compliment.
After understanding, Linen immediately made an okay gesture. At this time, another call came and he started to mock again.
Seeing Linen, a middle-aged man in his 40s, looking so arrogant, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile helplessly.
Don't overdo it, or you might not be able to sell it.
After a brief reminder, he continued to watch the stock market. The stock price of Inghui Pharmaceutical, which he had previously paid attention to, now also seems to be showing signs of rising. It will probably start to rise rapidly in a few days. Then he can harvest another wave of leaks.
Wait until the funds come back. Murmuring softly, Qin Feng picked up the water cup and took a sip. At this time, Lang Ying entered from outside the office door. Her face looked fine, but Qin Feng could see that there was something wrong with his wife's eyes. What's wrong?
Putting away his phone, Qin Feng stood up and touched Lang Ying's head very gently.
My father just spent 2 billion to buy all the land on Qixin Road. Without resistance, Lang Ying enjoyed the warmth of Qin Feng's palm. I don't know why.
She felt surprisingly comfortable whenever Qin Feng was by her side.
2 billion, that's a premium, but isn't that good?
While lamenting that Lang Zian was really rich, Qin Feng also asked in confusion.
Lang Ying should be happy that she made 500 million for nothing. But the look in her eyes doesn't look like that at all.
I didn't want to sell it to him so cheaply.
I wanted at least 3 billion, but I lost the negotiation with him and the transaction price was only 2 billion. Lang Ying was still unhappy, pouting.
But Qin Feng was confused by what his wife said.
Good job. 2 billion and you think it's too cheap?
He estimated that the entire piece of land on Qixin Road was worth only about 1.5 billion.
A huge profit of 2 billion. But Lang Ying actually wanted to sell it to his father for 3 billion? What a filial daughter. Okay, we've made a killing from your dad. 2 billion is a huge profit. Qin Feng put his arms around Lang Ying's waist and gently pecked her cheek. Lang Ying and he both knew it very well. Even if it is 3 billion, after Lang Zian completes the development, these 3 billion will be a drop in the ocean. He earns more.
Qin Feng had roughly anticipated this result.
Oh, by the way, I transferred 500 million to your account. You can return the money to Sun Feifei now. Chapter 41, I was crazy when I was young, with legs that can even reflect light? 500 million? Qin Feng was stunned. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Needless to say, It must be the remittance record sent to him by the bank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looked down at the message.
Silently counting the 9 extra zeros in his account balance, Xin Feng couldn't help but sigh that Lung Xian's remittance speed was too fast. Lang Ying had just been out for a while when they successfully completed the transaction. And his wife has already given him 500 million in pocket money. With 500 million. I am also a successful person. But a mere 500 million is not enough for Lung Xian to recognize me. With a self-deprecating smile, Xin Feng looked up at the smiling Lang Ying, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Isn't 500 million a bit too much?" He only invested 50 million. According to the investment method, he can get up to 200 million.
But now Lang Ying has remitted an extra 300 million.
It was you who persuaded me to buy this piece of land. If it weren't for you, I might have foolishly increased the price to buy Xiaohua Road.
500 million is not a lot. Just think of it as my extra pocket money for you.
Lang Ying stepped forward, took Qin Feng's arm, lay in his arms, and said with great enjoyment.
Pocket money? Who needs 500 million for pocket money?
Reaching out and stroking Lang Ying's head, Qin Feng smiled helplessly.
What to do? It seems that my wife spoils me a little too much. Just treat the 500 million as your pocket money. How can those boyfriends who only have 100 yuan a month survive? But since Lang Ying said so, he couldn't refuse. In fact, if all the 500 million yuan was invested in the stock market, his rise would be even faster. It is a benefit to both Lang Ying and himself. Wife, you are so nice. When the love reached its peak, Xin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath on Lang Ying's delicate face. Feeling the strong male hormones from Qin Feng, Lang Ying's cheeks turned red and she couldn't bear it. Stop making trouble, Butler Lin is here. She patted Qin Feng helplessly and said very embarrassedly. When Linen was very young, she followed her father Lang Xian in his business ventures. To Lang Ying, he is an assistant on the one hand, but on the other hand, he is more like a relative. It felt okay to kiss her in front of strangers, not so embarrassing. But in front of her relatives, she always felt socially dead. It's always bad. Only. What surprised Lang Ying was that when Linen saw the two kissing each other affectionately, he immediately hung up the phone and walked out of the office quickly. Before leaving, he made a cheering gesture to Qin Feng. You guys continue, just pretend I don't exist, hee hee. After saying that, he closed the door, leaving Qin Feng and Lang Ying confused. Butler Lin really has good sense. Looking at the tightly closed office door, Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly and he raised his eyebrows and said, The voice was as thin as a mosquito. Lang Ying lowered her head and nodded with a rosy face. There were only two of them left in the office. The atmosphere was a little awkward when a man and a woman were alone in the same room. What's more, Lang Ying is now curled up in Qin Feng's arms. The constant scent of male hormones made her feel uneasy. Qin Feng, you can't do anything bad to me before my parents approve. There is no silver here, Lang Ying said in a low voice. Qin Feng nodded. He respected Lang Ying's choice. But just when he wanted to let go of Lang Ying and calm down, his lips suddenly felt soft. There are other things you can do. Her breath was as fragrant as orchid, and Lang Ying exhaled a faint trace of hot air. What? Qin Feng's defense was instantly broken by this tingling feeling. Lang Ying is wearing professional attire today, a pencil skirt and a white shirt. This outfit coupled with her current look of wanting to refuse but also wanting to accept. The ultimate uniform temptation. That's what you said. Raising his eyebrows, Qin Feng suddenly turned over, pushed Lang Ying against the wall, and kissed her passionately. Noon. Sakura Community. Qin Feng and Lang Ying walked quickly from the parking lot into the community and went straight to the house he rented. Just as Qin Feng took out the key and was about to open the door next door suddenly opened. Neighbor Uncle Li walked out slowly. Hey, isn't this Qin Feng? Why are his clothes torn? Uncle Li looked at Qin Feng's torn shirt and asked curiously. Oh, the quality is poor. I accidentally scratched it. Looking embarrassed, Qin Feng quickly covered the big gap in his chest with his left hand and said with a smile. Is that so? Be careful. Nodding slightly, Uncle Li took a step forward and then looked at Lang Ying who was next to Qin Feng. Lang Ying's face was a little flushed at this moment. Her upper body clothes were neat, but her black stockings on her lower body were missing a few small pieces. Although it's not serious, it looks like it was torn apart by someone. Who is this? Uncle Lee asked doubtfully. It's my girlfriend.
Shin Feng quickly inserted the key into the keyhole and turned the key to open the door.
Good job. He didn't dare say anything more to Uncle Lee.
I remember that last time Uncle Lee heard the young couple upstairs making some loud noises at night. The next day everyone in the community knew that they were in good health.
Direct social death.
If we continue to talk about this, who knows what kind of trouble might arise.
Goodbye, Uncle Lee. Go take a walk.
As he said that, he hurriedly pulled Lang Ying into the house. Uncle Lee glanced down at Lang Ying's tattered stockings, then looked at Shin Feng and said earnestly, Xiao Qin, listen to my advice.
You still have a long life ahead of you. You're certainly good looking, but no matter how good your looks are, you only have 2 kidneys, right? Don't be too crazy, take care of yourself.
When I was young, I also liked to tear things up and light candles, but now that I'm old, I'm glad I stopped myself before it was too late.
Ah.
When Shin Feng heard this, he was speechless.
Good job.
When Mr. Lee opens his mouth, it's like he's telling a stand-up comedy.
I see. Thank you. Smiling helplessly, Shin Feng quickly closed the door. Behind the door, Lang Ying's face flushed and she looked embarrassed.
You can kiss me, but why are you so rude in trying to pick at my stockings? After slapping Shin Feng on the arm, Lang Ying bent down to look at the stockings on her legs. The holes are small, but there are more of them.
And they are all on the back of the thighs. The strange thing is that she didn't notice it when she came. What a miscalculation. I have no choice but to do it because I'm deeply in love with you. You're so beautiful. Rubbing his shoulder, Shin Feng said innocently, besides, why did you pull my clothes? They've already been torn.
As he said this, he took off his coat and the shirt underneath.
The bathroom is on the right. Take off your stockings. Do you have any plans for the afternoon?
If you're free, let's go shopping and buy some clothes. As Shin Feng spoke to himself, his upper body was completely exposed. At this moment, he suddenly felt a pair of burning eyes staring at him.
What are you doing?
Turning to look at Lang Ying, Shin Feng was very confused when he saw her rosy cheeks. He followed Lang Ying's gaze and looked down at his stomach.
The 6 abdominal muscles are neatly arranged and very beautiful.
This temptation is fatal to mature women.
Do you like abdominal muscles?
Shin Feng turned around and asked.
Gurgle. A sound of swallowing saliva appeared quietly. Although Lang Ying didn't say anything, her body answered in detail with practical actions.
With a sneer, Shin Feng suddenly laughed.
After systematic body modification, he is almost physically perfect.
The position and size of the muscles are very beautiful and full of hormones. It would be strange if Lang Ying could hold on.
Put on your clothes quickly, I feel a little hot.
Turning around quickly, Lang Ying felt her face was burning hot.
Who knew her husband actually had abdominal muscles? So symmetrical and beautiful. Who can withstand this? Okay.
Shin Feng quickly found a washed shirt and put it on hastily. Looking at Lang Ying again, she had already gone to the bathroom and closed the door tightly.
She can't do it anymore. Those abdominal muscles are really amazing. Moment.
After Shin Feng tidied his clothes, he replied to a few WeChat messages and then came to the bathroom door.
Lang Ying, are you okay?
After knocking on the bathroom door, Shin Feng looked down at the time.
10 minutes have now passed.
It doesn't take that long to take off your stockings. She must be putting on makeup.
Wait a moment. In the bathroom.
Lang Ying adjusted her skirt, pouted her lips and looked at her smooth and delicate long legs, then opened the door and went out.
So slow?
Seeing Lang Ying coming out, Shin Feng stepped back. He walked into the living room, picked up his cell phone and keys, and prepared to go out.
But suddenly, he was stunned. Aren't we going out for a walk? What are you standing there for? Lang Ying didn't have anything to take.
She had already walked to the door and asked the dazed Shin Feng in confusion.
Your legs are too white, aren't they?
Hesitantly, Shin Feng lowered his head to look at Lang Ying's lower body.
Those long, white and delicate legs are now beginning to reflect light.
This white seam makes people want to go forward and touch it. Seeing Shin Feng staring at her legs, Lang Ying pouted and asked embarrassedly.
Does it look good? It looks good.
Shin Feng answered very honestly. There'll be plenty of time to read it later.
Let's go, shall we? Okay.
Qin Feng smiled, regained his composure, walked forward, took Long Ying's soft hand and walked out the door.
She is right. There will be plenty of time later. Lang Ying is already his wife, how can she still run away? Chapter 42, Really, you can eat just because you are handsome? 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's still quite sunny during this period in summer. But fortunately,
because Sakura community is far away from Zixing Commercial Street where Qin Feng and Lang Ying are going, it takes an hour even if they drive there. So by the time they both arrived at their destination, the weather was almost suitable. Even if it is very hot, there are large shopping malls such as Suning.com and the Commercial Street.
It's nice to take a walk inside.
However, due to the large flow of people in Zixing Commercial Street, Qin Feng drove his own car. If he drove Lang Ying's eye-catching fiery red Lamborghini, he would inevitably attract onlookers. What Qin Feng didn't expect was that his silver gradient Lamborghini is even more eye-catching,
especially when waiting at a traffic light. All the way west. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the two finally arrived near Zixing Commercial Street.
Qin Feng spent a few more minutes looking for a parking space and parked the car.
Let's go. After feeling the not-so-hot temperature, Qin Feng pulled Lang Ying out of the parking lot and walked onto Zixing Commercial Street. However, because they were both doing business at noon, they had no time to eat. So as soon as they entered Zixing Commercial Street, they both decided to find a place to have a meal. As soon as they entered the crowd, many people turned around and kept looking at Qin Feng and Lang Ying. Wow, those two are so good-looking. Handsome guy, beautiful girl, is this a Douyin vlog?
I'm so envious, those two are such a good match. That's right, the guy is so handsome, and the girl next to him is so pretty, such a queen. Qin Feng listened quietly to the whispers of passers-by around him, but ignored them. He was tired of hearing these words. Every time he comes out, people say he is handsome.
No way. Being handsome means having troubles. Only.
Lang Ying, who was next to Qin Feng, rarely went shopping, so she had never heard such remarks.
Now I feel a little embarrassed to be praised.
But after walking for a while, she became thick-skinned. Never mind those remarks.
Honey, can I hold your arm?
After walking for a while, Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng's stern profile and asked.
Whatever, as long as you don't mind the heat. No problem.
Lang Ying happily took a step forward, put her arm around Qin Feng, and a smile gradually appeared on her face.
Speaking of which, she hasn't gone shopping since she graduated.
Every day's work made her feel breathless. She was too lazy to go shopping alone when she had no schedule, so she could only rest at home.
And now, Lang Ying actually found some fun. No longer a marginal personality disorder. Walked for half an hour. The further you walk into Zixing Commercial Street, the more people you meet. The people coming and going are all young men and women who are out shopping and having fun. It's a bit noisy, but it's lively.
However, as the number of people increased, more people were looking at Qin Feng and Lang Ying.
No way.
At this time, Qin Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He looked around, glanced at the store near them, and then said to Lang Ying, "Smoked fish?"
Smoked fish? What is that? Lang Ying asked curiously.
She has only been back in China for 3 months and has basically never left the country unless it is necessary.
She knew about fish,
but she had never even heard of smoked fish. It's a famous dish in Shanghai.
Give it a try.
Qin Feng explained simply.
Good.
Nodding slightly, Lang Ying followed Qin Feng into the store.
Welcome, may I ask?
When the clerk saw someone coming, she habitually said the welcome words, but when she looked carefully at the looks of Qin Feng and Lang Ying, she was stunned for a moment.
Are you two?
After regaining her composure, she walked up and asked with a smile.
Right. Qin Feng nodded. Please follow me, can you sit by the window? Do you have a private room here?
Instead of following the clerk, Qin Feng looked around and asked. Lang Ying is now bare-legged.
He really didn't want her to eat with her legs exposed in a noisy place. Maybe he is possessive. He just doesn't want other men to see his wife's legs.
We do have private rooms, but they have a minimum charge of 2,000 yuan.
Please take a look. The female clerk looked at Qin Feng and asked. No problem. Qin Feng nodded. Well, both of you please come this way.
The clerk led the two upstairs to a small private room.
After the two sat down, the female clerk handed them 2 tablets.
Although this restaurant is not small, Xin Feng did not expect that they would use tablets to order food here. After taking the tablet, Xin Feng swiped up and down to browse the dishes. At this time, the clerk who had just led them up had already retreated.
Husband, what do you want to eat?
Lang Ying slid up and down, looking at Xin Feng, hesitant.
Motu old smoked fish, it looks delicious. I haven't eaten it in a long time. Xin Feng looked at the signature dishes of this restaurant and placed an order.
Then he browsed again and ordered a plate of Zhuoxian roast goose and lobster rice.
The rest is left to Lang Ying.
A serving of Madu smoked fish costs only 128 yuan, Zhuoxian roast goose costs only 88 yuan, and lobster rice porridge is very cheap, only 49 yuan per serving. The dishes Xin Feng ordered were all good value for money. After that, Lang Ying hesitated for a long time and started to order. She finally chose a plate of vanilla lamb chops for 399, a plate of braised pork for 289, and a standard braised local dish for only 198. Then she ordered a black truffle for 499, and finally got a plate of 8 treasure duck.
Also 399.
It's almost enough to meet the minimum consumption of 2,000 yuan.
That's a bit much. Xin Feng looked at the dishes the two of them ordered and said with a frown. Probably not many. Lang Ying touched her belly and estimated.
Forget it, at worst I can just pack it up. Xin Feng put the tablet aside and started waiting for the food. I have to say that this store is quite efficient. Perhaps because there were not many people in the two restaurants in the afternoon, all the dishes were served in nearly 30 minutes. After the class, Lang Ying ran to Xin Feng's seat and took out her cell phone to take a group photo.
What's this for?
Xin Feng looked at the photo Lang Ying sent him and asked in confusion.
Lang Ying is the CEO, she probably wouldn't take photos and post them on WeChat Moments to show off. Let's record what we did so we can show it to our children later. And when we're old, we can reminisce together. After listening to Lang Ying's explanation, Xin Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Good job. They haven't even hit a home run yet, and they're already thinking about having children? Lang Ying, have you even thought of a name for our child? Holding the chopsticks, Xin Feng asked with a helpless smile. Not really.
Lang Ying scratched her cheek and said seriously, I've thought of several before, but I don't think they sound good and are not worthy of our children.
Think about it later. You really thought about it?
Xin Feng smiled helplessly.
The wife he picked up is so cute.
She has already started thinking of a name for this child who is still just an infant. Sometimes he felt that Lang Ying was not like a CEO, but more like a girl next door. A little girl who was looking forward to the future.
All right.
He will protect this little girl with all his heart.
Would you like to take another picture?
Thinking of this, Xin Feng took out his cell phone, moved in front of Lang Ying, pecked her cheek lightly, and pressed the shutter button with one hand.
Well, stop kissing me. Haven't you kissed me enough this morning?
Lang Ying rubbed her red face and said unhappily.
But she said so. But he didn't return to his previous seat.
Instead, he pulled his chair next to Xin Feng and ate with him.
An hour later,
they both finished their meal. Looking at the large and small plates on the table, Xin Feng was only 9/10 full.
He made a mistake.
These dishes look plentiful in the promotional pictures on the tablet, but in reality, they are rarely available.
Basically just a few small pieces. But luckily, it tasted good. After dinner,
Xin Feng clicks to pay.
Joke. He now has a huge sum of 500 million yuan, he can't let Lang Ying pay for it, right?
After he paid, the female clerk who had just left came in again to clean up the dishes. But before leaving, she couldn't help it and stopped Xin Feng and Lang Ying.
Excuse me, sir. Would you be willing to take a photo with our staff and put it in our store? In return, today's bill can be waived.
Hearing this, Xin Feng was stunned for a moment.
Is it true that you can make a living just by looking good?
But when he turned around and looked at Lang Ying, he still refused. It's just 2,000 yuan, it's not like I can't afford it, there's no need to do that.
Well, thank you for coming, and I hope you'll come again next time. Although the female clerk felt a little regretful, she still answered very professionally.
Xin Feng nodded, then pulled Lang Ying out.
Chapter 43 Weird, Cute?
After the two of them left the store, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The temperature at this time is not very hot, but it is not very comfortable either. Seeing that Lang Ying was still interested, Xin Feng was not in a hurry to buy any clothes.
This aloof president finally came down to earth for once. Of course, I have to let her have enough fun before going back. Qin Feng, did you like the store we visited just now?
Walking aimlessly on the road, Lang Ying took Qin Feng's arm, looked at the surrounding buildings and suddenly asked.
The taste is good, but the quantity is a bit small.
Qin Feng thought about it and gave an objective evaluation, but after all, the unit price of the dishes is there.
This is Zixing Commercial Street, so the price is about right.
It is unbelievable to open such a big store in Shanghai where every inch of land is valuable.
The price is so cheap.
The smaller quantity is forgivable, and the taste is indeed good.
I like it better too. That's where we went shopping for the first time.
As she spoke softly, Lang Ying suddenly had an idea.
She jumped to the front and said excitedly, "Why don't we buy that store?" Qin Feng was stunned and didn't leave. He looked at Lang Ying in surprise. Ah. Good job. Because this was their first time eating there, he said it tasted good. Lang Ying is going to buy that store? Is this the logic of all of you CEOs?
The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and Qin Feng asked helplessly.
No.
Looking at Qin Feng with a pleading look on her face, Lang Ying immediately pounced on him like a kitten and rubbed his head against him. No, working in the catering industry is too hard.
I won't do it.
Holding Lang Ying in his arms, Qin Feng directly refused.
Why not do the good job in finance and go into catering? He doesn't like it.
No, we'll buy this shop and not open it to the public.
Just the two of us will come over to eat. Lang Ying's eyes lit up and she was a little excited.
She seemed very eager to do so. Qin Feng looked down at his lovely wife and saw how much she wanted to buy it, and thought about it.
Come to the conclusion, don't buy it. Not really.
When I came out, I saw that the store was selling takeout.
If you want to eat, just order takeout. With a slight smile, Qin Feng stroked Lang Ying's little head and gave a reasonable explanation. Okay, I'll listen to you. After hearing the explanation, Lang Ying gave up the idea of buying the store.
However, when Qin Feng saw that there was still some light in the eyes of his lovely wife, he knew that she had not given up yet.
At the same time, the owner of the store just now felt a chill down his spine and felt uneasy. Who would have thought that a couple who had just tasted their food would turn around and discuss the future of his restaurant?
Holding Lang Ying's hand, Qin Feng walked with her for a while.
And then they inexplicably wandered to Suning Square. Here we are.
The character of the little girl Lang Ying was clearly revealed. He looked at one of them curiously, and then pulled Qin Feng to play with another one.
Qin Feng, I want to play that, Omega. Sudden.
Lang Ying saw several claw machines placed on the roadside and rushed over with Qin Feng. She played this when she was a child. But I haven't come across it for many years, and there are very few such things abroad. Besides, she spends most of her time studying and has no time to play these things.
Only. She didn't expect that after so many years, this ancient and deceptive thing still existed in the world? Hey, you're a CEO after all, so stop being so girly, okay?
With a wry smile, Qin Feng let Lang Ying drag him around. Very strange. Lang Ying is obviously very slender and tall, and her arms have a lot of muscles, but she can't just pull him, an adult man, around, right?
TSK.
Women who are addicted to shopping are so scary. This is what Qin Feng thought in his heart. But seeing his lovely wife jumping around happily, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel happy too.
No way.
He picked up the wife from the Civil Affairs Bureau and he would spoil her no matter how hard it was.
Slow down, don't you even want your husband anymore? Lang Ying took him there.
Qin Feng took a quick look and thought the stuff inside was pretty good.
A few yellow mice, a mutwo, a few white bears, and some other weird things. $2 for one catch.
The price seems low, but Qin Feng, who had suffered greatly from it, knows it very well.
This thing is a scam.
But if Lang Ying wants to play, then forget it.
I'm just happy.
Letting go of Lang Ying's hand, Qin Feng took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code. And then Lang Ying immediately started to operate excitedly.
Look, I'll make you a Pikachu.
Excited, Lang Ying turned the operating lever and lowered the hook directly at the yellow-skinned rat inside. She had seen Pikachu at Qin Feng's house, so she wanted to get another one. But 10 times in a row.
None of them succeeded. Lang Ying's face turned dark. Let's go. I don't want to play anymore.
Pouting, Lang Ying grabbed Qin Feng's hand, wanting only to leave this sad place. She used to be good at business, but now she can't even catch a doll.
This is obviously a scam. Crying. No, let me try.
Seeing Long Ying's frustrated look, Xin Feng wanted to laugh.
So funny. How can his wife be so funny? Don't arrest him. This is obviously a scam. Holding Qin Feng's arm, Lang Ying was obviously dissatisfied.
But Xin Feng just smiled at this. He took out his mobile phone, paid again, and started to turn the joystick. And the moment he touched the joystick, the sound of the system appeared in my ears. Ding, the host is detected playing the claw machine, and has obtained the strongest claw machine skill. Detected that the host is catching dolls, proficiency point +1. Listen to the system's skills silently. Xin Feng could only remain speechless.
Good job. It takes skills to catch a doll. This system is invincible. Look at me.
After rubbing Lang Ying's head, Xin Feng held the joystick, placed it above the position of the yellow-skinned mouse, and then decisively cast the hook. The claw arm dropped and hooked the thing securely.
Lang Ying blinked and suddenly became nervous.
She tried to catch it 10 times but failed. She always just missed it or didn't catch it with enough strength and it fell. And at least Xin Feng was caught this time. The success rate is at least 99%.
But I don't know why.
When the hook was about to bring the yellow rat to the exit, it suddenly let go.
The doll landed next to the exit. Failed to catch him. Oops.
Her head suddenly hit Qin Feng's arm, and Lang Ying stomped her feet, speechless.
What should we do?
She looked at Qin Feng anxiously.
Calm down, calm down.
Xin Feng calmed down and said with a smile, "You are a CEO after all, how can a doll make you so nervous?"
Upon hearing this, Lang Ying immediately pouted. This is different. This is something you gave me. No amount of money can buy it.
Xin Feng immediately raised his eyebrows, deliberately bullying Lang Ying, and then said, "Who said I want to give it to you?
So what are you going to do?" Lang Ying asked unhappily.
I have a yellow rat, and I won't give it to my girlfriend.
Well, guess what? I'm ruined.
Xin Feng said this deliberately while trying to suppress his laughter. If it were another girl, she would have laughed out loud or slapped her boyfriend at this moment. But when Lang Ying heard this, she chuckled and then hugged Qin Feng's waist. He kissed her without hesitation.
I am all yours. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. Don't mess around. Chapter 44. Lang Ying takes the initiative to ask for a kiss, rocking car, and Dad's dad is called Grandpa?
Xin Feng was a little dazed as he savored the softness in front of his lips.
He didn't expect Lang Ying to suddenly kiss him on the street. This girl. It seems to be getting bolder and bolder.
This is the bustling Zixing commercial street, with a lot of people coming and going, especially at this time.
There are many passers-by who come out to play.
The intimacy between the two of them, coupled with their outstanding looks, immediately attracted a lot of attention.
Look, my girlfriend is asking for a kiss. Wow, that guy is so handsome, and his girlfriend's profile is so pretty. His girlfriend's figure is amazing. Boss Lang, has no one told you that your looks can cause a sensation?
Xin Feng's old face turned red as he listened to the passers-by discussing them quietly.
He patted Lang Ying on the back and said helplessly, "They have attracted attention again. Why, are you shy?" His face was rosy and a little hot.
Lang Ying looked at Xin Feng with a smile and raised her eyebrows teasingly.
Don't you think your face is red enough?
Seeing his lovely wife mocking him, Xin Feng reached out and picked her up by the waist, then leaned over to her ear and blew gently.
Ah, stop it. Lang Ying was very sensitive.
She screamed and immediately raised her hands in surrender.
She was scared. Being so close to someone on the street. This was something she had never experienced before.
It is more stimulating than the theories of foreign and internationally renowned academicians.
Okay, let you down.
Seeing Lang Ying's resistance, Xin Feng immediately let go. Since Lang Ying doesn't like this, he will never force her. After getting off Xin Feng, Lang Ying covered her chest with her hands, her heart pounding. Just now, because of her sensitive ears, she was shy and just wanted to get down quickly. But now that she was down, she actually felt a little longing again. Covering her face with her hands, Lang Ying was a little afraid to look at Xin Feng.
Shall we still play?
Looking at Lang Ying, who was covering her face shyly, Xin Feng pointed at the yellow-skinned rat that fell at the exit and asked with raised eyebrows.
Can you really make it?
Lang Ying opened a gap with her hands, revealing her eyes, and asked with a tilted head in surprise.
Of course, it's already at the exit. I'll just grab another doll and smash it out. Qin Feng nodded slightly and answered casually.
He has the skill of a master at catching dolls. The reason why it didn't succeed just now. It's just because the unscrupulous businessman adjusted the machine's claw arm strength to the minimum.
It is absolutely impossible to catch it in one go. 2 or 3 times is definitely enough. System and profiteers. Of course, the system is more powerful. However, Lang Ying's face showed a hint of suspicion.
She felt that she had failed to do it after 10 attempts.
How could Qin Feng, who was so powerful, catch it twice? Are you cheating? Is this okay? Aren't they all stuck at the exit?
Somewhat unconvinced, Lang Ying stepped forward to scan the QR code to pay, and let Qin Feng continue.
If you were to do it, this would be a possibility.
After patting Lang Ying on the head, Qin Feng moved the joystick. After all, you are a high-end player who has caught the doll 10 times in a row without changing its position.
No, I'm just unlucky.
After smoothing her messy hair, Lang Ying's face turned red, and she felt a little embarrassed. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she reached out and grabbed the corner of Qin Feng's clothes, saying seriously, I used all my luck in life to meet you, so of course it's not good enough.
But it doesn't matter, you just have to be lucky.
Hearing this, Qin Feng smiled helplessly.
How many days have you been together? Lang Ying is good at flirting. Really? Do you want both yellow rats?
The operating grappling hook was shaking unsteadily, and Qin Feng asked Lang Ying.
One for each of us, a couple's pair.
Lang Ying nodded quickly, looking expectant. But after she finished speaking, she realized something was wrong. It seemed like she just scanned the code and was able to catch it once.
How can you catch 2 Pikachus at once?
But when she was about to ask, Qin Feng had already set the bait. The robotic arm slowly descended, but the grappling hook continued to swing.
Coincidentally, the grappling hook just happened to catch another yellow rat below. It's just not particularly stable this time.
Moreover, the claw arm was obviously not strong enough, and the doll was shaky and about to fall.
Lang Ying was a little disappointed. Looks like we have to catch him again.
She took out her cell phone and wanted to scan the payment code again. But at this time, the sound of iron sheets colliding was heard.
It's done.
Qin Feng bent down and took out 2 yellow mice from under the claw machine and handed them to Lang Ying.
And at this time, Lang Ying looked down at the cute Pikachu, looking confused.
She tilted her head to look at Qin Feng and asked curiously, How did you do it? Qin Feng scratched his head and said casually, Just grab it casually. The corner of her mouth twitched and Lang Ying was speechless. She tried 10 times but failed once.
Qin Feng caught 2 in 2 attempts. It's so unfair. Is this the European emperor? Is this Versailles literature? Qin Feng's luck is too good, right? Can you do it again? I didn't see it just now. It's amazing.
Shaking Qin Feng's arm, Lang Ying began to act coquettishly. When Qin Feng saw Lang Ying like this, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Who would have thought that the aloof and domineering CEO of Ling's fragrance industry would have such a girlish side? But the 2 dolls are almost the same.
They each have one, and it's not good to have more. It's like they're here to purchase goods. No, the 2 are about the same.
Keep some interest in it, don't play it all at once, and we can come here often in the future. To comfort Lang Ying, Qin Feng handed the yellow rat he was holding to Lang Ying. The doll is not big, only about 60 centimeters. Lang Ying could just hold 1 Pikachu, but holding 2 Pikachus would look like there was a person in the middle of the Pikachu.
Lang Ying, you're so cute like this. With a chuckle, Qin Feng couldn't help laughing.
Tilting her head, Lang Ying was puzzled for a moment.
Sudden.
She took a few steps back, then turned to Qin Feng and gave him a sweet smile.
Hubby, look at me, take a picture of me. Good.
Seeing Lang Ying's lively and happy appearance, Qin Feng also wanted to seize this moment.
After all, this was his first date with Lang Ying. Very memorable.
Pulling out his cell phone, he quickly took a few photos.
No photo editing.
Afterwards, he also held 2 Pikachus and happily let Lang Ying take a few photos. Then the 2 took a few more photos together before continuing to move forward to see if there was anything else fun to do.
After a while,
Lang Ying didn't know what attracted her attention again, and she ran over.
Xin Feng, what is this?
The jade hand pointed at 2 or 3 rocking cars, and Lang Ying was very curious.
Why? You want to play?
Looking at the 3 rocking cars, Xin Feng walked over slowly with Pikachu in his hands.
Lang Ying nodded repeatedly, wanting to give it a try.
She had never seen this thing before. There was no such thing in Shanghai a few years ago. She now wants to try everything she has never seen before. I don't know when I will have a date with Xin Feng next time.
Now I want to try it. Well, just like a kid.
Shaking his head helplessly, Xin Feng took out a few coins from his pocket and threw them in one after another.
And suddenly,
the rocking car began to rock back and forth.
My father's father is called Grandpa, and my mother's mother is called Grandma.
A very familiar voice suddenly sounded. Lang Ying was completely stunned. Seeing this scene, Xin Feng couldn't stop laughing.
No way. So funny. Who would have thought that such a domineering girl would like to ride a rocking car? Ah, Xin Feng, why didn't you tell me?
Feeling very embarrassed, Lang Ying quickly got off the rocking car and threw herself on Xin Feng.
If you insist on playing, I can't help it.
Xin Feng said while suppressing a laugh.
No way. It's so fun to tease Lang Ying. She is like a little girl who has never seen the world. You bully me. Lang Ying slapped Xin Feng's arm in annoyance and didn't dare to go over to the rocking car.
Let's go, let's stop playing and go somewhere else. Blushing, Lang Ying pulled Xin Feng away quickly.
Don't even want the coin you just tossed. Don't go, this is the time for Grandpa's grandpa to call you ancestor.
Seeing Lang Ying's shy look, Xin Feng laughed and continued to tease her.
Ah, don't say that anymore. Chapter 45, Strong Malice Towards Single People?
The two continued walking into Zixing Commercial Street.
As we went deeper into the commercial street, we saw many snacks on the street. Lang Ying, do you want to try some stinky tofu?
Xin Feng smelled a foul odor and turned to look at the street.
There happened to be a stall selling fried stinky tofu over there. Stinky tofu?
Lang Ying raised her nose and sniffed it gently, but was immediately put off by the indescribable feeling. She waved her hand and refused directly.
No, I don't like the taste. Okay, let's keep going inside. Don't force it.
Xin Feng pulled Lang Ying and continued walking. There are many delicious foods in the small street in front, including ice jelly, candied haws, sushi, and grilled cold noodles.
Lang Ying was very happy to try these things.
She skipped to each stall and tried a little of everything, just like a little girl entering the world for the first time, interested in everything. Both of them seemed to have forgotten that the main purpose of coming out today was to buy clothes.
Xin Feng, what is this? Magic City fried buns. Is it tasty? You can try. Then I will. Because Lang Ying's outfit and appearance are so good.
When she was asking Xin Feng for something, the men passing by wanted to explain for Xin Feng themselves.
Why don't they have such beautiful, lively, and lovely girlfriends? But
they saw that Lang Ying was dressed elegantly, and her clothes were made of fine materials, and she didn't look like an ordinary white-collar worker. With such a handsome man like Xin Feng accompanying her, it was natural for people to think of her as a fair, rich, and beautiful woman.
They just turned into sour grapes and didn't say much. What about this? Pot stickers.
Xin Feng answered patiently.
Do you want it? Give me some. Good.
With a slight smile, Xin Feng paid for some pot stickers for her.
Moment.
Lang Ying and Xin Feng were holding a lot of snacks in their hands, and it was already past 5 in the afternoon.
Open your mouth.
Lang Ying freed her right hand, used a wooden skewer to pick out a pot sticker, and then put it into Xin Feng's mouth.
Ah.
Seeing Lang Ying wanted to feed herself,
Xin Feng's old face turned red.
With so many people here now, Lang Ying really knows how to choose the right time. But she is my wife after all, so it's okay to pamper her a little. Open your mouth slightly and swallow it in one gulp. Chew it for a while and it tastes great. But the smell of oil smoke is too strong. It's okay to eat it occasionally, but if you eat too much, you will definitely get tired of it. The intimacy between the two of them made the single men passing by feel a strong sense of malice. They just went out for a walk, and they specifically chose to go out in the afternoon instead of at night.
Are you forced to eat dog food? It's damn true. I wish all lovers will eventually become brothers and sisters. How is it? It's delicious, right?
Seeing Qin Feng swallow it, Lang Ying asked expectantly. It tastes good. Qin Feng replied with a smile. After getting a response, Lang Ying turned around and wanted to make another one to feed Qin Feng.
Feeding is a bit addictive. But Qin Feng waved his hand and refused. There are too many people.
Eating in front of so many people always makes him feel a little embarrassed.
But Lang Ying didn't care about that.
Seeing that Qin Feng didn't want to eat anymore, she ate alone with a grunt. They walked for a while longer. When Qin Feng turned to look at Lang Ying, he found that the food in her hand had been almost eaten and there was almost nothing left. He's the real king of eating.
The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as Qin Feng looked Lang Ying up and down.
Despite having such a slender body, it can hold so much food.
Women are truly horrible creatures. Lang Ying, are we going to buy clothes now?
Seeing the high-end clothing store building in the Magic City from a distance, Qin Feng turned his head and asked Lang Ying.
He didn't forget the purpose of coming out today.
After all, Lang Ying's legs are still bare.
Okay.
Lang Ying nodded quickly, glanced at Qin Feng, and then said, the quality of your clothes is indeed a bit poor.
They broke when I pulled them this morning?
It's just that you're too strong. Rolling his eyes, Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying helplessly.
Just a kiss. Who would have thought that clothes could be kissed to pieces? It was probably because it was too intense at the time. After a while, the two of them wandered to the 5th floor of the Shanghai International Trade Center.
This is the floor dedicated to luxury menswear. The clothes inside are all big brands, and the prices are generally over 1,000. Qin Feng didn't feel anything when he looked at the price now. After all, he is now someone who doesn't care about the price when buying clothes.
Let's go with this store.
Looking around, Lang Ying decisively found a brand that she was more familiar with. As he said that, he pulled Qin Feng in.
Slower.
Being pulled by Lang Ying, Qin Feng looked up at the sign.
Fortunately, this store is not Meistebenway, but Armani. Hello, welcome to Armani.
The clerk greeted warmly.
All new season styles. Same as when I bought the car before.
Lang Ying has clear goals, is to the point, and explains what she wants very efficiently.
Only.
When she was talking to the clerk, she regained some of the temperament of a cool and arrogant female CEO.
Maybe it's because the lively atmosphere on the street is gone. Then please follow me.
These are all the latest season styles, and the ones next to them are made of better materials.
Gurgle.
Swallowing her saliva, the female clerk was startled by Lang Ying's cold CEO temperament, and hurriedly led them to the area with the new clothes of the season with a smile.
Armani. A high-end luxury brand created by Giorgio Armani. The products symbolize fashion, nobility and refinement, and fully demonstrate the simple, elegant and confident personality of urban people.
It is favored and sought after by world superstars and recognized by many successful people.
Their clothes, though expensive, have a unique charm without being overly exaggerated.
After looking around, Qin Feng didn't see many strange designs.
This made him very happy. As soon as she entered here, Lang Ying let herself go.
She pulled Qin Feng to try on various men's clothes.
But because of his outstanding appearance, he looks good in whatever he wears. Actually, your boyfriend's physique is more suitable for a suit. He will probably look very handsome in it. The female clerk looked at Qin Feng's handsome appearance and suggested in a low voice.
And these words woke Lang Ying up. She looked at Qin Feng and gave him a wicked smile.
Chapter 46, Taking Advantage? Balenciaga? Help me find a suit that fits my husband. Price is not an issue.
Raising his hand and snapping his fingers, Lang Ying raised an eyebrow at the female clerk and said, looking like a nouveau riche.
Okay, no problem. The female clerk was very obedient and said a few words.
He immediately turned around and used his memory to find a suit that would suit Qin Feng.
Don't ask if it's suitable.
She has been working in clothing sales for a long time and has a very sharp eye. She can guess anyone's measurements pretty well, without even asking for the size.
Of course, the same goes for women.
Watching the female clerk leave quickly, Qin Feng turned and looked at Lang Ying. At this moment, Lang Ying was looking at him with shining eyes, and a little excited. No, I don't need a suit now, there's no need. Qin Feng said helplessly.
Yes, you really need it.
Lang Ying stepped forward to help Qin Feng straighten his shirt, looking into his eyes and answering very seriously. I'm not working right now, and a suit would be a bit hot even if it's summer wear.
It's really unnecessary.
Qin Feng smiled bitterly. He didn't go to work on the day he got the system, and he seemed to have scolded his boss the day before yesterday. He would have been fired long ago.
There is no place to buy a suit now.
I don't have to go to work, but I can use it for the party. It just so happens that the younger generation of the Demon City is going to hold a party the day after tomorrow.
You can accompany me then. Gently stroking Qin Feng's lower abdomen.
Lang Ying's face was hot and her hands were a little wandering. The curvy abdominal muscles were only separated from her hands by a layer of fabric. She had never had much contact with men, but she wanted to lift it up and give it a good caress.
President Lang, stop taking advantage of me.
Grabbing his wife's dishonest hand, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and said,
Doesn't he know what Lang Ying is thinking? Who took advantage of me?
Being caught on the spot, Lang Ying not only did not feel embarrassed, but instead acted as if it was natural.
Joke. What's wrong with touching your own husband? They are husband and wife.
Even though her hand was caught by Qin Feng, she was still not obedient and was pulling at Qin Feng's shirt.
I'll just touch it, I won't open it.
You're trying to cover up your mistake, Lang Ying said seriously, looking into Qin Feng's eyes.
I don't believe you. It's both funny and sad. Qin Feng gently tapped Lang Ying's forehead.
This sentence has the same effect as telling a man that he can only rub but not penetrate. It would be strange if he believed it.
Tisk, if you don't want me to touch it, then don't touch it. What's the big deal?
Pouting, Lang Ying withdrew her hand, hugged her shoulders and turned to the side.
And suddenly,
the corners of her mouth twitched slightly.
Nothing else.
Because she found that the female clerk who had just left was holding a few suits and staring at the two of them blankly.
Please continue. I was blinded just now. Feeling a little embarrassed, the female clerk turned around and was about to leave.
However, Lang Ying stopped her in time. Now the oil is all gone. Her leaving would only delay things.
And a moment later,
Qin Feng was wearing a suit that didn't fit him well and looking at himself in the mirror, letting Lang Ying see.
After trying them on several times, he chose this one as his favorite. The style is simple and the wear is casual. This one is nice, but it doesn't fit me well.
Pinching her chin, Lang Ying looked her husband up and down, nodding with satisfaction. The discerning female clerk saw that the two of them were very satisfied with the piece and keenly realized that she had received her commission. She quickly explained with a smile, "You two have excellent taste.
This is a new model that our designer recently designed. The fabric is not only layered but also adds a touch of fun, making the suit casual yet elegant and aristocratic." Listening to the female clerk's explanation, Lang Ying nodded slightly. This kind of talk is only for people who don't know much about the business. She only looks at the fabric and workmanship. However, it must be said that the design of the suit Qin Feng was wearing was indeed quite thoughtful. Not bad. For custom orders, contact the best tailor you can find. Labor costs are not a problem.
Turning to look at the female clerk, Lang Ying said the most extravagant words in the most calm tone. When the female clerk heard that Lang Ying wanted to have custom-made clothes, a smile immediately appeared on her face. If it's a custom-made suit, her commission will be a little higher.
Get rich. Well, do you want a full body, or just a custom-made suit? After calming down her excitement, the female clerk asked very professionally.
For the whole body, I'll order 2 pairs of Oxford-style handmade leather shoes, and add the green gemstone cufflinks that your store is known for, and the 2 ties I just matched.
Pointing to the name, Lang Ying thought for a moment and said, "Okay, no problem.
Our store supports door-to-door orders.
May I know your address?"
The female clerk narrowed her eyes and was delighted.
Lang Ying wants the highest-end items from Armani.
The handmade Oxford leather shoes, the emerald cufflinks and the tie she had just paired with her suit. The total market price is more than 100,000.
Isn't that necessary? One is enough, right?
Qin Feng took off his ill-fitting suit and put on his own clothes.
Just going to a party, one piece will be enough. He doesn't want to participate often, it's too tiring.
Besides, he doesn't want to waste time partying.
Wouldn't it be nice to study at night? It's okay, I have money.
Without referring to Qin Feng's reasons, Lang Ying continued to talk to herself. She wants the best for Qin Feng.
Money? Isn't money earned to be spent? Isn't it natural to give it to your husband?
She looked at the female clerk and said, "Let's go to Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and tell the front desk that they are looking for Mr. Lang's office." As she spoke, Langing took out a black card from her LV bag, handed it to the female clerk, then pointed to the clothes Qin Feng had just tried on, and then said,
"Pack these up. Someone will be here to pick them up in an hour." "Okay, okay." The female clerk was stunned when she saw that the bank card Langing took out was a black card. She has been working in high-end luxury brand sales for 2 or 3 years. I haven't seen many people paying with black cards. Moreover, the texture of Lang Ying's black card is different from any other black cards she has seen. Much more advanced. "I'll do it for you right away. We know that such users are really not short of money and have extraordinary status." The female clerk did not dare to be negligent at all. After swiping the card and paying the bill, she immediately asked someone to pack the clothes. And after that, since they had almost bought all the clothes, Langing pulled Qin Feng away. I strolled around the Shanghai International Trade Center for a while. The two of them came to the 3rd floor again. This is a place dedicated to women's clothing and underwear. Langing hesitated for a long time at the door of the Balenciaga store, but was eventually pulled away by Qin Feng. No way. Compared to Balenciaga, Qin Feng could still accept Lang Ying's bare legs. He was afraid that he couldn't bear it, so he went back and wanted to tear it apart. Balenciaga black stockings. Some top. Chapter 47. Domineering Lang Ying, no one dares to say bad things about me? Why are you yelling so loudly? When we came out of the Shanghai International Trade Center, it was already past 6 in the evening. This was supposed to be dinner time. But because Lang Ying is a hidden foodie, and she has rarely been out to play before, she wants to try everything. So after they strolled around Zixing Commercial Street for a while, her hands were full of various snacks again. "Aren't you afraid of getting an upset stomach?" In the parking lot, Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying, who still had traces of snacks in her mouth, and patted her soft head helplessly. He was very worried about Lang Ying's health. How can such a thin person hold so much food? "It's okay, I'm only 8/10 full." Without resisting Qin Feng's hand, Lang Ying touched her belly and answered confidently. Qin Feng was speechless. Good job. Even after eating so much, she was still only 8/10 full. Let's go back. With a slight twitch of his mouth, Qin Feng pulled Lang Ying into the car. The evening is when snacks become more popular. He was afraid that if he took Lang Ying out for a walk again, she would buy a lot of snacks again. It's okay to eat snacks occasionally, but eating too much can be harmful to your body. For Lang Ying's weight and health, he still thought it would be better to avoid letting Lang Ying come to the pedestrian street at night. "Okay, let's continue tomorrow." Lang Ying nodded heavily and sat in the passenger seat. "Are you still here? Are you so free every day?" The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying and asked helplessly. "It seems that my lovely wife is addicted to shopping. No one comes here every day. I can finish my work quickly so I can squeeze in some time in the evening to go on a date." As it should be, Lang Ying rubbed her sore wrist and said happily to Qin Feng. And hearing this, Qin Feng was slightly stunned. "You idiot, won't there be plenty of time in the future? I won't leave you." With a gentle smile, he was attracted by this lovely wife. "Yes, come the day after tomorrow." Lang Ying tilted her head and answered. Qin Feng was speechless. The ambiguous atmosphere that had just existed was instantly broken. "Oh, by the way, if I attend the party, I won't be asked to slap someone in the face again, right?" Taking out the car keys and starting the car, Qin Feng put his hands on the steering wheel. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned his head to ask Lang Ying, "Whose face is being slapped?" After fastening her seatbelt, Lang Ying put the remaining snacks in the front and asked in confusion. And in an instant, she understood. Lang Ying smiled and explained, "At a high-end cocktail party, given my status, the wealthy kids from the Magic City would at most say a few words in private, but wouldn't dare to ridicule me in person. You don't need to slap me in the face, don't worry." Finished. Lang Ying was quick to touch Qin Feng's abdominal muscles and then laughed. She was a little addicted to the feeling she had just had in the Armani store. Understood. Having gotten used to Lang Ying's behavior, Qin Feng was too lazy to stop her. Fortunately, she did not go any further and just rubbed his abdominal muscles to satisfy her desire. Otherwise, he was going to teach her a lesson. The car started, drove steadily onto the road, and turned towards home.
On the way, Langing suddenly seemed to think of something and turned to ask Qin Feng.
By the way, can you waltz?
Waltz? Qin Feng thought for a moment, then smiled and said, I only know a little bit.
Are you kidding me? If you have the system to be a winner in life, you will be able to learn everything except giving birth.
But what he didn't expect was that Langing didn't seem to care.
It's okay, it doesn't matter if you don't know. Those rich kids of my generation don't dare to say anything bad about me, and the other wealthy people don't care either.
After hearing this, Qin Feng suddenly felt that his wife had a domineering aura.
Good job.
He originally thought he would have a platform to show off. Who would have thought that his wife's identity would directly crush others?
It's okay, those brothers don't dare to say bad things about me. What Versailles language? All right.
Shaking his head slightly, Qin Feng drove home quickly. After all, he didn't want to slap anyone in the face.
It's tiring and not pleasing.
Because it was almost 6 o'clock. This period of time coincides with the rush hour for people to get off work in Shanghai. Qin Feng was afraid of traffic jams, so he drove very fast. The journey that originally took an hour now took only 20 minutes, and they were back in front of the Sakura community.
And I don't know why. At the entrance of Sakura community, an ink black Rolls-Royce was parked quietly on the side of the road. Side.
Linen, the housekeeper and assistant, was waiting silently with a pile of Versace clothes. Seeing Qin Feng's car approaching, Linen quickly stepped forward and explained to Langing, who had just gotten out of the car, Mr. Lang said he wants you to go home once.
My dad wants to see me? Why?
Langing helped Linen put the clothes into Qin Feng's car, with a look of confusion on her face.
What else could it be? It's something that happened today.
Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders after keenly guessing the result.
He patted Long Ying's shoulder and said, go back first. Don't make your father wait.
He probably wants to improve his relationship with you.
It's dinner time.
Leng Zian didn't say it earlier or later, but chose to say it at this time. His meaning was already very clear.
Well, I'm going back then.
Langing listened to Qin Feng's words very much. After waving at him, she followed Linen into the Rolls-Royce. After watching Langing leave, Qin Feng hurried home.
8 o'clock in the evening, in front of the computer.
Qin Feng looked at the dancing postures on the computer screen, and beads of sweat appeared on his head.
International Standard Dance, Waltz.
When he was a junior at Shanghai Jiaotong University, he saw someone perform on stage.
She dances very gracefully, just like in TV dramas.
But finding a professional video has a different meaning.
After the system's support, he will be able to jump in an hour.
But I can't escape that charm.
Dancing is really hard.
Closing his eyes, Qin Feng carefully felt the evening breeze. He finds it difficult even though he has a system. I wonder how much effort those who may not be as talented will have to put in.
Take a break.
Qin Feng found the decomposed movements of the waltz dance and started practicing again.
Learn to dance.
You must learn to break down the movements, learn the small movements, and then connect them together and dance to the music. Although Qin Feng has learned it, he still needs to be corrected in detail.
Jump out of that charm.
The charm of a master.
It's too difficult.
However, although this process is very tiring, Qin Feng finds it quite interesting. The system adjusted his physique, improved his body coordination and nerve reaction ability, and added the original system's skills. Qin Feng quickly found that feeling.
But for some reason, the next movement didn't have that rhythm. It's still a little difficult, let's try again.
After stopping to drink a sip of water, Qin Feng continued dancing.
Waltz is a type of international standard dance. Although it looks very simple and the movements are not very sophisticated. But learn it.
The pace and intensity of the turns are very difficult to master. Plus, dancing to the waltz is particularly difficult.
Come again.
Qin Feng is not in a hurry, just take your time. Anyway, Langing has already secured a place on her side, so no one would dare to speak loudly to her even if she can't dance.
But he is a serious man. It's something you can learn with practice. How can you embarrass your wife? And that night, he practiced until midnight. In the quiet night.
The one upstairs, can't you keep your voice down?
It makes you look so healthy, right? Mad, why are you yelling so loudly? Chapter 48, Doubt, could it be that the old lady has taken a fancy to me? The next day. It was almost 9 o'clock in the morning when Chin Fong left home and drove to Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited. It is indeed a bit late. But there is no way.
He stayed up late yesterday to practice the international standard dance waltz, and his physical strength was almost exhausted. In addition, a young man downstairs complained that he was dancing too hard, which caused him to make a mistake in his King of Glory and lose a star.
I fought against him all the way until 1 in the middle of the night.
Although Chin Fong successfully made the young man stop complaining. But he was too excited about the landing phase at that time, which caused him to lose his sleepiness, and he didn't fall asleep until 3 in the morning. It's already good enough to be able to leave home at 9 o'clock. If Chin Feng's body had not been specially optimized by the system, he would not have needed so much time to rest. If it were an ordinary person, even if he got up at this time, he would probably still be dozing off. On the other hand, Chin Fong. His complexion is now rosy, his eyes are bright, and his spirit is extremely smooth.
He doesn't look like a night owl at all. And soon, a very flashy silver Lamborghini Aventador was parked steadily in the open-air parking lot under the Lang's Fragrance building.
Chin Fong looked in the mirror and saw that he was in good condition.
He raised his eyebrows and got out of the car. At this time,
he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. When I took it out and looked at it, it was WeChat messages from Lin Shohan and Sun Feifei. Sun Feifei was just congratulating him on winning the bet on buying the land. Lin Shohan, on the other hand, is a bit of a silly and innocent girl. She actually forgot that she was supposed to come to Lang's fragrance industry yesterday to deliver a bunch of documents including the land transfer contract certificate and transaction records, and said she would come to deliver them at 10 o'clock today.
Chin Fong didn't care about this.
These certificates had no substantial impact on his acquisition of the unfinished building. One day more or less made almost the same difference.
Just keep the program running.
Holding the phone, he quickly replied yet to Lin Shohan, then entered the company building to find his lovely wife.
While riding the elevator, Long Ying's message also came. Come directly to my office. The guy who made your suit is here. Okay, I'll be there right away.
After replying, he hurried out of the elevator and walked towards Long Ying's office.
Enter the office.
He saw a group of people arranging their clothes in an orderly manner.
There are about 10 people. There is also a large dressing mirror in Long Ying's office.
This is quite a big scene. Shaking his head helplessly, Chin Fong closed the door and walked in. But for some reason, Lang Ying was not in the office at this time, only her housekeeper Linen was watching.
Mr. Chin, you are here.
The lady is waiting for someone in the conference room and has entrusted me to help you complete your custom suit. Seeing Chin Fong coming in, Linen explained quickly and politely.
Okay, got it.
Nodding slightly, Chin Fong followed Linan's lead and walked to the large dressing mirror. At this time, a foreign old man in his 40s with completely gray hair walked towards them.
He habitually pushed his glasses down and explained in not-so-fluent Chinese, "Hello, Mr. Chin Fong. I'm Charlie, the tailor for Armani custom suits. I'll be serving you today. Thank you, sorry for the trouble."
Chin Fong smiled and nodded in response.
Please spread your arms, Mr. Chin Fong.
Charlie put a sleeveless shirt on Chin Fong, then took a ruler to carefully measure the proportions of his body, asked his assistant to record it, and he also took out a small notebook to write it down. Care, responsibility, and service are the standards for custom-made products.
He has been in this industry for 20 years and has never made a mistake. As he measured, the old man couldn't help but admire it. What a perfect figure. The proportions and muscle lines are just right.
Mr. Chin Fong, your body is so perfect that it can be the size standard for our clothes for the next season.
Really?
You're flattered.
I just practiced casually. Chin Fong did not refute and answered casually. Joke. The system-modified body, proportions and muscle lines are of course at the top human level.
When Charlie heard Chin Feng's extremely Versailles answer, he laughed helplessly. You are too modest.
I have to say, customization is good in every way except that it is expensive.
Soon, the clothes were tried on, 2 sets in total. Then there were 2 pairs of black Oxford-style handmade leather shoes, 2 white shirts, a sleeve scarf, and a dozen socks. But what surprised Chin Fong was, Linen got a watch with a blue strap and a silver dial from somewhere and asked him to try it out.
After everything was measured, the group left quickly. Linen went out to see him off and never came back. Suddenly, Chin Fong was the only one left in the office. It's a bit boring.
Looking at the huge office, Chin Fong tried to dance a few waltzes. But since there was no waltz accompaniment, he felt bored dancing and soon got tired of it. Sitting in the president's office chair, Shin Fong looked around casually and suddenly smiled slightly. He found a pen and a slightly larger A4 paper from Lang Ying's desk, thought for a moment, then lowered his head and started drawing. A person's artistic taste will directly affect his or her temperament.
Lang Ying's temperament is impeccable, like a castle in the air, otherworldly and cold.
Because of this personality, she likes to collect paintings by contemporary art masters and put them on the walls of her office.
Among them are paintings by Mr. Wu Guanzhong. And coincidentally,
in the nights a few days ago, Shin Fong had made up for his high society knowledge and had gained a certain degree of understanding of current artistic works. The painting master's skills are also symbolically stimulated. However, although he was inspired, he didn't practice much. Anyway, he was a bit bored now, so he might as well draw something to relieve his boredom. But just when he was reaching the climax of his painting, someone knocked on the office door.
"Come in."
Almost as a conditioned reflex, Shin Fong said without even raising his head.
Painting requires spiritual strength. He doesn't want to be disturbed. "Excuse me, is this the office of the president of Lang's fragrance industry?"
A slightly old voice sounded, and it was in English.
"And hear this voice."
Shin Fong frowned slightly and looked up.
"Just see."
An old foreign lady with gray hair, a slightly hunched body, but very bright eyes walked towards us. "Here it is, but President Lang is in the conference room right now, so he'll probably be here soon." Shin Fong answered in fluent English. When he saw that the person coming was an old lady, he did not make things difficult for her. He found a chair for her and let her rest for a while. This old lady has a good temperament and a scholarly air. Shin Fong thought that it should be Lang Ying's client, but she just happened to be away. After he took care of the old lady, he continued painting.
And obviously,
the old lady was also somewhat interested in the paintings. After sitting down, she kept staring at the wall on the side of Lang Ying's office. After looking at it for a while, she nodded slightly, obviously agreeing with something.
"So you are." She stood up and walked to Qin Bian.
But when Shin Fong looked up, he found that the old lady was looking at him in surprise.
That look was like a wolf seeing a lamb.
Shin Feng's heart skipped a beat.
"Depend on. Even though I'm handsome, I won't be able to attract an old lady, right? What are you doing?"
Sitting back, Shin Fong asked in confusion.
Chapter 49. "No, Auntie, we are not suitable."
The old lady looked at Shin Feng's puzzled and somewhat frightened expression, lowered her head to look at the half-finished painting on the table, and a gleam of light suddenly flashed in her bright eyes. She picked up the oversized A4 paper and asked excitedly, "This concept, this scene, how did you come up with it?" Hearing this, Shin Fong immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
"Fine.
The old lady's target was not him.
But that's what I think. Although he is indeed handsome, he is not so handsome that even a 60-year-old man can't resist him."
Just drawing casually.
Shin Fong nodded slightly, sat back down, and answered calmly. "Just a random drawing? You're so modest, it's just amazing."
The old lady held Shin Feng's unfinished sketch in her hands and said in amazement, "It's a poor, even crude painting, but it's the most emotional and powerful work I've ever seen."
Her eyes fixed on Shin Fong, very sincerely. "What's your name?" "Shin Fong."
Shin Fong had no intention of hiding anything and answered softly.
In fact, he didn't dare to hide it.
Seeing the excited look of the old lady in front of him, Shin Fong was afraid that if he didn't tell her, the old lady would lie on the ground and blackmail him to death.
"Oh, Mr. Qin, your paintings are really amazing, and you are so young?"
The old lady looked at Shin Fong as if he were a rare species, her hands trembling.
"Thank you for the compliment."
Shin Fong scratched his face and answered awkwardly.
What can he say? He really just drew this sketch casually when he was bored. And looking at the excited expression of the old lady in front of him, it seems that he has been favored? Could you please continue with your unfinished painting? I won't disturb you.
Putting the oversized A4 paper in her hand back on the desk, the old lady looked at Shin Fong and said very seriously.
Sure.
Shin Fong nodded decisively. He already had the entire scene and complete conception of the painting in his mind. It was just because the old lady suddenly interrupted him that he didn't have time to finish painting. Picking up the pencil again, Shin Fong thought for a moment, then bent over the desk and continued to sketch. Although he has not received systematic training, he has a system. Even though Shin Fong only looked at the art paintings with the intention of casually understanding them when he was studying, The appreciation level and painting skills in his mind surpassed most people in reality.
Maybe this is the chosen one.
And a moment later, he had completed his first fully conceived sketch.
It's finally over.
Qin Feng took a long breath, shook his sore wrist, and felt a little sense of accomplishment.
And at this time,
the old lady gently took the sketch that Qin Feng had just completed, which was still warm, and admired it over and over again.
Sometimes look from a farther distance, sometimes look from a closer distance.
After a while, she suddenly stood up and walked to the wall on the side of Lang Ying's office. The old lady tried her best to place Qin Feng's sketch among the masterpieces of modern masters, and then stepped back to appreciate it carefully. Then she nodded and turned to look at Qin Feng.
Are you selling your paintings? I can give you 1.5 million, knife.
Hearing this, Qin Feng was slightly stunned.
A painting. $1.5 million US dollars, which is equivalent to 10 million. Good job. Are the sketches he drew casually so valuable?
Sure. Qin Feng answered immediately. Although he couldn't see the value of his subsequent sketches, he would be a jerk not to make money. No matter whether what the foreign old lady in front of you said is true or false, just agree to it first.
Even if it's fake. He has nothing to lose. Can I ask you a question?
The old lady asked tentatively, fearing that Qin Feng would not agree.
Certainly.
Who is your teacher? The old lady asked seriously. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was stunned. I don't have a teacher, this is just a casual drawing.
He explained again. Only.
After he said this, the old lady became even more excited. She pointed at the sketch and explained in detail.
Lichtenby pattern, the shape of lightning.
It was first discovered in the 17th century that particles could be used to collide with organic glass to create paintings filled with the beauty and majesty of physics. This conception, this scene construction.
You actually said that you have not been taught by any international painting master. How is that possible?
The more the old lady spoke, the more admiring her eyes became as she looked at Qin Feng. The man in front of her looked unnaturally young, definitely no more than 20 years old.
How could a man in his 20s, without any systematic instruction, conceive and draw such sketches? Is there really anyone who has such a good talent?
She took a deep breath, a hint of excitement flashing in her old yet bright eyes.
Do you want to become the world's most famous designer? Do you want to enter the world's highest art hall and become a great artist?
Qin Feng said coldly and decisively, I don't want to.
Why not?
The old lady was confused.
Because I just want to get rich overnight.
It's natural, Qin Feng answered calmly.
Joke. Become a designer and go to an art hall. Getting things done is the bottom line. If he has the time to study art, wouldn't it be better for him to invest in stocks or start a company to make money? Then, your ideological awareness is a bit low.
The old lady was a little disappointed after receiving this answer.
Mainly because I don't want to leave my wife.
Seeing the old lady disappointed, Qin Feng shrugged helplessly and planned to get up and take her to find Lang Ying.
He was a little bored. Excuse me, your wife is Lang Ying. Oh, Lang Ying.
The old lady nodded slightly, but she suddenly remembered.
Isn't the female CEO who was going to discuss cooperation with her today called Lang Ying?
She asked as she entered the room.
You absolutely can't leave.
The old lady suddenly grabbed Qin Feng with a look of excitement on her face. But this scared Qin Feng.
Hey, what are you doing? Auntie, we are not suitable. You can't force it. And at this time,
in the corridor leading to the president's office, Lang Ying held her forehead, feeling a little depressed. Next to her, Linen stood quietly, reporting to her the sales for this month and the designs that had not been used.
Butler Lin, why do you think Ms. Darina is unwilling to cooperate with our company? Is there any high-end luxury brand on the market that is more powerful than our company? She didn't even come this time.
If I had known, I would have waited for my husband in the office. Lang Ying said to herself with a depressed look on her face, and walked quickly towards her office. Delina is an internationally renowned jewelry designer and has long-term cooperation with 20 other companies.
It's possible that she doesn't like it. Linen had nothing to say and could only explain it this way. They didn't even show up, their attitude says it all.
Lang Ying is a smart person, and no amount of comfort will prove anything. Forget it, let's talk about the luxury jewelry later. Walking quickly, Lang Ying now just wanted to see Qin Feng to improve her mood.
Only. When she walked to the front of the office, she heard a lot of noise inside. Lang Ying immediately opened the door and wanted to go in and take a look.
But she saw her husband arguing with an old man.
Qin Feng? Ms. Darlena? What are you doing? Chapter 50, Qin Feng who only wants to be happy? Did he meet Lin Shohan at the company?
Because the office door was suddenly pushed open by Lang Ying, Qin Feng and Darina's attention shifted to Lang Ying at the door and Linen behind her. The 8 of them looked at each other, all in a daze.
Especially Lang Ying. She really couldn't imagine what her husband could be doing with Darina. Auntie, calm down.
Taking advantage of Darina's distraction, Qin Feng was able to break free in an instant. In fact, with his strength, it is not too easy to get rid of a 60-year-old woman. But he was afraid that people would just lie on the ground.
Is this okay? This is not good.
Seeing Qin Feng leaving her, Darina hurried forward, trying to catch up with Qin Feng. But before she could take a step, Lang Ying came towards her.
What's going on with you guys? A moment later. After a brief explanation, the 4 people almost figured out the whole story. It was just a misunderstanding in general. It's just a small matter. Only.
When Lang Ying saw Qin Feng's sketch, she immediately decided not to sell the painting. I want to sell it no matter how much money you offer. In front of the president's desk. Lang Ying held the oversized A4 paper carefully in her hands and couldn't help but look at Qin Feng with a little surprise.
Hubby, did you really draw this yourself?
Of course, I saw Mr. Qin finish this painting with my own eyes.
Darina answered before Qin Feng could speak.
She looked at Lang Ying sincerely and asked earnestly, Miss Lang, the artistic beauty of this painting is so strong, please reconsider it.
As long as you are willing to sell me this painting, I am willing to design a set of jewelry for Lang's incense industry for free.
After saying that, Darina continued to increase the stakes and said, I can offer $2 million. $2
million, which converts to more than 14 million.
It is very difficult for a simple sketch to be sold at such a price even internationally, let alone the buyer is an internationally renowned designer like Ms. Darina. This high price is also a disguised recognition of Qin Feng's paintings. But after hearing the price, Lang Ying still shook her head and answered very firmly.
Not for sale.
As she spoke, she carefully placed the sketch on the table and admired it quietly, while also looking at Qin Feng. She really didn't expect that Qin Feng's painting skills could be comparable to those of modern masters.
It's incredible. What to do?
The more she looked at Qin Feng, the more she liked him.
But
at this time, Qin Feng didn't understand Lang Ying at all.
If you don't make money, you are a bastard.
It only took him a little time to paint a picture, so 14 million was obviously a huge profit.
Lang Ying, how about selling it? I can make 1 sketch an hour. At worst, I can draw another one for you later.
Holding the phone, Qin Feng quietly sent a WeChat message to Lang Ying and asked. After Lang Ying looked at it, she pouted and looked at him with a gloomy look in her eyes. She said in front of Darlena, this is different.
This is your first painting. It has a different meaning.
I don't want to sell it no matter how much money you offer.
Is that so?
After hearing this explanation, Qin Feng was a little stunned, then smiled helplessly. He didn't expect Lang Ying to love him so much that she even wanted to collect his first painting.
Ms. Darlene, you heard it too. My wife said she likes this painting, so I can't sell it to you. But if you really want, I can spend some more time drawing another one for you.
Turning towards Darina, Qin Feng said calmly. In fact, if he said he wanted to sell the painting now, Lang Ying would agree. But since his wife wants it, he can just spoil her by being a little willful.
It's not a big deal. Just 15 million, is that a lot? He makes millions every minute. Ahem. No wonder Mr. Qin doesn't want to study abroad. It seems like the 2 of you really love each other.
Darlene said very embarrassedly. Based on Lang Ying's out-of-control words just now, she could certainly guess a little. I was really fed a handful of dog food without realizing it. She is already 60 years old, but it still can't be avoided. If he wants to, I won't stop him. Already knowing what was going on, Lang Ying smiled lightly and answered very seriously. She would never hinder Qin Feng's future.
If he wanted, she could always fund Qin Feng's study abroad. All right. Darina smiled helplessly, looked at Qin Feng, and asked again, Are you sure you want to give up the opportunity to make everyone remember your name?
Your talent is unmatched, you will definitely reach the pinnacle in the future. Only your paintings can definitely sell for 100 million.
I can. I'm sorry, I'm not interested.
Qin Feng interrupted Darina before she could finish.
Painting is just a hobby.
If a hobby becomes a job, it is no longer a hobby. He just wants to be happy and doesn't want his life to be hijacked by a hobby.
No matter how many billions. He is not happy.
He wouldn't do it even if he was given 10 billion. After hearing Qin Feng's answer, Darina's expression gradually became serious. She glanced at Lang Ying, closed her eyes slightly, and then said, "Forget it. Since you don't want to cooperate, I won't force you. But I don't think it's necessary to continue the cooperation with Lang's fragrance jewelry design." Finished. She stood up and walked towards the office door very slowly.
In fact, Darina's temperament is well known internationally.
She is a very gentle design master.
But she really didn't want to waste Qin Feng's amazing talent. This is the only way to threaten Lang Ying. Only.
As the president of Lang's fragrance company, Lang Ying felt that being threatened was like drinking water. It made no difference whether it was one more time or one less time. "Butler Lin, please help me see the guests off," she said in a flat tone. Although losing Darina's cooperation would halt the development of her company's high-end jewelry business, which was just about to expand, the losses would be huge. Previous processes, publicity costs, and company reputation.
All will go to waste.
Even in the next year, there will be additional market losses of at least 1.5 billion.
But so what?
If Qin Feng doesn't want to, she doesn't care.
"Ms. Darlene, this way please." Beside. Linden walked forward silently and helped Darina open the door.
But because she walked too slowly, Linden had opened the door for dozens of seconds, and Darina was still moving slowly.
Ms. Darlene, are you feeling unwell?"
Seeing that Darina was unwilling to move her legs significantly, Linden raised his eyebrows and asked.
"No."
Darlene looked at the open door, hesitant. She thought for a moment, as if she had made a big decision, and turned back. This operation made Linden a little confused.
"Then I have another proposal.
I will stay and cooperate with Lang's incense industry for a long time.
I can even help you train talents,"
Darlene said helplessly.
"But there's just one thing, let Mr. Qin study with me. It only takes up 2 hours a day."
Since Qin Feng is unwilling to study abroad, at least he can study systematically.
Don't waste such a good talent. Only. Lang Ying was a little surprised by Darlena's huge concession. Is Qin Feng's talent really that good?
The contracts they had discussed before were just design contracts, not long-term ones.
Just 1 or 2 designs.
But for Qin Feng, an international master like Darina was willing to change the contract to a long-term employment contract.
These are things you can only get with money and qualifications.
But even so, Lang Ying still looked at Qin Feng, waiting for his decision.
If he is willing, then agree. If he is not willing, then it doesn't matter.
Anyway, this company was open for him and the money was earned for him. It only takes 2 hours a day, which is fine, but the main thing is that I don't know how to design. Qin Feng answered with a helpless smile. Although painting and design have something in common, painting is not the same as design.
Design is about language.
And to be able to work with different materials, you need a lot of experience and book knowledge. This is another skill that Qin Feng really hasn't learned.
It's okay, I can teach you.
If you're willing, I can teach you all my knowledge, Darlene said excitedly.
Well, I can try, but I may not be able to learn it well.
After thinking about it, Qin Feng decided to agree.
Just treat it as a game.
This designer is beneficial to Lang Ying's company, and keeping him will only mean losing some time for playing games.
Let us talk about it later. If he is proficient in design, he can also directly help Lang Ying with design in the future. It's a bloody profit after all. That's great.
I'll prepare 2 books for you when we get back to the hotel.
Take a look at them. They contain the basic concepts of jewelry design. Darlena walked briskly, not at all unsteadily as before, and walked out the door in a flash.
Qin Feng, Lang Ying, and Linnen were all stunned.
Was it acting before the relationship? If you want his contact information, ask Mr. Ling for it.
Looking at Darina's back, Qin Feng gave her a few reminders. But she seemed not to hear.
Maybe I was too excited.
When Linen was about to close the door, Qin Feng suddenly saw a familiar figure.
Excuse me, is Mr. Qin Feng here? Chapter 51 Shocking. Lin Shohan has his own self-attack skills? Outside the corridor leading to the president's office, a beautiful, tall girl with long straight black hair and a yellow floral dress was holding a pile of documents in her hands. She looked at the old lady running past her with a confused look on her face. The speed at which the old lady walked reminded her of a famous eye-catching browser advertisement. Shocking. A 60-year-old man who can walk briskly actually ate this? Shaking his head, Lin Shohan saw that the old lady was about to take the elevator and quickly pointed to the passage ahead. Excuse me, is that the president's office over there? Of course. Darlene hurried into the elevator, nodded slightly, and continued to immerse herself in excitement. Thank you. After receiving the response, Lin Shohan answered very politely in English, and didn't care much about Darina's weird behavior. Because now she just wants to see Qin Feng as soon as possible. Last night she and Qin Feng texted each other and had a great time chatting back and forth. She swore that it was the first time she had such fun chatting with someone. She was like a person who had fallen in love and couldn't extricate herself, wanting to see Qin Feng all the time. Where is it? The president's office? Walking slowly, Lin Shohan looked around and checked each door one by one, fearing that he would miss anything. Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited is really big. I never thought that Lang Ying's sister had so much power that she could rent out the entire building. It's incredible. You know. His father Lin Tian only rented 3 floors as office space for Lin South Real Estate. Lang Ying spanned the entire building, and of course she was shocked. While sighing, Lin Shohan had unknowingly reached the end of the corridor. This is the last door, and the sign above it clearly reads CEO's office. Is this the place? Lin Shohan lifted the documents in her arms with her hands, freed her hands, gently knocked on the door, and asked, "Excuse me, is anyone there?" "I'm Lin Shohan from Lin's Real Estate." "Qin Feng, are you there?" "Butler Lin, please help open the door, thank you." Inside, a magnetic male voice came softly. When Lin Shohan heard this voice, his expression suddenly became happy. Because this was exactly Qin Feng's voice. "Qin Feng, I'm here to deliver the documents to you." Seeing the door of the president's office being pushed open, Lin Shohan jumped in quickly, but the next scene almost made her doubt her life. Just see. Qin Feng sat upright on the chair behind his desk, while a woman who was much more beautiful than her was sitting next to him, looking at him lovingly. That look basically matches the description in romance novels, with eyes full of love. "What are you doing?" Feeling a little aggrieved, Lin Shohan shouted. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Feng and Lang Ying immediately looked up. "Lin Shohan? Why are you here?" Seeing that the person coming was Lin Shohan, whom he met at the previous party, Qin Feng asked in surprise. When Linen was about to close the door, he saw Lin Shohan, and he thought he was seeing things. "I didn't expect it to be true. I'm here to bring you the documents." Looking at Qin Feng's surprised expression, then at Lang Ying beside him, Lin Shohan said with a tearful voice. "Oh, give it to Steward Lin. I asked you to deliver the documents, not come in person. Aren't you hot in this temperature?" Qin Feng said helplessly, but he didn't care about Lin Shohan's crying tone. Beside, because Lang Ying knew about this the night before, she was not too surprised to see Lin Shohan suddenly appear. "After all, it was because my husband was so outstanding that he inadvertently touched my sister's heart. Handsome guys always have so many troubles." She understands too. "Butler Lin, please help her carry some of the documents. She has a lot of documents to look at." With a calm tone, Lang Ying asked Linen to help put a pile of documents including the land purchase contract certificate and transaction records in front of her desk. Okay. After receiving Lang Ying's instructions, Linen took all the documents from Lin Shohan's hands, walked to the desk, found an empty space and put the documents there. Facing Qin Feng, Linen asked quietly. "Isn't this the daughter of Lin's Real Estate? Why did she come to see you?" "Have no idea." Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders in response. What confused him was that after he answered, Linen decisively showed an expression that said, "I understand," and then quickly ran away. He often encountered this kind of thing when he followed Leng Zian in his battles. The daughter of that business tycoon invested hundreds of millions just to meet Leng Zian. He had seen Leng Zian pick up 3 campus beauties. Not to mention that the daughter of a certain agency boss fell in love with Leng Zian at first sight, and seeing the company's disadvantages, she gave her all to help. Mo Dao's beloved daughter was accidentally rescued by Long Xian, and she had to marry him.
A girl like Lin Shohan, who is quiet and gentle and even knocks on the door when she comes to look for someone, is acceptable.
Shin's son-in-law is a bit weak. This is what Lin thought in his heart. When he left and closed the office door, Lin Shohan finally couldn't help it. She suppressed her tears and asked with a choked voice, "Qinfeng, why are you with Lang Ying from Lang Enterprise?" Lin Shohan's personality is originally quiet and gentle, and she is a bit naive. The thought that her husband suddenly became someone else suddenly flooded into her mind, making her a little dazed. Now she only felt aggrieved and had no other thoughts. And she didn't dare to make a fuss, after all, this was someone else's territory. "Hello, I'm Qin Feng's wife, my name is Lang Ying." Without letting Qin Feng speak, Lang Ying stood up, walked to Lin Shohan, and explained calmly. Her powerful aura immediately stopped Lin Shohan from sobbing. "Why are you so fierce?" Lin Shohan took a step back unconsciously and trembled. "Sorry, I'm used to it." Trying her best to suppress her arrogance, Lang Ying's tone became a little softer. Just now, she directly put herself into the role of the wife beating the mistress, forgetting that the little girl in front of her was just unilaterally attacking herself. "Qin Feng doesn't like you. He bought your unfinished building just because it has great commercial value. Don't get me wrong. 100 million to win a beautiful woman's smile, it was just a joke because the gossipy hearts of those wealthy people were aroused." Lang Ying spoke in a very gentle tone. "But I don't know why." These words hit Lin Shohan's heart like a hammer. "I don't believe it. Brother Qin Feng and I talked a lot. He likes me. Don't try to lie to me. I'm so smart." As she spoke, Lin Shohan took out her cell phone from her bag, opened WeChat, found the WeChat records and spoke. "Can I take a look?" Looking back at Qin Feng, Lang Ying took Lin Shohan's iPhone 13 and looked through the chat history. "Lin Shohan, brother Qin Feng, when will the documents be delivered to you? Will they be delivered to Lang's Incense Company?" "Tomorrow, yes." "Okay, I'll ask my dad for the transfer documents for the unfinished building." "Omega? Good. Every other day." "Brother Qin Feng, I forgot to send you the documents today. How about tomorrow?" "Sure, around 10 in the morning, in the president's office at Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited, and tell me your name." "Good." Looking at the few chat records, Lang Ying felt like laughing. The content of this chat was like a conversation between a goddess liquor and a male god, but Qin Feng accepted every one of them out of politeness. "And the little girl in front of me comes with a self-guided strategy. And there are only a dozen or so records, all of which are about unfinished buildings, which is really not much. Sister Lin, Qin Feng is my husband, and he really doesn't have any interest in you." Returning the iPhone 13 to Lin Shohan, Lang Ying pinched her shoulders and said helplessly, "Also, you should go back and see a psychologist and change your self-consciousness." Chapter 52, Qin Feng, the scumbag, the 3-year deadline has expired, so I don't want to stay in the Lung family anymore? Only because Lang Ying's aura is too strong. A little lamb like Lin Shohan is no match for her. Lang Ying's simple pat on the shoulder to comfort her turned into a threat. Trembling a little, Lin Shohan shrank slightly and took a step back. "Don't come over here, I know Taekwondo." And suddenly, her eyes fell on Qin Feng, who was sitting on the president's desk. In an instant, she felt like she had found a life-saving straw. Glancing at Lang Ying, Lin Shu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then reluctantly took a step forward and said stubbornly, "I don't believe you. Brother Qin Feng must like me. Do you think everyone has 100 million? You must be jealous of me." Hearing this, Lang Ying was speechless. She explained again, feeling both amused and helpless, and said, "There's no need for me to be jealous of you. Qin Feng and I have already obtained our marriage certificate. Don't lie to yourself anymore. No. You are jealous of me. Jealousy has changed you beyond all recognition. That must be the case." Not knowing where she got the courage from, Lin Shohan turned her head to look at Qin Feng and asked weakly, "Unless Qin Feng tells me in person that it was a misunderstanding and he doesn't like me?" Seeing Lin Shohan so determined and stubborn, Lang Ying knew very well that no matter how she explained, the little girl in front of her would not listen. Only Qin Feng can explain. Turning around, she looked at Qin Feng and asked for help. "You go and tell her." Qin Feng raised his head and looked at Lin Shohan, then answered in a very calm tone. "It's really just a misunderstanding. I don't like you." "Is that so?"
Listening to Qin Feng's explanation silently, Lin Shuhan's face suddenly changed, as if the sky had fallen.
What did she just hear? Sounds like an auditory hallucination? No.
Her husband said he didn't like himself.
What's going on? Whoa, how could you even lie to me? I'm not that smart.
There was a hint of crying in his tone.
Lin Shuhan finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. Qin Feng's answer was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. A moment.
Her mentality collapsed.
The worst thing in life is that a relationship ends before it even begins. Scumbag, I never want to see you again.
Wiping her tears with her hands, Lin Shuhan could only feel the grievance in her heart. After looking at the scumbag Qin Feng, she now just wanted to leave this sad place.
Accompanied by a sound of pang, Lin Shuhan slammed the door of the president's office shut. She left cursing.
As the crying sound became farther and farther away and the CEO's office became silent, Qin Feng was completely bewildered.
Does this earn him the title of scumbag? What's wrong with him? Don't use newly learned words casually.
He is handsome and everyone loves him, and flowers bloom when he sees him.
Is it his fault that his sister wants to confess her love to him when she sees him? He looked at Ling Ying, speechless. Are all rich girls so naive? I haven't had the chance to cheat on her yet. When Lang Ying heard Qin Feng's words, she couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Looking at the tightly closed door of the CEO's office, Lang Ying shook her head helplessly and replied, I don't know if it's simple or not, but Lin Shuhan is quite cute. As she spoke, she turned to face Qin Feng, looked into his eyes and said unhappily, but you're also wrong. You didn't explain clearly before, causing me to have unrequited love for you for 2 days.
If you're not a scumbag, who is? If something like this happens again, I won't be polite.
Walking towards where Qin Feng was sitting, Lang Ying said quietly, otherwise, I will kick you out of the Lang family. Alas, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was alienation. The 3-year deadline has expired.
I'm not going to stay in this Lang family anymore.
Although he was a little speechless, Qin Feng still spoke very seriously, imitating the performance in a certain eggplant promotion advertisement.
And obviously, Lang Ying had also seen these ridiculous promotional ads and couldn't help but burst out laughing. I'm telling you something serious, and you're being slick, you scumbag.
Lang Ying felt a little amused at the teasing, but she realized that they were now discussing serious matters, so she could only try her best to pretend to be angry. But Lang Ying laughed, and Qin Feng had explained to her before that it was a misunderstanding. So Qin Feng simply assumed that Lang Ying didn't care. But, I also have to compensate her.
How do you know I'm a smooth talker if you don't try it?
Qin Feng smiled evilly, and immediately showed a smile that even LSP could understand. Lang Ying had been with Qin Feng for a long time, and seeing him like this, she knew what was going on in his mind.
Again? Faster this time, okay?
Lang Ying said weakly with her lips pouting.
How can a man be fast? Kissing for more than an hour can help burn fat. I'm helping you.
Qin Feng looked so righteous that if you didn't know him you would think he was a gentleman. He stood up from his chair and walked in front of Lang Ying in 2 steps. He stretched out his left hand to hold her waist, and gently climbed up with his right hand to support Lang Ying's neck, then kissed her passionately. Lang Ying did not resist and was very obedient. A kiss without words. The president's office was silent, and only a few subtle sounds could be heard outside.
During this time, the housekeeper Linen was also very attentive and showed no intention of coming back after half an hour. Well, are you really going to kiss me for an hour? I can't breathe. With her face flushed, Lang Ying patted Qin Feng's strong chest and spoke hesitantly.
Qin Feng immediately let her go after hearing this.
However, due to the accumulation of saliva, you can pull the dragon beard cake while separating them. It's only been 20 minutes, where have we gotten to? After wiping his saliva, Qin Feng answered as a matter of course. If Lang Ying really didn't stop, he could kiss her for an hour. It's so painful to look at that I can't eat it. No wonder Lin Shuhan called you a scumbag. It turns out to be true. If you're not a scumbag, who is?
Looking down, she saw that her saliva had flowed onto her clothes on her chest.
Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng with a gloomy look and said unhappily. Okay, I'm a scumbag, and I'm the scumbag. So, will you let the scumbag be a scumbag? Hearing Lang Ying's unpleasant tone, Qin Feng moved his seat and came over to ask. But this question made Lang Ying choke.
She hesitated and stammered, but never answered.
Lang Ying felt a little regretful for joking that Qin Feng was a scumbag. If Qin Feng is a scumbag, then isn't the scumbag now cheating on himself? And most importantly, I seem to be enjoying it quite a bit. TSK, you scumbag, I'll let you be a scumbag, okay? She was a little shy, but Lang Ying still said it as if she didn't care. I didn't expect that President Lang also likes to let scumbags do the dirty work. Seeing Lang Ying pouting her lips, looking unconvinced but helpless, Qin Feng couldn't hold back any longer and started laughing. How could his wife be so cute and fun? That was so funny. There is no better winner in life than this. If you say that again, I won't let you kiss me anymore. Patting Qin Feng's arm shyly, Lang Ying said that she had no idea how to threaten her husband. This is the only answer I can give, which seems to be half-hearted. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Grabbing Lang Ying, Qin Feng hugged her around the waist, but this time he didn't kiss her. Instead, he suddenly asked, by the way, after you and Butler Lin went back last night, did you get along well with your dad? Chapter 53, 1 verses 10? Is the father-in-law a bit stronger? About the same. Lang Ying was a little confused when Qin Feng suddenly asked this question. Her eyes suddenly dimmed, but she still answered it, just a little perfunctorily. Seeing his lovely reaction, Qin Feng suddenly remembered when his parents asked him about his grades during the final exams when he was a child. He just said one word at that time, almost. Boss Lang, has no one told you that you are not good at lying? Qin Feng keenly noticed the change in Lang Ying's expression, lowered his head and blew into Lang Ying's ear, saying lightly, Husband, stop making trouble. Feeling somewhat helpless, Lang Ying smiled and rubbed her ears, her heart beating a little faster. Behind her ears is her sensitive area. As soon as Qin Feng's breath full of male hormones approached, her heart beat faster unconsciously. She couldn't stand it when they kissed for the first time, but Qin Feng didn't notice it. Tell me the truth. Still not noticing Lang Ying's little peculiarity, Qin Feng asked again. He is now mainly worried about the relationship between his wife and his father-in-law. Actually, Lang Ying thought for a moment and replied, we didn't get along very well last night. That's right. Tell me more. Qin Feng held Lang Ying in his arms and sat on the chair behind the president's desk, intending to listen in detail. This is important information about his capture of Lang Zian. Even if it's not nutritious, it's still a heart-to-heart talk with my wife. After returning, I reported my work to my dad, and he asked me to communicate more with Li Yunche. Without hiding anything, Lang Ying's eyes unconsciously turned to the left, recalling what happened last night. But I said I wasn't interested, and then I went back to my room to rest. During the meal, my dad was fine, but after we finished, we started fighting, and then. Hey, knock on the horse Japanese. Before Lang Ying could continue speaking, Qin Feng interrupted her. He leaned against Lang Ying's delicate face, nodded, and said word by word, you and your dad started fighting after dinner? Yeah. My dad's a real good fighter. Lang Ying said as a matter of course. How powerful is it? Qin Feng asked. 1 against 10. After thinking for a while, Lang Ying answered very seriously. After hearing these words, Qin Feng was a little confused. His father-in-law actually beat 10 people alone? Lang Ying definitely didn't exaggerate the matter, but rather downplayed it. Lang Zian is a middle-aged man in his 40s. What kind of physical fitness does he have to be able to fight 10 people alone? Is he Master Yi? Can you spar with your dad? Don't get yourself hurt. Leaning back a little, Qin Feng looked up and down at his lovely wife's body, fearing that she might be missing any limbs. Just the look in his eyes made Lang Ying burst out laughing. It's okay. After all, I've practiced Jeet Kune Do for a few 100 million points. Beating my dad is easy for me. As she spoke, her eyes revealed confidence. Seeing Lang Ying like this, Qin Feng could only nod. Good job. He almost died of laughter. It turned out that Lang Ying was a hidden filial daughter. Only. He really didn't expect this. The elegant and easygoing father-in-law Lang Zian whom I met in the special area of Thompson Epine before could actually beat 10 people alone? Oh my goodness. Qin Feng shook his head with some sweat on his forehead. It seems that he also needs to learn some physical skills to deal with it. What if Lang Zian finds out that I kidnapped his daughter before I can even make a name for myself? Wouldn't that mean he'd break his legs? Your family relationship seems quite harmonious. Qin Feng continued listening with a helpless smile.
Afterwards, Lang Ying briefly recounted what happened last night. After the discussion, she went to take a shower and rest, and then came to the company. After listening to Lang Ying's detailed explanation, Qin Feng seemed to be lost in thought.
2 words, plain. It's no different from an ordinary family.
However, during the time between Lang Ying's meal and her father's sleep, neither of them spoke more than 3 sentences except for reporting their work.
The relationship is still in a stalemate. It seems that finding a way to reconcile is a bit difficult. Oh, right.
Qin Feng suddenly remembered something. He looked at Lang Ying, then pulled out a watch with a blue strap and a silver dial from his pocket and asked, "Are you sure you want to wear a watch worth over 2 million at a party full of rich second generations?"
It's not much money. Is 2 million a lot?
Lang Ying took the watch and asked casually. She rubbed her head against Qin Feng's neck affectionately and said obediently, "I will buy you something better in the future.
If you like, I can even give you this company." Stupid wife.
Qin Feng said helplessly as he reached out and lightly tapped Lang Ying's little head.
This soft rice, why does it taste better the more I eat it?
Just as the two of them were being affectionate with each other and conducting experiments on human emotions sweet talk, Lin An's voice sounded outside at an inopportune time. "Miss, your development meeting for high-end jewelry is about to start this afternoon."
Is it still going to start? Lin An asked softly as he walked in without knocking.
Inside, Lang Ying pouted when she heard there was a meeting. Compared to meetings, she prefers to snuggle in Qin Feng's arms.
But today's jewelry conference is a new section that Ling's fragrance industry is about to develop.
She has to supervise and design it personally, so there is no way she can not attend it.
And there is extra work in the afternoon.
Qin Feng looked down at Lang Ying, who was pouting, and wondered what she was thinking.
With a helpless smile, he said gently, "Go to work, I will cook for you when you come back in the evening."
When Lang Ying heard that there was something delicious to eat, her eyes immediately lit up.
But she still didn't want to leave Qin Feng. "I'm going over there, are you going home? Although there's something going on over there, I can at least accompany you to the conference room."
Qin Feng did have something to do and had to go home to take care of it.
Speaking softly, he pulled Lang Ying up and walked to the office door.
As soon as the door opened, Lin An was seen standing quietly with a thick document in his hand. As soon as they came out, Lin An hurried forward and handed the documents in his hand to Lang Ying.
"Miss, this was designed by my subordinates. They need to be voted on and approved one by one. Please take a look first." "Yeah, no problem."
Lang Ying took it, nodded, and looked at it carefully. Qin Feng understood and let go of Lang Ying's hand at this time, walking in front to lead the way for her. Soon, we arrived at the door of the conference room.
"Honey, I'll come to see you again tonight, Omega?"
Although she was reluctant to leave, Lang Ying still went in with the documents.
And after that, Lin An also wanted to follow in.
But Qin Feng grabbed him.
Lao Lin, wait a moment. Is there something wrong, son-in-law Qin?" Lin An asked in confusion. I want to ask, can my father-in-law really fight 10 people on his own like Master Yi?"
Although Qin Feng believed Lang Ying's words, he still couldn't help but ask Lin An.
He has followed Ling Zian in battles for many years and should be very familiar with Ling Zian.
What Qin Feng didn't expect was that after he asked this question, Lin An suddenly laughed out loud.
Immediately, Lin An explained to him in detail what Ling Zian did when he was young.
As he listened, he was stunned.
Moment. In the elevator, Qin Feng murmured, "If negotiations fail, he will just fight with his fists.
All the gangsters respect him.
1 against 10 is a basic operation."
At that time, Ling Zian and 5 other people fought against 300 enemies. They fought in a roundabout way and stayed up all night to complete the task. I have never lost in the stock market, never lost in business, and never lost in picking up girls.
Oh my goodness, I'm the male lead and he's the male lead?
Qin Feng raised this doubt.
Ling Zian's actions when he was young were obviously those of the male protagonist in the novel.
He was confused.
This father-in-law is a little bit stronger. Chapter 54 Investment, Ingui Pharmaceutical, Longwa Mealy Pictures?
Imagining his father-in-law's gentle and easygoing movements while he kept saying, "I'm going to beat 10 of them," Qin Feng couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body and shiver. "No, I have to learn something tonight, otherwise I'll be screwed if I get beaten up."
I touched the powerful abdominal muscles in my lower abdomen.
Qin Feng suddenly felt that with his physique, he would be doing a disservice if he didn't practice something.
When he finished thinking, the elevator arrived downstairs.
Xin Feng took out his cell phone from his pocket and checked the time, then raised the corners of his mouth and hurried out. He came to the company at 10 o'clock and stayed in Lung Ying's office for a long time.
It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. There is only half an hour left until the next stock market opening. Half an hour. He happened to go home and use his computer to manage his investments. The reason why he didn't use the computer in Lang Ying's office directly was because of the conversation he had with Mo Shuang, vice president of Will Venture Capital, at the party. Xin Feng discovered Mo Shuang was actually able to find some of her own information based solely on the stock purchase records. Information leakage is a big problem.
It would be fine if he was investigated, but Lang Ying's name must not appear on the list of people to be investigated.
Although it's just buying stocks, it's no big deal.
But Xin Feng still thought it was better to be safe. If the stock starts to rise as soon as he invests in it, it will always arouse suspicion.
Call.
Taking a deep breath, Xin Feng hurried out of the Lang's fragrance building and walked towards the seat of his Lamborghini Aventador.
Only.
As soon as he walked out of the building, he saw Lin Shohan, who had run away before, squatting on the stairs next to him. She buried her head in her legs and groaned, probably crying. Originally, it was Qin Feng's fault. If he had made it clear at the time that he would withdraw after buying the land, he wouldn't have to provoke this naive girl. But now things are unclear, so it's best not to disturb you.
What a bad fate.
I should have explained it earlier. Shaking his head, Xin Feng hurried away. He didn't intend to provoke this little girl anymore, so it would be better to leave quickly.
And the coincidence is this.
He had just taken a few steps when Lin Shohan's cell phone rang. She looked up to get her bag and saw Xin Feng.
Don't leave.
With tears in her eyes, Lin Shohan quickly stood up, then opened the bag she was carrying while walking, looking for something.
As Xin Feng is an old scumbag, how could he just not leave when she said so?
Hearing Lin Shohan calling him, Xin Feng decisively ran away.
Don't come here, I admit it's my fault, I'm a scumbag, but if you want to hit me, can you do it tomorrow? Today I want to go home and buy stocks.
He quickly ran to the car door and was about to open it and run away, but at this time Lin Shohan had already walked over. She didn't say anything, but just sobbed uncontrollably, and then looked at Xin Feng quietly.
Are you going to hit me to vent your anger?
Looking back at the pitiful Lin Shohan, Xin Feng sighed helplessly and stretched out his hand to ask.
No, I hurt you, but I'm the one crying.
Lin Shohan muttered softly, then reached out and handed him a bracelet made of red rope. Seeing Lin Shohan's pitying look, Xin Feng hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted it.
He looked down and saw that the bracelet was woven crookedly and looked very ugly. I don't know how to weave. My mom taught me.
After wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, Lin Shohan felt like laughing when she saw the ugly bracelet. I just don't know whether I'm laughing at the bracelet being really ugly or at myself being stupid. She calmed down a bit, then looked up at Xin Feng and explained, please accept the bracelet.
This matter will be over. Just treat it as a misunderstanding.
After saying that, she walked outside alone. When he walked outside the wall of Lang's building, he turned around and waved at Xin Feng several times before turning around and walking away. Xin Feng watched the whole process and did not get in the car. If I had to ask why, it was simply because I felt pity for Lin Shohan.
Hateful. He is such a scumbag. Why do you feel guilty?
Looking down at the ugly bracelet, Xin Feng took out his cell phone, took a photo and sent it to Ling Ying.
The explanation was that it was given by Lin Shohan.
After delivering the message, he got in the car and started catching shrimp farmers. Lang Ying, who was in a meeting in the conference room, saw her phone vibrating and quickly replied.
There is only one word
Lang Ying was not that magnanimous, but she knew that Xin Feng would not betray her. She trusted Xin Feng, and that was enough.
And the other side. Sakura Community Parking Area.
After parking his car, Xin Feng hurried upstairs. Turn on the computer, mobilize funds, quickly find the high-quality stocks suggested by the system, and start investing one by one. The first high-quality stock he invested in was Inghui Pharmaceutical, which was the stock with the largest price fluctuation he had seen recently, and it is now showing a steady upward trend. To be honest, it was Leng Zian who asked him for advice, and that's how he accidentally saw this potential stock.
Next, it's time to raise funds.
After waving his hands and twisting his neck, Xin Feng quickly operated on the computer to search for the next high-quality stock. Then it is time to invest the right amount and break the whole into smaller pieces. And all these things come together. In just half an hour, Xinfeng spent 300 million yuan and invested in more than a dozen high-quality stocks. These stocks have a system guarantee, so you can make money without doing anything. In the last 30 minutes before the stock market closed, Xinfeng invested more money in several high-quality stocks that he was optimistic about.
3:30 p.m. The stock market is closed and all trading is restricted.
Xinfeng looked at the dozen or so high-quality stocks he had invested in and breathed a long sigh of relief.
Engage in finance. It's really exciting.
Even if there is a system, he doesn't dare to operate it at will.
What about those who have no system prompts and rely solely on their own experience to fight the stock market?
If you are not careful, your position may be closed immediately at best, or you may lose everything at worst.
Call.
Xinfeng breathed a sigh of relief and closed the stock market after checking one last time to make sure he had not invested too much or made the wrong investment. Staring blankly at the computer screen in front of him, he shook his head, got up and went to the bathroom.
Wash your face and wake up.
But at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang.
When I took it out, it was a message.
Dear Mr. Qin, Longbo Mealy Film Company, Limited will be holding a shareholders meeting in 3 days.
Because your decision is very important to your company, please try to arrive.
After browsing, Xinfeng held his phone tightly, frowning slightly.
Longbo Mealy Film Company, Limited? Aren't those shares awarded by the system? A few minutes ago.
He seemed to have taken a look at the company's stock.
TMD.
It's all green, it can't fall any further. Fortunately, it has the support of its parent company, Xianda Pictures, so it will not suffer losses. But this company is in Yinjing.
Do I still need to go to Yinjing for this meeting?
Stroking his chin, Xinfeng didn't want to go over.
Joke. Wouldn't it be nice to play with your lovely wife every day, buy stocks, and run a company to show off? Why go to Yinjing? Chapter 55, Brother Jia, don't you want it? I'm super brave.
Ignoring the message on his phone, Xinfeng threw it onto the sofa in the living room, then went into the bathroom to wash his face.
After.
Out of boredom, he started practicing international standard dancing again.
No way. You can't embarrass your wife, right?
Although Lang Yingming said that she didn't need to slap those rich second generations in the face, they didn't dare to say anything bad about her. But since he had already started practicing, he should make use of the good qualities of his Japanese friends who lived a good life and liked to delve into one thing to the extreme, and practice other types of international standard dance as well.
After all, you have to practice. If you want to practice, then you have to practice to the best of your ability. This is what the chosen one should do. But unfortunately,
halfway through the practice, the young man who liked to play King of Glory started swearing again.
The one above, weren't you tired last night? Even if you took Luwei Dihuan 1, you couldn't be so exhausted, right? Why are you yelling so loudly?
After hearing this, Xinfeng certainly couldn't bear it. He took off his coat, revealing his muscular body, then rushed downstairs and knocked on the young man's door. In an instant, a slightly thin middle school student opened the door and looked out. Xinfeng saw that the person opposite him was an elementary school student, so he sneered and said in a sassy tone, imitating the rogues of Young and Dangerous, "My name is Zhang Jie.
If you keep talking nonsense, I'll pop your ass." Just you?
The skinny middle school student sneered, "Just kidding, I'm super brave."
Xinfeng looked at the elementary school student in disbelief. He didn't understand who gave this skinny elementary school student the courage. Are all elementary school students like this nowadays? Just wait for me. What are you doing? Why did you come in? Brother Jia, don't do it. 10 minutes passed. Xinfeng returned to his home again and continued to practice international standard dancing.
Finally, there was no one to complain. After 5 hours of hard work, he almost learned the waltz and other international standard dances.
The waltz has been practiced to perfection.
A high school music piece was playing in the living room. Xinfeng was standing in the middle of the living room at this moment, his hands clasped together as if he was hugging a lady, and he jumped up. The dance is graceful, the movements are smooth, and it possesses a sense of power that belongs only to men.
Elegant and calm. But it carries power and a unique charm.
After the song ended, Xinfeng also stopped. With a body perfectly optimized by the system, Xinfeng was not tired after this round.
He was a little surprised now. The perfect level of technique and strength training is far superior to the teachings of the masters on the internet. The master is actually me? Swing at any time, elegant and relaxed.
Only after making sure that he had mastered the dance moves and techniques did Qin Feng begin to learn the next topic.
Martial arts.
His father-in-law Lang Zian could be so elegant and easygoing that he could beat 10 people at once, so of course he couldn't be timid.
Drink some water, watch some videos, and protect Ionia.
After resting for 2 hours, Qin Feng started watching videos about martial arts again. However, the traditional martial arts that can be circulated on the internet are almost all of the same type as Baogua Conrad and Yuan Fang Qigong.
There is no way.
Qin Feng had no choice but to go into YouTube and try his best to find some Marine Corps training and combat teaching, as well as Israeli Gamma fighting techniques for informal learning.
After 2 hours of hard work, it was already evening.
He found that he was still a half-baked person.
Have no choice.
Qin Feng could only give up for the time being and practice again later.
At this time, the lovely wife he picked up at the Civil Affairs Bureau should come over for dinner.
And as the saying goes,
man is iron, and food is steel. If you don't eat for a while, you will be hungry.
Lang Ying, a hard-working person who believed in this statement, knocked on Qin Feng's door at 6:10 p.m. on time. At this time, Qin Feng had already prepared 4 dishes and placed them on the table.
Fried shrimp, braised bamboo shoots, vegetarian duck, and poached chicken.
All of them are local Shanghai dishes.
When Lang Ying smelled the fragrance, she immediately threw herself into Qin Feng's arms.
After giving him a big suck, she rushed to the sofa, picked up a small piece of bamboo shoots on her tiptoes and began to taste it. As she chewed it in her mouth, stars sparkled in her beautiful eyes.
Hubby, I love you so much. Whoa, delicious.
Looking at Lang Ying's foodie look, Qin Feng leaned against the door, feeling helpless. But now he is not afraid that Lang Ying will feel uncomfortable if she eats too much.
He quietly controlled the amount of food. You want me to die? At the rate you eat, the landlord won't have any food left.
Qin Feng said jokingly and went over to help Lang Ying share some of the burden.
He practiced for an entire afternoon and his physical strength was exhausted.
He also needed a good diet to replenish his energy.
This is mine, you are not allowed to eat it. Ouch. Protecting food? No, husband, ah. The next day. Nearing evening.
The delivery person from Armani Custom Clothing came to Qin Feng's home and delivered 2 high-end suits that were expedited. The clerk who delivered the clothes also gave me special instructions on how to care for the suit.
Nothing else.
They also support lifetime free dry cleaning.
If you need service, just call.
If you choose another dry cleaner, ask them to wash the tops and bottoms separately, otherwise color differences will appear over time.
The suit is made of wool.
Although this material is very comfortable, its durability is average. If they are washed separately, the colors will be different, and even Qin Feng's good looks cannot make up for it.
After explaining these little bits of knowledge very responsibly, the Armani clerk left. In the living room,
Qin Feng slowly untied the red silk bow on the black gift box and then opened the lid. Then 2 suits with straight cuts and smooth lines appeared in front of him.
It smells like money.
Qin Feng raised his nose and sniffed the suit, then raised his eyebrows and said helplessly,
Don't underestimate them, they're just 2 suits.
Together with the Breguet luxury men's watch that Lang Ying gave him, as well as the tie, cuffs, and shirt, the total value of these miscellaneous items reached more than 3.2 million.
This is not a suit, it's a money suit.
At this time, Lang Ying, who was far away in the company, also sent a message, asking if he had received the suit. Qin Feng simply chatted with his wife for a few words and then tried it on the spot.
After putting it on, Qin Feng made some movements and couldn't help but admire it.
It is worthy of being an Armani haute couture suit. The shirt fit his perfect figure perfectly, and every part from the collar to the cuffs was cut and sewn to perfection.
This suit also has some excellent details. The obsidian cufflinks that Lang Ying picked for him were the finishing touch.
The pattern and color of the tie were also matched by Lang Ying.
It fits Qin Feng's temperament as the chosen son and his inner charm very well. It's expensive for a reason.
Facing the mirror in his bathroom, Qin Feng looked at himself in a suit, looking so handsome, and couldn't help but admire himself. It is true that clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. He looked even more serious in such a formal suit.
It's very satisfying.
Even if he went to the party and did nothing, he would still be embarrassed. Alas, the troubles of handsome guys are beyond the comprehension of mortals. After a very narcissistic flirtation, Qin Feng's face turned red. He took a photo and sent it to Lang Ying, then took it off and started practicing fighting skills again.
Handsome is handsome.
Personal abilities still need to be improved.
Chapter 56 Lang Ying, Boys Should Protect Themselves Outside. The next day. It was almost 6:10 in the evening.
At this time, Lang Ying had already arrived at Qin Feng's residence, Sakura Community, and was waiting.
At the door.
Lang Ying was wearing a blue long dress dotted with diamonds, holding a small Chanel bag that was only wrist length in both hands, and silently looked at the floor of the community where Qin Feng was.
Come down, I'm waiting for you.
Standing on tiptoe out of boredom, Lang Ying held her phone and started sending messages to Qin Feng. Qin Feng was almost ready, and when he saw the WeChat message Lang Ying sent him, he went downstairs immediately. Before he reached the door, he saw the dark-colored Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance of the community.
That symbol of nobility. But,
compared to the luxury car, what really attracted Qin Feng's attention was Lang Ying standing next to the car.
Lang Ying is so beautiful today.
It is as eye-catching as the bright moon. A blue tight long skirt shows off her beautiful figure to the fullest. Through the fabric, Qin Feng could even see her faintly visible waistline. Coupled with her cool and domineering face, she is extremely alluring.
It's no exaggeration to say. She just pushed forward and her invisible aura could crush everyone. It's been a long time.
Qin Feng walked quickly out of the community gate, came to Lang Ying and said gently.
No,
I just waited for more than 10 minutes. After seeing Qin Feng, Lang Ying did not go to greet him immediately, but was stunned.
There is no way.
Qin Feng looked so stunning in his suit and tie.
He was handsome with a hint of steadiness, which fascinated her. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh when he saw Lang Ying's cute stuttering and bewildered look.
He pointed his finger at the side of his mouth and said, "Boss Lang, wipe the saliva coming out of your mouth."
Ah?
Lang Ying came back to her senses, showing a puzzled expression, and actually stretched out her jade hand to wipe her mouth. But there was nothing.
There's nothing. No, are you really going to wipe it?
Qin Feng was almost dying of joy when he saw the cute look of his wife.
No, how could you trick me?
Her face flushed slightly, and Lang Ying stamped her feet shyly.
But she wasn't angry.
She also likes being teased and tricked by Qin Feng.
Don't try to trick me anymore.
Seeing Qin Feng laughing non-stop, Lang Ying immediately stepped forward and slapped him on the arm. After that, she took Qin Feng's arm and pulled him into the car quickly. Okay, I just said it casually, who knew you would really wipe it? Slowly getting into the car, Qin Feng couldn't help but reach out and tap Lang Ying's forehead.
This is his lovely daughter-in-law. Although she looks like a real queen on the surface. But once he gets close to her, she automatically turns into a lively and lovely girl next door. She gets shy when teased and is reluctant to accept. This kind of wife is awesome. There's something at the corner of your mouth. Don't you dare say that again.
Seeing that Qin Feng was still teasing her, Lang Ying blushed and immediately pressed towards Qin Feng, trying to cover his mouth. But Qin Feng was so strong that he fought back. In the end, it was he who suppressed Lang Ying.
I won't say anything more, please stop making trouble.
Looking at Lang Ying's seductive look, Qin Feng swallowed and quickly stood up.
It's so painful to look at that I can't eat it. Lang Ying's body stiffened and she nodded obediently.
In front, Linen, who was concentrating on catching shrimps, glanced at the rearview mirror inside the car, then raised the tailgate to let Lang Ying and Qin Feng make a fuss.
You deserve to be suffocated for bullying me.
Holding the car door, Lang Ying stood up and sat down, tidying up her messy hair and speaking unhappily. But at this moment Qin Feng was too lazy to speak.
By the way, do you really know how to dance international standard dance?
Lang Ying suddenly asked while fixing her makeup.
Why would I lie to you? You'll know when the time comes.
Qin Feng smiled, straightened his suit, and started to become serious. Although the essence of his LSP remains unchanged. But the style should suit the occasion.
It's good that he is more serious. 6:40 p.m. Linen drove his Rolls-Royce to the venue of the cocktail party.
The cocktail party was held on the 25th floor of the famous Shangri-La Hotel in Shanghai. It was almost the top floor of the hotel, with a huge space in one wall made of special tempered glass, and it was one-way. Standing in front of the huge and clean one-way glass, standing on tiptoe and looking out into the distance, you can just see the famous Huangpu River in Shanghai.
This venue is perfect for holding a party. And most importantly, this venue is only open to the richest people in Shanghai.
The rental fee, excluding alcohol and service tax, is as high as 670,000, making it a truly high-end venue.
Below the hotel, Xin Feng got out of the car with Lang Ying in his arm and looked around. It was easy to spot many people who were well dressed and exuded nobility.
When these people saw Lang Ying, they were very happy and took the initiative to greet her. "Beautiful Lang, you've put some effort into your look today.
You never wore makeup to parties before."
"Hey, President Lang, you look so beautiful today."
"Hello, Mr. Lang, is the guy next to you the boyfriend you officially announced on WeChat Moments? He's even more handsome in person than in the photo." Obviously.
Xin Feng's outstanding appearance attracted the attention of the group of wealthy people. Their curiosity about Xin Feng seemed to be even stronger than Lang Ying's.
"No way. He is really handsome." After a while, the situation became increasingly out of control.
Just like when he attended the party with Sun Feifei before, there were many rich women at the scene who wanted to come up and ask for Xin Feng's prestige. If Lang Ying hadn't been beside him, the group of rich women would have wanted to take him away directly.
"Husband, you are in danger."
Lang Ying was very sensitive to the gazes of the group of rich women. She pursed her lips and turned her head to say to Xin Feng,
"You protect me."
With a helpless smile, Xin Feng shamelessly hid behind Lang Ying.
"Okay, I'll protect you." Seeing Qin Feng's action, Lang Ying smiled gently, then immediately turned to face him.
She stretched out her delicate hand, grabbed Qin Feng's tie, and began to help him fix it carefully, and pecked his cheek gently.
And this trick really works.
In an instant, the number of people watching them suddenly decreased a lot.
Boys must protect themselves outside and don't get caught by bad guys,
Lang Ying said very seriously while helping Qin Feng tidy up his suit. Hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh and immediately replied, "Okay, I promise my wife that I will protect myself."
"Tisk, you're such a chatterbox." Gently patting Qin Feng's strong chest, Lang Ying pulled him and quickly entered the hotel.
Linen sat leisurely in the car, closing his eyes and resting.
Soon, the elevator reached the 25th floor. Chapter 57, Li Fugue?
He had no choice but to return home and inherit a 100 billion asset. As soon as the two of them entered the cocktail party venue, Qin Feng immediately noticed dozens of unfriendly eyes looking at him.
Needless to say, it must be the rich second generation who pursued Lang Ying. Why do I sense a murderous aura?
Turning his head, Qin Feng asked Lang Ying quietly.
"Because I brought you here this time, these people just wanted to see who you are and why I would marry you." "Come on, husband."
With her hands behind her back, Lang Ying gently patted the back of Qin Feng's hand and gave him a look that said, "You're in trouble." Seeing Lang Ying's expression of enjoying the show, Qin Feng suddenly laughed helplessly. He put his left hand behind his back, quietly climbed up Lang Ying's slender waist, then pulled her into his arms, whispered in her ear, "I can't beat those people, my wife, you have to protect me." When Qin Feng suddenly hugged her like this, Lang Ying's face immediately turned red. After realizing that she didn't have enough strength to push Qin Feng away, she suddenly panicked.
"Let me go, there are so many people watching." "No, I'm scared," Qin Feng joked.
For some reason, he now liked seeing Lang Ying panicking and looking like a frightened little white rabbit more and more.
Okay, I'll protect you."
With so many people watching, Lang Ying couldn't act like a spoiled child and beg him to let her go like she had done before, so she could only agree. "You should have said it earlier that it wouldn't end." Hearing the answer, Qin Feng immediately let go of Lang Ying's arm and held her hand normally.
"Let's go over there."
Seeing that Lang Ying's blush had recovered, Qin Feng slowly pulled her to an inconspicuous place. However, since the focus of the scene was on the two of them, even if they deliberately walked to the corner, most people in the party still looked at them vaguely.
And what they did just now was tacitly considered as flirting by this group of people.
It seems that the beautiful Lang has a good relationship with her boyfriend.
That's right, they can even flirt in front of so many people. However, I wonder if her boyfriend has been approved by President Lang? Cocktail corner. Although she couldn't hear it clearly, Lang Ying could still guess what they were talking about.
See, there's another topic for those idle people to gossip about.
Lang Ying hit Qin Feng in a bad mood and was a little angry. She doesn't want to be the center of attention. Is it her fault that she looks pretty?
But Qin Feng looked indifferent. He patted Lang Ying's shoulder gently, then replied calmly, "Even if we didn't do that, they would still discuss me."
It makes no difference.
After saying that, he lowered his head on the dining table to think, and finally took a piece of fruit cake and started eating.
He hasn't had dinner yet.
These desserts are just right to fill my stomach. Seeing Qin Feng like this, Lang Ying sighed and said nothing. She also thought that Qin Feng was right.
Even if nothing is done, those gossipy people will still discuss it.
It's like when you come home from the city wearing a fashionable leg-revealing item, which is nothing wrong in itself. Your neighbors will discuss it for 2 or 3 days, and they may even speculate that you will never get married.
All the same. This cake is delicious, would you like a bite?
Gently pinching a piece of cream cake, Qin Feng placed it in front of Lang Ying as if nothing was happening.
Lang Ying took a look, then opened her mouth and took a bite.
Suddenly, her eyes shone with brilliance.
Delicious. Foodie.
Qin Feng gave the whole cake to Lang Ying and went to find some more for himself.
Stupid husband. Taking the cake, Lang Ying couldn't help but smile gently.
She ate the cake in small bites and looked around to see if there were any business partners she could make. Before she had taken a few steps, a tall and thin foreign man came up to her.
Li Fugue?
Lang Ying was a little surprised when she saw the foreign man and exclaimed unconsciously. "Oh, classmate Lang Ying, please don't call me by my Chinese name.
Just call me Tom." Tom was speechless, holding his forehead and explaining in poor Chinese.
At this time, Qin Feng heard the noise and walked over quickly.
What's wrong? Oh, nothing. Lang Ying was in a happy mood.
She pulled Qin Feng over and introduced him to Tom, my husband, Qin Feng. Qin Feng, this is Li Fugue, my classmate when I was studying in the United States.
Li Fugue? This name sounds full of wisdom. Hearing the name, Qin Feng looked up at the good-looking foreign man and felt a little funny. Why is it that such a nice young man has the name Li Fugue?
Qin Feng extended his hand, shook hands with Tom, and said awkwardly, "Hello, Mr. Li Fugue."
Tom was stunned and quite embarrassed. You can call me Tom, too.
Qin Feng immediately understood, okay, Rich Tom.
Tom's eyes widened in disbelief. You should just call me Fugue. That's what you said.
Qin Feng answered decisively. While listening to the brief conversation between the two, Lang Ying covered her mouth and laughed, and her stomach began to hurt. How could she not know that Qin Feng was deliberately teasing Tom? Don't tease him, Qin Feng. Lang Ying touched her lovely husband and said with a helpless smile. Hearing this, Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders to indicate that it was none of his business.
By the way, why are you in the Magic City? Before graduation, didn't you say you inherited your family's 300 wineries? The hidden value of that winery is simply inestimable.
Ignoring Qin Feng's bad taste, Lang Ying took his arm and turned to ask Tom. They were originally studying the same major, but Tom left school before graduation because his father died. However, he was not very good at his favorite field, finance, and did not achieve great enough results to prove his family's success.
There is no way.
He had no choice but to go home and inherit hundreds of billions of assets. To him, he has nothing except money.
What else could it be? It can only be a business matter. Tom made a helpless expression in his broken Chinese. Oh, because of business. Lang Ying nodded.
In fact, this is the only reason why the young master of a famous foreign wine group came to Longwei in person.
The order seems to be very large.
These businesses are all private. Lang Ying knew this, so she just nodded and didn't ask any further questions. After chatting with Tom for a few more words, Lang Ying was about to leave. But at this time, most of the dining tables in the middle of the magnificent venue had been cleared away. The music slowly started. It is the accompaniment music for international standard dance, a typical slow 3-note music. The tempo is slower than standard music, making it very suitable for this kind of social occasion.
This dance party is very casual. As long as you have a dance partner, you can enter at any time.
For a moment, many people gathered in to watch.
Oh, classmate Lang Ying, the dance has started. Can you come and enjoy it?
After looking at the dance floor in the middle, Tom suddenly turned around, bent down and extended his hand to invite Lang Ying gentlemanly.
Oh, Mr. Rich Tom, I'm very honored.
Without waiting for Lang Ying to answer, Qin Feng grabbed Tom's wrist.
Chapter 58. Let Daddy take you to dance. Playing tricks on the reader Su Yanran? Mr. Qin Feng, what are you doing?
Looking down at Qin Feng, who was holding his hand tightly, Tom was confused and at a loss for what to do.
Aren't you dancing? My wife isn't feeling well, so I'm taking over.
Qin Feng said it as a matter of course without any reservation.
Joke. Dare you invite his wife to dance in front of him? I don't want to live anymore.
Oh, Mr. Qin Feng, our family doesn't have the habit of dancing waltz with men. Tom kept waving his hands and trying to break free from Qin Feng's hands. But for some reason, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move Qin Feng at all.
Mr. Qin Feng, please let me go. I can let you go.
Holding back his laughter, Qin Feng tilted his head slightly, then explained seriously, but you said your family doesn't have the habit of dancing with men.
Is this sex discrimination?
As if he had discovered a new world, Qin Feng immediately rolled up his suit sleeves symbolically, looking righteous and awe-inspiring.
If you say that, I'm going to fight. And here's sexism and punches. Tom immediately became timid.
His family had been reported by the World Federation of Women before, simply because the women depicted on their wine brand were somewhat beautiful, giving people a unique charm.
He was then reported for objectifying women.
But it's nothing, just change the packaging bottle, it's not a big deal.
But, coincidentally, the red wine they launched was produced in bulk.
With low price and excellent quality, it was regarded as the first wave of attack to open up markets in other states, and the volume was surprisingly large. As a result of this, their plan to capture the market was completely scrapped, and their family lost hundreds of millions in a month. At that time, his father still had enough physical strength, but when he saw the business had been messed up like this, he got up from the bed angrily, took out 7 wolves and gave him a severe beating. Until now, Tom still has a shadow in his heart.
No,
Mr. Qin Feng, I don't mean to discriminate against men.
I am willing to dance with you.
Holding his forehead, Tom was helpless, but still reluctantly agreed.
3 grams of oil, I'm very honored.
Almost laughing out loud, Qin Feng walked slowly into the dance floor with Tom, who had a sullen face.
And next to it.
Lang Ying was stunned when she saw Qin Feng and Tom actually walking towards the dance floor.
And next. She burst out laughing and couldn't stop smiling.
Lang Ying knew very well that her lovely husband was jealous and didn't want her to dance with Tom. But she just wanted to reject him.
You're such an idiot. You'll just blow yourself up if you do that.
Feeling both amused and angry, Lang Ying quickly put down the fruitcake and quickly caught up with Qin Feng. She doesn't want her husband to be embarrassed in public.
If you see the situation is not good, just change it. Actually.
She was also curious about what it was like for men to dance the waltz.
Who is the top and who is the bottom? The two of them surged into the crowd and onto the dance floor. The rich men and women who were already on the dance floor were all in pairs, but when a man suddenly came, they were stunned. For a moment I didn't know what to do. No, what does this mean? Gay? And they're all so handsome. I'm in love with them. Isn't that the beautiful Lang's boyfriend? What's going on? Has that foreign gentleman been tricked? That should be the case. I just saw that foreigner going towards Mr. Lang. Now we're going to have a good show. Qin Feng and Tom's sudden joining attracted the attention of many people at the party.
They held their wineglasses and discussed in a few words. However, these rich men and women have become very smart and can guess what is going on at a glance. More and more people gathered around, and Lang Ying finally found a place to sit close to. Suddenly, a strange voice came over.
Lang Ying, save me, save me. Frowning, Lang Ying followed the voice and was surprised to see the person who called out, Su Yenran, didn't you say you were going to stay home and write and not come to the party? Su Yenran is a female writer from a certain Jiang province. She likes to feed dog food and set traps for her readers whenever she has nothing to do. She was not short of money, she just felt that it was very comfortable. For this party, Su Yenran told her early on that she would not come because she had to update her post, but unexpectedly she still came in the end. You should lose weight. After struggling to pull Su Yenran out of the crowded crowd, Lang Ying let out a long sigh and said helplessly. This girl is called plump, you are jealous. Shamelessly referring to fat as plump, Su Yenran giggled, then hugged Lang Ying's waist and rubbed the bottom of her breasts affectionately, and replied very proudly, I stood up those readers. The promised 8 changes were reduced to 2, so I can come. That's not the point, that's the point. Su Yenran let go of Lang Ying and pointed at Qin Feng and Tom in the middle of the dance floor. She asked in a very CP-shy tone, what's going on with them? I'm so obsessed with them. You kowtow. Reaching out and giving Su Yenran a slap, Lang Ying rolled her eyes at her and explained, Qin Feng was teasing Tom, but he also blew himself up. I'm ready to take over at any time. After hearing this, Su Yenran immediately became interested. Hurry up, Lang Ying, get ready quickly. I want to see you dance with your brother-in-law. You have to wait a while. Lang Ying answered guiltily. And Su Yenran immediately gave him a look that said, I understand. I didn't expect Lang Ying, you also like gays. Handsome is the truth. In the middle of the dance floor,
Qin Feng tried to hold back his laughter as he looked at Tom, whose face was ashen and a little shy. He suddenly grabbed his wrist and started dancing to the slow 3-beat music playing on the scene. It was obvious that Tom was very shy. Although he could dance the waltz, he danced it very badly.
Mr. Tom, please don't be so tight-lipped. Let Daddy take you dancing.
After saying that, Qin Feng changed his movements, grabbed Tom's shirt with his right hand through his clothes, and began to dance quickly. The musician was also very good, and he tactfully changed the song to a fast 3-string song. And so, the two began to dance.
Mr. Qin Feng, you can only sing one song. I can't accompany you.
Completely controlled by Qin Feng, Tom didn't dare to make any unnecessary movements and answered with a hopeless expression.
Okay.
Qin Feng answered perfunctorily. In a duet, one person must control the rhythm. Tom danced badly, so he came to guide him. It can be said that Tom is now completely a puppet, being controlled by Qin Feng to dance.
And at first,
the rich people in the dance floor were watching Qin Feng and Tom dancing with the intention of making fun of them.
But I danced for a long time.
They found that Qin Feng had a very good grasp of dance posture and rhythm. It seems to have the meaning and charm of a dance master. The movements are graceful and calm, without a single flaw, full of the strength and beauty that a man should have. The almost show-off moves made most people who could dance ignore Tom, who was dancing badly next to them.
Suddenly, someone clapped sincerely.
Immediately afterwards, all the wealthy people who could dance and had good vision gave Qin Feng applause.
Something seems a little off. Why are they clapping? Chapter 59. Stunning the whole audience, Lang Ying confesses in public? Something seems a little off. Why are they clapping? Among the crowd of onlookers,
Su Yanran was bewildered as she looked at the small group of people around her who were impressed by Qin Feng's dancing skills. The rich attach great importance to education, so the second generation of rich people will have at least one artistic skill, and some are good at equestrianism, golf, and archery.
Su Yanran only learned archery and she couldn't understand dancing. If we don't applaud, then we're doomed.
Qin Feng dances better than the masters.
Wouldn't all their years of dancing be in vain? Hold the bag for me, I'm going to save the situation. After giving Su Yanran a blank look, Lang Ying quickly walked into the dance floor.
The moment she stepped onto the dance floor, a white circle of light suddenly appeared on the ground. The staff on site were very tactful and temporarily adjusted the lights from the ceiling on the 25th floor to use as a separate dance floor.
Lang Ying, come here. In the dance floor.
When Qin Feng saw his lovely daughter coming in, he immediately smiled gently, abandoned Tom and went to catch Lang Ying.
When did you learn to waltz? Without resistance, Lang Ying obediently took Qin Feng's hand and threw herself into his arms. Last night.
Qin Feng put his right hand on Lang Ying's slender waist, and his left hand stroked her slender and cold jade hand. He crossed his hands and danced again to the rhythm of the music.
Don't lie to me. This skill is far superior to some dance masters I know. How could you possibly master it in just one night?
With a look of disbelief on her face, Lang Ying also began to sway her body to the music.
Just for one night, because I'm a genius.
He smiled slightly, looking very confident and calm. Qin Feng climbed up Lang Ying's back and patted her gently with his right hand to reassure her, then spoke quietly.
Don't be nervous. Look, your body is straight. I hope that in your eyes, I am always the best.
I want to show those idle people that your cold eyes are the sharpest. Your husband is the most powerful man in the world. After saying that, Qin Feng began to dance seriously, dancing to the melodious music. In an instant, the two of them became the focus of the entire dance floor. Qin Feng's movements were smooth and natural, and he took control of the dance in an instant.
Lang Ying is not bad either, and if she strives hard enough, she can also take the lead.
But now she is willing to let Qin Feng take the lead. Because of what Qin Feng said just now, she loved this husband she picked up from the Civil Affairs Bureau even more. Her vision is never wrong. Even without proof, Qin Feng was the most powerful in her eyes.
Dance for a while. The crowd watching around the dance floor was suddenly amazed.
Just now, Qin Feng and Tom were playing with a king and a bronze player. But now, working with Lang Ying, he perfectly presents the elegant and noble temperament of waltz. You can almost go straight to national-level dance competition.
Stable. A very stable group.
Qin Feng's movements were very orderly, guiding Lang Ying to perform the movements continuously.
And at this time,
There were fewer and fewer people dancing on the dance floor. In the end, only Lang Ying and Qin Feng were dancing. Lang Ying came back to her senses, and when she needed to turn around during the dance, her eyes left Qin Feng for a moment. She suddenly realized that the expressions of the audience who were originally watching the show around the dance floor had changed from mocking to surprised. They all looked at them. Their expressions amazed the whole audience.
The music continues.
The music at this kind of cocktail party will continue to play for a long time. Because waltz focuses on rhythm and beat, even if many pieces of music are connected together, it will not seem abrupt. Those dancing inside can leave directly if they are tired, and others who want to dance can join in directly. The music continued, but no one joined in. Qin Feng and Lang Ying danced like this, just like two dancing butterflies, leisurely and contented, noble and natural. Lang Ying's blue evening gown embellished with diamonds sparkled stunningly, while Qin Feng looked steady and elegant in his well-fitting black wool suit.
The two of them seemed like a perfect match, dominating the entire audience. Boss Lang, can you take a break?
When it came to the last 8 beats of the rhythm, Qin Feng was very sensitive to the fact that Lang Ying's body was trembling a little. He lowered his head slightly and leaned close to her ear and asked her caringly. The long period of concentration also made her a little tired. Besides, they have already dominated the whole place, so there is no need to keep jumping.
Okay, I'll take you to rest.
On the last beat, Qin Feng completed a spinning dance with Lang Ying, then immediately let go of her and hugged each other.
The song changes tempo.
But at this time, no one went in to dance. Because at this moment the entire venue has become a performance for Qin Feng and Lang Ying. I don't know who started it, but the rich men and women around started clapping unconsciously, and in the end the applause became continuous. The thunderous applause drowned out the rhythm of the song. Qin Feng smiled calmly, bent down slightly, and wanted to take Lang Ying off the stage.
But Lang Ying started to refuse and kept pulling him away.
She looked around, thought for a moment, and then spoke domineeringly.
Perhaps everyone here generally thinks my husband has a poor background.
They don't understand why I like him, and some even deliberately try to pick a fight with him, making unscrupulous remarks. I want to say here, there is no reason.
I just love my husband Qin Feng.
In my eyes, he is the most powerful person in the world, and the only one who can make me worry and miss him all the time. I love my husband, and I only love him in this life. After saying this very seriously, Lang Ying immediately followed Qin Feng off the stage and walked towards the audience seats.
After a while, the whole audience was boiling. No, this is too romantic, isn't it?
What did I do to deserve to be forced to eat such a big mouthful of dog food?
Oh my god, this is so romantic, and the cold beauty is so seductive. Mad, why does my wife only do it to me? Ha ha ha, a tiger father will have a dog daughter. Do you think this scene is familiar?
Yes, Lang Ying has the same aura as her father, Lang Zian, who flirted with the president of Wanshang Bank, the daughter of the Lin family Lin Yanran.
Auditorium.
Su Yanran was extremely excited as she watched Lang Ying and Qin Feng slowly approaching. She rushed to Lang Ying and exclaimed, Lang Ying, you are so domineering.
You are my idol. I have decided. The hero and heroine of my next novel will be you and your brother-in-law. Beside.
Qin Feng looked down at Su Yanran rubbing her face against Lang Ying's chest and was speechless.
He didn't even get this treatment. Okay, just hug me, you're addicted.
Qin Feng forcibly pulled Su Yanran away, but he didn't care why this guy was here.
Brother-in-law, I already call you brother-in-law, why are you so stingy? Pouting and acting coquettishly. Su Yanran was pulled away with an unwilling look on her face. At this time, Lang Ying held Qin Feng's face with both hands and said seriously, will you come home with me to meet my parents? Even if my father doesn't agree, I will be with you, no matter what. Is this the right situation to talk about this?
Qin Feng grabbed Lang Ying's hands, hugged her around the waist skillfully, and kissed her.
This kind of scene. You should just show your love. So, you agree? Go home, go back to your home. Okay, Beside. Su Yanran looked depressed, not understanding why the two suddenly kissed.
She was still confused when the dog food was already in her mouth.
That's too much. There are so many people here. Chapter 60, Lang Ying, who has a regular diet, meets Lin Shuhan again.
But Qin Feng didn't care about all that.
He just wanted to kiss Lang Ying. And at this time,
when many wealthy men and women at the venue saw the scene, they all took out their mobile phones, turned off the flash and quietly took a few photos. Logically speaking, private photos and dissemination of photos at gatherings among wealthy people are not allowed. But the scene of Qin Feng holding Lang Ying in his arms and kissing her passionately was so beautiful that they couldn't help but want to record it. Anyway, they all posted on WeChat moments. This photo will basically never leave the circle of wealthy people in Shanghai, so it's no big deal.
Moment.
This time the kiss didn't last that long. After only 1 minute, Qin Feng let go of Lang Ying. He looked down at Lang Ying, whose cheeks were slightly red, and asked, "Boss Lang, are you feeling unwell?"
No.
Lang Ying was slightly stunned and answered perfunctorily.
But Qin Feng obviously didn't believe it and asked, "How could it be okay?
Your waist was shaking when you were dancing."
Do you think I didn't notice?"
Putting his hand on Lang Ying's belly, Qin Feng frowned slightly and looked at her worriedly.
Do you have a stomach problem?
Lang Ying was startled, like a kitten whose secret had been discovered. She nodded slightly and explained, "I was discussing business during the day and had to drink some red wine.
I just happen to have my period these days, so."
The more he spoke, the lower his head became. In the end, Lang Ying could only look at her toes, standing in front of Qin Feng like a child who had done something wrong. She didn't want Qin Feng to worry about her.
"We're done here, shall we go home?"
Seeing that his wife was uncomfortable but very aggrieved, Qin Feng smiled slightly, took her hand and asked gently,
"Going back to Sakura community?" Looking up quietly, Lang Ying asked in confusion. "Didn't I just promise you? Let's go back to your house and meet your parents."
Qin Feng answered helplessly, feeling a little amused and helpless. Although he closed his eyes when they were kissing just now, there were many people around taking pictures and the sound of the cameras was not turned off. He couldn't pretend not to hear the continuous clicking sounds. The circle of wealthy business people in Shanghai is just that small. As a big boss in the business world of Shanghai, Lang Xian would know that this news would reach him in an hour. It is better to be proactive than passive. When Lang Ying heard that Qin Feng was willing to meet her parents, she immediately smiled happily. She took a step forward, hugged Qin Feng around the waist, and then put her head on his strong chest, murmuring, "Let me hold you for a while."
"Can hugging me ease your stomachache? What you need right now is stomach medicine."
Qin Feng asked with some concern, lowering his head and stroking Lang Ying, who was hugging him tightly. When they were dancing before, he felt that something was wrong with his lovely wife, and she couldn't keep up with some easy rhythms. Then her waist began to tremble. He decided immediately not to jump. Even though he was in so much pain that he couldn't bear it anymore, this stupid wife was still reluctantly hugging him.
"You can cure the disease yourself. Hugging you makes my stomach feel better. Let me hug you."
Lang Ying rubbed Qin Feng's chest affectionately, but still refused to let him go. Seeing that Lang Ying insisted on hugging him, Qin Feng had no choice but to look at Su Yanran beside him.
"What are you going to do?"
Su Yanran looked at Qin Feng warily. "Please buy me some stomach medicine."
"Lang Ying has a stomachache."
Qin Feng spoke quickly, without any unnecessary nonsense. "If I don't go, she will suffer so much pain." Su Yanran said viciously, pouting her lips, and skillfully took out a medicine box from her bag and handed it to Qin Feng. "Omeprazole enteric-coated tablets, just give her 1 tablet, I'll go get some warm water." As she spoke, Su Yanran asked the waiter to bring her a glass of relatively warm water.
"Is this stomach medicine suitable for her symptoms? Don't take it carelessly."
When Su Yanran came back with the cup of water, Qin Feng held the enteric-coated omeprazole tablets and asked Su Yanran in confusion. Her personal doctor prescribed it for a cold stomach.
Handing the cup of water to Qin Feng, Su Yanran answered helplessly.
Qin Feng put the stomach medicine into Lang Ying's mouth, and then asked her to slowly drink some warm water.
That was the end of it. "Why do you carry stomach medicine with you?"
After repeatedly looking at the medicine box with the words omeprazole enteric-coated tablets printed on it, Qin Feng looked up and asked Su Yanran. When Su Yanran heard this question, she shrugged helplessly.
"This isn't the first time she's done this.
I'll be the one taking care of her after we return home." Lang Ying forgets to take care of her body once she starts working.
Stomachache is a chronic problem.
After listening silently, Qin Feng lowered his head and patted Lang Ying on the back, his eyes full of tenderness and worry. She was not feeling well, but Lang Ying didn't even tell her.
"Really? Now it seems that he is really a scumbag. You must tell me if you feel unwell in the future."
Qin Feng whispered to Lang Ying in a low voice, a little angry. His lovely wife was almost dying from stomachache, but he was like a fool and didn't know it. "I really haven't fulfilled my responsibilities as a husband.
After saying this, he looked at Su Yenran again and asked, "Does she have any other recurring illnesses? In case."
Whenever Lang Ying feels unwell in the future, he can always have some medicine on hand like Su Yenran.
It's just a stomach problem.
It's the result of her irregular meals every day. Su Yenran answered helplessly, took the water cup from Qin Feng's hand, and then said, "Give Lang Ying another one tonight and she will be fine."
Okay, I have to go home and write. Qin Feng nodded and watched Su Yenran leave.
And then, he looked at Lang Ying in his arms.
Still hurts?
Like a kitten, Lang Ying squirmed her body and continued to hug him.
How do you eat every day?
Qin Feng asked with a light sigh.
It's quite regular, one meal a day, usually at noon.
After I met you, it became irregular, and I also eat something at night.
Lang Ying thought for a moment and then answered.
After hearing her explanation, Qin Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry.
Good job. It's really regular. Su Yenran was right, how could she not be in so much pain? And from what Lang Ying said, she has been eating irregularly since meeting him. Boss Lang, can we go to the car and rest for a while?
Qin Feng was a little speechless and asked with his head down. Lang Ying nodded slightly and finally let Qin Feng go.
And after that?
Qin Feng immediately hugged Lang Ying and slowly walked towards the exit of the cocktail party.
Soon.
In the parking lot in front of the Shangri-La Hotel, Qin Feng saw the familiar dark-colored Rolls-Royce.
What's wrong?
Seeing Lang Ying being supported by Qin Feng, Linen hurriedly got out of the car and asked worriedly.
Stomach problems, I've already taken medicine.
Qin Feng replied very concisely.
Linen thought for a moment, then asked, Did Miss Su give it to you? Right. That's good, let the lady get in the car and rest.
Heaving a sigh of relief, Linen hurried to help open the back door. Qin Feng then helped Lang Ying sit in. Just when he was about to get into the car, a female voice suddenly appeared. Squinting his eyes and following the sound, Qin Feng could only vaguely see two men pulling a drunk woman and touching her violently.
Picking up corpses?
Shaking his head, Qin Feng had no intention of getting involved in this matter. But he always felt that the woman's voice was familiar.
Chapter 61, The whole family is terrifying. Go meet the father-in-law? Hiss, isn't that the daughter of the Lin family's real estate agency? Looks like she's in trouble because she's drunk.
Seeing that Qin Feng didn't get in the car but kept looking at one place, Linen couldn't help but look over there. Being very good at judging people, he recognized Lin Shuhan at a glance.
The daughter of the Lin family's real estate investment? Isn't that Lin Shuhan?
Recalling the image of the aggrieved little girl yesterday, Lang Ying slowly got out of the car and looked over.
Squint your eyes.
She frowned at the scene, then looked at Qin Feng and said, I've never seen those two people before.
They don't look like people from wealthy circles. They don't know Lin Shuhan, nor do they know her identity. Could they be looking to pick up the body?
After saying that, she quickly walked around the car and tried to get over.
Don't move, I'll go over.
And in an instant, Qin Feng followed.
He grabbed Lang Ying, gave her some instructions, and then walked over quickly. At this time, Linen also followed Qin Feng. Hey, you two guys, what are you doing?
When Qin Feng arrived at the place where the three people were arguing, he saw that the drunk woman was really Lin Shuhan, and immediately asked. When the two men heard the voice behind them, they turned around and looked at him. Kid, don't mind your own business. One of the men in black leather jacket spoke viciously to Qin Feng.
My dear, what's the matter?
The other man in a white sweatshirt and with a square face obviously didn't want to get involved and looked at Qin Feng with confusion.
Oh, that's right, the one you picked up is my friend.
With a fake smile, Qin Feng clenched his hands, and the friction between his bones made a crackling sound.
Qin Feng?
Hearing the voice she had thought about, Lin Shuhan raised her head and gently shook off the loose hair covering her eyes. When she saw that the person coming was Qin Feng, she burst into tears. Because of what happened yesterday, she went home and cried in her room for a long time.
I cried and laughed, laughing at myself for being a naive person.
The reason why she came here to attend the cocktail party today was actually to meet the blind date chosen by her father. But she showed her dislike for the other person as soon as she saw him and planned to go back today.
But what a coincidence.
When she was leaving, she happened to see the romantic scene between Qin Feng and Lang Ying on the dance floor.
She immediately became depressed, drank some red wine, got herself a little tipsy, and then planned to leave. Go home and have some sleep.
But Unexpectedly, when she came out, she met two men who kept pulling her. She kept asking for help, but the people passing by seemed indifferent as if they didn't see her. With all hope gone, Qin Feng arrived. It was Qin Feng who came to save her again.
Qin Feng.
Lin Shuhan murmured with some grievance, at a loss as to what to do. She tried her best to break free from the two men's restraints, but how could she do that with her strength?
Let go, or I'll do it.
Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Lin Shuhan's pitiful look and then said,
Can.
Seeing that the two men really knew each other, the square-faced man winked at his accomplice in leather jacket and immediately let go. Qin Feng was just about to go over to answer it, but at this time Linen came over at an inopportune time, cursing. Son-in-law Qin, there's nothing to say to this kind of person, just do it.
Walk forward quickly.
Linen kicked a man in the crotch, then swung his fist and attacked with all his strength.
Beside
Qin Feng, Lin Shuhan, the square-faced man who didn't want to get involved, and even the leather-jacketed accomplice who was being beaten by Linen were all confused.
Butler Lin.
It's amazing to see that Linen, a man in his 40s, was so straightforward. Qin Feng didn't care about the rule of law that society should try to avoid conflicts. He also stepped forward quickly and attacked with a heavy punch.
My dear, have you eaten yet? If you don't eat it, eat my leg.
Taking a step forward, Qin Feng kicked the square-faced man in the crotch with great accuracy.
Immediately. A roar.
The man suddenly screamed, not caring about Lin Shuhan, and immediately covered his crotch and cried bitterly. When hitting someone, you should grab their crotch. When scolding someone, you should curse their mother. The eternal truth.
Just this one move from him made the man dare not move forward again. Lin Shuhan, here.
Reaching out and grabbing Lin Shuhan's hand, Qin Feng pulled her over.
At this time, Linen was still hammering another one.
Butler Lin, it's almost done, just save the people.
Son-in-law Qin, you don't understand. This kind of person must be dealt with so that he won't dare to do it again.
As he said that, Linen kicked the man in leather jacket in the chest, then looked at the square-faced man, wanting to knock him down as well. Just now, Qin Feng just kicked that guy. Although this guy's balls hurt, he was at a distance from the two of them. Seeing Linen's terrifying look, he looked around and immediately locked his gaze on Lang Ying not far away.
Don't push me. With a roar, he immediately ran towards Lang Ying.
Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately let go of Lin Shuhan and ran towards Lang Ying.
But Linen now looks very relaxed and is not worried about Lang Ying's safety at all. Lang Ying, be careful.
Seeing that the square-faced man was still a few steps away from Lang Ying, Qin Feng shouted anxiously. But the next moment, he was stunned.
Just see.
Before the square-faced man could reach Lang Ying, she kicked him in the balls again, then poked him in the eyes, bent his fingers, kicked him in the knees, and punched him in the nose, knocking him down.
The movements are smooth and flowing.
After completing this smooth little combo, Lang Ying once again held her stomach, which was a little painful, and stood there with a frown.
It's amazing. Gurgle. Qin Feng swallowed a big mouthful of saliva.
Lang Ying had said before that she was a good fighter.
But in this situation, she is actually better than me? Moreover, although Linen is so old, he can fight very smoothly and is even more fierce than a young man. Good job. Is this the female president and her uncle Butler? Then wouldn't her father Lang Xian be defying the will of heaven? Lang Ying, are you okay?
Although he knew that Lang Ying was fine, Qin Feng still asked.
Something's wrong.
I'm scared to death. Unexpectedly, when Lang Ying saw Qin Feng coming over, she quickly hugged him, her body still shaking. Qin Feng was suddenly speechless.
Boss Lang, just now. Shut up, you didn't see anything. Good.
Qin Feng decisively admitted his mistake.
Moment.
Linen held the man in leather jacket tightly with one hand and pulled him over, while Lin Shuhan followed behind him unsteadily. At this time, the stomach medicine takes effect.
Lang Ying's stomach didn't hurt as much anymore.
She slowly walked forward and supported Lin Shuhan.
For Lin Shuhan.
She was not disgusted, she knew what Qin Feng meant. He would never betray her.
It's a pity that Lin Shuhan is such a simple and good girl. I smell like alcohol, all because of you. After giving Qin Feng a blank look, Lang Ying helped Lin Shuhan into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce.
Qin Feng was helpless.
It's his fault too. Butler Lin, what should we do now? Looking at the one lying on the ground and the other in Lin An's hand, Qin Feng held his forehead and asked. Son-in-law Qin, can you drive a Rolls-Royce?
Linen freed one hand, took out the key from his pocket and asked Qin Feng.
I have. Qin Feng nodded slightly and replied.
His system directly gives him the operating skills of various types of vehicles. The car god of Akina Mountain is too awesome.
There is absolutely no problem driving a Rolls-Royce.
I've already called the police and asked them to detain me for 14 days to reflect on my actions. Linen said lightly, as if he had done too many such things.
Okay, I'll trouble Steward Lin then. Qin Feng took the key and planned to take Lang Ying and Ling Shohan back first. But at this moment, the man in the leather jacket shouted wildly, "Send me to the police station, do you know who I am?"
You?
You scared me.
What for? Qin Feng turned around with a frown on his face. At this time, a group of men in suits and ties walked out of the hotel not far away, talking and laughing. The important thing is that one of them looked here, very confused.
Linen, is that you? Ah. Mr. Lang?
Hearing the familiar voice behind him, Linen reflexively turned around and greeted. But the next moment, he was confused. He looked at Qin Feng, his eyes full of surprise.
Lang Xian? Qin Feng asked intermittently.
Linen nodded slightly.
Old Lin, what's going on with Lang Ying and this kid getting married?
If I hadn't been discussing business with some juniors today, I wouldn't have known about this.
Lang Xian cursed and trotted over.
His business now only covers the highest levels of various businesses, and he only deals with the older generation at home and abroad. The younger generation handed over all the business to his subordinates and his daughter Lang Ying. Some of the younger generation's information is circulated more slowly, so his information will be transmitted more slowly.
Today, when I was chatting with a company director, a junior came over to say hello. He asked a few more questions and found out about Lang Ying. I didn't even know she got the marriage certificate. Who asked her to get it? Which kid is trying to steal my cabbages? I'll break his legs. Walking over, Lang Xian loosened his tie and looked at Linen angrily and asked. Hello, Mr. Lang.
Qin Feng felt a little embarrassed and looked at Lang Xian and extended his hand to greet him.
You're not?
Lang Xian looked at the incredibly handsome Qin Feng and felt like he had seen him somewhere before.
Sudden. He remembered and pointed at Qin Feng and said with a smile, "Oh, you are the young man from Thompson First Class. You have a very good eye. Inghui Pharmaceutical has really started to rise." I am stunned. Boss Lang? In the car.
Lang Ying heard her father Lang Xian cursing, and slowly got out of the car, holding her stomach.
Xiaoying, why are you holding your stomach?
Seeing Lang Ying, Lang Xian frowned slightly and spoke casually. When he looked at Qin Feng again, he always felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong.
Who are you? He asked again. I'm the one you want to break your legs.
Qin Feng said weakly. You're the guy who got married to Xiaoying. Coming back to his senses, Lang Xian changed his elegant expression, reached out and grabbed Qin Feng's collar, and scolded him angrily. Seeing this scene, Linen immediately stopped him.
Lao Lang, no. Lang Xian, let go of my husband.
Seeing Qin Feng being picked up by his father like a chick, Lang Ying immediately shouted coldly.
You're my daughter, why are you being so disloyal? What daughter would talk to her father like that? Hearing Lang Ying's cold words, Lang Xian was furious. The cabbages that were grown well were secretly taken away by someone else. He was going to hunt pigs, but was rejected by the cabbages he raised at home? Who can I talk to about this? What are you talking about? Let me go. Do you know who I am?
The man in leather jacket who was pinned down by Linen looked at this family Shura scene and said something inappropriately.
Shut up, do you have the right to speak?
Feeling the noise, Lang Xian turned around, stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, and the sandbag-sized fist immediately landed on the temple of the man in leather jacket.
Immediately. He fainted.
Now Linen had no trouble, so he just let go and threw him to the ground.
Lao Lang, if you have anything to say, go home and tell me. Seeing some people coming over, Linen suggested. Okay, let's go back first.
Looking around, Lang Xian knew that it was inappropriate to get angry here, so he turned around and drove his own car. Qin Feng was put down, and Lang Ying immediately came up to look at him.
Linen patted his shoulder and consoled him, "Are you okay? Mr. Lang is just like that." It's okay. It's okay, I've seen all sorts of things.
Qin Feng patted his collar and pulled Lang Ying into the car. Seeing this, Lin hurried to drive the car and ignored the two people who were picking up the corpse.
Inside the car,
Qin Feng swallowed quietly, feeling a little scared.
joke.
He had never seen such a scene before.
It was truly a family hell. Lang Ying, what about Lin Shuhan? She's so lost and dazed that there's no hope.
Just take her home first and call her heartless father later.
Okay, why is Lin Shuhan's father a heartless father? Her father's name is Lin Wuqing. Qin Feng. Chapter 62, Lang Xian's character has collapsed, is there any hope? 9:30 p.m. In a villa in the special area of Thompson Epine on Binhai Avenue.
Lang Xian was sitting on the sofa in the living room, with his arms crossed, looking coldly at the handsome man in front of him. It was that man who secretly ate the cabbages he had carefully cultivated.
Your name is Qin Feng?
Tell me the truth, how did you hook up with my daughter? He slammed the table angrily, and Lang Xian became more and more angry the more he looked at Qin Feng. At first, he actually thought that this man had a good temperament and could be his son-in-law.
This is a good guy.
It turns out that he had been one for a long time, but he just didn't know it. Lang Ying, you got your marriage certificate a week ago, and I only just found out about it now.
Do you even consider me your father?
Turning his head slightly to look at Lang Ying, who was sitting obediently next to Qin Feng, Lang Xian was also very angry. Such a big thing as getting married is done without any hesitation. He wasn't so casual when he was dating young girls.
He only looked at the pretty ones and flirted with them. No.
Are you sure you've ever cared about my life or death?
Didn't my mother always take care of me?
With some resentment in her eyes, Lang Ying didn't want to look at Lang Xian, and turned her eyes aside and answered coldly.
I am your father after all.
When Lang Xian heard his daughter say this, he suddenly felt as if he was choked by something, and his voice became much weaker.
Lang Ying is right.
When she was young, Lang Xian was busy running around to run his business, and they were rarely together. Sometimes I don't even see them for 2 months. Finally, with the innovation of cold chain technology, he finally came to the fore.
But
as his business grew bigger and bigger, he was in a difficult situation, and the opportunities for meeting him not only did not increase, but became even rarer. I remember one time, he finally had time to go to school to see his daughter.
But I forgot what grade Lang Ying is in.
I'm really sorry, but you should at least tell me about something as big as marriage.
I don't even know who the other person is. Look, your mother is also hiding it.
Lang Xian slammed the table and shouted. That's right, why don't you take him home earlier to see what a handsome child he is? Lang's mother Lin Yanran agreed with a smile, which was in sharp contrast to Lang Xian's attitude.
That's right, Sudden. Lang Xian looked at the beautiful young woman sitting next to him.
He saw Lin Yanran looking up and down at Qin Feng opposite her, nodded slightly, smiled, and looked very satisfied.
No, what's wrong with you? Your daughter has been kidnapped by bad guys, and you seem quite satisfied? Be serious.
Lang Xian poked his wife with his elbow, tilted his head slightly and reminded her in a low voice.
Oh, that's right. Lang Ying, you really don't take your father seriously. Why don't you tell him instead of me? It makes me curious too.
The more Lin Yanran looked at Qin Feng, the more she liked him.
Why is her son-in-law so handsome?
And he sits very straight, which shows that he has good upbringing.
After all, she is my own daughter, and I have good taste. Only. Lang Xian was speechless when he heard what his wife said. What the hell is this? It seems like he is the only one in this family who disagrees.
The others are all rebellious.
How could his wife betray him so quickly? My dear wife, please shut up. My image as a strict father is about to collapse. Lang Xian silently told Lin Yanran in a low voice with a hint of begging. Who cares about you? Do I need to tell you about the things you did when you were young? Your image as a strict father is long gone. Lin Yanran looked at Lang Xian with disgust and slapped him on the arm, very dissatisfied.
Besides, you never cared about Xiaoying. I was the one who took care of her.
Now she has found a man who is more loyal than you. Why are you so angry?
Furious, Lin Yanran looked at him with resentment, then slapped him again.
No, that kid is dedicated? Can he be better than me?
Rubbing his arm with an unconvinced look on his face, Lang Xian looked at Lin Shuhan, who was sitting next to Lang Ying with a confused but aggrieved look on her face, and was speechless. He pulled a beautiful girl from the family in front of her daughter.
Is this called loyalty?
He had heard jokes in the financial world about people spending 100 million to win a beautiful woman's smile.
Is this what you call loyalty? He doesn't believe it anyway.
On the opposite side, Xin Feng was a little confused when he saw Lang Zian, who had been extremely stern and confident just now, being punished by Lin Yanran.
Boss Lang, is my father-in-law so afraid of my mother-in-law?
Tilting his head slightly, Xin Feng asked Lang Ying in a low voice. He just doesn't dare to raise his voice with my mom, but he acts like a madman in front of me and others. Lang Ying answered calmly, as if she was accustomed to it.
Oh, am I alive then? That depends on my mom.
As long as she agrees with you, that's all.
My dad doesn't have the final say. Oh, that's all right.
Raising his eyebrows, Xin Feng suddenly felt relieved. It turns out that this domineering father-in-law is also afraid of his wife.
Then it's okay.
But Xin Feng was calm, but Lin Shohan, who was sitting next to Lang Ying, began to tremble. She had never seen such a scene before.
Sister Lang, your dad is so scary.
Lin Shohan said weakly, her face a little pale. Lang Ying glanced at Lin Shohan, and seeing the little girl's aggrieved and pitiful look, she smiled helplessly. Then she patted her on the back and said comfortingly, "It's okay, he just looks a little fierce, and he's not talking about you." With Lin Shohan's condition, it would be strange if she could steal Xin Feng right under his nose. Like a little white rabbit, he gets extremely nervous when scared. This kind of little girl poses zero threat to her. Of course Lang Ying didn't care and just treated her as her own sister. "I don't want to be here, I want to leave, woo." Looking at this funny family, Lin Shohan just wanted to go home and sleep.
I called your dad, but he didn't answer. Steward Lin has already left. Why don't you sleep in my room tonight? It was a little funny. Lang Ying gently stroked Lin Shohan and continued to comfort her.
It is a bit impossible to go back in this situation.
Lin Wuqing didn't know what was going on.
His private phone couldn't be dialed.
It seemed like he had unpaid bills? All right. Lin Shohan nodded weakly and didn't dare to speak. How could she say no in this situation? Three people facing each other.
Lang Zian was discussing with his wife, but it was obvious that he was completely at a disadvantage.
He just couldn't convince Lin Yanran.
After hearing what Lin Yanran said, she agreed with Xin Feng very much. Xin Feng immediately felt more confident and no longer timid.
Then can you let me have a private conversation with this kid? Isn't this my responsibility as a father? At the end, Ling Zian had no choice but to ask.
Lin Yanran agreed to this condition.
Don't make things difficult for my son-in-law. Okay. Lang Zian agreed reluctantly. Seeing Lang Zian's serious attitude, Lin Yanran didn't bother to pay attention to him. She winked at her lovely daughter and went back to her room.
Lang Ying knew very well what her mother meant. She nodded slightly and pulled Lin Shohan to her room.
Suddenly, Xin Feng and Lang Zian were the only ones left in the living room. Well, can you drink?
The two of them were in awkward silence for a long time, and Lang Zian suddenly asked.
A little bit.
Xin Feng scratched his head and answered.
White, red, and yellow? Standing up from the sofa, Lang Zian suddenly stopped and asked in detail. It's all right.
Xin Feng replied with a smile.
Then the white one.
Seeing that Xin Feng's expression did not change, Lang Zian went to get the white wine. And if Lang Ying were here now, she would definitely be shocked by Lang Zian's behavior.
In her impression,
his father never asked for anyone else's opinion except Lin Yanran, and always made his own decisions.
But now, he actually asked Xin Feng? There's hope. Chapter 63. I call you brother, and you call me dad?
My wine cellar isn't here, and the only liquor I have at home is mutai.
Just make do with it.
Lang Zian said calmly as he came out with 2 bottles of Kwai Cha mutai and 2 red wine glasses.
He sat back on the sofa, opened the bottle of white wine, poured a full cup, pushed it to Xin Feng, then poured half a finger for himself and pushed it to himself.
Seeing this scene, Xin Feng's mouth twitched slightly.
Good job.
It seems like the father-in-law is going to get him drunk.
Mr. Lang, you don't need so much. It's the same if you drink it slowly.
Xin Feng said helplessly.
You can drink slowly, the most important thing is to chat.
Putting the bottle aside, Lang Zian looked at Xin Feng and asked, Please introduce yourself first.
I don't know your identity yet. Oh, my name is Xin Feng.
I used to be a market analyst at Fengyang Technical Analysis Company, earning around 200,000 yuan a year. Seeing that his father-in-law wanted to understand him, Xin Feng immediately began to explain generously.
To understand, there is drama.
As long as he doesn't rush over and can be dealt with one punch, he can talk.
How long have you known Xiaoying? Do you have any brothers or sisters? Listening to Qin Feng's generous and calm answer, Lang Zian was a little satisfied with his temperament and continued to ask.
He was angry because Lang Ying hadn't told him about her marriage. He got married hastily without even meeting the other person, fearing that his baby would be cheated by bad people.
As long as the other party is qualified, Lang Ying likes. He actually didn't have any objections.
Uncle, Lang Ying and I have known each other for more than 10 years.
I am an only child, and my parents are still alive. I am a regular employee.
Xin Feng answered in a very cunning way.
We played together for a while when we were kids, so we know each other, right?
Otherwise, getting married just after meeting each other is ridiculous.
My name is Lang Zian, the chairman of the Lang Group. I know you don't need to explain. I am still Lang Ying's father. Lang Zian insisted on speaking without paying any attention to Qin Feng.
It seems that he cares a lot about the word father.
Well, go on.
Without interrupting Lang Zian again, Qin Feng nodded and listened quietly.
Only. Lang Zian stopped after saying this. Forehead. He was a little confused. What else do you want to ask? What's going on? What questions did his father-in-law ask him when he first met him?
Scratching his head, Lang Zian quietly looked at Qin Feng, feeling a little anxious.
A dozen seconds. There was an awkward silence. Lang Zian now wants to take out his cell phone and search online. What questions should I ask my son-in-law when I meet him for the first time? How do I build a good relationship with my son-in-law? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Etc.
Ahem, I was a bit impulsive at the hotel earlier.
Lang Zian pretended to cough, feeling a little embarrassed, but his tone was still majestic. Joke.
The character still needs to be established.
It's okay, Mr. Lang. Qin Feng quickly answered. And after that, there was silence again. Lang Zian was sweating. Seriously. He wasn't so nervous when he was negotiating with those foreign old foxes. Sudden. Lang Zian's gaze shifted to the wineglass, and he heaved a sigh of relief.
He said modestly, Qin Feng, drink.
It's easier to chat when you're drunk. After a drink, wouldn't the relationship between the two of them become better?
Qin Feng looked at the whole glass of white wine in front of him with an embarrassed look on his face.
Good job.
After drinking this cup, he almost fell to his knees.
Okay, Mr. Lang. But there's nothing I can do. The father-in-law asked him to drink, so he had to drink.
He reached for the wineglass, but at this moment, the system's voice suddenly appeared in his ears. Detecting that the host was forced to drink by his father-in-law, the system rewards the strongest wine jar skill. Discovered the host is drinking, liver function conversion rate +1.
Drinking jar skills?
You can't call it the skill of not getting drunk after drinking 1,000 cups. Listening to the skills he activated, Qin Feng was speechless. The emotion system is poorly named.
But it's still pretty powerful. What you need will come to you.
Now he is not afraid anymore.
In one word, drink. Tons. The bitter wine made his stomach ache. Qin Feng took a big gulp and only drank half of it.
But at this time he found something wrong.
Why does this mutai sound like water? Boss Lang, you should drink too. It would be boring if I drink alone, right?
Seeing that Lang Zian was watching him drink but he didn't move at all, Qin Feng couldn't help but remind him kindly.
Oh, no problem.
Lang Zian knew what Qin Feng meant, so he picked up the white wine on the table and drank it in one gulp. He didn't pour much for himself.
Just one finger.
Then, he stood up again and poured wine from the bottle into Qin Feng's glass.
He was very stingy and lowered it another finger.
Qin Feng saw this and said nothing.
Just kidding, he's super brave. However, he still suggested, Boss Lang, if we drink directly like this, won't we get drunk too easily?
These words were said to Lang Zian. He is already in his 40s, and no matter how capable he is, he can't drink so fast.
Only.
Lang Zian directly understood this to mean that Qin Feng couldn't drink much and should not get drunk and make a fool of himself.
Forest.
He was about to shout, but then his voice faded. He took out his phone and said, "Order takeout."
I'll have someone send over some dishes and a plate of peanuts.
Good. Qin Feng had no objection and nodded slightly.
As long as you have peanuts, you want tea get drunk.
After doing all this, the two of them had no more conversation.
Awkward again.
But this time, Qin Feng spoke first. "Boss Lang, I think you care about Langing a lot, why don't you tell her?"
Hearing this, Lang Zian was stunned for a moment. Is his expression so obvious? Everyone outside can see it. But outsiders could see it. Why doesn't T. Langing understand?
Although he is good at business, he doesn't know how to express his emotions. I remember that I used to pick up girls entirely by relying on my extremely handsome face. The only breakthrough was when he confessed his feelings to Lin Yanran.
Come on, have another drink.
Silently, Ling Zian and Qin Feng clinked their glasses, tilted their heads back slightly, and drank it all in one gulp.
And after drinking,
for some reason, he began to like Qin Feng a little. He is as handsome as me, has high emotional intelligence and is good at speaking. At the beginning, he was just afraid that his daughter would be deceived by bad people and get married without telling her.
But now,
he began to accept Qin Feng. As long as my daughter likes him, the other person is also good. It's just that he is not loyal, and that Lin Wuching's daughter is a problem.
But true.
The handsome and wealthy man is always tempted by various erotic things, and he believes that his daughter can relax in moderation.
When so many girls were chasing him, Lin Yanran didn't say anything. Aren't they living well now? Ahem, Qin Feng, I don't really have any opinion about you.
As he spoke, Leng Zian picked up his wineglass and said apologetically, "I was a little impulsive before, don't mind it, when you become a father, you will be like this too." After saying that, he drank it in one gulp.
Don't talk, it's all in the wine. I'll go too.
Seeing that his father-in-law had finished his drink in one gulp, Qin Feng also stood up and took a sip.
The two of them drank a few more glasses. Lang Zian's face was obviously a little red.
Qin Feng's liver has been systematically strengthened, and the alcohol dehydrogenase secreted is sufficient to break down alcohol just like water.
There is no problem eating 1 pound. But my father-in-law was a little drunk.
Qin Feng glanced at the wine bottle quietly.
Good job. 55 degrees. If a normal person drinks 1 pound of it, he will basically fall asleep. Lang Zian's alcohol tolerance is really good, and he can still hold on now. Boss Lang, are you okay? Qin Feng walked around the table and went to Lang Zian's side.
Looking at his red-faced father-in-law, he asked worriedly. As he said that, he went to help Lang Zian. But from Lang Zian's perspective, Qin Feng had already begun to stagger.
No. Hold on.
At least you can't embarrass yourself in front of your son-in-law.
But there are no peanuts now. The takeaway hasn't arrived yet. Damn starving takeout. He couldn't bear it anymore. He's gone. Uncle, I'm sorry. Did it hurt you when I scratched you?
When Qin Feng was about to help Lang Zian, he turned around and took Qin Feng's hand, saying with a guilty look on his face.
Actually, I like you quite a bit.
I saw the stock you mentioned earlier, and it really went up.
I'm actually concerned about Xiaoying, don't be angry, brother. I really didn't mean it, don't be angry, brother.
When Qin Feng heard this, he was completely confused. He was freaking scared.
What did his father-in-law call him just now? Elder brother? Good job. He was a good guy on the spot. Boss Lang, please stop talking. If you continue talking about seniority, it will confuse things. My father-in-law calls him brother, so what is his name? Lang Ying?
Qin Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and hurried to help Lang Zian.
Lang Zian obviously didn't drink very well, and he immediately entered the third stage of his drunken madness, starting to talk nonsense completely.
No, the generations are not messed up.
I call you brother and you call me dad. Nothing is wrong. Lang Zian was dazed and kept grabbing the sofa and struggling. Son-in-law, why did you suddenly become fat? And ugly? But it still has the same style as I did back then. Qin Feng. His father-in-law is beyond saving.
At this time, Lang Ying slowly came out of the room, holding her stomach. She walked slowly to the living room and looked at Lang Zian, who was drunk and acting crazy on the sofa, and couldn't help but chuckle with her hands covering her mouth. When Qin Feng saw his lovely daughter-in-law coming out, he immediately helped his father-in-law to the sofa with great effort, and then walked over.
What are you laughing at? Didn't your dad say he's a good drinker? I never thought you could get him drunk like this. Lang Ying said.
But finally, her lovely husband was recognized by her parents.
This feeling is really good.
I got my father-in-law drunk like this on our first meeting.
Will he hold a grudge against me?
Seeing Lang Zian still talking to himself on the sofa, Qin Feng suddenly felt a little guilty and asked Lang Ying.
Probably not. If he's willing to drink with you, it means he recognizes you. But you drank quite a bit, didn't you? Are you okay?
Lang Ying looked Qin Feng up and down and asked with some concern. Qin Feng shook his head slightly.
I'm fine, but your dad just pulled me aside and insisted on calling me brother. Is that normal?
Lang Ying suddenly laughed and slapped Qin Feng on the arm, the same action that Lin Yanran had used to slap Lang Zian before.
Then according to seniority, shouldn't I call you uncle? Forget it then. My husband sounds better. If you want, you can call me anything. Ha! Something's wrong with you. Chapter 64, Call Me Daddy? Can I sleep with you?
Lang Ying narrowed her peach blossom eyes slightly, pulled Qin Feng, leaned on his arms, and said coquettishly, Something is wrong with me, what do you want me to call you?
So, call me daddy? Qin Feng asked tentatively.
When Lang Ying heard this, a blush suddenly appeared on her face.
You really dare? Aren't you afraid that my dad will beat you?
Lang Ying said embarrassedly after quietly pinching the soft flesh on Qin Feng's waist.
No, it hurts. I just said it casually. It's better for you to call me husband.
Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng dodged Lang Ying and spoke hurriedly. Compared to dad, he still prefers the title of husband.
Especially Lang Ying always likes to speak in a gentle voice. That feeling.
It was just like being hit by the bone-dissolving palm, and it made my bones go soft.
You're sensible, but it's not impossible to do it in the future.
Lang Ying muttered softly.
Then let's do it later.
Qin Feng replied very decisively.
And suddenly,
only a bang was heard. Both of them were shocked.
Look back.
Lang Zian, who was originally lying on the sofa, had now fallen to the ground, still mumbling something.
I think we should move Mr. Ling to bed.
With a slight twitch of his mouth, Qin Feng suggested.
He's in good health, so sleeping on the floor is nothing. Seeing Lang Zian's funny drunk look, Lang Ying hugged her shoulders and said coldly. Lang Ying?
Qin Feng met the beautiful peach blossom eyes of his lovely wife.
I don't want to care about him. It's his fault for being mean to you before. That's a normal reaction. Your father still loves you, he just doesn't know how to express it.
Staring closely at Lang Ying's eyes, Qin Feng began to persuade her.
He would not force Lang Ying to do anything she didn't want to do.
But he is his father-in-law after all, and he can also see that Lang Zian loves Lang Ying very much, but he just doesn't know how to express it. This kind of stiff father-daughter relationship is easy to resolve. Just talk it out. Since Lang Zian almost recognized him, he was willing to help his father-in-law.
Forget it, there's really nothing I can do about you.
Looking at Qin Feng, Lang Ying finally compromised, her eyes softened, and she answered with a hint of pampering. She pointed to the door next to her and explained, There's a bed in the study over there.
Just throw him in there.
My mom won't care if we send him back.
Come on, let's move together.
As she spoke, Lang Ying rolled up her sleeves a little, ready to lend a hand. Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately smiled.
You say you don't care, but your body is so honest. Don't you really care about your dad?
As he spoke, he took off his woolen suit jacket, revealing his strong muscles, walked to the sofa, and helped Lang Zian, who was lying on the ground, up.
I don't care about him. I care about you. Don't be fooled by my dad's elegant appearance. He actually weighs over 150 pounds. When he's drunk, he's like a dead pig. You can't move him by yourself.
Lang Ying followed and stepped forward, holding Lang Zian together with Qin Feng, while speaking with disdain. After hearing this, Qin Feng suddenly felt helpless.
My lovely daughter-in-law is such a filial daughter. Saying that your father is a dead pig, what a joke. The little cotton padded jacket is leaking. Don't move. Your stomach still hurts. I can do it.
Qin Feng tried to pull Lang Zian, whose body was limp, but he felt that he couldn't move at all. Then, the muscles in his arms bulged, and he changed the point of force and lifted Lang Zian up.
It's quite heavy. It must be at least 170.
Qin Feng said helplessly with a wry smile.
107?
Lang Ying was stunned to see Qin Feng suddenly lift up his father.
Is my lovely husband so strong? 170 kilograms, 2 bags of wheat. He actually carried it up so easily. Really? Her man has advantages in every way.
No, don't just look at it, open the door.
Oh, I forgot. Right away.
Hearing Qin Feng's words, Lang Ying came back to her senses immediately and ran to open the door of the study. She was so stunned that she forgot about it.
Then, with a bang,
Qin Feng easily threw Lung Zian onto the bed, then found a Pikachu blanket, covered him with it, and then breathed a sigh of relief.
Okay, it's okay.
I'll let him lie on his side so he won't have to hold it in if he needs to vomit.
Very considerate, Qin Feng patted Lang Ying on the back to comfort her. It's okay. He never throws up when he drinks.
Just let him sleep after his drunken outburst.
It won't delay him from going to the company tomorrow.
After observing Lang Zian and making sure that he was really fine, Lang Ying nodded slightly, pulled Qin Feng out of the room, and closed the door.
You're still going to the company after drinking this much? Don't you want to take a break?
Walking with Lang Ying, Qin Feng asked doubtfully.
Lang Zian is the chairman of the Lang Group. Can't he even take a break? He has too much work to do. It's unrealistic for him to take half a day off. If he stops, the company will stop too. With some concern and some resentment, Lang Ying explained silently.
After she took over the company, she also understood why Lung Zian had never cared about her when she was young.
No way. Time is too tight. Even if I rest at night, I will be woken up by a phone call to deal with some things. She is still like this now. But fortunately, the workload is not too heavy. After finishing work during the day, I have free time at night. She also uses this time in the evening to accompany her lovely husband. She didn't want to owe Qin Feng anything. TSK, it seems that the chairman is even worse off than the grassroots employees. Shaking his head helplessly, Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying, reached out and held her hand, and asked, So, is this also the reason why you dare not tell others about your stomachache?
Hearing this, Lang Ying was stunned for a moment, then smiled gently. She certainly didn't understand what Qin Feng meant.
Slow.
Lang Ying turned around and held Qin Feng's cheeks with her hands, staring at his beautiful eyes with her peach blossom eyes. The love in her eyes seemed to be overflowing. I didn't tell you before because I was used to being alone, but now I have you, and I have someone who loves me. If I feel unwell in the future, I will tell you the first time. Seeing Lang Ying suddenly like this, Qin Feng also smiled gently.
Well, no one loves your husband as much as you do. He gently pulled his lovely wife into his arms, kissed her smooth forehead, and asked in a childish manner, Little Lang Ying, have you taken your medicine? Your best friend, Little Su Yenran, said you need to take another pill tonight. Lang Ying was amused and kept laughing. She raised her neck and gave Qin Feng a fierce peck on the cheek, then said with a smile, I've already eaten it, little friend Qin Feng. Okay, it's already 11 o'clock in the evening, go to bed quickly. After checking his phone, Qin Feng realized that it was already very late, so he hurriedly urged. But there's no room here, so you'll have to sleep on the sofa. With a turn of her eyes, Lang Ying pointed at the sofa and said, It's okay. The house I bought is right next door. I can just sleep next to it. Qin Feng didn't understand Lang Ying's meaning, so he thought about it and then gave a solution. No, you can't, Lang Ying hesitated to speak, obviously not wanting Qin Feng to leave. Little Lang Ying, are you thinking of something bad? Seeing Lang Ying's nervous look and hesitant look, Qin Feng reached out and scratched her upturned nose and asked, Can we sleep together? Biting her lower lip, Lang Ying asked hesitantly. Since her father has already accepted Qin Feng, it is only natural for them to sleep together, right? Chapter 65 Who Can Resist a Yellow Rat? Lang Ying's bare face? When Qin Feng heard what Lang Ying said, he was a little surprised. What did you say? Raising his hand to pick his ear, Qin Feng obviously began to doubt his life. What's going on? What did his cute and adorable wife just say? I said, can we sleep together? Lowering her head slightly, Lang Ying pouted and spoke slowly. The last two words were as thin as a mosquito. The voice couldn't be any quieter. If Qin Feng didn't have good hearing, he really wouldn't have heard it. Boss Lang, are you greedy? Feeling a little funny, Qin Feng asked tentatively.
He turned slightly sideways and looked up at Lang Ying from below, and immediately found that her face was redder than ever before.
I am not.
Lang Ying hesitated and wanted to say no, but she didn't know why. Before he finished speaking, he nodded.
Good job. The soundtrack is not in sync at all. You didn't mix ergwatu into your water and drank too much, did you? Seeing Lang Ying so flustered, Xin Feng couldn't help but find it funny.
Before he could do anything, his wife started first.
Really?
Boss Lang, your stomachache is because you ate something cold and raw before your period.
What do you want to do by tempting me now?
Helplessly reaching out and flicking Lang Ying's forehead, Xin Feng shook his head and said, "Don't be irresponsible to your own body.
There is still a long way to go, and they don't mind a day or two more. The daughter-in-law's health is the most important. Although I drank a lot, I'm not drunk. We can talk about this kind of thing after you're over it, okay?"
Xin Feng said seriously after touching Lang Ying's soft hair.
Only.
Lang Ying obviously has her own plans. She blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes, met Xin Feng's, and then raised her jade hand and swore, "Then I won't do anything, is that okay?"
Do you think I will believe it?
Xin Feng was speechless.
Isn't this the same as a man telling a woman to sit on the bed, saying it's more comfortable than the sofa? It's all lies. Then I just want to sleep with you. I can't sleep alone because of my stomachache.
Seeing Xin Feng's determination, Lang Ying had no choice but to cover her lower abdomen and said with a haggard face.
And seriously. She seemed to have a real stomachache.
But for some reason, she didn't feel as much pain when she hugged Xin Feng. Anyway, Ling Zian has almost agreed with Xin Feng now, so it's no problem for them to sleep together and do something even if they are bored. She believed that Xin Feng would love her forever.
Does your stomach really hurt?
Seeing that Lang Ying's face looked really bad, Xin Feng frowned slightly and felt a little soft-hearted.
Well, it couldn't be more true. Lang Ying's eyes lit up and she answered decisively.
Xin Feng hesitated for a moment, then said, "Even if I hold you, it won't change anything.
I'm not a stomachache medicine. You should drink more hot water." This answer made Lang Ying particularly dissatisfied.
It was a rare occasion for her to be willful. "As long as I hold you, my stomach doesn't hurt so much.
Just stay with me." Xin Feng. Okay, you promise not to do anything?
Xin Feng asked uncertainly.
Yeah, I promise.
Seeing Xin Feng agreed, Lang Ying's peach blossom eyes suddenly narrowed, looking very beautiful.
What a stupid wife. Xin Feng gently patted Lang Ying's head, took out the key from his pocket, and then said, "Just wear an evening gown? Don't you want to change clothes?" "Oh, right away."
Changing from her haggard look just now, Lang Ying ran into her room as if she had come back to life and started packing her things. Seeing his lovely wife so excited, Xin Feng had to smile bitterly.
It's really acting.
But that's okay, at least her stomach doesn't really hurt.
Special 2 villas next door.
Xin Feng was carrying 5 bags of clothes in one hand and 2 quilts in the other, with a look of doubt on his face about his life. He looked at Lang Ying, who was wearing Pikachu pajamas, hopping slightly as she walked, humming a little tune, and asked with a smile, "Don't you have a stomachache?
Why are you jumping? Besides, aren't we just going to rest here for one night? Is it necessary to bring so many things? The last time I came to see the house, I packed some daily necessities in a big box. No need to bring so much stuff from home."
After struggling to put everything in his hands at the door, Xin Feng handed Lang Ying the key and asked her to open the door.
Really? Who told you not to tell me earlier?
With a smile, Lang Ying shyly took the 5 bags of clothes from Xin Feng's right hand and helped put them on the table in the living room on the first floor.
Is it my fault?
After lifting up all the things, Xin Feng fell speechless. His lovely wife is becoming more and more naughty, and she doesn't even admit her mistakes.
Honey, I was wrong.
Lang Ying helped Xin Feng bring the 2 quilts into the villa and admitted her mistake decisively in a soft voice.
And she was originally wearing very cute Pikachu pajamas.
The 2 yellow ears on the back of the hat stood up, accompanied by Lang Ying's soft voice.
Xin Feng couldn't bear it anymore.
Who in the world can stand a yellow-skinned mouse admitting its mistakes?
Okay, I'll tell you, you really admitted your mistake.
I dote on Lang Ying very much, Xin Feng said helplessly.
It's so late, go get some rest. Holding the quilt, he slowly brought Lang Ying to the second floor. As soon as she went up, Lang Ying saw a very large cardboard box. Is that what you prepared?
She hurried over and stood on tiptoe to look inside.
Just some essential bedding.
After putting the quilt in the room, Qin Feng said, "Go wash up first."
I'm just making the bed. Okay, thank you for your hard work, husband.
As if she was very curious about the new environment, Lang Ying's mood became a little happier. She hurried downstairs and brought up her makeup box.
And after a while,
Qin Feng made the bed, and Lang Ying also finished washing up and came back.
Boss Lang?
Looking back at Lang Ying, Qin Feng was suddenly stunned.
Lang Ying is now without makeup.
Speaking of which, it was the first time he saw Lang Ying without makeup.
Looks great.
The original royal sister's appearance has lost some of its sharpness and has more of a little girl's aura.
Looks very gentle. A completely different feeling. Do I look ugly without makeup?
Seeing that Qin Feng was staring at her face, Lang Ying asked somewhat unnaturally.
No, it's beautiful.
Qin Feng shook his head and answered very seriously. Compared to the domineering Lang Ying, he really likes the current Lang Ying without makeup. Qin Feng always had the urge to tease her because of the elusive aura of a little girl.
Then, go wash up quickly.
Being praised by her husband for her good looks, Lang Ying couldn't help but smile, looking very happy.
Actually,
before this, many people praised her for her beauty.
She was never arrogant or impatient, and she thanked him politely without any joy. I'd been used to being praised since I was a child.
But for some reason, Qin Feng was different.
An old double-standard woman. Chapter 66, Mask of Pain? Lang Xian's embarrassment.
After watching Qin Feng go to the bathroom to wash up, Lang Ying couldn't wait to run onto the bed and took out her cell phone to search for information online. The movement was so quick, as if she was not the one who had the stomachache before.
Ask, how can I quickly get my husband's body? Waiting online, very urgent.
After sending this message, she quickly opened WeChat and sent a message to her only best friend, Su Yanran.
Xiao Su, I'm with Qin Feng now. Su Yanran replied immediately, I understand, Miss Lang, you don't have to go out of your way to feed me dog food, right? I'm working hard to update. It's already past 12 o'clock, and you're still typing?
Seeing the message, Lang Ying frowned slightly.
Su Yanran was still updating at this time? She is a well-known lazy dog in the circle. You're actually typing late at night? He really changed his personality. I can't help it.
I'm stuck and my hair is about to fall off, but those readers are still urging me to update.
How inhumane. Su Yanran continued to complain, it's okay to urge me to update, but you still want me to eat dog food?
What grudge do I have against you? Su Yanran, who was far away in her single apartment, was sitting in front of her notebook, looking at the data in her book with a melancholy look on her face.
4 words, horrific. Who wants to feed you dog food?
This time the situation is different.
Why is it different?
Su Yanran replied slowly. Ever since Lang Ying and Qin Feng got together, she has to eat several mouthfuls of dog food every day.
I really ate too much.
All the landlord's surplus food went into her stomach. I'm going to rest with Qin Feng for a while. Seeing that Qin Feng would take a while to come back, Lang Ying typed quickly, her 2 white and tender feet shaking constantly, looking very happy.
Question mark. Su Yanran's face was filled with question marks. Are you saying that you want to sleep with Qin Feng? Right. Lang Ying replied immediately. Damn, you can do it. Are you going to take down my brother-in-law tonight? Su Yanran widened her eyes and became interested when she saw the message sent by Lang Ying. She is an old romance writer named Zhang. And suddenly, she frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. Why would Lang Ying send her a message at this time? Thinking about it, Su Yanran hesitantly sent a message and asked, You don't know how to operate it, right? Do you want to ask me? You're right.
Her face flushed as Lang Ying quickly typed her answer. Seeing this, the corners of Su Yanran's mouth twitched suddenly. She has never even been in a relationship, how can she share her experience with her best friend?
Suddenly, Su Yanran felt a little miserable.
At the age of 23 or 24, I had never been in a relationship, my little money was controlled by my parents, and my future as a writer was bleak.
If you remove the like, she will be miserable. I think it would be better for you to search for it instead of relying on me.
After sending the message with a painful look on her face, Su Yanran returned to her decadent look and started typing.
All right.
Lang Ying also understood when she saw the news. Her best friend has never been in a relationship, so it's useless to ask her. But the problem is that she only has Su Yenran as a friend in real life, so if she doesn't ask her, she can only ask Baidu.
But unfortunately, Lang Ying flipped through the entries for a long time and found that all Baidu gave her were advertisements and plots from romance novels, which were completely useless. Are we just giving up the opportunity like this? Lang Ying said, somewhat depressed. What opportunity? At this time,
after Qin Feng finished washing up, he saw Lang Ying lying on the bed looking a little depressed, and asked curiously.
Ha? Nothing. Like a frightened kitten, Lang Ying quickly turned off her phone and put it behind her. Let's go to bed. It's too late. Good.
Seeing Lang Ying nod, Qin Feng reached out to turn off the light, climbed onto the bed as well, slept on one side consciously, closed his eyes and rested. There was a rustling sound in the dark night.
Boss Lang, don't touch my abdominal muscles. Ha? What are you talking about? If you keep pretending, whoever touches me again will be a puppy. Woof woof woof. The next day.
It was almost 9 in the morning.
Lang Ziyan covered his still dizzy head and came out of the study with a confused look on his face.
He seemed to be dreaming. My daughter brought a man home, and that guy could drink even more than him.
What a horrible dream. Shaking his head, Lang Ziyan walked slowly into the living room.
But when he entered the huge living room, he suddenly saw a stranger.
Good morning, uncle.
On the sofa, Qin Feng saw Lang Ziyan coming out and took the initiative to greet him.
Ha? Good morning. Lang Ziyan looked at Qin Feng in surprise and was a little confused. Yesterday was not a dream. What he said then? Brother, you are my brother. From now on, I will call you brother and you can call me dad. It's okay, it's okay. We are brothers. Lang Ziyan slapped his forehead and felt ashamed. It's so embarrassing. How could he say such a thing? How will he get along with his son-in-law in the future?
I have something else to do at the company, so I'll leave first.
I really don't want to face Qin Feng, Lang Ziyan said immediately. Uncle, you haven't eaten yet.
Picking up the teacup on the table, Qin Feng poured a cup of warm water for his father-in-law and said with concern, drinking some warm water in the morning is good for your health, not to mention that you drank too much last night.
Yes, really? Thank you. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Lang Ziyan took the cup of water and took a sip. Next time, don't drink high-concentration alcohol. It's really bad for your health. Qin Feng reminded Lang Ziyan after taking the empty cup of water.
After drinking this pound of 55 proof Kwaichao Mutai, if Lang Ziyan didn't have a good alcohol tolerance, he probably wouldn't be able to wake up this afternoon.
My father-in-law is already in his 40s and is an elderly person.
It is okay to drink in moderation, but drinking too much is harmful to your body. When Lang Ziyan heard Qin Feng's words, he felt a little warm in his heart and nodded rarely.
Actually, the alcohol content of that wine isn't particularly high.
Sitting next to Qin Feng, Lang Ziyan picked up the water cup, poured himself a glass of water, and then asked, "Where is Lang Ying?"
She's still sleeping.
Qin Feng said with a guilty conscience.
Last night Lang Ying kept touching his abdominal muscles, which made him unable to sleep at all. In the end, Lang Ying was really sleepy and she finally calmed down. Still sleeping? Seriously, it's already 9 o'clock. Lang Ziyan looked down at his Patek Philippe watch and felt a little dissatisfied.
She said there were no rooms here, so we went to the house next door. Scratching his head, Qin Feng said embarrassedly. Lang Ziyan was stunned for a moment, then he coughed and said, "That means I'm tired, so it's natural for me to sleep in."
What about Lin Wuqing's daughter? Thinking of Lin Shohan, Lang Ziyan asked.
Her housekeeper took her home early in the morning. Qin Feng answered immediately.
Oh, you and Lin Wuqing's daughter. It's a misunderstanding. I see. The two fell silent again.
Lang Ziyan felt like he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes.
Chapter 67. Are there very few men who can cook nowadays? And at this time,
Qin Feng was also embarrassed. He looked at his father-in-law who had been drinking warm water, and opened his mouth to say something, but the phone in his pocket rang.
Uncle, let me take the call.
Qin Feng took out his cell phone and asked.
Yeah, it's okay, just treat it as your own home, no need to be so formal. Lang Ziyan waved his hand indifferently. Speaking of which, he was also quite satisfied with Qin Feng. He has good looks and is good at talking, so Lang Ying likes him. The most important thing is that his daughter likes it. That's it.
He was angry before because his daughter got the marriage certificate without telling him.
What if she chose the wrong person? But it's okay. The other person is pretty good. Hello, how are you?
Standing up from the sofa, Jin Feng placed the microphone of his mobile phone in front of him and asked.
Well, do I have to go? Well, I'll be there almost tomorrow. Okay.
After hanging up the phone, Jin Feng frowned, a little unhappy.
Qin Feng, is there any trouble? Seeing Qin Feng's unhappy face, Leng Zian asked immediately. This expression is exactly the same as when he encounters difficulties. It really looks like my younger self. Just as handsome. Oh, nothing much, I just have to go to Yinjing.
Qin Feng turned off the screen of his phone and put it in his pocket. He smiled slightly and explained, by the way, you haven't eaten yet.
How about I make something for you? Can you cook? Leng Zian asked in surprise. A little bit.
Qin Feng said modestly.
Joke.
With the support of the system and his hard practice, his cooking skills are now able to beat any chef. There are very few boys who can cook nowadays, so Leng Ying is lucky.
Leng Zian said with a smile.
He is now becoming more and more satisfied with Qin Feng, his son-in-law.
Only. You'd better not work too hard.
Waving his hand, Leng Zian looked down at his watch and said helplessly, I can't arrive at the company after 11.
I have a meeting at noon. I'll just buy something to eat on the way. Oh well.
After hearing this, Qin Feng nodded slightly.
After Leng Ying's explanation, he also knew that the higher the position, the greater the actual workload. Leng Zian is responsible for the operation of the entire Leng Group. He can't not go to the company. Otherwise, there is a high probability that big problems will arise. You said you had to go to Yinjing. What's the reason? Can you tell me?
He originally wanted to get up, but Leng Zian thought about it and sat down, then looked up and asked Qin Feng.
You still have to care about your own son-in-law. Otherwise, wouldn't I, as the father-in-law, be derelict in my duty? Nothing, I'm going to a shareholders' meeting. Qin Feng answered calmly. You are required to participate? Then the shares you hold must be very high. Leng Zian asked with interest.
Qin Feng had no intention of hiding anything, and immediately said, Dragon Country Mealy Pictures, 31% of the shares.
Mealy Pictures, 31 shares? After hearing this, Leng Zian was slightly stunned. He has previously collaborated with Mealy Pictures. The largest shareholder is the young master behind Mealy Pictures, who holds absolute control over Chanda Plaza. But the situation changed a few days ago. The scattered shares sold in the market were collected by a mysterious person, and he also obtained the necessary 10% of shares from Chanda Plaza. Became the new absolute controlling shareholder. Tell him now that the mysterious man is his son-in-law Qin Feng? Qin Feng, you're not kidding, are you?
Frowning slightly, Leng Zian was afraid that he had heard it wrong, so he asked again.
Is this worth a joke?
Scratching his head, Qin Feng was confused. Staring into Qin Feng's eyes, Leng Zian felt that his son-in-law didn't seem to be teasing him, nor did he seem to be pretending.
It seems to be true.
But the 31% stake in Mealy Pictures is truly an absolute controlling stake. Owning so many shares is equivalent to owning more than 4 billion.
Moreover, if Mealy Pictures wants to make a major decision, it must be reviewed by the absolute controlling shareholder. Is that mysterious man really his son-in-law?
After thinking for a moment, Leng Zian said, I have a private plane flying to Yinjing tomorrow.
Do you need me to accompany you? I also happen to be working with Mealy Pictures.
That's great, I saved money on plane tickets. Hearing this, Qin Feng smiled slightly and nodded.
He really wanted to communicate with Leng Zian.
This top wealthy man in Shanghai is not as difficult to get along with as he thought. Maybe he could also help resolve the strained relationship between father and daughter.
Then I'll leave. Time really can't wait any longer. Leng Zian stood up and pointed at the Patek Philippe watch. It's already 10 o'clock. Going to the company also takes time. If I delay any longer, there really won't be enough time. Okay, take care. Call me next time you need a drink.
Qin Feng also stood up and planned to see his father-in-law off. But when Leng Zian heard that Qin Feng planned to drink with him again in the future, his legs suddenly went weak, he staggered and almost fell. He never dared to drink with Qin Feng again.
No way. Qin Feng is really perverted.
He was drunk, but Qin Feng acted as if nothing had happened.
Who can stand this? Ahem. Let's add a contact method.
After all, he is my son-in-law, so I have to add his contact information even if he doesn't tea drink.
Good. Qin sealed Leng Xian's phone number. The two also added each other on WeChat. After finishing, Leng Xian hurried away. Qin Feng also followed. Opened the door.
A black Rolls-Royce was parked not far away, and next to the car stood a middle-aged man whose temperament was somewhat similar to Lin An's.
Mr. Leng, good morning. Leng Xian straightened his clothes and then asked, Old Lu, how long have you been waiting? 1 hour and 23 minutes.
The middle-aged man answered in great detail.
Then let's go quickly. Leng Xian said immediately.
He turned around and waved at Qin Feng, then quickly got into the car. The middle-aged man was stunned when he looked at Qin Feng, then he bent down slightly and greeted him politely. Then he got in the car and drove away quickly. Watching the Rolls-Royce leave, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and walked towards the villa next door to find Leng Ying.
In the car.
The man Leng Xian called Lao Lu turned around and asked, That incredibly handsome young man is your son-in-law, right? Of course. Straightening up, Leng Xian said somewhat proudly, Not bad, exactly the same as when I was young. Seeing Leng Xian like this, the middle-aged man was suddenly speechless. At least he doesn't seem to be showing off like you do now.
Hearing this, Leng Xian was not angry. He laughed and said, You know nothing.
I'm just making rational use of my special advantages. The middle-aged man was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and shook his head helplessly. By the way, we have to discuss cooperation with Lisabol Pharmaceuticals tomorrow, so we have to finish today's work.
You can only work hard for a while. Or Yanjing?
Yes, the position remains unchanged.
Good. Chapter 68. I can't think of a title.
Taking out a tablet computer from the car, Leng Xian was about to look at the plan for today's meeting. But suddenly, he turned off the screen again.
Lu Shang, if you want to please someone, what do you think is the best gift?
Leng Xian couldn't help but ask as he looked at the middle-aged man driving seriously in front.
Pleasant? Front. Lu Shang drove with both hands, thinking for a moment, then asked with a smile, What kind of cattle and horses would you, the richest man in Magic City, bother to please? Why not? Leng Xian touched his nose and immediately retorted. He stood in the fog and didn't even know who the other person was. Could that person be your son-in-law? Lu Shang guessed. What did you do? A father-in-law actually wants to please his son-in-law. After turning the steering wheel and making a turn, Lu Shang continued to ask. I almost beat him up before. Scratching his head, Leng Xian answered a little embarrassedly. Upon hearing this, Lu Shang was stunned. He looked back at Leng Xian with a tone of disbelief, his eyebrows raised and his eyes wide open. No, you said you almost beat up your son-in-law? About the same. Seeing his friend's surprised look, Leng Xian's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt a little socially dead. He was so angry at the time that he picked up his son-in-law. Mainly because she was afraid that her daughter would meet bad people. As expected of you, Leng Xian, you really haven't changed at all over these years. Lu Shang gave a thumbs up and said with great admiration, When Miss Lin was pursuing you, your father-in-law, who owned a bank, refused to agree. You should have just gone over and given him a beating. Now your daughter is being pursued by someone, and you're beating up your son-in-law. You're really cold-hearted. I say, if your granddaughter was chased by someone, would you beat up your grandson-in-law? Unable to help but laugh, Lu Shang couldn't help but shake his head. He also recalled the time when he and Leng Xian were fighting in the business world together. At that time, Leng Xian was at the peak of his career and had a bright future. But his only shortcoming is his bad temper and violent temper. I didn't expect that it would still be like this in middle age. Just drive your car. You know nothing. Leng Xian felt a little embarrassed by what his friend said. He held his forehead and was convinced of himself. Why am I so impulsive? I say, you just need to be nicer to your son-in-law in the future. Things are not irreparable. After entering the main road, Lu Shang was distracted and gave Leng Xian a suggestion. How can it be better? Can I just give you the money? Leng Xian asked immediately. That also depends on whether the other party likes it. In front, Lu Shang answered uncertainly, although I'm far away, but I have good eyesight.
Judging from your son-in-law's handsome appearance, he must be surrounded by many young girls, and there may be rich women as well.
And she might not be a wealthy woman. You should know that, right?
While waiting for the traffic light, Lu Shan looked at Leng Zian.
And at this time, Leng Zian was stroking his chin and thinking carefully.
After some rich people have enough material resources, they will discover special hobbies when they are bored. He knows quite a few people.
His son-in-law is so ugly in appearance that he is the number one target of others, right? No, no. Leng Zian immediately shook his head.
He couldn't let his son-in-law be abducted by someone else.
Old Lu, you are right. My son-in-law looks too dangerous. He must be well protected.
After patting the back seat, Leng Zian immediately took out his cell phone, found his daughter Leng Ying's WeChat, and sent a message.
Xiaoying, keep an eye on Qin Feng. Don't let anyone take him away from you.
Just as he finished speaking, Lu Sheng in front of him suggested again, I think you can also give your son-in-law some shares of the company, or even give him a company to play with, so that you can bind him.
Shares? Company? Binding? Leng Zian suddenly realized something and nodded. That's a good idea. I'll talk to Xiaoying about it right away. And at this time, on the second floor of Thompson Epine Special Villa 2,
Leng Ying had her hair loose as she looked at the inexplicable message her father sent her. She frowned slightly and looked very unhappy.
What's wrong? Why do you look so unhappy?
While packing up the things in the room, Qin Feng saw Leng Ying still lying in bed with a bad look on her face, and asked in a gentle tone. Nothing, just some weird WeChat message my dad sent me, saying he's going to give you the company and tie you down. Leng Ying pouted and was obviously a little angry. She showed her phone to Qin Feng and then said angrily, he's always like this, never asking for other people's opinions.
I don't want to use the company to tie you down.
She jumped down from the bed and fell into Qin Feng's soft arms. Then she whispered with a trembling voice, I believe you will not leave me.
You are my lifelong love.
Idiot, why are you so nervous? Seeing that Leng Ying was a little abnormal, Qin Feng felt helpless and rubbed his lovely wife's soft hair. Having a wife like Leng Ying who was domineering and cute, rich, sensible, and obedient. He was so happy that he couldn't wait to leave. I don't know why, but I'm afraid you will leave me. Leng Ying said weakly while curled up in Qin Feng's arms.
Don't worry, I definitely won't.
Qin Feng lowered his head and kissed Leng Ying's smooth forehead, feeling both amused and helpless.
Why is his wife so cute and silly? Everything is fine, where does she get the sense of crisis from? It's all because I'm too handsome and make my wife feel insecure. Being too handsome is also a sin.
Qin Feng sighed silently, patted Leng Ying on the back and comforted her for a while.
Wake up? Help me get up. Just get up, how can I help you? Help me, get dressed. Go away, your stomach doesn't hurt anymore?
The two of them were in love until almost noon, and Leng Ying finally dressed and came out of the villa. After saying hello to his mother-in-law Lin Yanran, the two drove to Leng's fragrance industry. Because Leng Ying had informed butler Lin yesterday that he didn't need to come and pick her up specially.
So today Qin Feng was driving Leng Ying's car. 11:30 a.m. A fiery red Lamborghini was parked steadily in the parking lot in front of Leng's fragrance industry.
Qin Feng got out of the car first, then slowly pulled Leng Ying upstairs.
Walked to the office.
As soon as Qin Feng entered, he saw a figure with a hunched back.
Oh, Ms. Darlene, it's great to see you again.
Qin Feng smiled slightly, not surprised. I had made an agreement with her before that I would set aside some time every day to come here to study design. And yesterday he spent the whole day learning fighting techniques at home.
I also protected Ionia by the way and didn't come to study at all. Mr. Qin Feng, it's so hard to find you.
Darina, who was sitting on the stool, smiled when she saw Qin Feng and Leng Ying, and spoke in fluent English.
I don't mean to be angry. Chapter 69 No way, does anyone really find studying difficult? You didn't come to class before and I didn't give you the textbook. Can we start from the beginning today?
Darina stood up from her chair, holding two relatively thick books in her hands, and said happily.
Of course.
Since Darina gave him so much face, Qin Feng certainly couldn't say no. Besides, she really values talent and doesn't want to waste his talent.
I'm going over there.
After taking a look at Leng Ying, Qin Feng hurried over and took the two books. One book is Basics of Jewelry Design and the other is International Art Appreciation. Both of these are books for designers at a basic level. It can be said to be a must-read for beginners.
Ms. Darina was very thoughtful.
She made sure Qin Feng could understand it first, and then proceeded step by step. She believed very much in Qin Feng's talent.
Thank you for your trouble. With a slight smile, Qin Feng took 2 books and walked to the table in the office.
At this time, Lang Ying had no intention of disturbing Qin Feng's studies. She decisively gave up her large desk, took a design plan and walked to the table next to her, which was mainly used to entertain guests, and looked at it carefully with her head slightly lowered.
That's all.
While letting Qin Feng read the book, Darina explained in detail the nature and techniques of design, and also mentioned the artistic beauty. With the support of the system, Qin Feng was able to do 2 things at once and was able to withstand it completely.
Soon.
In just 1 hour, he had roughly memorized the entire content of a book.
I have a photographic memory, thanks to the system.
Lang Ying, who was looking at the design plan next to him, looked up at Qin Feng from time to time and smiled while working. She enjoyed the scene very much.
No way. Qin Feng looks so handsome when he studies seriously.
For a while, she actually fell in love with the boring job.
Nearing 1 in the afternoon.
Feeling that the time was almost up, Darina narrowed her eyes, looked at Qin Feng happily, and said, "Okay, let's stop here for today's class. It will be difficult to absorb more. It would be a bit overwhelming for most people to listen to so much professional knowledge in just 1.5 hours." But Qin Feng performed very well and was able to raise very high-level design questions from time to time. This surprised her very much. Her vision is really good, and the other party is indeed a rare talented player.
How are you? Are you okay? Darina roughly looked at the pages Qin Feng flipped through and asked happily. Designing is indeed a bit difficult.
Closing the book, Qin Feng sighed deeply and said honestly.
Generally speaking.
With the system, he can finish 2 thick professional books in an hour.
But I barely finished half of this book? Design is really hard.
However, Darina seemed very happy when she heard Qin Feng say that design was difficult. Because she felt the same way when she first started learning design. This also shows that Qin Feng was really listening, not just going through the motions.
It's normal to find it difficult. It's only been an hour and a half.
If you can carefully and roughly browse through this book, you've already surpassed the average person. Darina said with great satisfaction.
You're too kind. I haven't remembered much of the information.
Qin Feng said helplessly.
Seriously.
The knowledge related to art is shy and difficult to understand, and most of it can only be understood intuitively, which is very difficult to deal with. After reading the book, all he remembered was dead knowledge.
If you want to master it, it will take a long time.
It is so difficult, no wonder many art masters became world famous at a very old age. There are very few who are slightly younger.
Qin Feng now admires Darina very much. The ability to put all one's energy into a design must be due to one's extraordinary love for it. So what do you think is the most difficult part? Darina thought for a moment and decided to ask Qin Feng a question. In fact, it's not really a question. She just wants to see where Qin Feng's weaknesses are. If he doesn't understand, she can answer him immediately. Only. Qin Feng was a little confused when he heard Darina's question.
He opened his mouth, but had nothing to say.
Like. Not difficult at all. Everything he has seen, he has basically become very proficient in.
He has evolved some basic designs many times in his mind, and he can easily design low-end jewelry styles.
I just have to say it's the hardest. It can only be that it has not been actually put into practice. I think. Lang's fragrance needs a design style with strong lines. Even if it's overly minimalist, it's still very suitable. The design style on page 67 of International Art Appreciation is quite close to what we need.
Thinking about it, Qin Feng found this in his mind.
After hearing this, Darina was confused at first, and then surprised.
She looked at Lang Ying, who was still carefully studying the design plan, and asked jokingly, "President Lang, did you install a camera in the hotel where I'm staying?"
What?
Lang Ying immediately looked up and frowned slightly.
I'm kidding. Darina had a big smile on her face and looked very happy.
She turned to look at Qin Feng, and her originally calm eyes were now filled with shock.
Nothing else.
What Qin Feng said was the same as the theme of the jewelry she originally wanted to design for Lang's fragrance industry.
Ultimate lines.
It is a niche product, but it can highlight the beauty of superiority. Jewelry is not valuable in terms of money, but in terms of design. Mr. Chinfeng, I feel that it won't be long before you surpass me. Darlene said very seriously.
Really? It seems that my talent is amazing.
Chinfeng was not modest and continued with a smile. I didn't expect that after only an hour and a half of class, I could almost surpass the internationally renowned design master. After hearing this, Darina immediately burst into laughter. Mr. Chinfeng is not only humble and handsome, but he also speaks in a humorous way. As she spoke, she turned to Lang Ying again and kindly reminded her, President Lang, I think you should protect Mr. Chinfeng well.
He will definitely attract many young girls to pursue him outside. It's too dangerous. Hearing Darina's reminder, Lang Ying's mouth corners slightly raised, looking very happy. That's the husband she likes, how could he be bad? You can rest assured about this.
I will never let him slip away from me unless he no longer loves me.
Idiot, how could I not love you? Chinfeng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Oh my god, it's happening again.
Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Darina said helplessly.
As someone who has been through this, how could she not know that these two people were feeding her dog food?
She stood up from her chair and said seriously, Mr. Chinfeng, you can try to design some small gadgets now.
As a souvenir for a beginner, it will definitely have different meanings for you in the future. Okay, that's all for today. I won't be a light bulb anymore. I'm leaving.
After saying that, she walked to the door of the president's office and pushed it open. Chinfeng and Lang Ying wanted to go up and see him off, but were also declined. When the door was closed, they were left alone in the huge office.
It seems that Darina really wants to make you a more successful designer than her.
Leaning against the desk, Lang Ying stared at Chinfeng with her beautiful peach blossom eyes.
Indeed, the original design symbolizes primitive beauty. She must really want to cultivate me.
Chinfeng raised his eyebrows and said while sorting out the scraps of writing and drawing he had just done. After finishing, he suddenly remembered something, looked at Lang Ying, and said, Oh, right, I have to fly to Yanjing for some work tomorrow, so I can't come here tomorrow. After hearing this, Lang Ying froze.
What are you going to do? Can you not go?
After she said this, she regretted it. She didn't want to keep pestering Chinfeng, so it was necessary to give her lovely husband some space.
But I don't know why. She just wanted to keep seeing Chinfeng.
It's a shareholders' meeting that determines their decision.
They insisted that I go.
Your dad said he's flying to Yanjing tomorrow too, so he'd be a good choice to take me with him.
It'll only take a day, actually. I'll be back the day after tomorrow.
Seeing Lang Ying's beautiful eyes misty, Chinfeng felt distressed and immediately stepped forward to comfort her.
One day?
Lang Ying's mood improved a little. Although she wanted to see Chinfeng every day, one day would be fine. She didn't want Chinfeng to feel that he had no private space.
True getting along means giving both parties enough space. This is love. Good. Without thinking, Lang Ying nodded slightly. Only one day. How far have we gotten today? Chinfeng walked forward and rubbed Lang Ying's hair.
He held her delicate face in his hands and gently wiped the tears that were overflowing from her eyes with his thumb. He didn't expect Lang Ying to rely on him to this extent.
Yeah, I know.
Without any resistance, Lang Ying narrowed her beautiful peach blossom eyes and smiled slightly. Seeing this, Chinfeng couldn't help it.
His wife is so cute. Who can stand this? What's more, Lang Ying is wearing professional attire now.
Balenciaga adds a silver gray pencil skirt, a white slim fit shirt and a silver gray suit jacket.
Beautiful and attractive.
The most important thing is that she is cute and adorable in her mature manner. Chinfeng couldn't hold it anymore, so he turned around and hugged Lang Ying in his arms.
Bad guy, here we go again. Chapter 70 The King of Eating is my father-in-law?
After a long time, the two separated.
Lang Ying's delicate and pretty face has long been like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite. You just know how to bully me.
After wiping the saliva from the corner of her mouth, Lang Ying slapped Chinfeng in annoyance.
There's nothing I can do. You're just too cute. I can't stand it.
Chinfeng said helplessly, ignoring Lang Ying's slapping.
To be honest, he almost couldn't hold it when they kissed just now.
I have such a beautiful and obedient wife by my side, but I can't eat her. This situation was too torturous for him as an LS.
Lang Ying, since your parents have almost accepted me, it's time for you to meet my parents.
Rubbing his shoulders, Xin Feng thought for a while and then asked. He only cares about the attitude of Lang Ying's parents. His family doesn't even know that he and Wang Shui have broken up. I don't know if his vicious mother-in-law has complained to his parents. But there has been no movement from his side so far, so he probably hasn't asked about it.
Only.
When Lang Ying heard that she was going to meet Qin Feng's parents, her breathing became rapid and she felt a little nervous.
Are you going to meet your uncle and aunt today?
I'm going to change my clothes. This is a bit too professional and a bit disrespectful to your uncle and aunt.
Looking down at her clothes, Lang Ying frowned and hurried out of the office. She wore professional attire when meeting her parents? This is not a good first impression.
She didn't want to show her bad side in front of Qin Feng's parents.
What if they didn't approve of her?
The woman was panicked. Qin Feng felt helpless when he saw his lovely wife in such a panic.
He grabbed Lang Ying, who was about to leave, and explained with a mixture of laughter and tears, "What are you doing? I didn't say I would meet my parents today.
At least you have to wait until I come back from Yanjing."
No, not today.
Being embraced by Qin Feng again, Lang Ying blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes a few times, obviously relieved.
Of course not today. That would be a bit too abrupt. I just wanted to discuss something with you.
We'll see each other someday. With his arms wrapped around Lang Ying's slender waist, Qin Feng smelled the fragrance of her hair and spoke gently. He is now becoming more and more fond of this lovely wife who is both domineering and cute.
Lang Ying's nervousness indirectly shows how much she values Qin Feng's parents.
She didn't have any of the demeanor of a CEO, only the nervousness of a daughter-in-law.
You can't find a daughter-in-law like this even with a lantern. I'm a little scared. What if your parents don't like me? Lang Ying asked weakly, shrinking into Qin Feng's arms. No, my parents are very easy to talk to. They will definitely like you. I never knew my uncle and aunt before. I don't even know their preferences. What should I do, my husband?
Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng nervously.
Don't panic, I'll take care of everything.
Qin Feng bent down and kissed Lang Ying on the cheek, then said calmly, "Besides, there are still 3 or 4 days left, we'll talk about it then. I saw Director Ling almost get beaten up, but in the end, it was nothing, wasn't it?"
Yeah, that's right.
Listening to Qin Feng's comfort, Lang Ying nodded slightly and felt less nervous.
Let's talk about it later. It's already past 1 o'clock. Do you want to eat?
Seeing that it was already past dinner time, Qin Feng remembered that Lang Ying had not eaten yet and asked immediately.
Huh? Is it already past 1 o'clock?
Lang Ying looked down at her watch and saw it was already 1:30. She immediately became flustered again.
I have a meeting at 2 p.m. I was so busy kissing you that I forgot about it.
After patting her head, Lang Ying quickly let go of Qin Feng, walked to the chair where she was sitting before, picked up the design plan, and walked towards the door of the office. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Butler Lin standing silently at the door.
"Miss, the meeting will last half an hour." "Butler Lin, why are you standing outside the door? How long have you been?" "I just arrived."
Lin said truthfully. "Then I just now in Qin Feng."
"Don't panic, I didn't see anything."
Lang Ying blushed, lowered her head slightly, and then said, "Hurry up and go to the meeting."
And at this time,
Qin Feng just came out of the office slowly. Lang Ying, who was about to leave, paused for a moment, turned back, walked to Qin Bian, stood on tiptoe and gently kissed his lips.
"Be right back, hubby." After saying that, he left quickly.
Lin looked at Qin Feng and immediately smiled with relief. The fact that Qin Feng is still alive here means that Lang Xian has accepted him. Lin also agreed with Qin Feng.
He and Lang Xian actually have the same opinion.
Lang Ying likes Qin Feng, and Qin Feng also likes Lang Ying.
The two like each other. That's good. That's all.
After Lang Ying finished the meeting, Qin Feng digested the design knowledge he learned at noon while playing with his lovely wife.
Until I get off work at 5 p.m. And today, they didn't return to live in Sakura community.
Qin Feng just went back to drive the car over, picked up some clothes, and then took Lang Ying to the villa of Thompsonipine. On the way, he also bought a lot of ingredients at the supermarket, intending to make something delicious for Lang Ying's parents. Although now his cooking skills far surpass those of world-class chefs. But yesterday he paid special attention to Lang Ying's kitchen and found that it was similar to that of ordinary people, so he cooked casually, without any fancy carvings or Western food.
Unexpectedly, Lang Zian and Lin Yanran were very happy after tasting the dishes made by Qin Feng. Especially Lang Zian.
I don't know if Lang Ying inherited his ability to eat.
Lang Zian is almost 40 years old.
Logically speaking, his appetite would decrease a little due to his age.
But Qin Feng didn't expect that his father-in-law actually drank 3 bowls of white rice for dinner? It's outrageous. No wonder he could fight hundreds of people when he was young. But the result was that Lang Zian was even more satisfied with him. The next day, Qin Feng woke up in the villa and looked at the time.
It was not yet 7 o'clock.
However, Lang Ying had already gotten up at this time.
She was wearing cute Pikachu pajamas and squatting on the ground with her bare feet, preparing clothes and daily necessities for Qin Feng's business trip. Seeing this, Qin Feng felt a warm feeling in his heart. Thinking back, Wang Shui had never cared about him so much before.
Lang Ying, even though the shareholders' meeting will be held in the morning, you don't have to prepare so early, right?
Qin Feng got down from the bed and came to Lang Ying's side.
He watched her put her clothes neatly into the small suitcase and asked with some concern. Be prepared for a rainy day. I'll get up early and prepare it for you so you can sleep a little longer.
Looking at Qin Feng, Lang Ying said very seriously. But it only takes an hour to get from Shanghai to Beijing. It's only 7:30, so I even have time to eat and protect Ionia. Rubbing Lang Ying's little head, Qin Feng felt a little amused and helpless.
Isn't his wife doting on him a little too much? It made him a little overwhelmed.
At this time, there was a knock on the door downstairs.